Chapter 1. Educated Youth. Meng, are you ready? It's time to gather. Outside the door of the female educated youth dormitory, someone called out Meng Yinyin's name, urging her to hurry. Meng Yinyin had just opened the lid of her snow cream when she heard the call. Her hand shook, almost dropping the jar, but thankfully she caught it just in time. Coming, I'll be right out. With little time left and people waiting outside, she quickly scooped a small amount of snow cream with her index finger and dabbed it onto her cheeks. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced at her arms, which had become rougher since moving to the countryside. Steeling herself, she scraped a little more cream and applied it to her arms as well. If she didn't put some on, her arms would likely end up dry and stinging again tonight, a painful lesson she learned after trying to save her last jar of cream by not using it on her arms. She understood her situation, but looking at the nearly empty jar, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Just half a month ago, Meng Yinyin would have never dreamed she'd go from a pampered, sheltered young lady to someone who had to scrimp and save even on her skincare cream. A mere 15 days ago, she was still the beloved daughter cherished by her parents, but everything changed in a single day. Due to her mother's overseas family connections, someone reported her parents. Her father, a university professor, was stripped of his position and labeled as a stinking old ninth. During the Cultural Revolution in China, intellectuals were often disparagingly labeled as the stinking old ninth, ranked ninth on a list of class enemies. This label was, continue reading. Both parents were then sent down to a labor camp. As their precious daughter, Meng Yinyin's parents didn't want her to endure such hardship alongside them. So, using their last remaining connections, they managed to secure her a spot in a rural educated youth team, sending her away to the countryside overnight. It wasn't so much about her joining the educated youth as it was about finding her a refuge. Her parents knew all too well that their delicate daughter, who had barely washed a dish in her life, would find farm work unbearable. But with circumstances as dire as they were, this was the only way to spare her from even greater suffering. As for her elder brother, there was no need to worry about him. He was in the military and his superiors valued him highly, so he wouldn't be affected. And so, after a single night's sleep, Meng Yinyin found herself hurriedly placed on a train by her parents. 3 days and nights of travel later, she arrived at this place called the Nanjiao Brigade, where she was assigned as an educated youth. On her first day here, Meng Yinyin cried. The rundown living conditions, the relentless onslaught of mosquitoes and rats at night, and worst of all, the primitive dry toilets, all of it was a stark contrast to her previous 18 years of life. However, she soon realized that she had cried too early. After spending an entire day in the scorching sun, pulling weeds until she passed out from the heat, she was finally carried back to the dormitory by a fellow educated youth, weak and sore all over. At that moment, even the broken, shabby dormitory windows seemed oddly charming to her. Not having to work made the dormitory feel like paradise in an instant. The poor living conditions were tolerable. As long as it sheltered them from the wind and rain, it was enough. The real hardship was in the labor. Yet no matter how frustrated Meng Yinyin was, she had to go to work. Without working, there would be no work points, which meant no food. As an educated youth assigned to the village, their household registrations were transferred to the local brigade, which also meant their food rations were managed by the brigade. As newcomers, educated youths like Meng Yinyin had no accumulated work points, so their rations were temporarily provided by the brigade, which would then be deducted from their work points during the autumn harvest. Therefore, even if Meng Yinyin despised working, she had to grit her teeth and go to the fields. After all, she couldn't just consume the brigade's food without contributing. She wasn't thick-skinned enough for that. No matter how hard she tried, working harder than she ever did at school, she only earned 5 work points a day, half of the full 10 points, even less than some of the half-grown children in the brigade. Every time the scorekeeper came to her, he let out a sigh, seemingly preparing himself emotionally before reluctantly recording her points for the day with a look of disappointment. In those moments, all Meng Yinyin could do was stand by with a red face, enduring the judgmental stares from all directions. She was already giving it her all, yet it was clear she wasn't suited for this kind of work. She lacked the strength for plowing, didn't know how to plant rice, and even fainted from the sun while weeding, so she was reduced to gathering pig feed, only to be ridiculed by a bunch of little kids. Still, she persevered, showing up to work every day and working diligently, her hands covered in blisters and her skin darkened by the sun. Why did no one notice her hard work and sacrifice? Meng Yinyin felt truly wronged. Her skills weren't in farming. If she could earn work points by playing music, painting, singing, or dancing, she would easily earn hundreds of points a day, outshining everyone in the brigade. Someday it would be her turn to laugh at those kids. But that was just a fantasy. In reality, here in the countryside, food was everything, and artistic pursuits weren't worth as much as a handful of wild greens. After 10 days in the brigade, Meng Yinyin had gone from initial shame to accepting her role as the most incapable person in the group. Sometimes she even found humor in her misfortune, wondering if the brigade leader might eventually assign her a more suitable task, given her lack of skill. That would be ideal. When would she ever be free from this labor? She was reaching her limit. While she was wishing the brigade leader would assign her a lighter task, the educated youth group gathered at the village dam. Each day before work, the brigade leader assembled everyone here to review the day's progress, assign tasks, and shout a few slogans before they dispersed. The educated youths lived together, so they naturally moved in groups. From afar, a cluster of them walked toward the dam, where the local villagers waiting there instinctively glanced over. With just one look, their eyes were drawn to a slender figure in the middle. The figure had her head down, her left hand rubbing her right arm as if wiping something off. In the morning light, her delicate arm gleamed like fine jade, so pale it was almost blinding. As their gaze moved up, they saw a delicate chin, soft pink lips, and clear bright eyes. Anyone who met her eyes felt captivated. The local women, uneducated and gossipy, said her beauty was almost otherworldly, like a spirit sent to steal souls. A seductive fox spirit. But to the young men in the brigade, she was a heavenly beauty, an angel sent to earth. One woman noticed her son's eyes fixed on Meng Yinyin, and she pinched him hard, scolding. "What are you staring at? Keep it up and I'll gouge your eyes out." "Mom, I'm just looking," the young man muttered, embarrassed. "Just looking. Don't think I don't know what's going through your mind. I'm telling you now, that kind of person will never set foot in our home. She can't carry anything, can't work. If you marry her, we'd all have to wait on her." "Mom, she's coming this way. Stop talking." Seeing Meng Yinyin approach, the young man flushed with embarrassment. Although he knew there was no chance with her, he didn't want to lose face and kept tugging his mother's sleeve to make her stop. Only after his pleas did his mother finally quiet down as Meng Yinyin passed by, her expression unchanged, as if she hadn't heard a thing. He breathed a sigh of relief. But Meng Yinyin had heard every word. The woman's loud voice and agitation made it impossible to miss. She chose to ignore it out of disinterest, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she felt. Not wanting to marry her? Well, she certainly didn't fancy him or his mother either. Annoyed, Meng Yinyin shot a small glare in the woman's direction after standing in place. Life was hard enough for her already, and still people were bad-mouthing her. How unfair. However, as she turned toward the mother and son's position, she noticed they were gone. In their place stood a tall man dressed in a coarse shirt. His exposed arm was long, muscular, and visibly powerful. Not only did the man have an incredibly handsome face, but his expression was also cold. Noticing that Meng Yinyin was looking at him, he merely glanced indifferently in her direction before turning his gaze away, unconcerned about why she seemed to be glaring at him. Realizing that she had directed her frustration toward the wrong person, Meng Yinyin felt a bit embarrassed. However, since he looked like someone difficult to deal with, she hesitated and decided to pretend nothing had happened. Meanwhile, on the platform, the brigade leader had just finished explaining the day's work assignments, and the villagers had started chanting their opening slogans. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached the brigade leader with a smile, seemingly asking for a favor. The brigade leader frowned slightly, looking reluctant, but eventually nodded in agreement. As everyone prepared to disperse and begin work, the brigade leader unexpectedly called everyone back. "Please wait a moment, I have an announcement. Tomorrow Lu Chen eldest daughter is getting married, and they'll be setting up a few tables. If you're free, feel welcome to attend. That's it. Everyone get to work." It was the first time the brigade leader had mentioned something other than work during assembly. He looked uncomfortable, but he couldn't resist Lu Chen repeated requests, especially given their long-standing relationship as fellow villagers. Before anyone could react to the news, the brigade leader added another statement. "Also, educated youth Meng and Lu Chen, please stay behind." Meng Yinyin, who had just started to walk away. Realizing she was once again being singled out for guidance by the brigade leader, Meng Yinyin flushed, lowered her head, and under curious and disdainful gazes, braced herself to step aside, awaiting the inevitable critique and lecture. Lost in her thoughts about the impending scolding, she didn't even notice that someone else had been asked to stay back as well. She simply fidgeted anxiously, wondering what the brigade leader might say. The brigade leader approached quickly. Though he had initially intended to criticize her sternly, his anger dissipated as he looked at the young girl lifting her head cautiously, her large eyes full of unease. However, despite his softened stance, he still had to address the issue. "Educated youth Meng, all the others who arrived with you have adapted to life here. Your attitude is sincere, but you must realize that at this pace, you won't even earn enough work points to repay the grain provided by the brigade." Hearing this, Meng Yinyin had no argument. She could only lower her head further and softly mutter, "I'm sorry." If she had a choice, she certainly wouldn't want to be the bad apple. However, she genuinely struggled with the work, at least in the short term. After 18 years of being pampered, a few days or even weeks couldn't change her nature. Meng Yinyin felt both troubled and hopeless. Perhaps she should consider her mother's last piece of advice: find a good man and marry him? Unaware of her thoughts, the brigade leader, determined not to be swayed, said firmly, "This can't continue. I've decided to assign someone to guide you individually, so you can adapt to the work." When the new educated youth arrived, the brigade's usual practice was to have the more experienced educated youth lead the newcomers. It had always worked without issues, so the brigade leader had assumed this group would adapt as well. However, this time, fate threw him a challenge in the form of Meng Yinyin, who had no experience or knowledge of basic farm work. While the other educated youth had already caught up with the locals, Meng Yinyin lagged behind. The brigade leader had even tried talking to her and supervising her work, only to realize she wasn't suited for farm labor at all. It was his first time encountering such a situation. No amount of advice or instruction seemed to help. Every time he left Meng Yinyin behind for guidance, he felt inexplicably guilty as she listened quietly, looking pitiful. But yesterday's incident finally made him decide to take action. After Meng Yinyin collected pig fodder, the old sow in the pig pen suffered severe diarrhea. Among the pig fodder she gathered were wild vines known to cause digestive issues in pigs, which, in severe cases, could result in illness like what the sow experienced. He couldn't let her keep learning on her own. It was no longer just about the brigade members tolerating her mistakes. Even the pigs couldn't handle it. So, after a restless night of contemplation, he decided that Meng Yinyin needed individual instruction. Unlike the other educated youth, who could quickly learn farm work by observing others, Meng Yinyin lacked basic agricultural knowledge and required a personal teacher to guide her. She would need to learn to recognize different crops, understand how to cultivate them, and even identify edible wild plants. Otherwise, even after 6 months or a year, she might not be able to earn enough for her food. Find someone to guide me? Meng Yinyin raised her head immediately, blinking with curiosity. Brigade leader, who will be guiding me? Her question made the brigade leader think she welcomed the idea, and he felt a wave of relief, assured that educated youth Meng had potential. He had no idea she was simply curious. The next moment he turned and called to a figure standing nearby. Lu Chen, come over and greet educated youth Meng. Chapter 2.1. As soon as the brigade leader finished speaking, that figure began walking over. Meng Yinyin turned to look and saw the tall man she had accidentally glared at earlier standing beside the brigade leader. She had noticed from afar that he was much taller than the others, standing out like a crane among chickens. But now, with him right in front of her, she realized just how tall he actually was. She had to tilt her head up to see his face. He was a full head taller than her. She barely reached his shoulder. The moment their eyes met up close, his sharp brows and eyes carried an unintentional coldness and hostility, like a lone wolf roaming in the mountains, giving off warning and dangerous signals to this unexpected intruder. Meng Yinin's breath caught, and her survival instincts kicked in, making her quickly avert her gaze and unconsciously step back. Noticing her frightened reaction, the brigade leader opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he finally hesitated and spoke gently. Educated youth Meng, don't pay attention to the nonsense the gossiping women in the brigade say. Lu Chen might look a bit intimidating, but he doesn't have any bad habits. He knows a lot, and he's very capable in his work. If you follow him, you're bound to learn a lot. Meng Yinyin was left confused by the brigade leader's words. What gossip had the women in the brigade been spreading about Lu Chen? But she hadn't interacted with them, so she had no idea. At the moment, she didn't feel like probing further into the brigade leader's words. All she wanted was to suggest that maybe he could reconsider this arrangement. Or perhaps she could have someone else teach her. Anyone other than this scary-looking Lu Chen. After all, he really did look terrifying. In her previous environment, because of her parents, everyone she knew was either a professor or a well-mannered student. They were all polite and easygoing people. Even here in the Nanjiao Brigade, the other educated youths were fairly harmonious. The local brigade members rarely interacted with them, so she didn't know much about their personalities. Therefore, Lu Chen was probably the first person in Meng Yinin's life who looked so intimidating and unapproachable. Not only was he tall and strong, but he could probably pick her up like a baby chick with one hand. If he threw a punch, she might not make it out of the Nanjiao Brigade alive. While Meng Yinyin was nervously organizing her words, the brigade leader seemed to have no intention of lingering. Alright, I have other things to take care of. Lu Chen, take educated youth Meng to work. I'll check in with you this evening. With that, the brigade leader patted Lu Chen's shoulder with a sense of assurance and left without hesitation. Startled, Meng Yinyin quickly called after him. Brigade leader. Can I go without a guide? It'll be fine, educated youth Meng. I have faith in you. Just follow Lu Chen closely, and soon you'll be able to repay the brigade for the food. Meng Yinyin. But she didn't have that confidence in herself. However, the brigade leader's mention of repaying the brigade for the food finally stirred a bit of conscience within her. She couldn't bring herself to voice her reluctance. Without a guide, she would probably never be able to pay back the brigade for their food. So in the end, all Meng Yinyin could do was watch the brigade leader's unsympathetic back as he disappeared from sight. Pulling herself together, she forced herself to stay calm. It was broad daylight, after all, and Lu Chen had been personally chosen by the brigade leader. He probably wouldn't harm her. At most, she just needed to be on her best behavior. After a moment of silence, Meng Yinyin cautiously looked up and forced out her sweetest, most innocent smile as she said, "Comrade Lu, I'll do my best to learn." She hoped her words and actions would convey how obedient and well-behaved she was. To this, Lu Chen showed no other response, only giving her a blank nod before turning and heading in a particular direction. Watching him, Meng Yinyin felt a wave of nervousness. Had he been satisfied with her efforts to appear cooperative? Anxious thoughts filled her mind, but seeing that Lu Chen had already walked quite a distance, she had no choice but to follow behind him, scurrying like a little tail after the tall figure ahead. Soon, the mismatched pair disappeared around the dike, and many of the brigade members who hadn't left began murmuring about this odd sight. Some were worried. "Oh my, how did educated youth Meng end up with that person? What is the brigade leader thinking? Isn't he afraid that he will get educated youth Meng into trouble?" Others were secretly pleased. "Why are you even worried? If anything happens, the brigade leader will handle it. Besides, someone like educated youth Meng, skipping out on work and thinking her pretty face lets her get away with flirting around. Ugh. Someone like her deserves to be taught a lesson before she causes trouble for the whole brigade." Each had their own opinion, but in the end, most kept their thoughts to themselves, waiting for some kind of drama to unfold. Everyone knew that Lu Chen was infamous for being difficult. Usually, only the brigade leader and a few other capable men dared to interact with him. Most people avoided him altogether at the sight of his cold, brooding face. Besides, Lu Chen not only has a gloomy personality, but also was born like that. You'd have to be out of your mind or fearless to associate with him, not afraid of bad luck. As for Meng Yinyin, since Lu Chen didn't say anything, she decided to stay quiet as well. She simply followed obediently behind him, waiting to see what he planned to teach her. As they walked, though, she noticed that Lu Chen was leading them further and further off the beaten path, with fewer and fewer people around. Finally, when he stepped into the dense bamboo forest on the mountainside, Meng Yinyin stopped in her tracks, hesitating nervously where she stood. The Nanjiao Brigade was located in a hilly area, surrounded by mountains. There were small slopes as well as vast, sprawling mountains, with different types of plants growing on each of them. At this moment, Lu Chen had brought Meng Yinyin to a small hill covered in bamboo. Though it was called a small hill, it was only small compared to the other larger mountains. In reality, if Meng Yinyin had to walk into the bamboo forest by herself, it would probably take her an hour or two to find her way out. Moreover, this bamboo forest was far from where the brigade members typically worked. Even after Meng Yinyin had been at the Nanjiao Brigade for over 10 days, she had never seen anyone come here to work. So what exactly did Lu Chen intend to do by bringing her here? A remote place with no one around, and with a strange, potentially dangerous man, Meng Yinyin felt as if her feet were rooted to the ground, unable to take another step forward. Lu Chen, however, seemed oblivious to her hesitation, or perhaps he had completely ignored her. Once he entered the bamboo forest, he pulled out a machete, gripped the handle with both hands, slightly spread his legs, bent his back, and with the power of his arm muscles, swung the machete at the base of a bamboo stalk. With 2 crisp cracks, the bamboo fell. Startled by the sudden sound, Meng Yinyin widened her eyes and finally realized that Lu Chen had brought her here to teach her how to chop bamboo. Letting out a small sigh of relief, she glanced at the bamboo, which was about the same thickness as her calf. She started to feel anxious again. Even though she had never worked on a farm, she knew that chopping bamboo was no easy task. It was definitely a job that required strength. The surface of the bamboo was smooth and elastic, and the machete was likely to bounce off the bamboo rather than cut through it. She wasn't sure if she would even be able to leave a mark with a single swing. Had Lu Chen overestimated her ability by deciding to teach her something so difficult right away? Pouting, Meng Yinyin anxiously looked at her slender wrists, feeling worried again. Chapter 2.2. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already chopped down several bamboos and showed no sign of stopping. But just as he was about to continue, a flash of pale pink in the corner of his vision reminded him that the brigade leader had assigned him a rather difficult and troublesome task, teaching someone. He paused for a moment, hesitated, and was about to turn around to signal her to come closer. But then, the memory of the frightened look on Meng Yinyin's face when she saw him earlier at the dam suddenly popped into his mind. He pursed his lips, lowered his gaze, and went back to chopping the bamboo, ignoring her. Meng Yinyin, after standing in place for a while and stretching her wrists and arms, steeled herself and prepared to try her best to learn how to chop bamboo. But when she saw Lu Chen working tirelessly, like a machine, her enthusiasm quickly began to fade. Several times she thought about calling out to him and asking to try chopping, but every time she took a step forward, it seemed like Lu Chen took a step forward too, as if trying to maintain distance from her. Though she wasn't much good at physical work, Meng Yinyin wasn't stupid. She quickly realized that Lu Chen was deliberately avoiding her. He was avoiding her and didn't want to interact with her? Shocked, Meng Yinyin widened her eyes in disbelief. Why? Wait. Had she done something wrong? Did she make him dislike her? At 18 years old, this was the first time Meng Yinyin had been treated this way. She had always been the one people gravitated towards, and this was the first time someone had treated her as if she were a nuisance. Feeling a mix of shock and frustration, she could only conclude that the problem was with Lu Chen. If he didn't want to interact with her, then she wasn't going to embarrass herself by trying to force a conversation. She had her pride too. Taking advantage of the fact that Lu Chen had his back to her, Meng Yinyin couldn't hold back and shot him a glare. Then she crossed her arms and stood to the side, doing nothing but watching him chop bamboo by himself. Chop chop chop. Hopefully, he'd chop more and wear himself out. However, the result of this was that when the scorekeeper arrived at noon, he found Meng Yinyin sitting lazily by the bamboo forest entrance, her head drooping, as if she had fallen asleep from exhaustion. She was mumbling something under her breath. "Mom, I want to eat braised pork." The scorekeeper's forehead twitched, and after a moment of hesitation, he couldn't hold back anymore. He spoke in a stern voice. Educated youth Meng. Educated youth Meng. The sudden shout startled Meng Yinyin, causing her to almost jump up from the ground. Ah, what? What happened? She opened her eyes wide and met the scorekeeper's gaze, which was full of disappointment and frustration, as if he were saying she was beyond help. Meng Yinyin. As she collected her thoughts, Meng Yinyin quickly realized what she had done wrong. She had fallen asleep in frustration. The bamboo forest was too quiet, the air too fresh, and the sound of bamboo being chopped had a hypnotic effect. It wasn't on purpose. Feeling guilty, Meng Yinyin lowered her head. She knew she had made a big mistake. Not only had she failed to learn anything seriously, but she had also used work hours to sneak a nap. This was not just about her skills, it was an attitude problem, and she was well aware that she would need to be severely criticized. The scorekeeper was likely also angry with her. He gave her a stern look, picked up his pen, and made a note in his ledger, probably intending to dock her points for the morning's work. "Tell me what you did this morning." Meng Yinin's face showed a look of utter despair as she lowered her head, unable to say a word. What could she say? That she had slept the entire morning? The scorekeeper, seeing her expression of resignation, immediately realized she had probably spent the whole morning doing nothing. He raised his pen about to mark a 0 for her, when suddenly a bundle of bamboo strips dropped at his feet. The noise startled both the scorekeeper and Meng Yinyin. Turning around, they saw Lu Chen standing beside him. It was obvious that the bundle of bamboo strips had been placed there by him. But what did this mean? The scorekeeper looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Could it be that Lu Chen was trying to show him that these were his results from the morning's labor? But the scorekeeper's gaze fell on the bundle of bamboo strips. He noticed not only was the bundle small, but the strips had been poorly processed, with rough edges and untrimmed excess parts. It was clearly half-finished work. This was not Lu Chen's usual standard. After all, Lu Chen was known in the brigade for working quickly and efficiently. He could finish a large bundle of bamboo strips in the morning, and they would be thin, flexible, and perfectly trimmed. There was no way the bundle before him would be so thick and stiff that it couldn't even bend. So, if this wasn't Lu Chen's work, whose could it be? Could it be Meng Yinyin? The scorekeeper, unable to believe it, glanced at Meng Yinyin, but since she had her head down, he couldn't make out her expression. To be sure, he turned back to Lu Chen and uncertain asked, "Whose is this?" Lu Chen just stared at him silently as usual, offering no response. The scorekeeper, accustomed to Lu Chen's quiet demeanor, asked again, "It's not yours, is it?" Lu Chen remained silent. It seemed it wasn't his after all. Since Lu Chen hadn't claimed the bamboo strips, the scorekeeper became more certain that they must belong to someone else working here, and that someone was most likely Meng Yinyin. Accepting this explanation, the scorekeeper looked at the ugly bundle of bamboo strips on the ground, and everything seemed to make sense now. "If it's not yours, then it must be educated youth Meng's," the scorekeeper said aloud. After hearing this, Lu Chen happened to lower his head, glancing at the ground, which made it seem as though he was silently agreeing with the statement. Although the scorekeeper still found it hard to believe, once Lu Chen seemed to acknowledge it, he decided to take him at his word. After all, he never imagined that Lu Chen would lie. Confirming the number of bamboo strips, the scorekeeper fairly and impartially wrote down a 3, next to Meng Yinin's name, indicating that she earned 3 work points that morning through labor. As for Lu Chen, the scorekeeper had already seen the large pile of bamboo laid out on the ground. Just this pile alone was equivalent to a day's work for several people. So, as usual, he marked 10 points for Lu Chen. Alright, it's getting late. You two should go have lunch. He then turned to Meng Yinyin and with a hint of regret said, Also, educated youth Meng, I owe you an apology for earlier. But you young lady still have room for improvement. You've done more work but your attitude needs to stay the same. If you're tired, take a break, but don't just sleep so openly. Not many people pass by here, but you never know if someone might see you. If it gets reported to the brigade leader, it'll cause a big fuss and that's not good. Clearing his throat, he continued. Next time you need a rest, find a hidden spot and rest for a bit. Got it? After offering his advice, the scorekeeper left, feeling satisfied. As he walked away, he couldn't help but think about the miserable work points Meng Yinyin had earned recently, mostly just 3 or 4 points at a time. But today she earned 3 work points in one morning. If she kept this up, adding in the afternoon, 6 points would be a given, and maybe with time she could even reach 8 or 10. Not bad, not bad. A good girl, educated youth Meng has a bright future. The scorekeeper left with a heart full of joy, feeling a sense of pride as though his own daughter had finally grown up. Once he left, Meng Yinyin slowly came out of her shock and lifted her head. She looked at Lu Chen standing nearby, blinking in disbelief. You. Chapter 3.1. She wanted to ask, why did he lie? He had always avoided her before, so why had he suddenly stepped in to help her now? But before Meng Yinyin could voice her confusion, Lu Chen had already bent down, picked up the bamboo strips and turned to leave. Meng Yinyin watched him place the bamboo strips back beside the pile of cut bamboo, then grab a machete and walk out of the bamboo forest. As she watched his figure fade down the path, still not saying a word or even acknowledging her, she couldn't help but feel that her impression of him had changed after he had helped her. Perhaps, although he seemed cold and distant, he was actually a good and helpful person deep down. He was truly difficult to understand. Meng Yinyin stood up, brushed off her clothes and quickly followed Lu Chen's back as they made their way back to the brigade. On the way back, thinking about the 3 work points she had earned so easily, her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile, her eyes bright with joy. Although those 3 work points had come through dubious means, she was determined to find a way to repay Lu Chen. She would exchange it for work points in return. She wouldn't take advantage of others. By the time they returned to the educated youth point, her cheerful mood had caught the attention of the girl from the next bunk, Yu Xiaoyu, who couldn't help but ask in confusion, It's rare to see you smiling after finishing work. Did something good happen? Meng Yinyin, of course, couldn't tell her that Lu Chen had given her 3 work points. Not only would it be embarrassing, but it was also against the rules. And if she said it, there would surely be questions about their relationship. In this day and age, it was still expected for men and women to maintain a certain distance between each other, or else people would start gossiping. So Meng Yinyin shook her head and said nothing, determined to keep this matter to herself. Seeing that she wasn't responding, Yu Xiaoyu didn't ask further. However, recalling what she had overheard on the way back, she glanced at Meng Yinyin. After a brief hesitation, she quietly asked, Yinyin, I heard people saying that you worked with that person named Lu Chen this morning. Upon hearing Lu Chen's name, Meng Yinin's eyelids twitched, and she felt a pang of guilt. What's wrong? Could it be that they found out about Lu Chen tricking the scorekeeper this morning? Nervously swallowing, Meng Yinyin was relieved when Yu Xiaoyu's next question was, You didn't get into any trouble, did you? What trouble? Meng Yinyin looked confused. I mean you weren't bullied by him, right? Yu Xiaoyu stomped her foot when she saw Meng Yinin's clueless expression. She lowered her voice and started recounting the rumors she had heard about Lu Chen. That Lu Chen, he's a posthumous child. His father died in battle a month before he was born. His mother was deeply affected by the loss and died right after giving birth to him. I heard from others in the brigade that Lu Chen is a natural-born jinx, and he caused his parents' deaths. What kind of nonsense is this? Meng Yinyin frowned involuntarily. Having been raised with a semi-Western education due to her parents studying abroad, and with her maternal grandparents living overseas, Meng Yinyin didn't believe in superstitions and had more faith in science. The talk about jinxes and causing parents' deaths seemed utterly absurd to her. Of course, I don't really believe in all that, Yu Xiaoyu continued. But I've seen Lu Chen a few times. The first time I managed to look him in the eye, but after that, I was too scared to even glance in his direction. Yinyin, don't you think he's terrifying? And they also say Lu Chen has a terrible temper. He always bullies his cousin. When he was 10, he almost drowned his cousin in a basin. To be so violent at just 10 years old, it was chilling just to think about it. Yu Xiaoyu, for one, would never dare to be alone with him. If Yu Xiaoyu had told Meng Yinyin this before this morning, she would have likely agreed with her views. However, after thinking about how Lu Chen had specifically prepared that bundle of bamboo strips for her, and the 3 work points he had given her, she found it hard to fully support Yu Xiaoyu's perspective. But to be fair, even though Lu Chen had helped her, she still had to admit that he was indeed intimidating. She admitted that she owed him a favor, but that was all. They weren't close, and she wasn't about to sing his praises to others or try to change their perception of him. As for the story about Lu Chen fighting with his cousin at the age of 10, Meng Yinyin didn't want to get involved. After all, it was just a childish quarrel. She also didn't feel comfortable telling Yu Xiaoyu that she used to bully her older brother when they were kids. After thinking for a while, Meng Yinyin could only sternly respond, "I wasn't bullied anyway." Yu Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but still whispered a warning. "If he bullies you, you must shout for help, then report it to the brigade leader. We educated youths are here to help them build the countryside, not to be bullied for nothing." Meng Yinyin mumbled an ambiguous response, feeling guilty inside. Perhaps Yu Xiaoyu and the others were here to benefit the farmers, but she was only here to escape. What a difference in perspective. Thinking about it, Meng Yinyin was even more aware of how difficult her situation was. If any other educated youth misbehaved in the brigade, they could be sent back to their original places of residence with just a letter from the brigade. But her? She had no home to return to, so where could she be sent back to? That was why she had to stay in the Nanjiao brigade, and couldn't let the brigade leader expel her. Her future actions were crucial. Originally, she had planned to make one last effort to struggle, but after this morning's events, Meng Yinyin suddenly came up with a bold idea, asking Lu Chen to help her with work, and paying him with money or other things as his reward. The next moment, she told Yu Xiaoyu she was going to the dormitory, then turned and walked in. She retrieved her key, opened her suitcase and began rummaging through it. Soon, she found her small wallet at the bottom of the case. When the family crisis had occurred, it had been so sudden, and her departure for the countryside had been rushed. She didn't have time to pack much, but thankfully, her mother had given her this small wallet before she left, telling her to take good care of it. If all went well, this would probably be the only money she had for the next few years in the countryside. She had opened it before and saw that there was quite a bit of money, 300 yuan in total. While that might be a lot for some people, for someone like Meng Yinyin who had never had to worry about money, this would usually last her only about 6 months, especially if she bought a few dresses. The only good thing was that the Nanjiao brigade was so far from the nearest town, 2 hours of walking, with no other means of transportation. For a lazy person like her, walking 2 hours was practically a death sentence. Since leaving home, she hadn't bought anything for nearly a month. In the past, that would have been unimaginable. Thinking about it, she felt a small sense of satisfaction, as if she had finally grown up. But now she had no choice but to use this money. After all, she couldn't ask for help without offering something in return. After some thought, Meng Yinyin first took out a piece of large unity paper. In the Nanjiao brigade, 1 work point was roughly equivalent to 8 cents. So if she aimed to earn a passing amount of work points every day, about 6 work points, she would only need to pay Lu Chen 48 cents per day. After a month, she would only have earned 14.4 yuan. But once she negotiated with him, maybe 10 yuan could cover the whole month. At this rate, the 300 yuan would last her 2 to 3 years. With that thought, Meng Yinyin suddenly felt hopeful about her future. She no longer had to worry about being sent back to the brigade because she couldn't do the work. There was just one thing: while others could make money by joining the rural work teams, she was the one spending money. Meng Yinyin sighed. But well, money couldn't compare to life's importance. Meng Yinyin brushed off her worries, soon calming herself down. She packed her wallet, locked her box, and was just in time for Yu Xiaoyu to call her for dinner. However, her good mood came to an abrupt halt when she saw the 3 plates of wild vegetables and the plain sweet potato porridge on the table. Reluctantly, she sat down beside Yu Xiaoyu. She stirred her chopsticks in her bowl, and the rice inside could be counted grain by grain. Pouting, she sighed again, her voice pitiful. "I really want to eat meat." Yu Xiaoyu echoed her bitterly. Who doesn't? Chapter 3.2. Both of them were part of the new group of educated youth sent to the countryside. Back home, their families were well off, so they had never lacked meat. But coming to the rural area, they realized just how deeply they craved meat. Especially after a full day working in the fields, expending so much energy, they needed fish and meat to replenish their strength. But sadly, they hadn't even seen oil or meat, only wild vegetables and sweet potatoes every day. Their mouths were getting tired of it. Yet, seeing that the older educated youths hadn't complained, they felt embarrassed to keep mentioning it. Others had been eating this way for years without complaining, and they had only been here for a little over 10 days. They couldn't afford to complain yet. Still, despite not voicing it, the desire for meat lingered in Meng Yinyin's mind. All she could think about was meat, meat and more meat. Want to eat meat? It's not that hard. Tomorrow the Lu family is hosting a banquet. You can go, just join them. As Meng Yinyin was lost in trying to convince herself that the sweet potato porridge was actually braised pork, a half-amused, half-mocking voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see Lin Xiaoxia sitting opposite her, looking at her with a smile, then continuing, "Educated youth Meng, weren't you working with Lu Chen alone this morning? Didn't he invite you to his cousin's wedding banquet tomorrow?" Meng Yinyin was confused. Why would he invite me? They had only known each other for half a day. He didn't invite you? Lin Xiaoxia feigned surprise. "I thought you two were together all morning, and since you're both young comrades around the same age, you must have become friends by now." Her words were heavily suggestive. She kept bringing up them being alone together, young comrades, implying that something had already developed between Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen in such a short time. Meng Yinyin wasn't easily upset, but she didn't understand why Lin Xiaoxia was targeting her so many times. Still, she wasn't the type to tolerate unnecessary teasing. After ignoring it once or twice, she could no longer remain silent. She slammed her chopsticks on the table, then stared at Lin Xiaoxia with a cold, emotionless face. Her usually warm, gentle expression was now gone, replaced by an intimidating coldness that was startling. The others at the table all held their breath, glancing at one another as if sensing the rising tension. Then everyone heard Meng Yinyin say, "Educated youth Lin, instead of wasting your time worrying about me, maybe you should use it to wash your quilt, which has probably been sitting there for who knows how long. It's starting to stink, and I can't stand being woken up by the smell every night. It really affects my sleep quality." As she spoke, Meng Yinyin raised her hand and gently waved it, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly as if she could already smell the unpleasant odor. Her tone, though teasing, had the opposite effect of annoying people. In fact, it made everyone feel sympathetic, as if they wanted to drive the bad smell away for her so she wouldn't suffer. It felt like letting her breathe in the stench was a crime. Lin Xiaoxia, who had never expected such a response, turned bright red with anger, fuming as she spoke. "My quilt doesn't stink. It's not as fragrant as yours, but it certainly doesn't smell." She had been about to criticize Meng Yinyin for acting like a spoiled bourgeois girl, but now she was the one in the wrong. "Meng Yinyin, you." "All right, educated youth Lin, how about you shut up for once?" It was Song Yu, the brigade leader, who spoke. As one of the first educated youth sent to the countryside, his experience was vast, and his gentle personality and scholarly demeanor gave him an air of authority. He was also the one to speak up when things were getting out of hand. He rarely scolded anyone, but seeing Lin Xiaoxia's actions, he couldn't let it slide. His stern tone was unlike the usual polite leader. When Lin Xiaoxia heard his words, she immediately deflated, her anger turning into hurt. With red eyes, she ran off, sobbing quietly. Meng Yinyin, who was waiting for a retort, was left stunned. Wasn't Lin Xiaoxia about to start a fight? Why did she suddenly stop? Meng Yinyin was confused by the sudden change in the situation. She was new here and didn't know the full story, but the older educated youths knew very well that Lin Xiaoxia and Song Yu had been getting close. If they weren't mistaken, they were probably dating. So when Song Yu reprimanded Lin Xiaoxia in front of everyone, it wasn't surprising that she was so upset. Later, during their afternoon break, Yu Xiaoyu leaned in and whispered to Meng Yinyin, "They say Song Yu and Lin Xiaoxia broke up because of you." That's why Lin Xiaoxia couldn't hold back her anger, and often targeted Meng Yinyin. Meng Yinyin. What a bombshell. I can count on one hand the number of times I've spoken to Song Yu. Meng Yinyin felt wronged, and a strange sense of insult washed over her. She didn't even care for someone like Song Yu. Yu Xiaoyu, the person most familiar with Meng Yinyin at the entire educated youth point, knew that what Meng Yinyin said was true. During the half-month since arriving at the Nanjiao Brigade, Meng Yinyin had been so focused on finding ways to manage her labor costs that she'd come back to the dorm every day almost in a half-paralyzed state. Sometimes she didn't even have the strength to talk. Where would she have time to interact with others? Moreover, the tasks for male and female educated youth were different, so it was impossible for Meng Yinyin to use any spare moments at work to talk to Song Yu. She really couldn't understand why Lin Xiaoxia was so inexplicably jealous. Yu Xiaoyu curled her lips. "I know, but Lin Xiaoxia can't control her man, and she's not as pretty as you, so she just has to blame you." It was true Meng Yinyin was so beautiful that everyone's eyes naturally gravitated toward her once she arrived at the educated youth point, and even the entire brigade. Song Yu, being a man, couldn't avoid the temptation. As for Lin Xiaoxia, she couldn't stop Song Yu from frequently looking at Meng Yinyin. Unable to scold him, she had to vent her frustration on Meng Yinyin. Hearing this, Meng Yinyin snorted proudly. She touched her smooth face, sighed with satisfaction and said, "Who told my mom to give me such a beautiful face? Lin Xiaoxia could never be jealous of me. Besides, she's not good-looking herself. It's not my fault. She should blame her mom. Anyway, I can't be blamed for being pretty." You Xiaoyu. For some reason Meng Yinyin suddenly said something out of the blue. Although not all men are so shallow, only staring at my face. There's one person who isn't like that. Who? Yu Xiaoyu's curiosity was piqued. In her eyes Meng Yinyin was the most beautiful and striking girl she had ever seen. Not to mention other men. Even she occasionally found herself staring at Meng Yinyin's face, mesmerized. So she couldn't imagine anyone who could resist Meng Yinyin's beauty. That person of course was Lu Chen. Not only did he not stare at her face, but he couldn't even be bothered to look at her. Thinking of this, Meng Yinyin suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. Wasn't she beautiful enough? Why wouldn't he look at her? However, as soon as she thought of Lu Chen, she couldn't help but remember what Lin Xiaoxia had said about the wedding at the Lu family tomorrow. The brigade leader had mentioned that anyone who was free could go, so maybe she could go just to make up the numbers and attend? There would surely be meat at the feast. Just thinking about it made Meng Yinyin nearly drool. But how was Lu Chen related to the Lu family, who was holding the wedding tomorrow? Were they close enough for her to join them for a meal? Meng Yinyin suddenly realized she knew nothing about the relatives in the brigade. She was about to turn to Yu Xiaoyu to ask when she saw that Yu Xiaoyu had already fallen asleep, waiting for her response. Seeing this, Meng Yinyin didn't wake her up. Forget it. She just asked Lu Chen during work in the afternoon. Chapter 4. The lunch break passed quickly, and Meng Yinyin was the last person to leave the female-educated youth dorm. Perhaps it was because of the events in the morning that left her in a good mood, so she had a rare good nap during the lunch break, even almost oversleeping. She finally woke up, realizing there wasn't enough time, and in her rush she didn't even have time to tie her hair. She could only hurry out the door. At the male dorm, Songyu hadn't left yet. As the leader of the educated youth point, he was always the last to leave because he needed to check if all the doors and windows were properly closed. Only after making sure everything was in order did he head to his work. Just as he locked the door and turned around, he saw Meng Yinyin rushing out, combing her hair with one hand. Songyu couldn't help but fix his gaze on her flawless profile, his expression showing clear admiration. As soon as Meng Yinyin was about to leave his line of sight, he called out without thinking. Educated youth Meng. Meng Yinyin paused for a moment, then quickly pretended she hadn't heard him, speeding up her steps. She wasn't familiar with Songyu to begin with, and after what happened at noon with Lin Xiaoxia, Meng Yinyin was even more determined to stay away from him. Let them handle their own business. She couldn't be bothered. Seeing how she quickly avoided him like the plague, Songyu's smile slowly faded, his eyes darkening. Meng Yinyin had no idea that Songyu had changed his expression. She was only focused on getting to the bamboo forest in the morning to meet Lu Chen and discuss their cooperation, as well as to ask him if she could join the banquet at his relative's wedding tomorrow. By the time Meng Yinyin reached the bamboo forest, it was no surprise that Lu Chen was already there. He was sitting on a stone, his head lowered as he shaved some bamboo strips. His side profile was sharp with smooth lines, looking exceptionally handsome. Of course, all of this was under the condition that one avoided his eyes. Meng Yinyin had never understood why Lu Chen's gaze was so cold and dark. But after hearing some things about him from Yu Xiaoyu during lunch, she suspected it might have something to do with his past. Given that people in the brigade were still gossiping about the illegitimate child, it was clear how much they cared about this issue. It was likely that Lu Chen had heard many unpleasant things growing up. Orphaned, raised under the strange gazes of others, his past seemed quite pitiful. He hadn't done anything wrong, yet he was treated as an outsider and isolated. No wonder he had become this way. Realizing this, Meng Yinyin unconsciously felt less fear towards Lu Chen. She looked down and noticed she was about 10 meters away from Lu Chen. Quietly, she encouraged herself, then mustered the courage to take a small step forward. After that, she stood still and nervously looked at Lu Chen. When she confirmed that Lu Chen didn't try to drive her away or avoid her like he did earlier in the morning, the last bit of hesitation in her heart disappeared. She couldn't help but cheer inwardly. She knew it. Comrade Lu was just like she had guessed. He was a cold exterior but warm-hearted comrade. With this in mind, Meng Yinyin no longer hesitated. She confidently took a step closer to Lu Chen and called out to him in a bright and cheerful voice. Comrade Lu Chen. Lu Chen paused for a moment, his hand still holding the knife, but the next second, he acted as if he hadn't heard her at all and continued with his work. Meng Yinyin had prepared herself for his silence, but she still felt a little awkward. After a brief hesitation, her gaze inadvertently fell on Lu Chen's hands. She saw him gripping a round bamboo stick with one hand while holding the machete with the other. He used the machete to slice a notch at the top of the bamboo. The sharp sound of bamboo cracking echoed, and in no time the bamboo split in two. Then he halved it again and soon one bamboo stick became countless slender bamboo strips, each the width of a finger. With nimble fingers, Lu Chen quickly and expertly turned the long bamboo strips into split rattan, each one bending like it had been tamed. Meng Yinyin couldn't take her eyes off the process, not even blinking. This was the first time she had seen how bamboo strips were made, and Lu Chen's fingers were so long and delicate, his movements swift and precise. There was a unique beauty to it. Without thinking, she blurted out her admiration. "You're amazing." Lu Chen paused, not understanding what was so impressive about making bamboo strips. "This is the first time I've seen someone do this. You're so fast. Each strip is almost identical in width. It's like you measured them." Meng Yinyin became more excited as she spoke, as if Lu Chen weren't just doing a simple task that a 5- or 6-year-old could do, but solving some complex problem instead. This was the first time someone had praised Lu Chen in such a way. Instead of feeling pleased, he felt incredibly awkward. To him, it didn't seem like anything special. But to Meng Yinyin, who was terrible at farm work, Lu Chen's skill was far more impressive than solving any difficult problem. If she had his skills, she would easily earn enough work points, right? However, looking at her soft and delicate hands, Meng Yinyin decided not to learn this craft that clearly wasn't meant for her. After all, this kind of work looked like it would ruin her hands. But that was fine. She may not be able to endure hardship, but she had money. After seeing Lu Chen's skills, Meng Yinyin became even more determined to cooperate with him. Looking at Lu Chen, who was still working diligently, she turned her gaze and immediately changed her tone to a sorrowful one. "Ah, if only I were as capable as comrade Lu Chen. I really want to learn, but I'm just not strong enough to do heavy work. My skin is sensitive and I can't be in the sun. My body is weak, and I get uncomfortable after moving around for a while." Meng Yinyin spoke pitifully, stealing glances at Lu Chen. She had to keep an eye on his expression to adjust her words accordingly. "So, I really want to work hard and learn farm work, but my body won't allow it. That's why I've never been able to learn it, and I feel so guilty." Saying this, Meng Yinyin pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. But inside, she was starting to panic. Why hadn't Lu Chen reacted yet? Was her performance not convincing enough? But in the past, when she did this in front of her parents, they would immediately give in and agree to all her requests. Could it be that in just half a month her acting skills had deteriorated so much that it didn't even make a difference? Filled with anxiety, Meng Yinyin put more effort into it, forcing out a few tears, her voice trembling with weakness. "The brigade leader has called me several times. He scolded me and said harsh things, but I just can't do this work. Woo." Perhaps the mood and atmosphere were right, as Meng Yinyin hadn't planned on really crying, but now she couldn't hold it back. She had been struggling with the farm work for so long, and recently, seeing her work points steadily decline and knowing she was further from getting her rations, Meng Yinyin had only managed to hold on by sheer willpower. Now that the floodgates had opened, she couldn't stop herself. Overcome with sadness, she cried out loudly, "Woo, I don't want to be so useless. But I've never done this kind of work before. How can I learn it in such a short time? If I don't learn, I won't earn work points. No work points means no food. When the brigade leader's food runs out, I might starve to death here. Dad, Mom, I don't want to die of hunger. It would be so embarrassing." Meng Yinyin suddenly broke down and cried, startling herself, but Lu Chen was even more startled. His machete fell to the ground. In his memory, the only person he had seen cry like this was the brigade leader's 3-year-old grandson, Go Dan. He had never seen anyone cry like this with their head thrown back. And if he wasn't mistaken, Meng Yinyin should be around 18. Yet, despite being 15 years older than Go Dan, she cried just as loudly, if not more pitifully. Watching Meng Yinyin's tears streaming down, her nose and lips red from crying, it seemed like she was about to choke on her own sobs. Only then did Lu Chen begin to realize the urgency of the situation. He furrowed his brows and for the first time in his life, he experienced what it felt like to be at a loss. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only force out 3 words. "Don't cry." His voice sounded strange, as if he hadn't spoken in many years. It was dry, hoarse, and unnatural. It wasn't particularly pleasant to hear, but it wasn't unbearable either. If you listen closely, you could still feel that Lu Chen's tone was deep and rich. The problem was that his pronunciation was awkward. Meng Yinyin's attention was instantly drawn to his voice. She blinked, her eyes filled with tears, and looked at Lu Chen through her misty gaze. Perhaps her gaze was just driven by curiosity, but Lu Chen, as usual, lowered his head. He knew his voice sounded awful, and since he had rarely spoken growing up, every time he did, others would mock him. Over time, Lu Chen became accustomed to silence. First, no one was willing to talk to him. Eventually, it turned into him not wanting to speak. If he hadn't spoken out of urgency just now, he wouldn't have even known what his voice had turned into. Not wanting to be stared at by Meng Yinyin in such a strange way, Lu Chen almost instinctively stood up, as if to escape, and tried to turn away. But as soon as he stood up, The pressure on the hem of his clothes made him freeze. Lu Chen lowered his head instinctively and saw a delicate white hand carefully holding onto the corner of his clothes. The owner of that hand, for some unknown reason, buried her head into her neck. Lu Chen didn't know why she was holding onto his clothes, but since his voice sounded unpleasant, he had no intention of speaking again. He could only press his lips together, move his body, and gesture for Meng Yinyin to let go. But the next moment, her fingers tightened on his clothes, unwilling to let him go. As Lu Chen's brows furrowed tighter, a voice as faint as a mosquito's came from the person who had her head lowered. "Can you help me find something to wipe my nose? My nose is about to drip sob." Degree.ring operator **** ring operator. Degree. Chapter 5. Lu Chen clearly hadn't expected Meng Yinyin to call him for something like this. After hesitating for a moment, he finally broke free from her grasp, rescued the corner of his clothes and turned to leave. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Lu Chen's steps were gradually moving farther away, and Meng Yinin's tears began flowing once again. She had just said Lu Chen was a good person, yet he left her so ruthlessly. How could there be such an unfeeling person in this world? She was so angry. As she cried and fumed, Meng Yinyin had to keep sniffing to prevent her nose from dripping. She felt more embarrassed than ever before. After crying for a while, her conflicted heart shifted focus to her sleeves. She was about to sacrifice the shirt for the sake of wiping her nose when she suddenly noticed a splash of green in her vision. Meng Yinyin instinctively looked up and saw that Lu Chen had returned at some point, standing in front of her, holding his hands out. In his hands were some leaves, about the size of his palms. The leaves were fresh, light green and perfectly shaped. They looked rather cute. Meng Yinyin froze for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. So Lu Chen hadn't abandoned her earlier. He had gone to get leaves for her? Having lived in the Nanjia Brigade for about half a month, she had learned some local habits. For example, the locals weren't willing to spend money on tissues. So sometimes when nature called outdoors, they would use whatever materials were nearby like stones, bamboo strips, or leaves. So Lu Chen must have intended for her to use the leaves to wipe her nose. "Is this for me?" Meng Yinyin asked with a sob in her voice, and saw Lu Chen nod. She had truly misunderstood him earlier. Feeling a wave of guilt, she lowered her head, thanked Lu Chen, and reached for the leaves in his hands. However, as she reached for them without looking up, her fingers brushed against his. Earlier when she watched him working, Meng Yinyin had stared at his hands for a long time, knowing how big and strong they were. But now, feeling the calluses on his palm, she was startled. His hands were as tough as tree bark, hard and a bit uncomfortable. So this was what the hands of someone who worked hard looked like? Looking at her own slender and delicate hands, Meng Yinyin couldn't imagine them ever becoming like Lu Chen's. Just thinking about it made her tremble with discomfort. Forget it. Forget it. She clearly wasn't cut out for hard labor. Meng Yinyin muttered to herself and quickly pushed the thought aside. Then, she focused her attention on the leaves in her hand. It was her first time using leaves to wipe her nose. Although the leaves felt soft to the touch, something about it still felt off. Completely absorbed in how to use the leaves, she didn't notice that Lu Chen had frozen in place. His hand, which she had accidentally brushed, had become stiff. The soft, delicate touch felt lighter than a feather. Lu Chen tightly pressed his lips together to suppress the tingling sensation in his heart. Then he turned around and, without expression, sat back down on the stone he had been on earlier. But this time he chose to face away from Meng Yinyin. Meng Yinyin heard him moving and instinctively turned to look at Lu Chen. Seeing that he was intentionally facing away from her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It turned out that Lu Chen was considerate after all. He knew she was embarrassed about wiping her nose, so he turned away to give her some privacy. Well then, she declared, he was a good man after all. However, just as Meng Yinyin was about to withdraw her gaze, she inadvertently noticed that Lu Chen's ears were bright red, almost as if they were bleeding. She froze for a moment, then looked up, confused. The sun wasn't that strong, so why were his ears so red from the sun? Perplexed, Meng Yinyin decided not to dwell on it. She lowered her head, folded a leaf, and awkwardly blew her nose. After wiping her nose clean, she dug a small hole in the ground with the leaf and buried it. This was her way of showing respect for the leaves' sacrifice. "Rest in peace, little leaves," she whispered, patting the ground. She then tidied up her hair and clothes, satisfied that she had restored her appearance to its usual neat state. Only then did she approach Lu Chen again. Perhaps it was because she had cried in front of him earlier, losing much of her composure, but Meng Yinyin no longer felt the same level of awkwardness around him. Moreover, seeing how Lu Chen had gone out of his way to pick the best leaves for her, he had already earned the label of a good person in her heart. So, was it really so hard to ask for his help? Without hesitation, Meng Yinyin bit her lip, held back her eagerness and gently asked, "Comrade Lu Chen, do you have anything to say about what I just said?" Her voice was naturally sweet, and after crying, it had taken on an even softer, more delicate quality, almost like the sweet rice cake Lu Chen remembered from his childhood. It was a treat his grandmother had secretly given him to console him, and it was the sweetest thing he had ever eaten. He treasured the memory and it stuck with him. But now, for some reason, he found that the sweetness of that rice cake didn't compare to the softness of Meng Yinyin's voice. Yet, inexplicably, the sound of her calling his name filled Lu Chen with an unaccountable irritation. He couldn't understand why he felt this way. After all, he had never had such experiences, never had close contact with anyone like this before. Most people avoided him because of his background, or because of his strange and solitary personality. Whenever they saw him, their expressions would change, and they would turn and run. As a result, Lu Chen had interacted with fewer than 10 people in the entire brigade. Only a handful dared to speak to him. So Lu Chen couldn't fathom why Meng Yinyin, a woman who appeared delicate and fragile, who would faint under the sun and tire easily, would dare to come so close to him. Wasn't she afraid of him? But what troubled Lu Chen the most at this moment was hearing her call his name in that soft, sugary voice. "Comrade Lu Chen? Lu Chen, Lu Chen." Degree.ring operator *** ring operator. Degree. Chapter 6.1. It had been a while since Meng Yinyin asked her question, and Lu Chen still hadn't responded. He looked as if he was facing some difficult dilemma, his brow furrowed and his expression showing clear signs of irritation. Meng Yinyin's heart sank. She was afraid he would soon impatiently blurt out, "It has nothing to do with me," in the next second. That would not do. She was relying on him to help with her work points. So Meng Yinyin lowered her attitude even further, her tone unconsciously becoming a little more coquettish and sweet. She even dropped the formal comrade from his title, hoping to get closer to him. She had sacrificed so much for these work points. "Lu Chen, could you help me?" she asked softly, her voice almost pleading. "You know I'm not good at work. If I keep going like this, the brigade leader will scold me, and maybe even send me away. Although I've only been here in the Nanjia brigade for half a month, I've already fallen in love with this beautiful place. I really don't want to leave, and I think you're a good person. So enjoyable working with you. If I go to another brigade, I might not find such a good teammate." Meng Yinyin had this remarkable ability to lie without batting an eye, and her tone made her sound completely sincere. Fidgeting with her fingers, she blinked her long, fluttering eyelashes, like butterfly wings, concealing any mischief in her eyes. Then she finally voiced her true intentions. "So, could you help me out again like you did this morning? I'll pay you for your work." When Lu Chen heard this, his thoughts finally settled. He forced himself to push aside the distracting thoughts she had stirred in him and raised his head to look at her. His expression complicated. His eyes seemed to ask, "Are you serious?" Meng Yinyin, without shame, used the events of the morning as evidence. "Just like this morning, if you just spare a few minutes to do some work, I'll get enough work points. And since the brigade leader said I should learn from you, we'll be working together in the future. This will make things more convenient, right? After you help me, I'll give you the corresponding work points as payment. I promise I won't cheat you. If you're worried about others finding out, I can stand guard outside. No one will see and no one will know." Meng Yinyin almost swore to it. Despite her thorough planning and endless pleading, Lu Chen only stared at her quietly, not giving a response. Seeing his lack of reaction, Meng Yinyin's face fell, and the last flicker of hope in her eyes seemed to vanish. So, it still wasn't going to work? Was she really going to be sent back to her home village? Or perhaps would she have to marry someone here? Though this suggestion had come from her parents, who didn't want her to suffer too much in the countryside, they believed, given her appearance and temperament, that finding a husband would not be difficult. At least, if she married, she wouldn't be alone and vulnerable in the countryside. She would have someone to rely on and not be bullied. Meng Yinyin was only 18 years old. Influenced by her parents' romantic love story, she deep down believed in the ideal of free love, where both partners are mutually attracted, get to know each other and fall in love. What her parents had said about her finding a good man here to marry wasn't really about marriage. It was more about finding someone to rely on. She wasn't too happy about this idea, though. If she were happy about it, then why had she spent the last half-month struggling every day to earn work points? If she truly just wanted to get married and relax, she would have made a move long ago. But now, seeing that all her previous plans had failed, Meng Yinyin was finally starting to feel desperate. She decided to seriously think about the idea of marriage. As she pondered this, Lu Chen remained silent. Meng Yinyin glanced at him, assuming he had rejected her proposal. Forget it, she thought. If marriage was the only option, so be it. She had given up struggling. However, if she was going to marry, she certainly wanted a handsome, wealthy man who would provide for her, allowing her to live comfortably without having to work. After coming to this conclusion, Meng Yinyin completely gave up on working and, feeling a bit rebellious, sat back down at the spot she had been earlier in the morning, distancing herself from Lu Chen. Now that she had made a decision, it was time to act on it. For the past few days, her mind had been consumed with thoughts of work. Aside from the educated youth group at the Knowledge Youth Station and the brigade leader and scorekeeper, she didn't know a single person in the entire Nanjiao brigade. Well, now she knew Lu Chen. But Lu Chen wasn't really part of her plans right now. Though he was indeed good-looking, she wasn't in the mood to deal with him after he had so coldly rejected her proposal. Even though she knew he wasn't obligated to accept her request, that didn't stop her from being annoyed. As for the others at the Knowledge Youth Station, Meng Yinyin couldn't bring herself to care about them either. The male-educated youths might work harder than her, but they were so exhausted from their daily labor that they could barely earn enough work points for themselves. Taking on another person? That was impossible. And the most important thing was, she didn't find any of them attractive. As for the brigade leader and the scorekeeper, both were already married and were old enough to be her father. She could never consider them. She wasn't morally corrupt. So for now, her most pressing task was to gather information on other unmarried men of appropriate age in the brigade, then carefully evaluate and select the right one. The Nanjiao brigade had a large population, and there were plenty of unmarried young men. Surely, she would be able to find someone suitable, right? Meng Yinyin propped her chin up, letting out a sad sigh, feeling like her life was even worse than the small yellow flowers by the roadside. Wandering aimlessly with no support, she thought, sighing inwardly. As Meng Yinyin turned to leave in her angry mood, she didn't notice that Lu Chen's lips had moved as if he wanted to call out to her. But after a moment's hesitation, he kept quiet and instead bent down to pick up the axe and a small bundle of unprocessed bamboo strips, walking hesitantly toward her. Meng Yinyin caught a glimpse of this from the corner of her eye, but since she was still angry, she ignored him and deliberately hummed, as if to show him that she was still upset with him. However, whether it was because Lu Chen had bad hearing or just wasn't very sharp, he seemed to ignore her actions. He simply stood in front of her, lowered his head, and began to process the bamboo strips as if nothing had happened. At first, Meng Yinyin deliberately shifted her gaze away from him, but her attention was drawn back when she noticed that Lu Chen was still standing in the same spot, diligently working on the bamboo strips. She couldn't help but wonder what he was doing. Why was he working so close to her? Could it be that he wanted to show off how good he was at working? If that was the case, he was really being a jerk. But then again, Lu Chen probably wasn't that petty. So what exactly was he trying to do? Confused and unable to resist her curiosity, Meng Yinyin finally snapped, frowning at him and demanding, "Can you go work somewhere else? You're blocking the wind." As soon as she spoke, a gust of wind blew from behind her, blowing her hair into her face. A second ago, she had complained that Lu Chen was blocking the wind, but now the wind was coming from the opposite direction. Meng Yinyin. Flustered and embarrassed, she pushed her hair away from her face, feeling so awkward she could have exploded. Why was even the heavens bullying her? Fortunately, Lu Chen seemed to not notice anything. When she mentioned blocking the wind, he silently stepped aside by 2 paces, making sure that his actions were still within her line of sight before he stopped and resumed working slowly. After glaring at him for a few seconds, Meng Yinyin finally gave up and with a sense of frustration asked him, "What exactly do you want to do? The whole bamboo forest is so big, why do you have to work right in front of me? Are you trying to annoy me on purpose?" This time Lu Chen didn't stay silent. He suddenly looked up, his brows furrowing in surprise as he looked at her, as if wondering why she would think that way. Seeing that Lu Chen's face showed an expression beyond his usual blank one, Meng Yinyin realized that he hadn't meant it like that. "Well, then what do you want to do?" she asked, already too tired to argue with him. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. He glanced down at the bamboo strips in his hands. He had only processed 2 of them so far. Considering how much time had passed since he had stood in front of her, he should have finished at least 5 bamboo strips by his normal pace. Yet, he had only processed 2. It wasn't that he didn't want to work or that he was feeling unwell, but rather, he had intentionally slowed down, deliberately working at a much slower pace than before, carefully processing each strip, trying to let Meng Yinyin see the entire process. He was not good with words and worried that his unpleasant voice might make Meng Yinyin dislike him, so he didn't explain in advance. However, he never expected that his unintentional actions would be misunderstood by Meng Yinyin as showing off. In the moment she misunderstood him, a strange discomfort surged in his heart. At the same time, for the first time, he felt an unusual urge to explain himself. Perhaps it was because she was the first person to approach him willingly, or perhaps because she had previously praised him as a good person. He didn't want her to misunderstand him. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he lowered his head, and his lips seemed to move of their own accord, slowly uttering 2 words. Teach you. His voice was low, but since they were close, Meng Yinyin clearly heard it. She was taken aback and unconsciously recalled how he had handled the bamboo strips earlier. It seemed his movements were indeed slower than before. Earlier, she had been too angry, and had thought that Lu Chen was intentionally slowing down to show off in front of her. She never imagined that he actually intended to slow down to teach her. In an instant, the anger in Meng Yinin's heart was extinguished by those 2 words. However, did he think too highly of her? Did he really think she could learn just by watching a few times? Meng Yinyin quietly grumbled to herself, but when she thought about Lu Chen's kind gesture, she still politely thanked him. Despite her gratitude, she couldn't help but feel curious. Since he was willing to spend time and effort teaching her, why didn't he just accept her earlier request and do a little extra work for her? That way he could earn some money too. After all, it seemed that the latter would save him more time and effort, considering he was so skilled at this kind of work. With this thought in mind, Meng Yinyin unconsciously asked him the question. Realizing that she was no longer angry, Lu Chen silently breathed a sigh of relief. He hesitated for a moment, then under her curious gaze, he slowly spoke again in his dry voice. That wouldn't be right. Perhaps because he had already spoken to Meng Yinyin twice and she hadn't shown any disgust or dislike for his voice. After speaking, Lu Chen couldn't help but sneak a glance at her expression while she wasn't paying attention. When he confirmed that she didn't mind his unpleasant voice, a strange sense of happiness suddenly rose in his heart. But since he was used to hiding his emotions, he maintained his usual indifferent expression, glancing over at her without any obvious sign of feeling. Meng Yinyin didn't think much of it, still reflecting on Lu Chen's words. What he meant by saying that wouldn't be right was likely that he didn't want to deceive her, which was why he hadn't agreed to her request. Rather than doing that, he preferred to teach her how to learn these skills so she could earn her points herself in a fair and honest way. Meng Yinyin was once again certain that Lu Chen really thought too highly of her. At the same time, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, why was his moral standard even higher than hers? After the muttering, Meng Yinyin decided not to dwell on it. Her mood had already calmed, and since she had made up her mind to find another way out, she wasn't too concerned about this anymore. Thank you, but I don't want to learn anymore. She waved her hand casually, and it was clear she truly wasn't interested in learning these things anymore. However, after thinking for a moment, she realized that if she just gave up like this, the brigade leader would definitely be upset. At least until she found a marriage partner, she couldn't keep making the brigade leader angry. Otherwise, she might get sent away before she even finds a suitable person. Chapter 6.2. So the next moment, Meng Yinyin hesitated slightly, and then nervously looked at Lu Chen, softly negotiating with him. Can you keep it a secret from the brigade leader for a while? Don't tell him I didn't learn from you. I'm not asking you to lie, just... When he asks, you don't have to say anything, just stay quiet like now. After all, he was always so taciturn. The brigade leader probably wouldn't notice anything. I'll apologize to the brigade leader later, after I get married. By then, he probably won't be able to send me away no matter how mad he is. When Lu Chen heard this, he remained silent, looking at her as though disapproving of her behavior. Seeing his reaction, Meng Yinyin gritted her teeth, glanced around to make sure no one else was around, stamped her foot, and then began to act coy. She'd rather be embarrassed than have the brigade leader send her back. The next moment, she tilted her head back and clasped her hands together, her bright eyes full of hope as she looked at him, softly pleading. Lu Chen, please help me, okay? I really have something important to do. When Lu Chen looked down, he happened to see her looking up at him. In that instant, her almost flawless face was unexpectedly imprinted in his vision. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen her features up close, and he truly felt what it was like to see beauty that made him afraid to look for too long. His breath hitched. In the next moment, he hurriedly averted his gaze. His throat moved involuntarily, and his heart began to beat erratically. Lu Chen, please? Her soft voice continued to call his name. After a few seconds of silence, amidst the thunderous beating of his heart, Lu Chen heard himself humming in reply in his unpleasant voice. You agreed. That's great. I knew you were a good person. Meng Yinyin was so happy with Lu Chen's that she almost jumped up with excitement. She was too thrilled to notice anything unusual about him. When she came to her senses, she saw that Lu Chen had returned to the distant stone, facing away from her and getting back to work. Taking advantage of the fact that he had his back to her, Meng Yinyin couldn't help but smile at his figure. After everything that happened today, not only did she think Lu Chen was truly a good person, but she also decided to include him in her circle of friends. Although he was distant and didn't talk much, he was kind-hearted and principled. Definitely a friend worth making. But then, recalling what Yu Xiaoyu had said at lunch, that he had been an orphan since childhood, and seeing that Lu Chen didn't dress well, She guessed his family conditions might not be very good. If only his circumstances were a bit better, not necessarily great, just a small separate courtyard where he wouldn't need to deal with others when the door was shut. Occasionally, they could have rice and meat without her having to work in the fields. That would be enough for her. These were her only current requirements. In that case, he would probably meet all her criteria for an ideal husband, right? But then she realized that this was impossible. After all, Lu Chen had such a tragic life, and maybe he was still living with relatives dependent on them. How could he possibly have his own house, let alone one that was quite decent compared to others in the brigade? Sighing, she dismissed the thought. It was better not to dream and instead think of a way to inquire about the other young men in the brigade. That afternoon, Meng Yinyin didn't do much, and Lu Chen didn't come over again. He worked diligently, as if he had endless energy, never tiring. When the scorekeeper came over to check on Meng Yinyin's progress, she took advantage of the 3 work points she had earned in the morning. She shamelessly claimed that she was too tired to do anything in the afternoon since her hands were sore from the work earlier. The scorekeeper, either used to such scenes or still in a good mood from seeing Meng Yinyin earn 3 work points in the morning, didn't criticize her. Instead, he smiled and offered her some encouragement. Farm work is like that. It's hard at first and your whole body feels sore. But once you get used to it, it's fine. Educated youth Meng. I'm rooting for you. Keep it up tomorrow. Afterward, he glanced at Lu Chen, then wrote down a 0 and a 10 in his ledger before turning and leaving. Although Meng Yinyin didn't do much, she was hungry because she hadn't eaten enough at lunch. Seeing the scorekeeper leave, she stretched, turned to look at Lu Chen, and noticed he was still in the same position, likely planning to continue working for a while. She couldn't help but admire him inwardly. He was truly a model of hard work. She then called out to him, "I'm heading back now," and walked away with a light step. Now she had to ask Yu Xiaoyu which family in the brigade had the best prospects and happened to have unmarried young men. As her cheerful footsteps faded into the bamboo forest, Lu Chen, who had been as silent as a statue, slowly lowered his aching wrist. He raised his hand and couldn't help but touch his chest. Although his heartbeat had returned to normal, the inexplicable flutter in his chest still lingered in his memory. He tried to recall that feeling, but Meng Yinyin's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. Lu Chen almost jumped back as he lowered his hand, his brow furrowing. What was going on with him? Oh! Back at the educated youth point, Meng Yinyin got busy. It was her turn to cook dinner with Yu Xiaoyu. Normally she would have pouted and been unwilling to go into the kitchen. But today, thinking she would be asking Yu Xiaoyu about something that others shouldn't overhear, the kitchen, a small private space, was perfect for their conversation. Once they were alone in the kitchen, Meng Yinyin couldn't resist asking, "Xiaoyu, do you know which family in the brigade is the wealthiest and has the best living conditions?" Since she was going to get married anyway, she might as well marry someone with good conditions, otherwise, she would be at a disadvantage. Yu Xiaoyu, not understanding at first, instinctively asked, "Why?" Meng Yinyin blinked and replied calmly, "Oh, it's nothing. I've been here for so long, but I realize I don't know much about the other people and things in the brigade, so I thought I'd ask you." Oh. Yu Xiaoyu didn't think much of it, and honestly shared what she had learned and observed recently. "I think there are 2 families in Nanjiao Brigade with the best conditions. One is the brigade leader's family, and the other is the Lu family." Meng Yinyin wasn't surprised that the brigade leader's family was well off, as village officials had to be capable and powerful to hold their position. But the Lu family? Was that the Lu family of Lu Chen? Just as she was about to ask, Yu Xiaoyu added, "But this Lu family isn't the same as Lu Chen's family. It's his uncle's family, the Lu Dashan family." Meng Yinyin slowly let out an "oh." For some reason she felt inexplicably disappointed. For a brief moment, she hoped Yu Xiaoyu meant Lu Chen's family. However, she quickly dismissed the feeling and curiously asked, "Are they very rich?" "Why?" "I'm not sure, but I passed by their house last time and saw that it's made of red bricks." At this time, most of the other villagers were still struggling to meet basic needs, living in mud or wooden houses, but Lu Dashan's family had a brick house, and it was made of red bricks. It was no less impressive than a city house. Wow, their family is really rich. Meng Yinyin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. But isn't their family also a farmer? How did they get so rich? Meng Yinyin's confusion was also shared by Yu Xiaoyu. She shook her head and said, "I'm not sure, but I heard their family wasn't wealthy before. It seems that many years ago, they suddenly came into a large sum of money and then built a new house." Suddenly came into a large sum of money? Could they have found a treasure or met a benefactor? Meng Yinyin muttered to herself, furrowing her brows. Seeing her curiosity, Yu Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you so interested in their family's business?" "No, it's not like that," Meng Yinyin quickly retorted. "I'm just curious. I didn't expect to find anyone around here so rich." This explanation seemed reasonable, so Yu Xiaoyu didn't suspect anything further. She said, "Tomorrow their family is marrying off a daughter. Why don't we go there too? We could also take a look at their house while we're at it." When she said this, Yu Xiaoyu felt a little shy, her face flushing red. Although she wasn't as greedy as Meng Yinyin, she had been craving meat for a while. Plus, when she asked the brigade leader earlier about whether educated youths could attend the banquet tomorrow, she was told it was fine. Fine meant they could go, right? That's why she couldn't resist discussing it with Meng Yinyin. As soon as Meng Yinyin heard this, her eyes widened, and without thinking she eagerly agreed. Yes, let's go together tomorrow. Just the thought of eating meat at the banquet made Meng Yinyin excited. She also realized that a wedding banquet would likely attract many guests, and maybe even the entire brigade might attend. In that case, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to gather everyone in one place and see what they looked like. She could then take note of the ones she liked and ask around about them. Attending a wedding banquet meant she could eat meat and at the same time screen potential husbands. Meng Yinyin suddenly thought she was a genius. She felt an overwhelming excitement for the next day. Chapter 7.1. And that night at Lu Dashan's house, in their grand red brick courtyard, the entire family was busy preparing for tomorrow's wedding celebration, making use of the last few hours before it got dark. After working all day, Lu Dashan was actually completely exhausted. He just wanted to lie down on the bed immediately and have his wife bring him water for washing his feet. But thinking about how the entire production team and maybe even people from the town would be coming to his house for the banquet tomorrow, he knew that if he didn't set things up properly, it would be embarrassing. So, despite his fatigue, Lu Dashan gritted his teeth and forced himself to keep working. However, his youngest son, Lu Jinbao, didn't have the same endurance. Seeing that half of the courtyard still needed to be swept, Lu Jinbao impatiently shouted, "What's the point of sweeping this dirt? We're going to set up the table for the banquet tomorrow anyway, so who can see what's under the table? I won't sweep it." With that, he tossed the broom to the ground and turned to head back to his room. "Stop right there. Look at what you've become. You don't study, you don't work, and you're almost 20 years old. What are you going to do in the future?" Lu Dashan, already tired from a day's work, became even angrier when he saw his only son's defiance. He couldn't help but start scolding him again. Lu Jinbao was his youngest son, 19 years old, still in high school. But because of recent policy changes, the college entrance exam had been cancelled, and high school for most people had become a way to pass time, just a formality for a diploma. At least with a high school diploma, it would be easier to find work in the city later on. That was why Lu Dashan had insisted that Lu Jinbao continue through high school. Unfortunately, his son had not appreciated his good intentions and had been causing trouble at school. If it weren't for his son-in-law, a worker in the town, helping to smooth things over, Lu Jinbao might have been expelled by now. Thinking about this made Lu Dashan even angrier. Tomorrow is your eldest sister's wedding, and your brother-in-law has helped you so much. Don't you think you should help out more? Do you even care about your brother-in-law? Upon hearing this, Lu Jinbao snorted dismissively. Why should I care? It's not like I'm the one getting married. You! The words enraged Lu Dashan so much that he picked up a shoe and was about to throw it at his son. Luckily, his wife, Zhang Hohat, rushed over just in time to stop him. Why are you getting so upset with our son? He's still young. Why can't you just talk things through? You don't care, but I do. Zhang Hohat grabbed the shoe from Lu Dashan's hand and threw it to the ground, which made Lu Dashan even angrier. You just keep spoiling him. One day, he'll become so spoiled that he won't do anything. If he turns into a good-for-nothing, who will you cry to? Zhang Hohat wasn't moved. Lu Jinbao was her precious baby boy, and she loved him dearly. Besides, it wasn't like he was the only young man in the family who could help out. What about Lu Chen? With that thought in mind, Zhang Hohat shot Lu Dashan a glare. His hands are for holding a pen, not for sweeping. Why not ask Lu Chen to do the sweeping instead? After saying that, she ignored Lu Dashan's hesitant expression and walked straight towards the small door on the left side of the courtyard wall. The small door that appeared on the flat courtyard wall looked particularly abrupt. More than one person was curious about why Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohat would deliberately open a small door on the courtyard wall, and this small door led to the old house of their Lu family's ancestors. In response to this, Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohat explained that they couldn't bear to part with the old house. Although the house was old and worn, it held sentimental value, and the small door they had opened between the two sides was quite convenient. When others heard their explanation, they thought the couple was being affectionate and thoughtful. However, only Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohat knew the real reason they had installed this small door in the wall. It was to make it easier to order Lu Chen around. If they hadn't opened this little door, Lu Chen would have had to go in and out through the large gate of the yard, which would attract attention from others. After all, if people found out that they were constantly calling their nephew Lu Chen, over to help with various tasks, it would certainly cause some gossip. After opening the small door, Zhang Hohat immediately walked toward the old house next door. The old house also had a small yard, but unlike their own high brick walls, the old yard had old crumbling mud walls. While they were outdated, at least they provided some privacy. Moreover, it was getting darker, and since everyone else had gone home to eat and sleep, no one was watching their neighbors' yards. This gave Zhang Hohat even more confidence as she moved about freely. She quickly walked into the yard and immediately spotted Lu Chen, who was cooking dinner in the corner of a shed. When she saw that he had already made the meal, she couldn't help but feel pleased. It seemed like she would be able to skip cooking for a meal tonight. However, while thinking this, she still expressed regret, saying, "Oh, Lu Chen, you finished cooking so quickly. I was planning to ask you to help me with some things and then have you eat with us." Hearing this, Lu Chen shifted his gaze from the stove and silently looked at Zhang Hohat. His eyes seemed to both wait patiently for her next words and silently observe her subtle performance, which made Zhang Hohat feel quite uncomfortable. "Ah, it's just that your elder sister is getting married tomorrow. We're too busy to manage everything ourselves, so I thought I'd ask you to come over and help. I also thought if you hadn't eaten yet, you could just eat with us after you finish helping. I didn't expect you'd already have your meal ready." Zhang Hohat chuckled, knowing that Lu Chen would not refuse. She immediately made arrangements. "I think your food might still need a little more time, so why don't you go ahead and help out for now? By the time you're done, your food will probably be ready." Lu Chen didn't speak but, after a moment of silence, finally set down the items he was holding and stood up to walk toward Zhang Hohat. Zhang Hohat breathed a sigh of relief, feeling satisfied. She turned to head back, with Lu Chen following closely behind. As soon as Lu Chen entered the yard, Zhang Hohat handed him a broom that was lying on the ground, saying, "Lu Chen, you can start by sweeping the yard. Once you're done, sweep the living room and your younger brother's room. Oh, and while you're at it, fix the window in his room. He keeps complaining that it creaks and it's keeping him up at night." Zhang Hohat quickly gave a long string of instructions and then left without hesitation. Upon hearing the noise, Lu Dashan soon came out of the living room. Seeing Lu Chen standing alone with the broom in the yard, Lu Dashan walked over with an awkward smile, trying to make light of the situation. "Your aunt can be a bit thoughtless sometimes. Even if she's busy, she should not have called you. You've been working outside all day, so you must be tired too." After briefly scolding Zhang Hohat for her lack of consideration, Lu Dashan shifted gears and began to talk about his own struggles. "Ah, your elder sister's wedding came up so suddenly, and I've been busy with work, so I haven't had much time to take care of everything. That's why we need your help. By the way, we plan to take the day off tomorrow. Lu Chen, why don't you also take a day off to help out? Since you work efficiently, one day won't cause much of a delay." Lu Chen didn't respond, his focus remaining on sweeping the ground as if he hadn't heard a word of what Lu Dashan had said. Seeing this, Lu Dashan felt reassured. Perhaps with some free labor to help out, his mood lightened, and he inadvertently began to speak about something he shouldn't have. "Now that your elder sister is getting married, you're already in your 20s, right? It's time to think about your personal life. After your sister's wedding is over, I'll make sure to help you find a good match. I'll get you a good wife, so your parents will rest easy knowing you're well taken care of." At the mention of your parents, Lu Chen finally stopped what he was doing. He raised his head and locked eyes with Lu Dashan, then spoke in a low voice. "When will I get my parents' things?" Lu Dashan's brow twitched, and he cursed himself silently for bringing up such a sensitive topic. Why had he mentioned them? "Haha, don't worry. I would never keep what your parents left for you. But as you know, things have been hectic with the harvest and your sister's wedding, so we haven't had the time to look for those things. But don't worry. Once this is all over, I'll make sure your aunt and I look for them. We'll turn the whole house upside down if we have to, but we'll find what's yours." Lu Dashan spoke with a serious face, making a firm promise to Lu Chen. This kind of scene had played out many times before. Lu Chen stared at him deeply, as if seeing through Lu Dashan's facade, making him feel uneasy. Fortunately, after a moment, Lu Chen turned his attention back to sweeping, and Lu Dashan let out a deep sigh of relief. He quickly found an excuse to go into the living room and left the yard. Chapter 7.2. Inside the house, Zhang Hohat noticed Lu Dashan's anxious expression as he rushed in and immediately asked in confusion, "What's going on? Did something happen?" Lu Dashan quickly pulled her into the inner room, lowering his voice as he recounted what had just happened. "You say, what should we do? That brat Lu Chen is asking about this again." Zhang Hohat's heart sank when she heard this, but she quickly calmed down. She remembered how, in the past, they had always managed to come up with excuses to send Lu Chen away. She was confident they could handle it again this time. And although others might not know, Zhang Hohat, who had watched Lu Chen grow up, understood him very well. Despite his intimidating appearance, he was actually the most easygoing person. Especially with family, he would never say no or get angry with them. So even if, in the future, he realized they were lying to him, he definitely wouldn't do anything about it. With this thought in mind, Jiang Hohot rolled her eyes at Lu Chen and scolded. Look at you. Can't you show some ambition? You're his uncle and his only elder now. Even if he finds out you've tricked him, what can he do about it? Is he going to beat you up and make you return his parents' belongings? Besides, even if they wanted to return anything, they couldn't. After all, the inheritance and pension Lu Chen's parents had left him were mostly spent already. The only things left were this house and the furniture inside. But these things had been quietly used with the old lady's permission while she was still alive, so they couldn't be accused of taking them without asking. If Lu Chen wanted to blame anyone, he could blame the old lady who was already in the grave. As for returning the money or things, they absolutely wouldn't agree to that. And anyway, he only heard the old lady mention once, right before she died, that his parents had left him something. But no one really knows what it was. If he ever makes a fuss about it later, we can always just slip him something, and he'll never know whether it's real or not. Jiang Hohot thought this matter was simple. After hearing this, Lu Chen also felt the situation wasn't so serious. It seemed like he had overreacted earlier. However, when he remembered how strange Lu Chen's gaze had been just now, he couldn't help but shiver. No wonder Lu Chen lost his parents right after birth. It might have something to do with his fate. Once they got through this period, it would be better for them to keep their distance from him. The next morning, Meng Yinyin woke up early. While changing clothes, she hesitated for a moment. On the left was a shirt and pants meant for work, while on the right was a pale yellow dress with a waistline. The upper part of the dress was solid-colored, but the skirt was embroidered with a camellia flower. The red petals with green leaves blooming at the hem gave the dress a touch of charm, making it more vibrant than it appeared at first glance. She was going to a banquet, but it wouldn't start until noon. In the morning, she still needed to report to the bamboo forest. Meng Yinyin hesitated for a long time but then decisively chose the dress. Who cared about work clothes today? She was going to pick out a potential partner. If she went to the bamboo forest in this dress, she would be all dirty and smelly. There was no way. So she decided to ask the brigade leader for a day off, telling him she wasn't going to work today. She had worked for half a month without taking a single day off, so the brigade leader should be fine with it. Once she made up her mind, Meng Yinyin didn't hesitate. She happily changed into the pretty dress and stepped out of the dormitory. As soon as she stepped out of the girls' dormitory, she immediately caught everyone's attention. The male-educated youths and even some of the female ones couldn't help but stare at her. Lin Xiaoxia's face turned red with anger. She knew it. Meng Yinyin was nothing but a fox spirit. Who else would dress up so fancily to go to work? She wasn't going to work, she was just trying to seduce men. Lin Xiaoxia was dying to shake Song Yu's shoulder and make him see Meng Yinyin's true nature. But when she turned around, she saw Song Yu's eyes completely locked on Meng Yinyin, not even blinking. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxia's eyes turned red with anger, and she gritted her teeth, turning to walk away. Yu Xiaoyu quickly snapped out of it and came over to Meng Yinyin, blocking some of the gazes. She asked curiously, "Yinyin, why are you wearing this dress today?" Meng Yinyin smiled and asked, "Do you think this dress looks good on me?" "It does look nice, but it's not really suitable for working, is it?" Yu Xiaoyu said hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Meng Yinyin innocently blinked her eyes. "But I'm not going to work today." Yu Xiaoyu was stunned. Then she heard Meng Yinyin explain her plan. "I've been working too hard lately and haven't had a day off, so today I want to rest. I'm going to ask the brigade leader for a leave." Yu Xiaoyu's expression became strange. She wanted to ask how working for just a couple of hours a day could be so exhausting. But in order to maintain their friendship, she didn't say what was on her mind. Meng Yinyin didn't mind. After a quick breakfast, she happily left. She had to get to the brigade leader before the group gathered. Otherwise, if she asked for leave after the meeting, it would be too embarrassing with so many people around. After all, she was no longer just a useless female educated youth. She was now a beautiful, graceful and elegant young woman waiting for marriage. Meng Yinyin quickly arrived at the brigade leader's house, just as he was about to leave. Seeing her dressed up in a pretty dress at his doorstep, the brigade leader frowned. Before he could ask why she was dressed like this for work, Meng Yinyin spoke first. "Brigade leader, I want to take the day off." "Taking a leave?" The brigade leader's expression became serious and he asked, "Did something happen?" Meng Yinyin frowned and then she began to speak with a straight face, making up a story. "I worked really hard yesterday and now my whole body feels awful. I'm completely drained, so I thought I'd take a day off to rest and recharge for tomorrow." Brigade leader. If he hadn't seen her walking so briskly when she arrived, he might have believed her. However, recalling that Lu Chen had just come to ask for leave earlier, the brigade leader hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse. He waved his hand and said, Alright. Since you worked hard yesterday morning, I'll let you take the day off. Besides, Lu Chen is also unavailable to guide you today, so I haven't decided what to have you do yet. Lu Chen? Did he also ask for leave? Meng Yinyin asked, surprised. The reason Lu Chen took leave wasn't a secret, so the brigade leader didn't hide it. He simply explained that Lu Chen was helping his cousin with wedding preparations, so he had taken the day off. Meng Yinyin immediately understood, and then, seemingly struck by an idea, her eyes twinkled as she smiled and said, "Wedding preparations? That must be a lot of work. Since I don't have anything to do this morning, I'll go and see if I can help." Without another word, Meng Yinyin turned around and hurried off, running toward the Lu family's house where the wedding was being held. The brigade leader, watching her skip away like a light-hearted bird, fell silent. So much for being drained. Meanwhile, Meng Yinyin had completely forgotten about the brigade leader. Her mind was now set on going to the Lu family's house. If she got there early, she might even grab a good spot to watch everything unfold. Although she had never been to the Lu family's house, she quickly found her way. After all, as Yu Xiaoyu had mentioned, the Lu family's house was easy to locate. Being the only one in the village with high brick walls, it was hard to miss. Chapter 8.1. As Meng Yinyin headed toward the Lu family's house, the other members of the brigade had already gathered by the dam, so there were few people on the road to notice her. Even if a few people did glance at her, they were too focused on getting to the meeting to pay her much attention. This allowed Meng Yinyin to observe the Lu family's courtyard without drawing any attention. The courtyard was just as Yu Xiaoyu had described. Spacious, likely around 200 square meters. The high walls were made of red bricks, a rare sight in the countryside. The large dark wood double doors added to the grandeur of the place. Such a family background. How could they afford such a magnificent house? Meng Yinyin couldn't help but be even more curious about the Lu family's rumored, sudden wealth. However, it seemed either the time hadn't come for the wedding procession, or the Lu family hadn't gotten up yet, as the front door was tightly shut. She couldn't see what was going on inside the yard. But hadn't the brigade leader said that Lu Chen had taken leave to help out? Where was he? Had he already gone inside? Just as she was wondering, her eyes caught sight of a familiar figure, Lu Chen. He was in the adjacent dirt courtyard next to the Lu family's impressive red brick yard, working shirtless, moving something. Lu Chen was tall, and the height of the dirt wall only reached his waist, so most of his body was exposed as he worked. The morning sun, though not too strong at 7 a.m., was enough to clearly highlight his muscular arms, broad shoulders and well-defined abs. Meng Yinyin had sharp eyesight and could see beads of sweat slowly rolling down Lu Chen's bronze skin, trailing from his chin down his chest. Realizing what she was staring at, Meng Yinyin's face turned red. She suddenly gasped, quickly covering her eyes with her hands. But after 2 seconds her hand gradually opened a little gap, and she couldn't resist sneaking a peek. It should be fine, no one would notice, right? She was just curious where that bead of sweat would go, not thinking anything else, of course. After all, she was a proper person. Meng Yinyin quickly reassured herself. Just as she peeked through her fingers, she accidentally met Lu Chen's gaze. Meng Yinyin. An awkward silence hung in the air. The moment their eyes met, both of them froze. One was embarrassed from being caught spying while the other. Lu Chen quickly came back to his senses, dropped what he was carrying, and with long strides rushed into the house, slamming the door behind him. The loud bang of the door finally broke the awkward silence, and Meng Yinyin, realizing she had just behaved like a peeping Tom, wanted to cry from the shame. She promised herself that she would never do that again. But her self-reflection didn't last long, because soon after Lu Chen came back out, dressed, and walked up to her. He opened the gate and stood in front of her. He didn't speak, just stood silently in front of Meng Yinyin. When he came out, Meng Yinyin was still looking down, too embarrassed to face him. But after a moment, seeing that Lu Chen had no intention of speaking or leaving, she braced herself and looked up, forcing a stiff smile. "Hi, good morning, Lu Chen." Lu Chen merely nodded in response to her greeting. Meng Yinyin carefully observed his expression, and seeing that it seemed normal, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed like he hadn't dwelled on what had just happened. That was a relief. Meng Yinyin was a carefree person to begin with, and seeing that Lu Chen, the person involved, didn't care, she decisively decided to put the matter behind her and instead looked curiously at the yard behind Lu Chen. She took a few steps toward the side of the courtyard wall, her big eyes filled with curiosity as she peered inside. Noticing that Meng Yinyin's mood had lifted and was no longer as gloomy as before, Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh of relief. As for the earlier matter, Lu Chen raised his hand and wiped the beads of sweat that had appeared on his forehead. In the end, he silently adjusted his clothes. "Is this your home?" Meng Yinyin's voice brought Lu Chen's thoughts back to the present. Looking up, he met her eager, inquisitive gaze and silently nodded in response. Seeing this, Meng Yinin's eyes widened in surprise. Your house is so big. Not only was it bigger than she expected, but it was also far cleaner and better maintained than she had imagined. Before seeing Lu Chen's home, Meng Yinyin had always thought that someone like him, coming from a troubled background and constantly mistreated by others, would live in a rundown house or a drafty shack. She had imagined it to be shabby and miserable. But to her surprise, his home was nothing like that. It was actually quite luxurious. Who would have guessed that his family wasn't poor after all? Meng Yinyin couldn't help but show an expression of envy. She was speaking from the heart, because although Lu Chen's house couldn't compare to his uncle Lu Dashan's grand, imposing house, it was still much better than many of the homes of the other villagers in the Nanjiao Brigade. After all, his house had its own small courtyard and 3 whole rooms. Previously, when Meng Yinyin complained about the dilapidated and cramped educated youth dorms, she had heard from Yu Xiaoyu that many people in the brigade couldn't afford to fix their houses. Whole families had to squeeze into one room where everything eating, drinking, and even bathroom needs had to be done in the same space, which was extremely uncomfortable. The educated youth dorms, although a bit cramped, at least had separate bathrooms and kitchens, which was still an improvement. Lu Chen's home had 3 fairly spacious rooms. Though the walls and roof of the 2 rooms on either side of the central room showed some damage, with a little care, it wouldn't affect the living conditions. Additionally, apart from the 3 rooms, there was a small shed in the corner of the courtyard with a stove built inside. This was likely his kitchen. With such a large yard and so many rooms, even a large family could live here without feeling crowded. Meng Yinyin couldn't help but wish that the educated youth dorms could be this spacious. That way they wouldn't have to squeeze into one room. Because of the small space, she had to cram all her things into a single trunk, and her skirts were getting so squished they almost felt like pickled vegetables. If she had a space this big, she could lay everything out and hang up her clothes properly. The more she thought about it, the more envious she became, and she couldn't help but ask, how many people live here now? But as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized how inappropriate the question was. Lu Chen's parents had both passed away when he was young. Asking how many people lived in his home now felt like a deliberate poke at his pain. The next moment, Meng Yinyin quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. However, before she could finish, she heard Lu Chen's voice softly reply. 1. While Meng Yinyin was still stunned, he added, after my grandmother passed away, I've been living alone. Upon hearing this, Meng Yinyin looked at him in shock. Although it was an ill-timed question, she couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. It was the first time she had heard Lu Chen speak such a long sentence. And somehow she felt that over the past few days, Lu Chen had spoken more often. His tone and emphasis now sounded more normal than when she had first heard him. Although his speech was still slow, it no longer had the awkward and strange quality it once had. Lu Chen probably noticed this too. His expression became slightly uneasy as he turned his face away. But his gaze still inadvertently drifted back toward Meng Yinyin. Had she found his long sentence unpleasant or hard to listen to? But to his surprise, Meng Yinyin didn't show any signs of dislike. In fact, when he turned to look at her, she genuinely remarked, so you can talk to me like this. Before, when you spoke word by word, I thought maybe you didn't like me and didn't want to talk to me. She didn't mind his strange voice at all. This realization brought an unexpected wave of joy to Lu Chen. But as for the misunderstanding that Meng Yinyin had, he could only feel helpless. After a brief pause, he gathered his courage to speak again. I don't dislike you. It's just that my voice sounds strange and unpleasant. That's why he didn't like to talk. Hearing this, Meng Yinin's eyes widened in surprise, and she immediately retorted. Your voice isn't unpleasant at all. The first time I heard you speak, it did sound a bit strange, but it wasn't because your voice was unpleasant. It was just that you spoke slowly. Meng Yinyin looked up at Lu Chen, speaking with unprecedented seriousness. I really don't think your voice is unpleasant. She felt too shy to tell him that she actually thought his voice was quite pleasant, deep, hoarse, and very magnetic. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned by the sincere sparkle in her eyes. After a few seconds, he lowered his head, trying to hide the smile that tugged at his lips. He simply gave a soft "oh." He didn't know why, but he felt so happy just hearing Meng Yinyin say, I don't think your voice is unpleasant. He thought maybe it was because she was the first person not to dislike his voice. That "oh" was very soft, but to Meng Yinin's ears, it felt as though Lu Chen either didn't believe his own words or didn't care about it at all. Meng Yinyin became a little anxious. Why didn't this person believe her? I'm telling the truth, your voice really isn't bad at all. In order to convince Lu Chen that she was sincere, Meng Yinyin didn't mind feeling embarrassed. She blurted out her honest thoughts. Actually, I think your voice is very nice. Fearing that Lu Chen still might not believe her, Meng Yinin's face tensed up as she added, Really? Lu Chen. At that moment Lu Chen couldn't find the words to say. He only felt a rush of warmth spreading within him. Chapter 8.2. Just as he was unsure how to react to Meng Yinyin's words, the sharp and impatient voice of his aunt Zhang Hohot came from the neighboring yard. Lu Chen, where are you? It's been so long moving things. Don't you know we need them here urgently? The voice immediately snapped Lu Chen back to reality, pulling him away from the fleeting dreamlike moment. He glanced at Meng Yinyin, pressed his lips together and quietly explained, I need to work. With that he turned and headed toward the yard. Meng Yinyin furrowed her brows and instinctively looked toward the neighboring yard, where Lu Dashan's family lived. The voice she had just heard was truly unpleasant, especially with that tone. It almost sounded as if she was commanding a servant. Although she hadn't seen the person yet, Meng Yinyin had already decided that this person was probably difficult to get along with. But then she reminded herself that she would be going over there to attend a meal soon, so she just pouted and told herself not to care too much. If it became uncomfortable, she could just avoid the owner of that voice. Pulling herself back to the present, Meng Yinyin saw Lu Chen heading back into the yard, silently getting back to work. He was carrying a large square table, most likely to take it to the next door. Instinctively, Meng Yinyin took a few steps back, planning to give him space. But to her surprise, Lu Chen walked straight toward the wall between the 2 yards, carrying the table. Was he planning to throw the table over the wall? As she watched, stunned, Lu Chen approached the wall, hoisted the table with one hand, and with his other hand slowly pushed open a door in the wall. Meng Yinyin. There was actually a door there? What kind of strange structure was this? This was the first time Meng Yinyin had seen someone open a door in the wall between 2 yards. Curious, she couldn't help but take a couple of steps closer to the wall. From her new position, she could see part of what was happening in the neighboring yard through the small door. She saw Lu Chen carry the table over, and a middle-aged woman immediately directed him. Put that table in the corner, we don't want it to be noticed. Afterward, bring over the chairs from your side. Oh, and make sure to wipe the chairs, don't let them have any dirt on them. As she spoke, Zhang Hohot seemed to realize she might have sounded too dismissive, so she forced a smile and added, what I meant was the dust, don't take it the wrong way, Lu Chen. But her explanation didn't make things better. Even Meng Yinyin, an outsider, could tell that the words were laced with disdain, as if she were referring to Lu Chen's so-called bad luck, or disaster star status. However, Lu Chen, the person involved, showed no real reaction. He merely glanced at Zhang Hohot expressionlessly and turned to leave. Zhang Hohot, feeling guilty, didn't dare say anything further. She mumbled to herself about how the brat dared to glare at her, then hurried off to do other things. When Lu Chen came back through the small door, Meng Yinyin couldn't hold back any longer. She walked into his yard, seeing him preparing to go inside, clearly intending to follow the woman's orders and move the chairs. She couldn't understand why he was being so obedient. Was he foolish? He had clearly been treated unfairly, so why was he still following her orders? Perhaps thinking of Lu Chen's difficult past, and how she had just learned that he was too self-conscious to speak because of his insecurities about his voice, combined with the scene of him being mistreated by that woman, Meng Yinyin felt increasingly sorry for him. Despite his strong outward appearance, he seemed so vulnerable and helpless inside. And how could that woman have the nerve to both treat him with disdain and order him around so boldly? It was shameless. With that thought, Meng Yinyin quickly walked up to Lu Chen and asked, who was that person speaking to you just now? Lu Chen looked confused but still answered honestly, my aunt. Upon hearing this, Meng Yinyin became even angrier. She huffed and said, she's still an elder? How can she behave like that? She then looked up at Lu Chen, only to find him frowning slightly, seemingly not understanding why she was upset. Seeing his puzzled expression only made her angrier. She stomped her foot, pointed out, she was bullying you just now, didn't you notice? Lu Chen froze, his expression turning strange. He knew that his uncle and aunt often asked him to help with their work, treating him like a servant, but some things were just part of his duties. He didn't think much of it. Moreover, he couldn't afford to confront them, as his parents' belongings were still in their hands. That was why he had never fought with them. In fact, his familial connection with them had been severed when his grandmother passed away. After his grandmother passed away, they sent Lu Chen to live in the old house. They justified it by saying he was already 15 and could live independently. However, Lu Chen knew the real reason. They simply didn't want to take care of him anymore. When his grandmother was alive, she kept them in check. But once she passed away, they could no longer hide their resentment. They immediately kicked him out. If it hadn't been for his grandmother's dying words, asking Lu Dashan and his wife to remember to pass on his parents' belongings, it was likely that the two families would have severed ties for good. Over the years, Lu Chen had repeatedly asked Lu Dashan for his parents' things, but the responses he received were either that they didn't know where they were, or that they couldn't find them and didn't have time to search. At first, Lu Chen had patiently waited for them to return his parents' belongings without suspecting anything, but after receiving nothing but excuses and evasions, he began to realize that Lu Dashan and his wife never intended to return them. Although Lu Chen still didn't know what exactly his parents had left him, it didn't mean he would give up on those things. To outsiders, it might seem like his parents died because of him, but his grandmother always told him that his parents loved him deeply and were more excited than anyone else about his arrival. So whatever they had left for him, even if it was just a piece of paper, he had to get it back. He was afraid that if he pushed Lu Dashan and his wife too hard, they might just throw something at him to get rid of him. So he pretended not to notice their true intentions, quietly doing their work while secretly trying to uncover the truth. Since his grandmother's death, Lu Chen had no family left in the world, no one to care for him, and no one to stand up for him, no one to tell him that he was being mistreated. But at this moment, Meng Yinyin's words and actions made him feel that someone actually cared for him. Although he knew that Meng Yinyin was probably just trying to remind him out of kindness, for Lu Chen, this long-lost feeling of being cared for stirred something in his heart. In his ears, Meng Yinyin's angry voice continued. How can you be so oblivious? Sure, she's your elder, but that doesn't give her the right to bully you like that. She obviously looks down on you deep down, yet you didn't notice a thing and just stupidly followed her orders. What a waste of such a tall stature. Meng Yinyin felt a sudden frustration, like iron not turning into steel. Lu Chen remained silent throughout, quietly listening to Meng Yinyin's string of complaints. Not only did he show no impatience, but he also inexplicably found himself enjoying it. He thought he was quite peculiar. Meng Yinyin wasn't praising him, yet he felt happy. When Meng Yinyin noticed that Lu Chen hadn't said a word, her tone unconsciously softened. She suddenly realized she might have overstepped. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just... Never mind, just pretend you didn't hear anything I said earlier. Meng Yinyin hung her head, feeling very annoyed. It seemed that she had indeed been too nosy. Although in her eyes Lu Chen seemed very pitiful, growing up without parents and being disliked by others, she hadn't expected that his aunt would bully him this way. It was truly tragic. But maybe he didn't need others to comment on his situation. Meng Yinyin stopped talking. The sounds of birds and cicadas filled the air, a constant chorus of summer's noisy vibrance, but Lu Chen suddenly felt the silence around him. He found himself strangely anxious, wanting to ask Meng Yinyin why she had stopped talking, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he couldn't find a way to say them. Finally, he awkwardly blurted out, "Do you want to eat something?" Meng Yinyin blinked, completely caught off guard. She had no idea why he suddenly asked her such a question. But maybe it was because she was really hungry. The moment she heard Lu Chen's question, her stomach growled loudly. Meng Yinyin. She lowered her head, embarrassed, covering her rumbling stomach, not noticing the relief on Lu Chen's face. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly said, "Wait for me," before turning and heading into the house. It didn't take long. Within a minute, Lu Chen was back in front of her, holding something in his hand. Was that jerky? Jerky. The moment she saw what he was holding, Meng Yinyin's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Chen stepped closer, his hand open, offering the jerky to her. "Is this for me?" Meng Yinyin was stunned, as if a surprise had fallen from the sky. She couldn't believe it. Lu Chen nodded firmly, extending his hand further towards her. The jerky got closer to her. It was meat, real meat. She hadn't eaten anything like this in nearly half a month. She had almost forgotten what it tasted like. Her mouth watered, and Meng Yinyin hesitated for a moment before reluctantly taking one piece. Although Lu Chen had offered it to her, she knew how precious meat was for people in the countryside. Moreover, Lu Chen lived alone and likely didn't have a lot of money. He was a bit slow, so he might have ended up taking too much by accident. She didn't want to be greedy or take too much, so she only took one piece, even though there was more. However, her eyes couldn't help but express her reluctance towards the dried meat in Lu Chen's hands. Her little eyes blinked and blinked, unable to look away, yet she couldn't take more. It was just too difficult for her. Lu Chen saw that she clearly wanted to take it all but was too shy to do so, so he directly shoved all the remaining dried meat into her hands. Forcing himself to ignore the familiar soft texture, he said, "It's all for you." All for me?" This time Meng Yinyin was truly shocked. She instinctively tried to pull her hand back. "It's too much, I can't take it. Life isn't easy for you either, Before she could finish, Lu Chen interrupted her. "I have more." Then he calmly added, "A lot." Meng Yinyin's lips parted slightly, and she stared at Lu Chen blankly. A lot of meat. Could this be the legendary case of don't judge a book by its cover? Chapter 9.1. While Meng Yinyin was still stunned by the fact that Lu Chen had so much dried meat, the sound of a door opening suddenly came from next door at the Lu Dashan's house, followed by the loud, exaggerated laughter of Zhang Hohot greeting them. "Oh, my dear relatives, why are you here so early? I told you that we can handle it here and you don't need to worry about it, but you are still so polite. Come on, come in. Lu Chen, your in-laws brought fish and meat. Hurry up and come out." Her voice was so loud, it seemed like she was about to announce it to the entire village with a loudspeaker. "Lu Chen, did you tidy up the bench? Once you're done, come help your aunt greet the guests." Zhang Hohat's voice rang out, and Lu Chen had no choice but to go help. He glanced at Meng Yinyin and realized, up until this moment, he didn't understand why she was here. Was she looking for him? Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Meng Yinyin quickly explained in a soft voice. "Actually, I came here today to eat at your uncle's place." Lu Chen nodded in understanding. However, it was only around 7 or 8 in the morning. Wasn't it a little early to come for a meal? Seeing the questioning look in Lu Chen's eyes, Meng Yinyin certainly couldn't admit she had come early to grab a good spot to observe everyone closely once they all arrived. If she said that, it would lead to questions about why she wanted to observe the others, and her desire to find a husband and avoid labor would be too obvious. So Meng Yinyin nervously lied. "I didn't feel like working today, so I took the day off. Since I had nothing to do, I thought I'd come over and see if there was anything I could help with. After all, we're all in the same brigade now, so I might as well lend a hand." Lu Chen didn't doubt her words at all. However, his gaze lingered for a moment on her beautiful, obviously expensive dress, and his expression hesitated. Without thinking much, he immediately stopped her. "Don't go." Meng Yinyin froze, startled by his sudden stern tone. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen had to explain. "It's dirty work." Her dress was so clean and beautiful, and if it got even a little stain on it, she'd surely be upset. After all, just from the way she carefully picked up a leaf to wipe her nose yesterday, he could tell she was a girl who loved beauty and paid attention to detail. Meng Yinyin wasn't foolish enough to actually become free labor, but she did appreciate Lu Chen's concern. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." From her tone, it seemed like she wasn't planning to give up on helping out. Seeing this, Lu Chen stopped trying to persuade her. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy inside. He didn't want Meng Yinyin to go help next door, but he didn't really have a position to stop her. In the end, he looked at her one last time and then decided to go back into the house to find the long bench that Zhang Hohat had asked for, intending to take it next door. But Meng Yinyin called out to him again. "Lu Chen, wait a moment." Lu Chen stopped, turned around and looked at her. She handed him the dried meat she had been holding and with a frown reluctantly reminded him, "Can you help me put the meat away for now? I'll come by to get it when I leave at noon." She had no more space on her body to carry it, and it would be awkward to take it to the meal at the neighbor's house. She was hoping to bring the meat back to the dorm and savor it later. After all, once she had the meat, who knew when she'd have it again? Life wasn't easy, Meng Yinyin sighed. Lu Chen looked at her dress and quickly understood. He took the meat back and put it away before continuing with his work. Since Meng Yinyin had said she would help, she didn't delay any further. When she saw Lu Chen go through the small gate to the next door, she quickly exited his yard and circled around to the front gate of the Lu Chen family. When she reached the front gate, the previously closed door had been opened, and a single-barred bicycle was parked outside with red cloth hanging on it. It should be the relative-in-law that Lu Chen's aunt mentioned who rode here. Standing at the front gate of Lu Chen's house, she peeked inside and couldn't help but marvel at how impressive the inner courtyard was. Just as she had imagined. The neat row of brick houses, each with windows made of glass, seemed to have cost quite a bit, probably a few hundred or even nearly 1,000 yuan to build. It seemed that their family's unexpected windfall had really been substantial. Meng Yinyin couldn't help but sigh, and then she saw a middle-aged woman smiling widely, her teeth showing. Recognizing the sharpness of her loud voice, Meng Yinyin immediately identified her as Lu Chen's aunt. Just as she curiously peered inside, the people in the courtyard noticed her as well. Perhaps Meng Yinyin didn't recognize them, but no one in the entire Nanjiao brigade was unfamiliar with the name Meng Yinyin. After all, it had been decades since a girl as beautiful as Meng Yinyin had appeared in Nanjiao. On top of that, she was an educated youth from the city. Regardless of the reason, everyone in the brigade couldn't help but take a few extra glances at her. But why did this beautiful educated youth, who usually had little interaction with the local villagers, suddenly appear at their doorstep? Compared to Lu Chen's simple curiosity, Zhang Hohat's gaze was much more critical. Although Meng Yinyin had only changed into a different dress and hadn't made any other special effort in her appearance, Zhang Hohat thought Meng Yinyin was deliberately dressing up to stand out. In particular, her dress was far more beautiful than the one her own eldest daughter had bought from the county for her wedding. What was she thinking? Didn't she know that the bride was the center of attention today? How could she have the nerve to dress so lavishly and steal the spotlight? As for the Wang family, it was the first time for both parents to see Meng Yinyin, and they were immediately stunned by her beauty. Recalling that they still had an unmarried son, Mother Wang leaned in and quietly asked Zhang Hohot, excitedly. Which family does this girl come from? Is she married? Zhang Hohot instantly understood that Mother Wang was interested in Meng Yinin's appearance. It made her even more uncomfortable. But since she was dealing with her in-laws on such an important day, she had to suppress her feelings and force a smile. She's an educated youth newly assigned to the brigade. I heard she's not married, but I don't know if she's seeing anyone. With her looks, she probably doesn't lack suitors. Zhang Hohot said this deliberately, trying to imply that a woman with such striking looks was bound to attract attention and wouldn't be content in one place. She might even stir up trouble with her beauty. If they were looking for a daughter-in-law, they should look for someone steady and well-suited for the family. Even if that meant they weren't as attractive, at least they would be trustworthy. Someone like their own eldest daughter was the perfect choice for a daughter-in-law. Mother Wang wasn't foolish. She could hear the hidden meaning in Zhang Hohot's words. However, she wasn't naive enough to believe everything Zhang Hohot said. She wouldn't just take her word for it. The main reason she was so intrigued was that Meng Yinyin was incredibly beautiful. In all her years, she had never seen such a stunning girl. Just seeing her standing there outside, looking so graceful and saying nothing, made everyone feel affectionate toward her. If she were to become their daughter-in-law, their future grandchildren would surely be just as good-looking. And the best part was that such a beautiful daughter-in-law would bring pride and honor when they went out. The Wang family had some standing in the town. All four of them worked steady jobs and had a good income. Their family was well off. Such a family didn't need to strictly follow rules about marrying only girls from a similar background or from the city. What mattered was that the younger generation got along well with each other. Otherwise, the marriage between their son and Lu's daughter wouldn't have happened. So they weren't concerned that Meng Yinyin didn't have her own home in the brigade. After all, they had already accepted Lu's daughter, and Meng Yinin's external circumstances were much better than hers, so they didn't mind at all. Mother Wang quickly made up her mind to find a chance to learn more about this educated youth Meng. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, as the host, couldn't help but walk toward Meng Yinyin with a puzzled expression and ask, "Educated youth Meng, what brings you here?" Without any hesitation, Meng Yinyin smiled and cheerfully greeted him. "Uncle Lu, I heard your family has a happy event today, so I came to share in the joy. Congratulations to your family." Since she had come to congratulate them, there was no reason to send her away. Though Lu Chen was still a little confused, since he had never noticed Meng Yinyin to be so friendly, he smiled back and said, Thank you, educated youth Meng. Won't you come inside and sit for a while?" Lu Chen had only asked out of politeness, thinking that, given Meng Yinin's usual avoidance of the villagers, she would likely decline. But to his surprise, the moment he finished speaking, he saw her eyes light up, and she replied in a bright tone, "Sure." So Meng Yinyin accepted the invitation, walked in confidently, and became the first guest to enter the Lu family home. Lu Chen. Zhang Hohot, on the other hand, was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. This girl Meng Yinyin was actually coming in as a guest? But wait, if she stood here, everyone passing by would surely see her. With her standing there, who would even look at the bride? All eyes would be on her. Was she trying to cause trouble on purpose? Realizing this, Zhang Hohot was nearly furious, wanting to kick her out immediately. But seeing that the Wang family was present, she dared not say anything. Instead, Mother Wang, noticing how poised and unflustered Meng Yinyin was, became even more impressed with her. Just by this alone, Meng Yinyin was already better than Lu's daughter. When that girl first met them, she almost had her head down to her chest and spoke so quietly that Mother Wang had to strain to hear her. It was as if she were hiding in a corner. She had such a small-town demeanor. Comparing the two, Mother Wang felt even more enthusiastic. She couldn't help herself and directly greeted Meng Yinyin. "You must be the educated youth Meng. Welcome to my son's wedding. My son and Xiujuan are getting married today, so we're now practically family, haha." Meng Yinyin was still momentarily stunned before realizing who Xiujuan was. It must have been the bride who got married today, Lu Chen daughter. However, Lu Chen's in-law was truly enthusiastic, taking such good care of a guest like her. Chapter 9.2. Meng Yinyin muttered to herself, unsure of what to say in response to the enthusiastic Mother Wang. So she simply smiled and said, "Hello, congratulations." When in doubt, it's always safe to say congratulations. After all, expressing good wishes at an event like this would never be wrong. "Haha, thank you. You educated youth Meng have such a sweet tongue." Mother Wang was truly pleased with Meng Yinyin. Just looking at her made her mood lighter. Meng Yinyin was inexplicably praised for her sweet words. She didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said and even thought that Mother Wang had quite good taste. But just then Zhang Hohot's voice suddenly came, deliberately sounding awkward. "Educated youth Meng. It's not that I want to rush you off, but we still have a lot to tidy up. We probably won't have time to entertain you, so why don't you go back and rest for a while? You can come back later for lunch. That way you won't have to wait around here, haha. Jiang Hohat really couldn't stand it anymore, especially when she heard Meng Yinyin say she came to visit as a guest, but had arrived empty-handed. She almost wanted to point at her nose and scold her for being so thick-skinned. Although times were hard for everyone and people didn't expect guests to bring gifts out of courtesy, anyone who had any decency wouldn't show up empty-handed. Things like homegrown vegetables or homemade pickles, though not valuable, still represented goodwill. But Meng Yinyin had shown up with nothing. Hadn't her parents taught her that you shouldn't visit someone's home empty-handed? So Jiang Hohat felt that Meng Yinyin had come early on purpose to avoid the attention of others, not wanting anyone to see that she came to visit without bringing anything. Such deep intentions. Without thinking, she decided to send Meng Yinyin away first. She couldn't let her just sit there and enjoy the meal for free. If she wanted a free meal, she could come with the others at lunchtime when everyone would bring something, and then she could see how embarrassed she would be standing there empty-handed. Of course, Meng Yinin's parents had taught her not to show up empty-handed when visiting someone's home. But given her current circumstances, she couldn't afford to bring anything valuable. The only thing she could offer aside from money was clothes. She had also inquired and learned that it was inappropriate to give money when attending someone's banquet, as it could lead to rumors that the host was making money off the event. She couldn't just give them her used clothes either. Not only would others think she was crazy, but she also couldn't bear to part with them. After considering everything, she didn't want people to think she was freeloading, but she didn't want to give clothes away either. So she decided to come early and help out. Helping was a form of contribution, making it perfectly reasonable for her to stay and eat. So when Jiang Hohat said that, Meng Yinyin put on a "you're too kind, uncle and aunt" expression, waved her hand and reassured them, "It's fine, aunt. I can take care of myself. You can just focus on your work." Jiang Hohat almost spat blood when she heard that. Who was really worried about whether she could take care of herself? She was trying to send her away. Couldn't Meng Yinyin tell? Seeing that Jiang Hohat's expression was about to crack, Lu Chen, afraid she might say something to spoil their good impression in front of the in-laws, shot her a glare. He quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Haha, well, since educated youth Meng doesn't mind, that's great. How about you wander around the yard while we finish up?" He really couldn't be bothered with Meng Yinyin. If she wanted to stand there, let her stand. They still had plenty of work to do. But just as he was about to turn back to his chores, he suddenly heard Meng Yinyin speak up. "I'll help out." Lu Chen froze in surprise, not expecting her to offer to help. Could it be that he and Jiang Hohat had misunderstood her? She wasn't here to freeload after all? Then in the next second, Meng Yinyin looked around the yard, thoughtfully evaluating it. She then said seriously, "Uncle Lu, I think your table arrangement isn't very efficient. You could save space by rearranging it. This way, not only will it be more focused, but it will also look better." Meng Yinyin made a few gestures in the air, but seeing that Lu Chen and the others looked confused, she decided to step forward and rearrange the table herself. However, as soon as she tried to move one of the tables, she awkwardly realized she couldn't move it. But in the next second, the table suddenly lifted. Meng Yinyin looked up in surprise to see Lu Chen standing in front of her, head lowered, both hands firmly lifting the table. She marveled again at how strong Lu Chen was, but quickly realized he was helping her. She immediately said, "Place it here, tilt it a little." After Lu Chen placed the table as she instructed, he moved to the next one, and Meng Yinyin continued directing him on where to place the second table. Finally, after the two worked together seamlessly and finished setting up the tables, Meng Yinyin smiled in satisfaction. "See, doesn't this look much better? When the newlyweds walk out from the center, everyone will be able to see them clearly, and the guests at the back won't have their view blocked." Only then did Lu Chen and the others come to their senses and hurriedly looked at the current table arrangement. They were genuinely surprised because when they rearranged the tables according to Meng Yinin's suggestions, it really did look better. A clear path was now in the middle, with the tables on both sides forming semicircles. From a distance it looked like a perfect circle, which symbolized reunion, and perfectly matched the meaning of the wedding. It was hard to tell, but this girl wasn't just putting on a show. She had some skills. Because everyone had focused their attention on arranging the table settings, they didn't notice the unique, unspoken understanding between Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen. Perhaps even if they had noticed, they would have thought it was merely a coincidence. After all, no matter how you looked at it, there was no way Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin could have any close relationship. "How is it, Uncle Lu? Doesn't this arrangement look much better?" Meng Yinin's voice sounded again. Lu Chen snapped back to reality and couldn't lie to himself, so he said, "Educated youth Meng really is a cultured person. You've got taste, haha." Meng Yinyin thought to herself that it had nothing to do with being cultured. She simply had good taste. But of course she wouldn't say that out loud. She just smiled and said, "Then I'll take a look at other areas for you. I'll make sure the wedding venue looks beautiful and meaningful." With a sweep of her hand, she took over the task of designing the wedding setup. Lu Chen. What else could Lu Chen say? She was so eager to help, and she was doing a great job. He couldn't possibly stop her from doing it, could he? In the end, he could only reluctantly take Zhang Hohot to the house to deal with other matters. The Wang couple had only come over to deliver some meat to the Lu family, so that they wouldn't run out of food when the big meal was served at noon. They also had to hurry back to town to prepare for the upcoming wedding procession. As a result, Mother Wang reluctantly stole a few glances at Meng Yinyin before leaving with Father Wang on their bicycle. However, before they left, she couldn't resist telling Meng Yinyin, "Educated youth Meng, we'll see each other at noon. After we're done with the preparations, don't leave right away. I have something to talk to you about, okay?" Meng Yinyin didn't understand. They just met, so why would she need to talk to her about something, especially in such a mysterious way? Still, she nodded and agreed. Seeing this, Mother Wang left in peace. After they left, Meng Yinyin stopped her grand tour of the yard, glanced at Lu Chen, raised an eyebrow, and silently conveyed with her eyes, "See, I'm good, right?" Without much effort, she had handled Lu Chen and Zhang Hohot. She could talk her way through anything, thanks to her silver tongue. Her playful look made Lu Chen's lips twitch, pulling them into what could be described as a faint smile. Lowering his head, Lu Chen habitually hid his expression, but in his mind, he couldn't help but think, "She's really smart and capable." After successfully staying on by using the wedding design excuse, Meng Yinyin, of course, didn't intend to actually do any more work. So, for the rest of the time, she pretended to be serious while inspecting the arrangements, but in reality, she was just taking it easy. Meanwhile, Lu Chen continued to help Lu Chen and the others while keeping her company. The morning passed quickly. Around 10:30, several young girls entered the yard. They had been laughing and chatting one moment, but as soon as they saw Lu Chen, they immediately fell silent. They lowered their heads and hurried through the yard, heading toward the bride's room. Meng Yinyin, standing in the corner, didn't notice them, as they were all looking down. However, she noticed their sudden change in demeanor, and realized it was all because of Lu Chen's presence. At that moment, Meng Yinyin felt a bit uncomfortable. It was a strange, heavy feeling, and it even made her a little sad. Though she had known that Lu Chen was disliked and even hated by many in the brigade, knowing it was one thing but seeing it firsthand was another. Instinctively, she turned around, wanting to comfort Lu Chen and tell him it was the others who were in the wrong, not to be upset. But when she looked at him, she saw that his expression hadn't changed at all. It was as if he hadn't noticed the girl's attitude. When she turned to look at him, Lu Chen appeared confused, as if he was silently asking her what was wrong. He seemed a little dazed. For some reason, seeing that Lu Chen wasn't bothered by the girl's behavior, Meng Yinyin couldn't help but smile. It seemed that sometimes being a little oblivious could be a good thing, because it meant he wouldn't be hurt by their malice. After the girls came in, other guests began to arrive at the Lu family's house. Meng Yinyin saw that the time was right, so she quickly rushed to her chosen spot and sat down. She stared intently at every guest who came in. The success or failure of the event depended on this moment, and she couldn't afford to miss the opportunity. Lu Chen, noticing that she was watching the door without blinking, instinctively glanced over himself, only to see nothing unusual at the entrance. So, was she watching the guests arriving? But she didn't know any of them. What was there to look at? Lu Chen furrowed his brows, feeling an odd sense of unease. What exactly was Meng Yinyin watching? Chapter 10.1. Although he was curious, Lu Chen didn't ask her about it, especially since more and more guests were arriving. With his not-so-favorable reputation in the eyes of others, he chose to quietly retreat to the old, quiet house next door. A wall separated the noisy wedding scene from the calm, still atmosphere of the old house. Meanwhile, all of Meng Yinyin's attention was fixed on the guests arriving at the door. She didn't have the energy to worry about Lu Chen anymore. Occasionally, her eyes swept over the surroundings, but when she realized that she didn't see the familiar figure of Lu Chen, she assumed he was busy elsewhere and didn't think much about it. However, as she watched more and more people enter Lu Chen house, filling the courtyard, her expression shifted from nervous anticipation to disappointment. Exactly, it was disappointment. After looking at the guests who had arrived, she found that there wasn't a single one who caught her eye. There were plenty of young people, as after all, Lu Chen had asked the brigade leader to announce this event during the meeting yesterday. Moreover, since a wedding was a joyful occasion, everyone was eager to come and share in the happiness, enjoying a good meal with delicious dishes. So nearly the whole brigade, even some from the neighboring production team, showed up. Unfortunately, as she scanned the crowd, not a single person appealed to her. Either they were too short, or their figures weren't good enough, or they didn't fit her preferred type. Although her goal was to find someone to settle down with, She was truly looking for someone to live with under one roof. If she didn't find someone she was at least somewhat interested in, life would be terribly painful later on. But after half the day had passed, she hadn't found anyone she wanted to learn more about. When Yu Xiaoyu found Meng Yinyin in the bustling courtyard, she saw her frowning, leaning her chin on her hand, looking quite dejected. Her mood was clearly not good. Yu Xiaoyu sat down and concerned asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen? Wasn't she so excited this morning to come for the banquet? Why does she look so disappointed before even getting to the meal? Could it be that the food at the Lu family's banquet was really bad? No meat." Yu Xiaoyu's face became serious at the thought. This would be a big issue. But Meng Yinyin didn't realize what Yu Xiaoyu was thinking. She merely glanced at her absent-mindedly before sighing, "I just feel there aren't many good-looking men here." However, as the words reached her lips, she stopped herself and instead asked, "Forget it, Xiaoyu, I'll ask you something. Since you've been at Nanjiao Brigade for so long, have you noticed any good-looking people around here?" Good-looking people? Yu Xiaoyu was a bit taken aback by the sudden question, staring at Meng Yinyin in confusion. After a moment she answered, "You." Although it was undeniably true, Meng Yinyin's mood lightened a little from Yu Xiaoyu's response. She then pressed, "Apart from me, anyone else, man or woman, doesn't matter." "Ah." Seeing that Meng Yinyin seemed eager for an answer, Yu Xiaoyu, though puzzled by the odd question, thought for a moment and then listed a few good-looking people she had seen in the brigade. Unfortunately, none of the names she mentioned were familiar to Meng Yinyin, and they all turned out to be women. Meng Yinyin grew impatient. What she was really hoping for were names of handsome men. Just as she was about to speak up and give a hint, Yu Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, I think I saw a really beautiful woman before. Though she's married, she's quite stunning. She has 2 children but still looks young and pretty. Unfortunately, I heard her husband is in the military and is rarely home, so she's raising the kids on her own. Life is tough for her." Unfortunately, Meng Yinyin couldn't care less about this. Seeing that Yu Xiaoyu still didn't get it, she asked bluntly, "What about men? Are there any handsome men?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Yu Xiaoyu froze, looking at Meng Yinyin in shock. Meng Yinyin, now embarrassed by her stare, avoided her gaze and coughed lightly. "Ahem, I'm just asking." Yu Xiaoyu quickly regained her composure, a knowing look on her face. She smiled and whispered, "Don't be shy, we're at that age. Wanting a partner is completely normal. When I was in school, I even had a crush on a male classmate." Yu Xiaoyu naively thought that Meng Yinyin had grown old. Her girlish heart had awakened, and she wanted to fall in love. Meng Yinyin. She gave Yu Xiaoyu a complicated glance, wondering if she would be heartbroken if she found out that Meng Yinyin was only trying to avoid labor by finding a partner. But as for good-looking men, it seems there really aren't many here. You know how it is in the countryside. Life is tough for everyone. The men work in the fields all day, getting sunburned and tanned. It's hard to find a fair-skinned, handsome man here. Yu Xiaoyu frowned. In the entire Nanjiao Brigade, the only one I think looks good is Songyu. The others are all too dark. Yu Xiaoyu preferred a more delicate, scholarly type of handsome, so she thought fair-skinned men were more attractive. However, Meng Yinyin's taste was completely different. "I think darker-skinned men are also quite handsome." She couldn't help but describe her personal idea of what handsome meant. "I want someone who is tall, has long legs, is very strong, has muscles, and can hold me up with one hand. The skin doesn't have to be too white. A little dark is fine. As for the face, of course it has to be handsome, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a high nose bridge." As Meng Yinyin continued describing, Yu Xiaoyu's expression suddenly became a little odd. Because of Meng Yinyin's description, Yu Xiaoyu instantly thought of someone, even feeling like the description matched that person's appearance and build. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiaoyu couldn't help but quietly speak up. "Yinyin, I feel like the person you're describing sounds a lot like someone I know." Meng Yinyin's eyes lit up. Who? Could it be that Yu Xiaoyu finally thought of someone who matched her taste? After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaoyu firmly said 2 words. "Lu Chen." Meng Yinyin's expression froze. "Look, what you're saying here, the first few requirements are easy to address. If we carefully look around, there are indeed quite a few young men in the brigade who meet your criteria, tall, strong, with muscular arms and so on. But when it comes to the last one, someone with good looks, well, I think the only one who fits that description is Lu Chen." As she got to the end, Yu Xiaoyu's voice became softer. After all, in her impression, Lu Chen was still associated with words like grim, scary, and hard to get along with. She wouldn't even dare to make eye contact with such a man. If she hadn't taken a risk and glanced at him the first time without knowing his background, she probably wouldn't even know what he looked like now. But his personality, you can tell right away that he's not easy to approach. So, I think we should forget about him. Yu Xiaoyu really didn't want to see her good friend walking into a trap. However, after hearing Yu Xiaoyu's words, Meng Yinyin suddenly became serious and lost in thought. Right there was Lu Chen. Lu Chen was handsome, and his appearance completely matched Meng Yinyin's preferences. Although they had only interacted for 2 days, Meng Yinyin had already noticed that, despite his cold and intimidating exterior, Lu Chen was actually a kind-hearted person. She had never considered Lu Chen before, mostly because she knew about his tragic background and automatically assumed he came from a poor family. A family too poor was indeed out of Meng Yinyin's consideration, as she had always been looking for a partner from a family with some financial stability, someone who could provide for her and not make her suffer. But after seeing the surprisingly spacious yard at Lu Chen's house this morning, and the dried meat he had given her, Meng Yinyin began to realize that his family's situation might not be as bad as she had initially thought. In fact, judging by his generosity in giving her the dried meat, it seemed that his family was much better off than she had imagined. With a solid family background, land and a house, not to mention his good looks and decent temper, Lu Chen seemed to have no flaws, aside from being a bit cold. After thinking about Lu Chen's various qualities, Meng Yinyin's eyes suddenly brightened. The next moment, she turned to Yu Xiaoyu and excitedly said, "Xiaoyu, thank you." "Yu Xiaoyu? Thank her for what?" Yu Xiaoyu was confused for a moment before realizing. She assumed Meng Yinyin was thanking her for advising her not to consider Lu Chen. It seemed that Meng Yinyin had listened to her and had come to her senses. "You're welcome. After all, we're friends," Yu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Since they were friends, she couldn't just watch her go down the wrong path. Both of them smiled. Meng Yinyin truly appreciated Yu Xiaoyu's help. Without her pointing out Lu Chen, she might have unconsciously overlooked him. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoyu had reminded her. Now that Lu Chen was officially a candidate in her mind, Meng Yinyin's mood improved. Just then, they heard that the groom's party had arrived. After resolving her thoughts, she put them aside and followed Yu Xiaoyu to watch the wedding. It must be said that this wedding really made Lu Dashan's family proud. The groom's family was a worker's family from the town. The groom's party had gathered 6 bicycles. The groom rode at the front, with a seat specially left for the bride. Behind him, the other 5 bicycles each carried a gift wrapped in red cloth. While the contents were unknown, just the sight of the well-decorated bikes made it clear that they were giving gifts with pride. The bride, greeted by cheers, walked out from her room. She wore her hair in 2 long braids, and a red flower on her head symbolized happiness. Her shy, demure appearance added a unique charm. Meng Yinyin looked on, smiling along with the crowd to offer her blessings, but as she smiled, she also felt a twinge of sadness and regret. If her family hadn't fallen on hard times, her wedding might have been even more grand and lively. Her parents would have surely reserved the biggest banquet hall in the city, with plenty of tables to host their guests. But now, she had come to the Nanjiao Brigade, and in the entire brigade, Lu Dashan's family was the richest. But she couldn't marry into their family. So, if she were to marry someone from the Nanjiao Brigade, the scale of her wedding would likely not even compare to this one. This was supposed to be the one and only wedding of her life. Who wouldn't want it to be magnificent? Meng Yinyin bit her lower lip in frustration. But with her current situation, whether she could even survive was uncertain. How could she dare to expect a grand wedding now? This was so hard. Once the bride was taken by the groom, the couple thanked their families and exchanged a few simple formalities before getting on the bicycles and heading to the town. Meng Yinyin then learned that the groom's family had also organized a banquet in the town. Since both sides had different relatives and friends, and it was a workday, it wasn't convenient for everyone to run back and forth, so they decided to hold separate receptions. During the wedding procession, the groom had already completed all the formalities, and now he was taking the bride back to town. They would likely return in a few days for the bride's return visit. Seeing the groom's wedding procession slowly leaving, everyone turned their gaze away. Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohat have earned a lot of face today, and their mouths are almost grinning to the back of their heads. After his daughter and new son-in-law left, Lu Dashan laughed out loud and asked everyone to start eating. After watching the excitement, everyone stopped wasting time and immediately sat down at the table and started eating. It was the first time for Meng Yinyin and Yu Xiaoyu to dine at a local member's house. At their table, aside from the 2 educated youths, everyone else were local members. The 2 girls felt a little awkward, wondering whether they should greet the others at the table. No one expected that this thought would suddenly disappear in the next second. Before they had a chance to speak, the others picked up their chopsticks, and within a flash, the dish of meat was gone without a trace, leaving only 2 pieces of ginger behind. Meng Yinyin. Yu Xiaoyu. That was the only meat dish on the table. It only took a few bites for it to disappear. They hadn't even gotten a piece of meat yet. Chapter 10.2. The 2 of them stared wide-eyed in disbelief, but no matter how hard they stared, the empty plate cruelly reminded them that the meat had been taken. A nearby ant, noticing Meng Yinyin and Yu Xiaoyu standing awkwardly from a distance, with faces full of helplessness, laughed and shared her wisdom. "Ah, this is how we eat at a feast here. You have to be quick with your hands and eyes, or else you won't get anything." After all, it was May or June, not quite time for slaughtering the pigs for the year, and the preserved meats from the beginning of the year were almost gone. This was the time when everyone craved meat. So, people were naturally a little too fast when it came to grabbing food. Meng Yinyin and Yu Xiaoyu just wanted to cry. The problem was they also craved the meat, and they had come all the way to the feast shamelessly hoping to enjoy it. But who would have thought that they wouldn't even get a single slice of meat? They exchanged a look, and despite their disappointment, they could only accept the reality. In the end, they sadly ate the vegetarian dishes on the table, and their movements unconsciously sped up. After all, seeing the others eat so quickly, if they didn't hurry, they'd probably end up without any vegetables either. All in all, this meal was one where the two of them ate without tasting the food, feeling none of the joy they had before coming. When the feast ended, just as Meng Yinyin and Yu Xiaoyu were about to leave, Zhang Hohat walked over with an unwilling expression and called out to Meng Yinyin. "Educated youth Meng, my in-law asked me to tell you that she was too busy today to talk to you. She said next time if you're free, you can come to town to visit her. She works at the textile factory in town. Her name is Zhao Shufan. Just go find her." Meng Yinyin looked up in confusion, then remembered that in the morning, the groom's mother, Mother Wang, had mentioned something to her, saying she would talk to her after lunch. However, back then, although Meng Yinyin had agreed, she didn't think much of it. Before the meal, she had seen Mother Wang and the others leaving with the wedding procession to head back to town, and she had secretly felt relieved. After all, she had only met Mother Wang once and had no idea what she wanted to talk to her about. Who knew? Even though they had left, Mother Wang had specially sent Zhang Hohat to pass on the message. Meng Yinyin thought to herself that they were not related at all, so why should he look for her? Besides, the town was so far away, she was too lazy to go. But she simply said, "Oh, okay," to acknowledge it. Seeing that she didn't take the matter seriously, Zhang Hohat felt that Meng Yinyin was really ungrateful. The Wang family was willing to associate with her because they thought highly of her. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This girl was really short-sighted. She didn't know how to seize such a good opportunity. It seemed that she was really stupid. But regardless of how Meng Yinyin felt, Zhang Hohat had delivered the message, and if Meng Yinyin didn't go, she'd be happy about it. Zhang Hohat quickly turned and left, while Yu Xiaoyu, curious, asked Meng Yinyin what Zhang Hohat had meant. Meng Yinyin, equally confused, explained the conversation with Mother Wang from earlier. Like Meng Yinyin, Yu Xiaoyu had no idea that the Wang family still had an unmarried second son. After thinking for a while, she could only guess that Mother Wang, noticing how good-looking Meng Yinyin was, might want to get closer to her. By this time, most of the other guests had already left, and Meng Yinyin and Yu Xiaoyu decided to head back to the educated youth point. However, just as they were about to leave Lu Dashan's yard, Meng Yinyin suddenly stopped and, with a mysterious expression, told Yu Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, wait for me under the big tree ahead. I'm going to grab something." Yu Xiaoyu responded with an "oh," not thinking much of it. She assumed Meng Yinyin had forgotten something at Lu Dashan's house. She was about to offer to go back with her, but before she could speak, Meng Yinyin had already darted into the neighboring yard. Yu Xiaoyu. Wait, where was she going? Meng Yinin's destination was, of course, Lu Chen's house. She hadn't forgotten that she had left some dried meat there. Earlier during the meal, she had intended to tell Lu Chen, but after looking around, she couldn't find him. She wasn't sure if she had missed him in the crowd or if he had finished eating and gone back early. Now, since she happened to be passing by, she decided to go directly to pick it up. Perhaps because the local customs in Nanjiao Brigade were simple, people didn't usually close their doors during the day. So Meng Yinyin had no trouble pushing open the gate and entering Lu Chen's yard. As soon as she entered, she saw Lu Chen sitting on a small bench in the main room, holding a bowl and eating. Meng Yinyin was stunned, thinking that Lu Chen had just returned from the neighboring yard after not having enough to eat. But then she noticed the faint white smoke rising from the stove in the corner of the yard, indicating that someone had just cooked. The meal at the neighboring house had ended only recently. No matter how fast Lu Chen was, it was impossible for him to have cooked a full meal in such a short amount of time. So, he hadn't been at the neighboring house for the meal at all? Or perhaps he had started cooking before the meal began. Suddenly, it dawned on Meng Yinyin, and she quickly realized the truth. She remembered how Zhang Hohat had looked at Lu Chen with disdain earlier. She now understood. Lu Chen had deliberately avoided staying in the neighboring house during the wedding, not wanting to disrupt the ceremony or make anyone uncomfortable. After helping set up everything at the neighboring house, he had quietly left and gone to eat alone at his own home. Just thinking about it made Meng Yinyin angry. On one hand, she was furious with Zhang Hohat and Lu Dashan. They only told Lu Chen to work but didn't even realize he hadn't stayed to eat. On the other hand, she was upset with Lu Chen for being so considerate, thinking of others and deliberately avoiding them. How could this person be so troublesome? Meng Yinyin couldn't help but glare at Lu Chen. Lu Chen noticed her gaze and looked up. When he saw her, he paused for a moment before quickly reacting. He put down his bowl and quickly said to her, "Wait a moment." Then he turned and went into the inner room. He knew Meng Yinyin was there to get the jerky. Outside the yard, Yu Xiaoyu, initially curious about which house Meng Yinyin had entered, casually glanced toward the courtyard. When she saw a familiar figure, she was shocked. Lu Chen. Realizing Meng Yinyin had come to find Lu Chen, Yu Xiaoyu froze, calling out anxiously, "Yinyin." Her tone was so urgent, as if Meng Yinyin had walked into a trap. Meng Yinyin turned around about to explain, but when she saw Lu Chen had come out, she simply waved at Yu Xiaoyu, then looked back at Lu Chen. As she turned back, Lu Chen noticed Yu Xiaoyu outside the yard. He recognized her as one of the educated youth from the brigade and saw the tense, worried expression on her face. Lowering his eyes, Lu Chen silently handed the jerky back to Meng Yinyin and said quietly, "Your friend is waiting for you," implying that she should go out quickly. Meng Yinyin still had a lot to say to him, but she knew Yu Xiaoyu was waiting, so she could only take the jerky with a straight face, glancing at Lu Chen. He kept his head lowered, so she couldn't see his expression. Finally, Meng Yinyin sighed, puffing up her cheeks and said, "Forget it. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'm leaving." Since she had already decided to consider Lu Chen, she had to pay attention to things like this. For example, in situations like today, she would need to talk to him and tell him not to be so kind. There was no need to go out of his way. Kindness is a good virtue, but when you're too accommodating to others, it's yourself who ends up losing out. It seemed like she really needed to explain this to Lu Chen. In the end, Meng Yinyin could only give Lu Chen one last deep look, take the jerky and leave. What she didn't know was that Lu Chen had chosen to eat at home, not just because he was too lazy to deal with others' gazes, but also because he thought the food at the feast next door wasn't as good as his own cooking. The key point was that they were eating as a big group, sharing one plate of meat, while he could have an entire basin of meat to himself. So he didn't care about the meal next door at all. Unfortunately, when Meng Yinyin arrived, she only saw his empty bowl, not the mound of meat he had before, or else she might have been envious enough to cry. Outside the yard, when Yu Xiaoyu saw Meng Yinyin finally come out, she hurriedly grabbed her hand and led her away from Lu Chen's doorstep. Only when they were a good distance from Lu Chen's house did she nervously ask Meng Yinyin what she had gone to see Lu Chen for. Meng Yinyin, seeing her concern, casually opened her hand to show Yu Xiaoyu. When Yu Xiaoyu saw the jerky in Meng Yinyin's hand, she was stunned. "Where did this jerky come from?" "Lu Chen gave it to me," Meng Yinyin said, generously breaking off half of it for Yu Xiaoyu. She then explained seriously, "Xiaoyu, Lu Chen is actually a really good person. His temper is much better than you think. He seems like someone who would bully others, but actually he's the one who gets bullied." "Huh? What does that mean?" Yu Xiaoyu was confused again. Seeing her expression, Meng Yinyin indignantly recounted how Jiang Hohot would complain about Lu Chen, while shamelessly telling him what to do, and then even didn't leave him any food. Yu Xiaoyu couldn't believe it after hearing this. What Meng Yinyin said was starting to overturn everything she thought she knew. Anyway, Lu Chen is actually really miserable and pitiful. You should stop looking at him like that in the future. He will definitely feel uncomfortable if he sees it. As she spoke, Meng Yinyin couldn't hold back and finally popped a piece of jerky into her mouth, then shoved one into Yu Xiaoyu's hand. Like Meng Yinyin, Yu Xiaoyu hadn't had meat in a long time, and she couldn't resist chewing the jerky the moment it hit her mouth. Then she let out a heartfelt sigh. It was so delicious. But as she continued eating, she gradually realized that the jerky was from Lu Chen, and her expression turned a little embarrassed. Now that she thought about it, Lu Chen really hadn't done anything wrong. She had made the same mistake as everyone else, judging him by his appearance. That wasn't right. Realizing her mistake, she quickly apologized. "I won't do that again." Meng Yinyin smiled when she saw this. "It's fine. I know you just didn't understand him, but he's really a good person." Yu Xiaoyu looked at Meng Yinyin's smile, feeling like she had something she wanted to say but couldn't. Why did it feel like Meng Yinyin cared so much about Lu Chen? Was she overthinking it? But after thinking it over, Yu Xiaoyu decided that Meng Yinyin was probably just being kind, so she didn't bring it up again. The two of them continued walking toward the educated youth point, savoring the jerky. As they passed the village entrance, they suddenly saw a jeep driving up. Meng Yinyin and Yu Xiaoyu both stopped curiously and exchanged a glance. "There's actually a car coming here? Could it be someone important from the brigade?" While they were surprised, two soldiers wearing military uniforms got out of the jeep. One of them walked to the back seat, opened the door, bent down and carried someone out of the back seat. After the soldier carrying the person on his back took a few steps forward, Meng Yinyin and Yu Xiaoyu finally saw the person on his back. It was a man who appeared handsome but had a slightly pale complexion. The man's upper body was lying across the soldier's shoulder, while his legs hung limply beneath, looking as though they were broken. Who was this person? Degree.ring operator *** ring operator. Degree. Chapter 11.1. Just as Meng Yinyin and Yu Xiaoyu curiously looked over, another soldier carrying luggage quickly approached them. He had originally planned to ask for directions, but when he saw Meng Yinyin he froze, staring at her in surprise. In the army, they mostly saw tough men and rarely encountered any women, especially not someone as beautiful as Meng Yinyin. The soldier's face turned red, and he couldn't bring himself to look directly at her eyes. He stammered, asking, "Excuse me, comrade. Do you know the way to Comrade Do Zhengrong's home?" Though Do Zhengrong was on another soldier's back, he had already been injured for a while and was still unwell. After the long journey, he had fallen into a deep sleep, and the soldier had no choice but to ask for directions. But what he didn't expect was that his bad luck meant he had to ask two new educated youths who were unfamiliar with the brigade. Upon hearing this, Meng Yinyin and Yu Xiaoyu exchanged puzzled glances. After a moment of hesitation they asked, who is Comrade Do Zhengrong?" The soldier scratched his head, equally confused. "Do Zhengrong, of course. Isn't he the only one from your brigade who went off to join the army? Logically speaking, someone like him should be well known around the brigade." Finally, when Yu Xiaoyu realized the soldier was referring to someone who had joined the army, she responded, I know. Is he the one from Lin Xiuji's family?" Lin Xiuji's family? Completely unaware of the conversation, Meng Yinyin fell silent and let Yu Xiaoyu take over. "Yes, my sister-in-law seems to be called this name." Yu Xiaoyu eagerly replied, "I know where they live. Should I show you the way?" "That would be a great help, comrade." After thanking her, the soldier immediately turned back to the car and called for the soldier carrying the injured comrade Do Zhengrong to come over. While the soldier went to call people, Yu Xiaoyu quickly lowered her voice to explain to Meng Yinyin, "It's the female comrade I told you about earlier while we were eating. She's very beautiful, and I'll take you to see her house. Her two children are also very well behaved." Meng Yinyin casually responded with an not particularly interested in children, since she still considered herself a baby. However, since she had nothing else to do, she wasn't in a hurry to return to the educated youth point and decided to accompany Yu Xiaoyu. Soon, the two soldiers returned, one carrying the injured comrade and the other with luggage. Yu Xiaoyu quickly took the lead, guiding them toward their destination. The two soldiers, not very talkative to begin with, blushed even more as they stood next to the beautiful Meng Yinyin. They hurried on without saying a word, and the group quickly arrived at their destination. "This is it," Yu Xiaoyu said, pointing to the house. Just then, a small figure appeared at the door. "Debeo, is your mother home? We have visitors." Meng Yinin's gaze shifted to see a small child who barely reached her waist. The child looked to be around 4 or 5 years old and was very cute. However, perhaps due to the family's poor conditions, his clothes had many patches. Despite the simple attire, the boy was clean, and his face wasn't dirty like the other children she had seen in the brigade. It was clear that his mother was a very tidy person who took good care of him. "Educated youth sister," the little boy called up to Yu Xiaoyu, having met her before. He then turned shyly to Meng Yinyin, his face turning red, and timidly called, "Fairy sister." Yu Xiaoyu. She was the educated youth sister, and Meng Yinyin was the fairy sister. Yu Xiaoyu was heartbroken. Meng Yinyin didn't expect the little boy to have such a sweet mouth. After being called fairy sister, she felt the boy's face seemed even cuter. She smiled and replied, "Hello." After greeting him politely, Debeo finally turned his gaze to the two soldiers behind them. When he saw the familiar figure lying on one of the soldiers' backs, his eyes widened. "Dad, is Dad back?" The moment the words left his mouth, he spun around and ran toward the house, shouting excitedly, "Mom, sister, Dad is home." After not seeing his father for so long, Debeo was so overjoyed that he didn't notice Do Zhengrong's condition, and was too busy sharing the good news with his mother. Soon, a big and a small figure appeared at the door. Lin Xiuji, full of joy, had been waiting to greet her husband, whom she hadn't seen in almost 3 years. But as soon as she stepped outside, she saw her husband unconscious and carried on someone's back. Her face immediately turned ashen, and the next moment, her body swayed as if she was about to collapse. "Zhengrong, what happened to him?" The two soldiers exchanged glances, and with a bitter expression they told Lin Xiuji, "Sister-in-law, this is a long story, please go in first." They walked into the house, and since Meng Yinyin and Yu Xiaoyu weren't related to them, they didn't feel right staying. They turned and left. On their way back to the educated youth point, both of them couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the man that was just carried back was Debeo's father? Did you see his leg earlier, Yinyin? It seems like broken. Meng Yinyin finished the sentence that Yu Xiaoyu couldn't bring herself to say. Yes, I didn't expect Comrade Do to return home in such a way. Sister Xiuji's family is really unfortunate. It was indeed tragic. It seemed like both his legs were broken. However, Meng Yinyin only felt sorry for a brief moment before quickly putting the matter out of her mind. After all, no matter how miserable it was someone else's problem and had little to do with her. Instead of worrying about other people's issues, it was better to focus on her and Lu Chen's matters. Sigh. The lunch break passed quickly. Yu Xiaoyu and the other educated youths had to return to work, leaving Meng Yinyin alone in the dormitory for the entire afternoon. Resting her chin in her hand, she anxiously pondered major life decisions. Even though she had begun considering Lu Chen, she had no idea what he thought. Was he willing to marry her? Did he even have plans for marriage? Surely she couldn't just run up to him and bluntly ask if he would marry her, right? It would be great if he agreed, but if he didn't, wouldn't she miss out on this fantastic opportunity for nothing? Besides, marriage wasn't something a girl should bring up first. She had her pride too. Tugging at the ends of her hair, Meng Yinyin thought for a long time before coming up with a brilliant idea. She would make Lu Chen fall for her. Once he fell for her, he would definitely want to marry her. Then she could move into his house, hang all her pretty dresses, stop working and even eat meat. Just imagining it filled Meng Yinyin with optimism. She wished she could immediately move from the educated youth point to Lu Chen's home. Yes, this was the plan. With her own efforts she would win Lu Chen over in no time. As someone who had never even held hands with a man before, Meng Yinyin was brimming with confidence in her plan. Tomorrow she would see Lu Chen again. Her days of escaping hardship and living comfortably while eating meat were just around the corner. That night, Meng Yinyin went to bed with a smile on her face, convinced she would have a beautiful dream. However, to her surprise, she ended up having some strange dreams instead. The dreams were scattered. Daytime turned to night, familiar faces mixed with those of strangers. Naturally, Meng Yinyin assumed she had multiple dreams. In a few of those fleeting dreams with familiar faces, she saw Lin Xiuji and Do Zhengrong, whom she had only met today. She dreamt that Do Zhengrong's legs were healed, and he was lifting two children high in the air. Their family no longer lived in the cramped space she saw today but had moved into a bright and spacious new home. Meng Yinyin woke up slowly to the sound of Yu Xiaoyu calling her. She was still a little dazed. Why had she dreamt of Do Zhengrong? She admitted he was good-looking, but he couldn't compare to Lu Chen. Most importantly, he was married. Why would she dream of him? She didn't have any feelings for him, so the whole thing was baffling. After mulling over it for a while, she reminded herself that she once dreamt of growing wings and flying, so having unexplainable dreams wasn't that strange. Shaking off the thoughts, Meng Yinyin quickly put the matter behind her. The thought of meeting Lu Chen later filled her with excitement, but that excitement vanished during the morning assembly, replaced by shock and reluctance. What? We're not working in the bamboo forest today. The bamboo forest was cool and quiet, with no harsh sunlight. While Meng Yinyin didn't enjoy working, she liked staying there. Now the brigade leader told her she wouldn't be working in the bamboo forest with Lu Chen today. Of course she was reluctant. The brigade leader gave her a curious look. The work in the bamboo forest is finished. Why would you go there? How is it finished? Just the other day I saw a big pile of unprocessed bamboo there. Yesterday, both she and Lu Chen had taken leave to attend a wedding. How could anyone have finished the work? Surely no one had taken advantage of their absence to steal their tasks, right? The thought made Meng Yinyin fume. Whoever secretly did this better not let her find out. It seemed the heavens didn't want to keep her in the dark because the brigade leader kindly added, Lu Chen only took leave yesterday morning. He went back to work in the afternoon and finished everything himself. While saying this, the brigade leader gave her another look, as if to say, even after pairing you with someone as capable as Lu Chen, you haven't learned anything from him. Meng Yinyin. She pretended not to understand the silent criticism, but in her heart, she grumbled about how Lu Chen could go to work without her. Couldn't he have waited a little? After sulking for a while, she wondered where they would work now that the bamboo forest tasks were done. What should I do today, brigade leader? Meng Yinyin nervously looked at the brigade leader. What she truly wanted to know was whether she could still work alongside Lu Chen, or if the brigade leader would separate them. It was May, the start of the busy farming season. The Nanjiao brigade mainly grew rice due to the climate and geographical factors. Rice planting during this period involved several steps. Sowing seeds, cultivating seedlings, transplanting them, nurturing their growth with timely fertilization, and finally waiting for the grains to mature for harvest. This process stretched from May to September or October, nearly half a year, keeping the brigade extremely busy. The bamboo strips Lu Chen had been making recently were for covering the rice seeds, helping them sprout faster. However, since agricultural plastic film was a newly introduced trial in their region, the brigade had limited quantities. As a result, they didn't need too many bamboo strips to support the film. This explained why the task in the bamboo grove had been completed in just 2 days. Now that preparations were nearly done, it was time to move on to the next step. Chapter 11.2. The brigade leader glanced at Meng Yinyin, then at Lu Chen, who stood patiently waiting nearby. With a resigned wave of his hand, he said, "Go find your teacher. Do whatever he does." Teacher? Meng Yinyin was momentarily puzzled before realizing what he meant. "All right, I'll go find Lu Chen then. Goodbye, brigade leader." She cheerfully ran toward Lu Chen, leaving the brigade leader baffled by her sudden excitement. It was the first time he'd seen Meng Yinyin so happy about doing farm work. Was he dreaming? Or had educated youth Meng truly reformed under Lu Chen's guidance, shedding her reluctant worker label? If so, it was certainly a good thing. The brigade leader couldn't help but glance in the direction of Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin before leaving, feeling gratified. Meanwhile, when Meng Yinyin reached Lu Chen, she greeted him enthusiastically. "Good morning, Lu Chen." Lu Chen, seeing that no one was nearby, responded softly, "Good morning." Noticing that Lu Chen had glanced around before speaking, Meng Yinyin pouted unhappily. "Are you afraid of being seen talking to me?" She guessed he didn't want to implicate her, but she didn't believe in such superstitions and didn't let them bother her. Besides, she was determined to win over Lu Chen. Building a closer relationship and changing the way they interacted was now her priority. If Lu Chen treated her as cautiously as everyone else, what advantage would she have? So she wanted to ensure she received special treatment from Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned slightly, hesitating as if about to admit it, but before he could, Meng Yinyin lifted her chin and declared defiantly, "Humph, I don't care." Lu Chen froze, clearly not expecting such a response from her. As he tried to decipher her words, she impatiently shielded her face from the sun and urged him, "Didn't the brigade leader say you should take me to work? So where are we going today?" Though Lu Chen didn't think the morning sun was too harsh, seeing how much she disliked it, he collected his thoughts and replied, "To the fields." He then turned and led the way, with Meng Yinyin quickly following behind. However, as she processed the words "to the fields," her expression turned sour. Heavens knew how much she hated water fields, especially after seeing leeches in them with her own eyes. Those horrifying creatures clung to people's legs and sucked their blood, utterly disgusting and terrifying. Since then, Meng Yinyin avoided even walking near water fields, let alone entering them, constantly on high alert to prevent accidentally falling in. Thankfully, since rice farming was a major task affecting the brigade's livelihood, novices like her weren't yet required to plow or sow in the fields. She had managed to escape thus far. But to her dismay, she had avoided the brigade leader, only to be stuck with Lu Chen, who now wanted her to enter the fields. At the thought of the dreaded leeches, Meng Yinyin's face turned pale, and she immediately refused. "I'm not going. I don't want to go into the fields. Can we go somewhere else?" Her voice trembled as she spoke, revealing just how frightened she was. Lu Chen hadn't expected such a strong reaction and seeing her on the verge of tears, grew concerned. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I'm scared of leeches," Meng Yinyin admitted, suppressing her fear. Realizing the issue, Lu Chen paused before saying, "You don't have to go into the fields." Hearing this, Meng Yinyin sighed in relief. But then she thought about how others might notice her idleness and report her. With a meek voice she asked, "But what if someone sees me not working?" Though she'd given up on earning work points, she hadn't yet won Lu Chen over, leaving her vulnerable to the brigade leader's potential scolding or even expulsion. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, it was best to keep a low profile. At the very least, if she wanted to slack off openly in the future, she'd have to wait until things between her and Lu Chen settled down. When Lu Chen first said that sentence, he had already thought of a solution. "Don't worry, I'm here." He said it without much thought, almost unconsciously. However, those words left Meng Yinyin momentarily stunned. The fear she had felt a second ago from thinking about leeches suddenly subsided significantly because of his reassurance. Meng Yinyin didn't understand why Lu Chen's words gave her such a strong sense of security. Maybe it was because the brigade leader had openly praised him in front of her, or perhaps in the few days they'd spent together, she had already realized that Lu Chen was indeed reliable. No matter the reason, with his promise, Meng Yinyin was no longer afraid. The two then started walking toward the worksite. On the way, Meng Yinyin, feeling a bit bored, let her gaze wander around. Suddenly, she spotted a frail figure not far away, working diligently in the field. It was Lin Shouji, whom she had met just yesterday. Her entire demeanor radiated exhaustion, inside and out. Even her eyes were swollen, evidence of crying for a long time. Thinking about it, it was understandable. Her husband hadn't been home for a long time, and when he finally returned he ended up with a broken leg. It must have been hard for her to accept such a blow. On top of that, she had 2 children to care for, and now her husband was bedridden. The pressure on her was undoubtedly immense. Yet, despite what had happened yesterday, she still managed to pull herself together and come out to work today. Meng Yinyin couldn't help but feel sorry for her. But at the same time, she admired her resilience and determination. Just then Lin Xiuji's body suddenly swayed, and it looked like she was about to collapse into the field. Out of the corner of her eye, Meng Yinyin saw Lu Chen's figure flash by as he quickly ran to Lin Xiuji's side to catch her. At that moment only one thought crossed Meng Yinyin's mind: Lu Chen is fast. Thanks to Lu Chen's quick reflexes, he managed to hold Lin Xiuji by the arm and prevent her from falling headfirst into the muddy field. Once she regained her balance, Lin Xiuji retracted her hand and gave Lu Chen a weak smile. "Thank you, Xiao Lu." She was a few years older than Lu Chen, so calling him Xiao Lu didn't feel out of place. What puzzled Meng Yinyin was that Lin Xiuji and Lu Chen seemed to know each other. This was the part that confused her the most. After making sure Lin Xiuji was stable, Lu Chen released her arm, frowned and hesitantly suggested, "Take leave." Though Lu Chen only said 2 words, and it sounded a bit abrupt, Lin Xiuji understood his meaning. Without even a moment of hesitation, she shook her head. "It's fine, I just lost my footing." She forced a smile, then noticed Meng Yinyin standing on the ridge of the field and said to Lu Chen with a smile, "Educated youth Meng is waiting for you. Don't keep her waiting too long, go on." Lu Chen opened his mouth slightly as if to say something but ultimately remained silent. He turned and left. The 2 spoke quietly. Meng Yinyin couldn't hear what they were saying. That didn't stop her from noticing their lips moving. This scene surprised her even more. She had thought that besides her and Lu Dashan's family, Lu Chen barely spoke to anyone. It seemed their relationship was better than she had imagined. As Meng Yinyin pondered this, Lu Chen returned. Seeing that Meng Yinyin's eyes were still on Lin Xiuji, Lu Chen looked at her blankly, as if curious about why she kept staring at Lin Xiuji. Seeing that Lin Xiuji had resumed her work, Meng Yinyin finally withdrew her gaze and curiously asked Lu Chen, "You know that woman?" Strictly speaking, this question was weird. After all, Lu Chen had grown up in the Nanjiao Brigade. Even if he didn't like interacting with people, he would still recognize the members of the brigade. So knowing Lin Xiuji wasn't surprising. However, both of them understood the underlying meaning of her question. She was asking how someone as reserved and antisocial as Lu Chen had any connection with Lin Xiuji, and why she too was willing to interact with him. Lu Chen hesitated but eventually nodded. "You really do know her," Meng Yinyin muttered, her curiosity about how they knew each other growing. Unfortunately, this time Lu Chen didn't answer her. Instead, he avoided her gaze and changed the subject. "Let's get to work." Meng Yinyin. Faced with such an obvious dodge, Meng Yinyin could only let out a huff of frustration to express her dissatisfaction. One day she'd make Lu Chen tell her the truth himself. Finally, the 2 arrived at their work site. When Meng Yinyin saw that the field Lu Chen had brought her to was a bit further away from where the rest of the brigade members were working, and there was a large patch of thorny bushes nearby, she let out a sigh of relief. She glanced around furtively like a thief, and once she confirmed that hiding behind the thorny bushes would keep her out of sight, a smile spread across her face. Lu Chen watched as she crouched down beside the bushes on her own, without showing any surprise. It was as if he had anticipated her actions. After all, the reason he deliberately led her to this spot was because of the hidden cover provided by the thorny bushes. Seeing Meng Yinyin settle herself in, Lu Chen went down into the field to start working. His task for today was quite heavy. He had to plow the entire field on his own. The entire Nanjiao Brigade had only 1 old ox, which was being used elsewhere to plow the fields. For the other plots, the members had to endure the hard work of doing it manually. Initially, the brigade leader intended for him to take educated youth Meng along and teach her while working. However, after Meng Yinyin's embarrassing wailing tantrum 2 days ago, Lu Chen thoughtfully went to the field alone without calling her. Yet, as he worked for a while and his gaze swept over to Meng Yinyin, who was neat, clean and even wearing shoes, his brows instinctively furrowed. By noon the scorekeeper would come by. If they saw Meng Yinyin like this, it would be evident that she hadn't gone to the field, and she would undoubtedly receive 0 work points. Worse, she might be criticized and end up crying again. Just thinking about her crying gave Lu Chen a headache. So, after some thought, he decided to have Meng Yinyin do something, anything, so that when the scorekeeper arrived, she wouldn't end up with another 0. Lu Chen quickly left the field and returned to the small mound by the thorn bush where Meng Yinyin was drowsily leaning. The shadow cast over Meng Yinyin's face made her groggily open her eyes. The moment she did, she saw Lu Chen standing in front of her, looking down at her. As soon as she saw him, fragmented scenes from her dream flashed through her mind. Lu Chen stood outside the Dou family's door, guarding Lin Xiuji. Opposite him was a stern-faced man leaning on a cane. glaring coldly at him. The two men stared each other down like wild beasts in a silent confrontation. Meng Yinyin shook herself from the odd dream and found Lu Chen standing expressionlessly before her. For a moment, she couldn't distinguish reality from the dream. Thankfully, Lu Chen spoke in the next second. His familiar tone dissipated the strange feeling in her heart, though she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. How could she have fallen asleep for such a short time, and had such a bizarre dream that even included Lu Chen? It was too strange. Can you go to the bamboo forest and bring back some bamboo strips? Lu Chen's words successfully pulled Meng Yinyin from her thoughts. She asked uncertainly. Huh? Right now? Lu Chen nodded. All right then. Wait for me here. I'll be quick. But let me make it clear, I might not be able to carry much. Lu Chen nodded again. After glancing at Lu Chen's legs covered in wet mud, Meng Yinyin finally got up, dusted off her clothes and headed to the bamboo forest she had visited the other day. Luckily, the bamboo forest wasn't far, and she quickly arrived. Yesterday afternoon, Lu Chen had finished the remaining work here, leaving behind a pile of processed bamboo strips. These strips would later be inserted into the fields and covered with plastic sheeting to cultivate seedlings. Though the bamboo strips looked like a lot, they were lightweight, albeit sharp enough to cut her hands. Cautiously, Meng Yinyin pulled her shirt sleeves over her palms, ensuring the fabric protected her hands from the sharp edges. She then picked up a small bundle and began walking back to where Lu Chen was working. Unexpectedly, as soon as she left the bamboo forest, she spotted Song Yu coming down a nearby path. Chapter 11.3. Because of what Lin Xiaoxia said at lunch the other day, Meng Yinyin already had a poor impression of both Lin Xiaoxia and Song Yu. She especially disliked the occasional glances Song Yu threw her way, which made her feel uncomfortable. It was like being stared at by a snake, cold, slimy, and deeply unsettling. Whenever she turned to look at him, however, he always maintained his polite and gentle expression, smiling faintly at her. Meng Yinyin wanted to convince herself it was all in her head. But could it really be a mistake if it happened more than once or twice? She preferred to trust her instincts. So the moment she saw Song Yu, Meng Yinyin immediately lowered her head, pretending not to notice him, and quickened her pace toward Lu Chen. But after only a few steps, Song Yu's voice rang out beside her, loud and clear. Educated youth Meng. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Yinyin kept her head down and marched forward, mentally chanting, I can't hear you, I can't hear you, I can't hear you. To her dismay, the path she needed to take had a fork in the road, and Song Yu was conveniently standing at the junction. He blocked her way, forcing her to stop. Meng Yinyin. I'm so angry. Silently cursing Song Yu in her mind, she finally put on a fake look of confusion and raised her head to face him. Educated youth Song, what brings you here? Haha, what a coincidence. Song Yu seemed completely unfazed by her earlier attempt to ignore him. With his usual gentle smile, he echoed, Yes, what a coincidence. Meng Yinyin. Her forced smile gradually disappeared. Losing her patience, she stared at him with a blank expression. What do you want? Seeing her expression shift and the blatant annoyance in her eyes, Song Yu didn't get angry. Instead, his smile deepened as if he found her reaction amusing. Only when he noticed the growing wariness and displeasure in her expression did he finally rein in his smile. In a helpless tone, he said, Educated youth Meng, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? You don't seem to have a very good impression of me. Hearing this, Meng Yinyin's wariness didn't waver. She replied bluntly, No, educated youth Song. You're overthinking it. I haven't spoken to you much, so there's no reason for me to have a bad impression of you. Of course, everything she said was a lie. Based on his and Lin Xiaoxia's behavior, where they were clearly in relationships, but he suddenly became indifferent to the girl, she looked down on Song Yu, especially since his change in attitude coincided with her arrival at the educated youth point. Even though she didn't have any good impression or fondness for Song Yu, she ended up being wrongly blamed because of him. Given all this, she didn't even give Song Yu a glare, so how could she possibly get along with him? Let him keep dreaming. However, Meng Yinyin knew how to seize opportunities and act accordingly. The bamboo forest was a bit far from the brigade, and if something were to happen, shouting at the top of her lungs would probably not bring anyone over in time. So all she could do was angrily curse Song Yu in her heart. Really? Song Yu continued smiling, his expression unreadable. Do you have something to say? If not, I'm going back to work. His unbothered expression made Meng Yinyin roll her eyes in frustration. Otherwise, I'll get a 0 for my work points today. She wasn't sure which of her words made Song Yu laugh, but he finally couldn't hold it in and let out a chuckle. Meng Yinyin's eyes widened with a shocked expression as if to say, Is this guy crazy? But taking advantage of Song Yu laughing, Meng Yinyin seized the chance, swiftly sidestepped him, and ran off as if chased by wolves. But just after running a few steps, She suddenly hit something and her head collided with it. She was about to fall backward from the impact when a hand reached out from in front and tightly grabbed her waist, pulling her back. The next second, Meng Yinyin felt her cheek pressed against something hard yet elastic. Oddly enough, it felt quite comfortable. She instinctively opened her eyes and saw that it was Lu Chen's, chest. Meng Yinyin. She quickly realized what she had bumped into and her face turned hot. Her gaze faltered and she instinctively tried to pull back. But at that moment, Lu Chen's attention was strangely not on Meng Yinyin. After she stood up, his eyes locked on Songyu in the distance. Both men were tall, but Songyu's build was much slimmer than Lu Chen's, and the coldness in Songyu's gaze was nothing compared to Lu Chen's. After a few seconds of staring, Songyu spoke first, casually saying to Meng Yinyin, "Educated youth Meng, I'm heading back. See you at lunch." Without waiting for her reply, he turned and left decisively, not even saying a word to Lu Chen or asking how Meng Yinyin and he were so familiar with each other. Instead, he chose to completely ignore Lu Chen. Lu Chen had faced such dismissive behavior before, but none had made him so angry as this. His face darkened as he stared at Songyu's retreating figure. "Why are you here?" Finally, Meng Yinin's voice brought Lu Chen back to his senses. He turned his gaze to her, quickly scanning her up and down to make sure she wasn't hurt, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then he explained, "You haven't been back in a while." That's why he came to check on her, out of concern. Meng Yinyin had gotten used to Lu Chen's half-spoken words, and it was as if he had a special ability to make her guess the rest of what he meant. So once she figured out that he was worried about her, a satisfied smile appeared on her face, even though she couldn't help but pretend to be angry with him. "Humph, if it weren't for you asking me to come get this, I wouldn't have run into him. It's all your fault," she grumbled as she angrily shoved the bamboo strips into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen didn't get mad. He accepted them with a good-natured smile. As he lowered his gaze, he thought, so she also dislikes that man. That man, Songyu, had been an educated youth sent to the countryside a few years ago. He had a good reputation among the brigade leaders and other villagers. But Lu Chen had never interacted with him. He had only occasionally seen Songyu surrounded by a group of educated youth, laughing and talking to them, drawing nods of agreement from everyone. However, perhaps due to his background, Lu Chen was sensitive to people's emotions. He sensed that Songyu wasn't as gentle and harmless as he appeared. Lu Chen had once caught him looking at a fellow educated youth with a mocking glance, and that educated youth was the one who supported him the most before. This made it clear that Songyu was not as kind as he seemed. However, the matters of the educated youth were none of his business. In fact, apart from his own concerns, Lu Chen didn't need to worry about anyone else's problems. So despite seeing Songyu's hypocritical behavior, he never bothered to tell anyone or pay attention to it. But he didn't expect that he would see the scene of Songyu stopping Meng Yinyin near the sparsely populated bamboo forest. The moment he saw Meng Yinyin blocked by Songyu, a surge of anger and fear rose in his chest. Without thinking, he rushed over to push Songyu away. Fortunately, Meng Yinyin quickly evaded him and ran off, and nothing serious happened, so Lu Chen finally relaxed. After venting her frustration on him, Meng Yinyin didn't wait for a response and started complaining on her own. "Do you think he has a problem with his brain? I barely said anything to him, and he runs over asking if I have a problem with him. Forget whether I have an issue with him, why should he care? Running out in broad daylight to scare people. If my brother were here, I'd have him beat him up for scaring me like this," Meng Yinyin said angrily, but suddenly heard Lu Chen speak up. "I can." Meng Yinyin was taken aback. "Huh?" Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Lu Chen, rarely unable to communicate his point, looked at her seriously and said in a deep voice, "Next time he bullies you, I'll beat him up." His tone was sincere and serious, as if making a promise. Meng Yinyin was stunned, captivated by the determination in his eyes, and she dazedly responded, "Oh, was he saying he would protect her?" Since the incident at home, when she had been separated from her parents and brother, this was the first time someone had said something like that to her. She had to admit, the emotions she felt in that moment were complicated. Touched, happy, and a hint of bittersweetness and grievance. These past 2 weeks she had been living in constant fear, and this was the first time someone had said they would protect her. Oh, it seemed he was even better than she had imagined. Because Lu Chen promised to help her beat up Songyu, Meng Yinin's mood was good the whole morning. Though she didn't actually think Songyu would have another chance to scare her, it didn't stop her from feeling happy because of Lu Chen's words. Touched by what he said, when she returned to the educated youth point at noon, Meng Yinyin unusually didn't take a nap. Instead, she rummaged through her treasured box and finally found a piece of cloth. Well, the cloth seemed a bit short. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem enough to make a whole outfit. Meng Yinyin stared at the small piece of cloth, just slightly bigger than her hand. After 3 seconds she finally sighed in defeat. She had been thinking of making Lu Chen a piece of clothing with her own hands. Not only could she express her gratitude, but it would also let him see how capable she was. When he saw how beautiful she was and that she could make clothes, wouldn't he be totally smitten with her? Meng Yinyin thought she was really clever. Just imagining Lu Chen's tearful reaction when he received the clothes she made with her own hands, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Although she didn't know how to sew, seeing how simple the cloth jacket Lu Chen wore was, just 2 pieces of fabric sewn together, Meng Yinyin thought it couldn't be that hard. But alas, her plan to make clothes was foiled by the lack of fabric. When Yu Xiaoyu saw her holding the small scrap of cloth, she asked what was wrong. After hearing that Meng Yinyin wanted to make clothes but didn't have enough fabric, Yu Xiaoyu said, "That's easy. Just buy more fabric. The supply and marketing cooperative in the town has plenty of fabric. I saw it last time. There's definitely enough for you to make a beautiful dress. You can just take your money and go buy it." Meng Yinin's eyes lit up. Right, she could buy more fabric. Her snowflake cream was almost gone too, so she could go buy both at the same time. Meanwhile, in the Wang family's house in the town, after the wedding, the whole family finally had some time to relax. Mother Wang looked at her eldest son and daughter-in-law sitting happily on the couch, then glanced at her younger son, sitting alone, and frowned. Suddenly, she remembered Meng Yinyin. Chapter 12.1. Yesterday at noon, Mother Wang had originally planned to speak with Meng Yinyin and ask if she was open to the idea of going on a blind date. If Meng Yinyin was considering it, wouldn't her son be the perfect match? However, she hadn't expected the day to be so busy, and when she saw that Meng Yinyin was sitting in a crowded circle, she couldn't find a chance to speak with her. In the end, she reluctantly asked Zhang Hohot to deliver the message, telling Meng Yinyin that if she ever visited the town, she should come by and find her. But since she hadn't shared more information with Meng Yinyin, Mother Wang wasn't sure if the young girl had understood her meaning. After all, she was young, and if she hadn't figured out what Mother Wang meant, she might not even come to visit the town. The more she thought about it, the more anxious Mother Wang became. A girl as outstanding as that, she couldn't afford to miss out on her. After thinking for a moment, Mother Wang suddenly called her second son, Wang Chenggu, into her bedroom and quickly told him about what she had encountered at Lu Dashan's home yesterday. "Son, I'm not lying to you. That girl is incredibly beautiful. I've never seen anyone as delicate as her in all my years. Didn't you say you didn't like the other girls that were introduced to you? I guarantee you won't be disappointed with her." Mother Wang had 2 sons. The eldest was honest, emotionally slow, and thought that if a match felt right, marriage would follow. But her second son, Wang Chenggu, had always been clever and had his own ideas. Knowing his family's good standing, he was quite selective when it came to his marriage partner. What was important to him was not only that the girl must be educated and cultured but also, most importantly, that she must be good-looking. If she had the right looks, the other qualities were secondary. When introducing partners to the eldest son, someone also tried to introduce one to the second son, Wang Chenggu. Unfortunately, none of them caught his eye and he thought they all looked average. Luckily, the eldest son hadn't gotten married yet, so the family wasn't pressuring him. But now that the eldest son was married, the next target for matchmaking was clearly him. Wang Chenggu had stayed in town yesterday to entertain guests and hadn't gone to the Nanjiao Brigade, so he didn't believe much of what his mother had said about meeting a truly beautiful girl. After all, how good-looking could a girl from the countryside be? However, Mother Wang quickly explained to her son that the girl was an educated youth. An educated youth wasn't a bad thing. At least she had grown up in the city, so her cultural background should be decent. Seeing her mother's excited expression, Wang Chenggu guessed that the girl's appearance was probably decent as well. With the thought that there was nothing to lose by going to meet her, Wang Chenggu agreed to go with his mother to see Meng Yinyin. But since Mother Wang hadn't arranged anything with Meng Yinyin yet, they decided that Wang Chenggu would go with his older brother and sister-in-law when they visited their parents' home the next day. At that time, he could find a chance to meet Meng Yinyin, and if he liked her, Mother Wang would take the opportunity to formally propose. After everything was settled, Mother Wang happily went to help her eldest son and daughter-in-law pack for their visit. Meanwhile, Meng Yinyin had no idea about this. In the afternoon while working, she was still focused on making clothes for Lu Chen. Because Lu Chen had asked her to gather bamboo strips in the bamboo forest that morning, the scorekeeper had come by during lunchtime. Seeing her run a few steps, the scorekeeper gave her a point and reminded her to work harder in the afternoon. While the scorekeeper was present, Meng Yinyin obediently nodded in agreement. But when it was time to work again in the afternoon, she simply gave up and lay down next to a thorn bush to rest. Unfortunately, the sun, which had been behind the thorns in the morning, moved to the front in the afternoon, and she ended up getting completely sunburned. There wasn't anywhere nearby to take shelter from the sun, so she had no choice but to raise her hands above her head, trying to block out some of the sunlight. While this helped shield her from the sun, holding her hands up for too long caused them to become sore. Meng Yinyin had to alternate between blocking the sun and resting her tired arms. After several switches, she couldn't take it anymore. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lu Chen still working in the field under the scorching sun, seemingly unaffected by the heat. She couldn't help but pout, feeling both frustrated and pitiful. She called out to him, "Lu Chen, I'm hot." Clearly, he was working under the same sun, but why didn't he seem to feel the heat? Did he have some special way of dealing with it? She needed to know. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Chen straightened up and glanced over at her. He saw that her face was bright red from the sun, her dark eyes widened in frustration, and a few strands of hair around her forehead were sticking up. She looked like a little cat with its fur standing on end. Lu Chen felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to laugh. However, he was well aware that if he laughed in front of Meng Yinyin, she would definitely be angry. He forced himself to suppress the laugh, then set down his work and walked toward the shore. It was still only May, so although the sun was strong, it wasn't unbearable. The intense heat came later in the summer, in July and August. As for Meng Yinin's complaint about the heat, Lu Chen didn't doubt it at all. He understood that she must have come from a well-off family, one where she was pampered. It was only in such an environment that she could develop this delicate personality, feeling uncomfortable after being in the sun for just a little while. When he reached the shore, Lu Chen pondered for a moment before bending down to break off a few branches of thorny plants with lush leaves. His expression remained unchanged, as though he didn't even feel the thorns. He worked quickly and soon had a flower crown woven from the thorns and branches, which he then handed to Meng Yinyin. Seeing Lu Chen turn something useless into something beautiful in just a few minutes, Meng Yinyin was stunned. What amazed her even more was that not only did the flower crown look beautiful, but Lu Chen had also thoughtfully removed all the thorns and leaves from the inner circle. "Put it on to block the sun," Lu Chen said when she didn't immediately take it. Seeing that she hadn't responded yet, he added, "It won't prick you." Finally, Meng Yinyin came to her senses. She eagerly took the flower crown from Lu Chen and placed it on her head. "Does it look good?" she asked, tilting her head up to ask him since there were no mirrors around to see for herself. Lu Chen's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he nodded slightly. In his heart he silently thought, "It looks good. I knew it must look great," Meng Yinyin said confidently, not doubting her own beauty. Besides, the flower crown Lu Chen made was beautiful as well. Unfortunately, she couldn't see it herself. Once the flower crown was on, it successfully shielded her from the sun, and she could even smell the faint fragrance of the thorns. Although she didn't know the name of the flowers, in that moment, she declared that these flowers were her favorite. The flower crown, which not only blocked the sun but also smelled lovely, was something Meng Yinyin thought was even better than any expensive hat she had bought at the department store. Lu Chen had given her such a wonderful gift, and she was determined to finish the clothes for him as soon as possible to show her appreciation. It wasn't just about impressing him, she truly wanted to thank him. Seeing her happily admiring the flower crown on her head, Lu Chen returned to the field. Thus, one of them continued working in the field, while the other rested and relaxed on the shore. Strangely enough, neither of them minded this way of spending time together, and the afternoon passed by quickly. The only thing that bothered Meng Yinyin was that after being in the sun all afternoon, her beloved flower crown had wilted. The flowers and leaves hung limply from the stems, no longer as beautiful as they had been at first. She had even planned to take the flower crown back to show her friend, Yu Xiaoyu. But what upset Meng Yinyin even more was that as the workday came to an end, she realized she hadn't done anything all afternoon. The scorekeeper would likely lecture her again. What surprised her, though, was that even after Lu Chen finished his work and tidied up everything, the scorekeeper never came to their side. Upon seeing this, Meng Yinyin not only didn't feel relieved, but instead became even more nervous and uneasy, unsure of when the scorekeeper would arrive. What she didn't know, however, was that Lu Chen had already solved this problem for her. In the afternoon, he worked tirelessly to cultivate extra land, so he could use it as Meng Yinin's labor achievement. He knew his actions weren't entirely appropriate, but when he thought of the scene where Meng Yinyin had broken down and cried in the bamboo forest that day, he realized that making her work was likely harder for her than anything else. Moreover, doing this didn't cause him much trouble. It was just a matter of spending some extra time and energy, things that meant little to him. He felt it was worth it, as just spending a little more time could prevent her from crying. He hesitated for a moment and was about to speak to Meng Yinyin, but suddenly they heard loud shouting from afar. "Something happened to the scorekeeper, so he can't come. Everyone pack up and go back. Someone will come to register today's work points later." The scorekeeper was in trouble? Both Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen paused at this news, unsure of what kind of accident had happened to the scorekeeper. Although Meng Yinyin had only known the scorekeeper for half a month, she still had a good impression of him. Despite always showing a look of frustration when they met, Meng Yinyin knew it was out of concern for her. She thought about visiting the scorekeeper, but knowing that many people would probably visit tonight, she decided it would be better to go tomorrow instead. Lu Chen, who was standing by, frowned because of this sudden news, with worry hidden deep in his eyes. As the day grew late, Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin could only return for now. They parted ways at the main road, and Meng Yinyin walked back to the educated youth point, holding the wilted flower crown. Other educated youth who worked closer to the brigade had returned earlier than her. When a group of them was waiting in line to wash up, they saw Meng Yinyin returning in a fresh state, holding a wilted flower crown in her hand. Her relaxed demeanor, along with the fact that she still had the time and energy to make a flower crown, immediately made it clear that she hadn't been working hard. This, combined with the fact that the brigade leader had assigned her to work with Lu Chen, especially after Lin Xiaoxia's comment in front of everyone that day, made many educated youth look at her with subtle eyes. If Lu Chen hadn't helped Meng Yinyin with the work, she definitely wouldn't have returned so easily. When she had worked with everyone else before, she was always exhausted and covered in dirt by the end of the day. Since Lin Xiaoxia and Meng Yinyin had completely fallen out after that lunch, the others, though they were too polite to speak, could tell that Lin Xiaoxia wasn't going to let this slide. Without holding back, she immediately shouted out, "Educated youth Meng, are you done working? Some people just can't be compared to others. You've worked the whole day and your clothes aren't even dirty, unlike us who are all tired, dirty and sweaty. Your flower crown is also quite pretty. I really envy how you still have the time to make that." Lin Xiaoxia's sarcastic tone rang loud, and almost everyone at the educated youth point heard her words. Chapter 12.2. Meng Yinin's good mood, built up over the whole day, instantly vanished because of what she said. With a blank expression, she stopped walking and turned to face Lin Xiaoxia, who glared right back at her. She loathed Meng Yinin's face and despised her shamelessness, always flirting with men. At the educated youth point there was already Songyu, but that wasn't enough for Meng Yinyin. She secretly hooked up with Lu Chen too. It was simply shameless. She wanted every man in the whole brigade to see how ugly and despicable Meng Yinyin really was. The others, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but feel like they were reliving the tension between the two from a few days ago. Were these two about to argue again? Everyone held their breath, staring at Meng Yinyin, both worried and curious about how she would respond. But to their surprise, Meng Yinyin glared at Lin Xiaoxia for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled smugly. "Educated youth Lin, don't be so envious. Some things you just can't get no matter how much you want them." Lin Xiaoxia immediately thought Meng Yinyin was talking about Songyu, and didn't even hesitate before her face twisted with anger. "Envious of you? You're making me laugh. How could I envy someone who only knows how to seduce men and has no skills of her own? Only shallow men who only care about looks would fall for someone like you." Lin Xiaoxia's harsh words naturally angered Meng Yinyin, but she reminded herself not to get upset. At least from one perspective, Lin Xiaoxia's words were a compliment to her appearance. Thinking this, she calmed down a lot. In situations like this, anyone who showed too much anger would lose the argument. As the most beautiful person in the compound, Meng Yinyin had experienced countless similar situations growing up, and had developed a perfect and effective way to deal with them. And that method was, of course, to openly admit her beauty. "Yes, what can I do? I'm just too good looking. Fathers like me, there's nothing I can do about it. Their eyes and hearts belong to them, and I can't stop them from liking me. But educated youth Lin, if you're so starved for love, you can always find another man. Why are you fixating on me? I haven't done anything to provoke you." Her shameless words left the entire crowd stunned. But amidst the shock, a ridiculous thought unintentionally emerged in everyone's minds. Meng Yinyin actually made some sense. Lin Xiaoxia was stunned into silence by Meng Yinin's shamelessness, staring at her with wide eyes and repeatedly saying, You have no shame." Meng Yinyin innocently touched her face. "My face is right here, isn't it? But educated youth Lin, if you still care so much about your reputation and are too afraid to express your feelings to educated youth Song, then your chance with him may be over." "Oh, don't misunderstand, I don't like educated youth Song. I'm just offering advice since we both live at the same educated youth point." After all, Lin Xiaoxia had been targeting her because of Songyu, and Meng Yinyin had refrained from confronting her earlier purely out of laziness. But now that Lin Xiaoxia was acting up again, she decided to speak up directly. Moreover, thinking back to her encounter with Songyu outside the bamboo forest this morning, Meng Yinyin realized that this approach could kill two birds with one stone. It didn't matter whether Songyu liked her or not. She would never like him. This was a good opportunity to make her stance clear and avoid any future misunderstandings, especially since Songyu had been getting too close. What? She didn't like Songyu? Not only Lin Xiaoxia but even other educated youth were shocked by Meng Yinin's statement. After all, in their eyes, Song Yu was the best match in the entire Nanjiao brigade. Handsome, well-mannered, and well-respected among the educated youth. Furthermore, everyone firmly believed they would eventually return to the city, and never considered marrying local villagers. There was always a gap between them and the rural residents, especially when it came to marriage. Now Meng Yinyin was saying she didn't like Song Yu. Was it because her standards were too high? Or was she simply not interested? Or maybe did she already have someone else she liked? No matter the reason, Lin Xiaoxia's hostility toward Meng Yinyin lessened considerably after hearing that. But when she thought about how often Song Yu had been looking at Meng Yinyin recently, Lin Xiaoxia still felt uneasy. Before, things between her and Song Yu had been almost settled, but ever since Meng Yinyin arrived, Song Yu had been acting distant. She knew deep down that Meng Yinyin hadn't done anything, but the change came after her arrival. Could it be that if Meng Yinyin left, Song Yu would pay attention to her again? Lin Xiaoxia was aware that her thoughts were becoming unreasonable, almost extreme, but she couldn't help it. She refused to let go of Song Yu just like that. If Meng Yinyin left the educated youth point, would things return to normal between her and Song Yu? With that thought, Lin Xiaoxia suddenly felt like she had found a direction. Gritting her teeth, she shot a glance at Meng Yinyin before turning and heading toward the dorm. This little drama ended quickly, and the other educated youth exchanged glances, feeling awkward but unable to prolong the situation. They reluctantly got back to their tasks. Meanwhile, Meng Yinyin snorted and went back to the dorm to rest. Just then, an educated youth who was about to go behind the building to hang clothes unexpectedly ran into Song Yu, who was standing around the corner. To his surprise, Song Yu's expression appeared unusually cold and dark. The educated youth was startled, thinking that this couldn't be the expression Song Yu made. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, and sure enough, he saw the familiar smile on Song Yu's face again. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Well, he must have seen it wrong just now." However, when he recalled what Meng Yinyin had said in front of everyone about not liking Song Yu, he wondered if Song Yu had overheard. Regardless, it must have been an awkward and embarrassing statement for anyone to hear. The educated youth cautiously watched Song Yu's face and wondered whether he should offer some comforting words, such as saying there were plenty of other girls who liked him and not to mind Meng Yinin's comments. Before he could speak, however, Song Yu asked in confusion, "What happened? Did something occur just now?" It turned out that Song Yu hadn't heard what Meng Yinyin said. The educated youth relaxed. Immediately, he forced a smile and covered up, saying, "It's nothing, nothing at all, educated youth Song. I'll go hang the clothes now." Song Yu smiled and nodded, kindly reminding him to watch his step. "All right, go ahead." "I know, thank you, educated youth Song. You're really a good person." After saying this, the educated youth passed by Song Yu and left. As he did so, he didn't notice how Song Yu's smile slowly faded into a cold, stern expression. Recalling the moment when Meng Yinyin openly stated that she didn't like him, a flash of fury appeared in Song Yu's eyes, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In reality, Song Yu had never been as interested in Meng Yinyin as Lin Xiaoxia believed. At first, he just thought Meng Yinyin was pretty and had looked at her a few times out of admiration. Later, he found her interesting. Despite being abandoned by her family and sent to the countryside, she still acted proud and haughty, looking down on everyone. Where did she get the courage from? It was precisely because of his curiosity about when Meng Yinyin would accept the reality of being abandoned that Song Yu had paid so much attention to her. As for the relationship between him and Lin Xiaoxia, he had not been very interested in Lin Xiaoxia to begin with. After he realized that his casual glances at Meng Yinyin were making Lin Xiaoxia act like a madwoman, Song Yu lost patience with her and deliberately ignored her. Since Lin Xiaoxia misunderstood that he liked Meng Yinyin, he decided to use that to his advantage and make her give up entirely. Meng Yinin's actions left Song Yu stunned, especially with how she publicly embarrassed him in front of so many people. Every time Song Yu thought about the fact that others now knew he had been rejected by Meng Yinyin, his anger would rise, and he struggled to keep it in check. She was something else. The other educated youths were unaware of what had happened at the educated youth point. By the time everyone had finished dinner, and the brigade's other cadres arrived to record the work points from the afternoon, they found the educated youths quietly sitting in the open area outside the point, relaxing in the evening air. This calm scene caught the cadres by surprise. "Hey, why are you just sitting here enjoying the cool breeze? Why don't you chat or something? Is this the difference between intellectuals and these country folk?" They, after all, enjoyed chatting and gossiping after a long day's labor. One of the educated youths sitting awkwardly forced a smile and explained, "We were really tired today, so we just wanted to rest." Haha. The truth was, the awkwardness from the earlier incident between Meng Yinyin and Lin Xiaoxia had yet to dissipate, and they were still too shy to speak up. Fortunately, the cadres weren't too curious and simply smiled, thanked everyone for their hard work, and started asking about their labor results. Each educated youth reported their tasks, and the cadres recorded them as work points in their notebook. While the cadres recorded the work points of the other educated youths, Meng Yinyin, sitting with Yu Xiaoyu in the corner, felt her heart racing with nervousness. Though she had accepted that she would likely get 0 points for the afternoon's work, knowing that only she, Lu Chen, and the scorekeeper were aware of this made it bearable. But if the whole group found out, after she had been pretending to be so competent in front of everyone, it would be too embarrassing. Just thinking about it made Meng Yinyin want to bury her face in her hands. Oh, this was just too awkward. But what she didn't expect was that when the brigade cadre moved to the next person, he skipped over her and asked the next educated youth. Meng Yinyin froze. Did he not see her? It seemed the cadre noticed her confusion and smiled, explaining, "Educated youth Meng, Lu Chen already told us what you did this afternoon, so we've already recorded it for you." In other words, since Lu Chen had already mentioned it, there was no need for her to say anything now. Meng Yinyin couldn't believe it. Once again Lu Chen had saved her. She was both surprised and deeply moved. After the brigade cadres walked away, Yu Xiaoyu couldn't help but quietly express her thoughts to Meng Yinyin. "Yinyin, I really believe Lu Chen is a good person now." She had seen how uneasy Meng Yinyin looked just moments ago, clearly not wanting to face the situation. She had even mentally prepared herself to comfort her, but things had taken an unexpected turn. Meng Yinyin's face, despite being thick-skinned, flushed with embarrassment and she stammered, "I don't really know what happened, but he did help me again. I'll definitely thank him properly." Chapter 12.3. As the two whispered, the brigade cadres finished recording everyone's work points and were about to leave when someone asked about the scorekeeper's injury. The brigade cadre first thanked everyone for their understanding, then explained, "It's not a big deal, just bad luck. The scorekeeper tripped and sprained his ankle, so he probably won't be able to come to work for a few days." Everyone was shocked. They first expressed their sympathy for the scorekeeper's bad luck, then asked who would take over the job of recording work points during his recovery. While it seemed like a simple task, assigning points wasn't as easy as it looked. The brigade cadre was experienced in organizing and assigning tasks, but determining how many work points each task deserved required careful thought, and even then, they had to cross-check everything at the scorekeeper's house before finalizing the numbers. "We'll discuss this tonight, and we'll let you know by tomorrow morning during the roll call." Everyone agreed and didn't ask further questions. After bidding the brigade cadres farewell, they headed to their dorms for the night. Though the thought of a new scorekeeper arriving in the next few days made everyone anxious, they couldn't help but wonder if the new person would be as easygoing as the previous one. Meng Yinyin also had some concerns, but given her reputation for being useless among the brigade cadres, she figured it wouldn't matter who took over the role. It probably wouldn't change anything. So she let it go and quickly fell asleep. However, what she didn't expect was that she would have a series of strange dreams that night. Thankfully, the dreams were clearer and more organized than the ones from the previous night, but they still left Meng Yinyin speechless. In tonight's dream, she found herself developing feelings for Do Zhengrong. What a joke. She wasn't crazy. How could she fall for a married man? Besides, Do Zhengrong had a broken leg. She wasn't the type to discriminate, but she certainly couldn't fall for a man with a disability. What kind of bizarre dream was that? Meng Yinyin seriously suspected that someone had cursed her, which was why she kept having such strange dreams at night. However, after waking up just like yesterday, she quickly dismissed the dream that had made her curse so fiercely. During the morning meeting, the brigade leader mentioned that the scorekeeper had injured their leg and couldn't continue working for now. Then, with everyone's curious gaze on him, he announced the name of the new scorekeeper. Given that the role of scorekeeper is demanding, requiring careful attention, patience, and good calculation skills, we discussed it and decided that for this period, educated youth Song Yu will temporarily take on the duties of scorekeeper. If there are no objections, we can wrap up the meeting. Song Yu became the new scorekeeper? The moment the news was out, everyone in the room looked at him in surprise. Song Yu, however, stood there with a smile on his face, calmly accepting everyone's scrutiny. As the brigade leaders had guessed, the others were only curious for a moment, and then quickly accepted the fact. After all, Song Yu's character and abilities spoke for themselves. Coupled with his status as an educated person, it was clear that no one would oppose him temporarily taking on the scorekeeper role. Since the local villagers had no objections, the educated youths at the point were even prouder to have one of their own in such an important role. There was no way anyone would step forward to cause trouble. Perhaps at that moment, only Meng Yinyin wanted to raise her hand to object. But when she looked around seeing only agreeing faces, she realized that even if she raised both hands and feet to oppose it, this matter wouldn't change. She could only fume silently. Although she wasn't sure whether Song Yu would use his position as scorekeeper to take revenge on her, The mere thought of having to see him again made her reluctant. At least, with Lu Chen by her side, she wasn't as worried. As long as Lu Chen was there, Song Yu definitely wouldn't dare bully her. After all, Song Yu's small frame probably couldn't even withstand one punch from Lu Chen. Humph. Thinking of Lu Chen, Meng Yinyin felt at ease and full of security. After spending a few days working together, Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen had developed a routine. Once the other brigade members had already left, they would leave together and head to their work area. Yesterday, Lu Chen had not finished working on a particular plot of land, so they needed to go there again today. Since she had walked the route twice before, Meng Yinyin was already familiar with it. This time, she was not on alert and walked briskly. As they walked, she chatted with Lu Chen. The topic, unsurprisingly, was the flower crown she was still obsessed with. Lu Chen, I want a flower crown today. Make it bigger than yesterday's. Can you add a few more flowers to it? She had taken the wilted flower crown back home yesterday, intending to keep it as a memento. However, when she looked at it this morning, she saw that the wilted flowers had started turning black and stinking. Naturally, she couldn't keep it near her pillow, so she had tearfully sent the crown down the river to let it return to nature, which she thought was a beautiful end. Lu Chen didn't understand why Meng Yinyin was so interested in the inexpensive flower crown, but since she wanted it, he decided to make another one. Because Meng Yinyin had mentioned some extra requests, Lu Chen picked a few different flowers along the way. When they reached their work area, Lu Chen first made a new flower crown for Meng Yinyin. After receiving a look of surprise and admiration from her, he finally started working. Meng Yinyin had planned to continue slacking off, but she didn't expect that just as they arrived, Song Yu would show up with a notebook in hand. The moment she saw him, Meng Yinyin stood up angrily, staring at him in shock and disgust. What are you doing here? Song Yu still wore his usual smile, but he raised the scorekeeping book in his hand. I'm here to do my job, to supervise the work of the villagers. Meng Yinyin. Meng Yinyin's heart sank. I knew it. This guy has bad intentions. She clenched her teeth, angry enough to jump, but she knew very well that she couldn't do anything to stop Song Yu. At that moment, Lu Chen quickly approached from the field. He stood calmly in front of Meng Yinyin, blocking her behind him, and looked warily at Song Yu. Song Yu chuckled lightly and finally turned his attention to Lu Chen, innocently saying, Comrade Lu Chen, there's no need to be so cautious. It's broad daylight, what harm could I do? I'm just here to supervise the workers. Lu Chen's expression darkened involuntarily, and he glanced at Meng Yinyin with concern. He didn't have any reason to make Song Yu leave. Seeing Lu Chen's concern and then looking at Song Yu's smiling face, Meng Yinyin huffed in frustration and said, If he wants to watch, let him. Let's go over there. She then took Lu Chen's hand and dragged him to a spot far from Song Yu. Once they stopped, she let out a breath of frustration, puffing her cheeks and telling Lu Chen, He's definitely trying to use this as an excuse to make me work in the field. That black-hearted guy. I won't fall for it. Worst case, I'll give up my work points. After all, she didn't even have any share of the work points to begin with. More importantly, she didn't want to keep dragging Lu Chen into this. Once they were officially together, she wouldn't care about such things. But if anyone found out now, it wouldn't be good for either of their reputations. Especially someone like Song Yu, who was two-faced. Who knew what kind of rumors he might spread? So Meng Yinyin finally decided that she would just slack off openly this morning, and if she got 0 work points, then so be it. There was no other choice. In the end, Lu Chen had to give in, and she pushed him to get back to work. As for Song Yu, he was standing not far away, watching them closely, ensuring that Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen had no chance to engage in any secretive actions. The whole morning passed in frustration for Meng Yinyin. When it was finally time for the morning tasks to end, she watched helplessly as Song Yu wrote 0 work points next to her name and gave her a meaningful smile. Meng Yinyin was about to explode with anger. After shooting Song Yu a death glare, she called for Lu Chen and turned to leave. She felt that if she stayed another second with Song Yu, she might end up shouting at him. When they finally returned to the educated youth point, Meng Yinyin was so angry that she barely ate any lunch before retreating to her room to rest. On the other side, Lu Chen was also frowning, troubled by what had happened with Song Yu, and not sure how to handle Meng Yinyin's feelings. Before he could think of a solution, he saw Jiang Hohot standing in his yard. When she saw him, she immediately called out, Lu Chen, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for so long. Lu Chen remained silent, looking at her with a neutral expression. Jiang Hohot had long since gotten used to his expression and continued talking on her own. Hurry up and pack up. Then come over to our place. Your older sister and brother-in-law are back, and they have some things to ask you. Just answer them honestly. Things to ask him? Lu Chen paused at her words. He didn't think he had much to talk about with his eldest cousin, Lu Xiujuan, other than their weak family connection. But after thinking for a while, he still went next door. When he went to the next door, he didn't expect to see that in addition to Lu Xiujuan and her husband, there was another strange man in Lu Dashan's house. Chapter 13.1. When Zhang Hohat and Lu Dashan saw Lu Chen, they immediately smiled. But this smile was directed toward their new son-in-law and his younger brother. Son-in-law, Lu Chen is here. You wanted to ask him something, right? Now's the time. If he knows, he'll definitely tell you. At this, Wang Chengguen, the new son-in-law whom Lu Chen had met a few days ago, turned to look at him. Although Wang Chengguen had heard some things about Lu Chen from Lu Xiujuan during their marriage, he didn't have a strong impression of him, since the two families weren't particularly close. Now looking at Lu Chen, he was somewhat surprised. The cousin, whom his wife had described as pitiful and without parents, turned out to be quite handsome with sharp features and a tall, strong build. Aside from his cold demeanor, which was exactly how he had imagined, Lu Chen looked quite presentable. Wang Chengguen felt a bit awkward under Lu Chen's unchanging gaze. Lu Xiujuan, naturally timid, had hardly ever spoken with him despite growing up together with Lu Chen. After Lu Chen was sent away to the old yard by their parents, she had never dared to approach him again, fully aware of how cruel her parents' actions had been in severing their bond with him. So as his cousin, she could only subtly tug at his sleeve to remind her husband, Wang Chengguen, to speak up. Wang Chengguen snapped out of his thoughts, looked at his brother beside him, and squeezed out a polite smile before addressing Lu Chen. Cousin Lu Chen, sorry to bother you after your hard work. We just wanted to ask you a few things. When Lu Chen neither agreed nor refused, Wang Chengguen went on. I heard you and educated youth Meng have been working together lately. I just wanted to ask if she has a boyfriend or something. Normally, it would be uncomfortable for a man to ask such a question, but since Mother Wang was at work today, he had to take on this task as the older brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately understood Wang Chengwen's intention. Was he trying to set Meng Yinyin up with someone, or had someone already taken an interest in her? Given Meng Yinyin's looks, that was to be expected, but for some reason, when he realized that Wang Chengguen wanted to find her a match, a feeling of resistance arose in his heart. He didn't know why he didn't want to share the answer Wang Chengguen was looking for. Staring at Wang Chengguen for a moment, he finally lowered his gaze and softly said, I don't know. He had never asked Meng Yinyin about these matters, so saying, I don't know wasn't a lie. But at the same time, he was sure that Meng Yinyin didn't have a boyfriend. At least not here in the Nanjiao Brigade. She had hardly spoken to any other young men, and as for the educated youth point, she didn't seem to have any close interactions with other male educated youth either. Even the most outstanding male educated youth, Songyu, was described by her with words like annoying and bothersome. It was clear that others didn't stand a chance in her eyes. But these were details he had no need to share with the people in front of him. After giving his answer, Lu Chen raised his head and turned to leave. If he had known that Zhang Hohat called him over for this, he would never have come and wasted his time. However, just as Lu Chen was about to leave, Zhang Hohat's sharp voice called out. Lu Chen, stop right there. Where are you going? Don't you see your brother-in-law hasn't finished asking you? Do you have any manners? You're so inconsiderate. Zhang Hohat placed great importance on her son-in-law, the city dweller. Moreover, she was pleased that his younger brother had come along. Although she didn't like Meng Yinyin much after a moment's thought, she realized that the younger brother would eventually get married, and instead of him marrying someone else, why not have him marry Meng Yinyin? As the matchmaker, she could gain quite a bit of benefit from it. That's why she had been working so hard on this matter. However, when Zhang Hohat called out, Lu Chen acted as if he didn't hear her at all. His figure quickly disappeared from sight. Seeing this, Zhang Hohat's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Chen actually dared to disregard her like this? He had gotten bolder. She muttered in anger about how Lu Chen was shameless, and then quickly turned around, smiling to the Wang brothers. I'll go next door and talk to him. This boy just doesn't like to talk. He's grown up but still doesn't understand things. With that, Zhang Hohat hurried to the neighboring yard. Meanwhile, Lu Dashan also felt embarrassed. He had always relied on his obedient nephew, Lu Chen, and now to see him leave without saying a word made him feel as though his old face had been completely humiliated, especially in front of the new son-in-law and his brother. This brat was really disrespecting him, and he swore that he would have a good talk with him later. Chengguo, Lu Chen didn't have a father or mother when he was little, so he wasn't properly taught. But don't worry, I'm his uncle and I raised him. He will definitely listen to what I say. You two wait here, I'll go talk to him. After saying that, Lu Dashan quickly went next door. This left the Wang brothers and the nervous Lu Xiujuan behind. Seeing the impatient expression on the Wang brothers, especially her brother-in-law Wang Chengguo, Lu Xiujuan grew even more worried. To prevent them from leaving because of impatience, she quickly thought of an idea. I'll show you around my house. You haven't seen it yet, have you? It's quite big with many rooms. Although Lu Xiujuan was usually shy in front of the Wang family, she couldn't help feeling a bit proud of her family's situation. After all, her family was the richest in the village, and their house was grand. She intended to show the Wang brothers around her home to let them know that her family's conditions were not bad. In fact, they were the wealthiest family in the whole village. Wang Chengguen and Wang Chenggu were indeed tired of waiting and agreed to her suggestion. They followed her inside. When the Wang family had come to discuss the marriage before, they had only sat in the yard or the living room. They had never ventured into the other rooms. But today, with Lu Xiujuan almost showing off, they toured nearly every room in the house, except for the one where her younger brother, Lu Jinbao, stayed. He had gone back to town for school. They even went into the rooms of Lu Dashan and Jiang Hohat. However, Wang Chengguen wasn't very interested in these rooms since he wouldn't be living here in the future. It was his younger brother, Wang Chenggu, who was more surprised. Before, he had heard from his parents that the Lu family was relatively well off, but he thought that was just for a countryside family. However, after seeing the house today, he realized that their wealth was comparable to some city families. He remembered that the Lu family's ancestors were 3 generations of poor farmers. How could they have such wealth? Unable to hold back his curiosity, Wang Chenggu asked the question aloud. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiujuan's face turned pale at his question, and she almost slipped and fell, as if his question had startled her. Wang Chenggu furrowed his brow. Was there something wrong with his question? Why did Lu Xiujuan react so strongly? Lu Xiujuan quickly realized that her response had been too exaggerated. She avoided Wang Chenggu's gaze and hurriedly explained, I don't really know. I was still young back then. It must have been something my grandparents saved up. She was lying. Lu Xiujuan was 23 years old, and the house had been built nearly 20 years ago. Her memories from when she was 3 or 4 were a little blurry, but she still had some impressions of major events. For example, when she was 4 years old, her second uncle and aunt passed away, and her second uncle's body was never found. Then, the year after her second uncle and aunt's death, her family built this grand red brick house, and they went from barely getting by to never worrying about food or clothes again. But at that time she was too young to understand the changes. However, because she was small, her parents didn't hesitate to talk in front of her, and she overheard a conversation she could never forget. We must never let the second son's kid know about this. She knew who the second son's kid was, her little cousin who had just been born. It wasn't until she grew up and remembered this conversation that she realized the true meaning behind it. Maybe the family's current wealth was all due to her second uncle. Lu Xiujuan felt conflicted. On one hand, she thought what her parents did was wrong, but on the other hand, she had gotten used to living in this house and enjoying the envious looks of others. The desire to confess to Lu Chen faded over time, and in the end, she could never bring herself to speak to him again. Wang Chenggu wasn't a fool. Seeing the guilty expression on Lu Xiujuan's face, he sensed that the Lu family probably had some secret they were hiding. He frowned and glanced at his older brother. Wang Chengguen was listening seriously, completely unaware. Wang Chenggu sighed inwardly, feeling like he was the only one thinking ahead. If this matter had nothing to do with them, he wouldn't have bothered. But now, since his elder brother had married Lu Xiujuan, it was, by extension, related to their family. What he was worried about wasn't so much the marriage itself but whether Lu's family's issues would eventually drag his elder brother down, and possibly even affect them. It seemed like he would have to talk to his parents about it when he got home that night. Meanwhile, next door, after Lu Dashan and Jiang Hohat chased after Lu Chen, they planned to give him a proper scolding. But to their surprise, Lu Chen, who usually listened to them without a word, suddenly became rebellious this time. No matter what they said, Lu Chen acted as if he didn't hear a thing. With a cold expression, he focused on making a fire and cooking, completely ignoring them as if they were invisible. Lu Chen, I think you've lost your mind. I asked you a question, and you're just going to ignore me? If Meng Yinyin marries into the city, we'll get a favor from the Wang family. She has no blood relation to you, but we are your family. You're being so unreasonable. What's going on? Are you interested in her? Haha, let me tell you something, look at yourself. How dare you think of her? Do you even deserve her? Lu Dashan was furious. He felt his authority as the elder was being challenged. Without thinking, he raised his hand and prepared to slap Lu Chen across the face. However, halfway through, his arm was stopped by an immense force, and his wrist was twisted behind him, as though it had been trapped in a vice. He couldn't escape. The pain made Lu Dashan's face turn pale, and all he could do was cry out, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Jiang Hohat, watching from the side, was shocked to see Lu Chen subduing Lu Dashan with just one hand. Her face alternated between turning pale and green with fear. She was shaken to the core. Lu Chen actually dared to resist. What was happening to him? The scariest part was how he looked so frightening. She didn't even dare to approach him. With dark, cold eyes, Lu Chen glared at Lu Dashan, his face expressionless, but his eyes were filled with anger and hostility that seemed almost impossible to suppress. Amid Lu Dashan's repeated cries of pain, Lu Chen finally shoved him backward and released his grip. Lu Dashan stumbled back several steps, his face pale with fear. The intense pain in his wrist made him feel as though he had never truly understood his gentle and clumsy nephew. Especially now, when Lu Chen's eyes looked like a storm was about to break, Lu Dashan couldn't help but feel both horrified and fearful. When had Lu Chen ever looked like this? If this was really his true self, then perhaps the obedient and docile behavior he had shown earlier had been an act all along. Chapter 13.2. This realization made Lu Dashan shudder. He couldn't stand to stay any longer. Without even calling for Zhang Hohot, he panicked and ran back to his own house. Seeing him leave, Zhang Hohot, terrified by the unfamiliar sight of Lu Chen, dared not stay alone any longer. She quickly fled as well. The yard was quiet again with only Lu Chen remaining. But at that moment he had no interest in cooking anymore. Standing still, his expression cold, Lu Chen looked at his hand, which he hadn't been able to control earlier, and stood there for a long while. Finally, he pursed his lips and went into the house. He hadn't intended to sever ties with Lu Dashan so soon, but given the events that just occurred, he knew Lu Dashan would likely start to suspect him, maybe even become defensive. Now he realized he had to speed things up. That afternoon, Lu Chen didn't have lunch at home. Instead, he went straight to the brigade leader's house. Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohot were furious when they returned home. The unusual behavior of Lu Chen had completely thrown them off balance. They only managed to calm down when they saw Wang Chengguen and his younger brother. When Lu Xiujuan saw them return, she hurriedly asked how things went. Lu Dashan hesitated to say that not only had he learned nothing from Lu Chen, but he had almost been slapped by that reckless nephew of his. Avoiding the question, he suggested something else. Son-in-law, do you want to see that educated youth Meng? I know she's going to work this afternoon. How about I take you to see her? Don't worry, I'll take you to a place where no one else can see. It'll be kept secret. Wang Chengguen was surprised that Lu Dashan had offered to take them to see Meng Yinyin. After some hesitation, he looked at his younger brother Wang Chenggu. Wang Chenggu replied, "If it's not too much trouble, then thank you, Uncle Lu. It's no trouble at all. We'll go after lunch. Xiujuan, take them around while your mother and I cook lunch." Lu Xiujuan nodded and then led Wang Chengguen and Wang Chenggu outside. On their way out, they had to pass by Lu Chen's house. Wang Chenggu had seen Lu Chen go through the small door between the 2 yards earlier and knew that the house next door belonged to Lu Chen. As they passed the yard, Wang Chenggu couldn't help but glance over again, and it didn't escape Lu Xiujuan's nervous gaze. Wang Chenggu was beginning to suspect that there was something more between his sister-in-law's family and Lu Chen than what met the eye. Pretending not to notice, he didn't ask any further, but managed to see Lu Xiujuan visibly relax. The three of them casually wandered around the village and soon returned to the Lu household for lunch. After the afternoon rest, Meng Yinyin left the educated youth point with a frown on her face. She had woken up angry because she had seen Songyu, especially when he smiled at her holding a notebook to mark points. It was obvious he would come to inspect things again that afternoon. This afternoon she was probably going to end up with 0 work points again. Although she had gotten used to it, she found Songyu extremely annoying. Especially since she didn't even dare to imagine how the brigade leader would react when he found out that she had done nothing all day. It would be bad enough if he just called her over for a lecture. What she feared even more was that in a fit of anger, he might send her away. Ugh! Meng Yinyin let out a painful groan. It seemed that her plan to win over Lu Chen had to be sped up. When she arrived at the work site, Meng Yinyin found that Lu Chen had already gotten there ahead of her, and had already started working in the field. Meng Yinyin couldn't help but feel both envious and emotional. Just looking at how hardworking Lu Chen was, there was no doubt that he could support her. She promised to eat as little as possible. The afternoon went much like the morning. After Meng Yinyin arrived, Lu Chen made her another flower crown and then threw himself into his work wholeheartedly. Not long after, Songyu arrived. Meng Yinyin noticed him out of the corner of her eye but didn't even bother to glance at him. Instead, she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Songyu didn't think much of it either. As usual, he just stood there, waiting for Meng Yinyin to fall asleep and stop doing anything before he turned and left to go somewhere else. As he left, he saw Lu Dashan walking toward him with 2 men. One of them looked familiar. It seemed to be Lu Dashan's new son-in-law. As for the other man, Songyu narrowed his eyes and smiled as he walked up to them. "Uncle Lu, where are you going?" Lu Dashan saw Songyu and didn't take him seriously. He just smiled and explained, "Oh, it's just my son-in-law. He wanted to have a look around, so I brought him out. Don't worry, educated youth Song. I'll make sure to finish the work within the required time." Song Yu smiled. I trust Uncle Lu, so I won't disturb you. Enjoy your walk. With that, they passed each other. However, after walking a few steps, Song Yu's curiosity got the better of him. He had just come from the direction Lu Chen and the others were heading, but over there, aside from fields, there was nothing worth looking at. Except for a certain sleeping beauty with a flower crown. The other man walking with Lu Chen seemed to be of marriageable age. Could it be? If that were the case, things could get interesting. Thinking about how Lu Chen was so protective, like a hungry wolf guarding its food, Song Yu couldn't help but chuckle, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. Someone like him dreaming? Meanwhile, Lu Chen with Wang Chenggu and his brother soon arrived at the spot where Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin were working. To be cautious, the three didn't approach too closely but stood far enough to see Meng Yinyin. When Lu Chen saw Meng Yinyin lying on the grass, sleeping during work hours, he couldn't help but scoff. Anyone who marries someone like her would be married to a lazy person. Only a fool would bring someone home to live off of. However, as he thought this, he noticed Wang Chengwu's eyes light up, a flash of admiration crossing his face. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt more confident. It seemed that this man had taken an interest. Xiao Wu, that's educated youth Meng. She must be tired from working, so she's resting now. She probably didn't mean to slack off. Lu Chen, hoping to facilitate a marriage, was doing his best to cover for Meng Yinin's lazy reputation. But Wang Chenggu didn't mind whether she was lazy or diligent. After all, even if she did nothing at all, their family could still support her without any issues. What mattered to Wang Chenggu was that Meng Yinin's appearance and temperament were exactly what he had envisioned for a wife, if not even better. Xiao Wu, Wang Chengwu's older brother, Wang Chengguan, noticed his younger brother lost in thought and called his name. Wang Chenggu snapped out of it and smiled for the first time that day. Brother, let's go back. Wang Chengguan nodded, then asked, so what are you thinking now? Are you interested or? Wang Chenggu was helpless at his brother's lack of insight. Brother, I plan to have Mom find a matchmaker when we get back. What do you think? Wang Chengguan finally smiled. Ah, that's good, that's good. Let's hurry back so we don't waste any more time. Listening to them, Lu Chen felt even more certain that things were moving forward. As for whether Meng Yinyin would reject the idea, that didn't even cross his mind. After all, in his view, anyone who wasn't a fool wouldn't turn down an offer from the Wang family. The three of them arrived quickly and left just as quickly, and except for Song Yu, no one else knew they had been there. In the afternoon, when Meng Yinyin woke up, Lu Chen had already finished all the work for the day, and even completed some of tomorrow's tasks. When he saw that she was awake, Lu Chen handed her the plastic film he had brought earlier and a pair of scissors. Noticing her confused look, he explained, cut the film and you'll earn work points. Meng Yinyin immediately understood and gave Lu Chen a grateful smile. Don't worry, I'll make sure to finish the task. If she couldn't even manage a simple task like this, she wouldn't be lazy. She'd have a serious problem. After Lu Chen demonstrated how to cut the film, Meng Yinyin lowered her head and got to work on the task he had specifically found for her. Although this task would probably only earn her 2 work points, 2 was better than nothing. So when Song Yu returned, he found Meng Yinyin in a good mood, leisurely cutting plastic film. Noticing Song Yu's figure, Meng Yinyin couldn't help but hum deliberately, as if saying to him, if you think you can give me 0 work points again, you can forget it. Song Yu wasn't angry, still wearing his usual good-natured expression. However, when he glanced at Lu Chen, who was working on the next stage of labor, his smile suddenly became more meaningful. He hadn't realized it before, but this kid really treated Meng Yinyin well. It seemed like he was trying every possible way to help her earn work points. But did he know? For someone like Meng Yinyin, instead of trying all these methods to help her earn those 2 meager points, it would be better to just keep her at home and not make her work at all. That would be the best arrangement for her. Unfortunately, someone like Lu Chen probably didn't have the ability to do that. Song Yu was eager to see the look on Lu Chen's face when he saw Meng Yinyin marry into the city. It would probably be painful for him, and yet there would be nothing he could do to stop it. Would he be helplessly furious? Interesting indeed. Song Yu smiled even more happily. Chapter 13.3. On the side, Meng Yinyin shot him a glance, and when she saw his grin, she felt even more disgusted. She immediately shifted a little to the side. She feared being contaminated by his perversion. Finally, after recording 2 work points for Meng Yinyin and 10 for Lu Chen, Song Yu left. Meng Yinyin stood up, rubbing her sore wrists, and instinctively said to Lu Chen, let's go, it's time to head back. But Lu Chen didn't leave. Instead, he stood still. Meng Yinyin gave him a puzzled look, noticing that it seemed like he had something to say. Meng Yinyin took the initiative to ask, what's wrong? Lu Chen looked at her, his tone a bit apologetic and worried. I'm taking leave tomorrow to go to the town. That meant he wouldn't be able to work tomorrow. If that was the case, she would be the only one working here. Of course, she probably wouldn't do much work, just continuing to slack off. However, with her alone here, especially since Song Yu had become the scorekeeper and had a reason to keep a close eye on Meng Yinyin, Lu Chen couldn't help but be worried. But he had no choice. He had to go to the town tomorrow. You're going to the town? Meng Yinyin exclaimed in surprise, but after that, her eyes suddenly lit up. I'm going too. I'll ask the brigade leader for leave, and then we can go together tomorrow. Lu Chen had not expected that Meng Yinyin would also go to the town. He had already planned to ask the brigade leader to let Meng Yinyin work with the others temporarily, just to avoid her being alone with Song Yu. I have something very important to do. Meng Yinyin would never tell Lu Chen that she was going to buy fabric to make clothes for him. That was a surprise and a secret she couldn't share. She had been worried about finding someone to accompany her. And now that Lu Chen said he was going, Meng Yinyin felt like maybe this was the universe helping her. With Lu Chen accompanying her, she felt less resistant to the 2 hours in the town. Seeing that Meng Yinyin truly seemed to have something to do in the town, Lu Chen didn't say anything further and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I'll go with you to ask the brigade leader. Meng Yinyin nodded eagerly, already looking forward to tomorrow's trip to the town. Apart from fabric, she needed to buy so many other things. Mosquito repellent, snacks, pastries, soap, etc. She'd have to make a list when she got back tonight. However, when she went to ask the brigade leader for leave, she was scolded for asking for leave again so soon after just taking time off. Meng Yinyin blinked her big eyes innocently and extended her arm. Brigade leader, there are so many mosquitoes here. I need to buy some mosquito repellent and other daily necessities. On her arm were several red bumps, which stood out against her pale skin. The brigade leader. He had never seen someone so delicate. Seeing that the brigade leader seemed unwilling to relent, Meng Yinyin lowered her head and started to whimper. Sorry, brigade leader, I don't want to be like this either, but when mosquitoes bite me, I can't sleep well, and if I can't sleep well, I won't be able to work properly. Then I'll hold up the whole team's progress. Would she be dragging the whole country and society into this if she kept going? The brigade leader was already numb. Finally, he gave up and waved his hand. Fine, go ahead. But buy everything you need tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't give you any more leave. Yay. Although the process had been a bit unexpected, she still successfully got the leave. Once outside the brigade leader's office, Meng Yinyin couldn't help but squint and smile at Lu Chen, showing him with her expression that she had succeeded. Where should we meet tomorrow morning? Lu Chen thought for a moment. There's a small bridge outside the village. We'll meet there. All right, Meng Yinyin knew he still wanted to avoid suspicion, but she couldn't be bothered to correct him. Once she finished making his clothes and gave them to him, Lu Chen would no longer be able to escape from her grasp. Meng Yinyin clenched her fists, giving herself a little pep talk. However, when she got back to the dorm and started making a shopping list, she suddenly realized she had missed something important. She turned her luggage over and over, almost going through the entire suitcase, but she still couldn't find a single cloth ticket. Meng Yinyin was stunned. How was she supposed to buy cloth without a cloth ticket? In her panic, Meng Yinyin could only go to find Yu Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, although Yu Xiaoyu had a few cloth tickets, it wasn't nearly enough for the amount of fabric Meng Yinyin needed to make a piece of clothing. Seeing the instant slump in Meng Yinyin's expression, Yu Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel guilty. I'm sorry, Yinyin. Should I go ask around and see if I can gather a few more for you? Hearing this, Meng Yinyin snapped out of her daze and immediately refused without thinking. She didn't want others to know she was buying fabric, especially since they'd surely ask what she was making. If they found out she wasn't sewing it for herself, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Of course, the biggest reason was that she didn't want to borrow from people she wasn't close to. But what should she do if she didn't have enough cloth tickets? Meng Yinyin looked at the clothes on her bed and sadly thought, if only she had packed one less outfit and exchanged it for fabric. But alas. Wait a minute. Meng Yinyin seemed to have suddenly thought of something and her gaze fell back on the pile of clothes. Who said her clothes couldn't be turned into fabric? It seemed like she had figured out a way. Early the next morning, Meng Yinyin mysteriously packed a small bag and said goodbye to Yu Xiaoyu before heading to the small bridge outside the brigade. Before she could even reach the bridge, she saw Lu Chen already waiting there. She didn't know how long he had been waiting, but it was clear that he had been there for a while. I'm here. Let's go, let's hurry to the town. Meng Yinyin was eager to go to the town. After all, time was tight, and she had something important to do. Lu Chen didn't think much of it and took her urgency as excitement about her first visit to the town. So the two of them set off toward the town. They left early, before the sun had risen. If they walked at a normal pace, they would definitely reach the town before the sun came up. But it was clear that Lu Chen had overestimated Meng Yinyin's stamina. After walking for nearly half an hour and still not having covered half of the usual distance, Lu Chen was already feeling helpless. Meanwhile, Meng Yinyin was gasping for breath, her little face flushed from the exertion, and her hand was constantly waving the air to cool herself down. When they reached a tree, she couldn't hold on any longer. She leaned against the tree, her normally clear eyes now clouded with mist, looking both pitiful and adorable, making her hard to ignore. Lu Chen, I can't go on. Meng Yinyin bit her lip, looking at Lu Chen with pleading eyes. Lu Chen had never encountered this situation before. For him, a 2-hour walk was no problem, but seeing the expression on Meng Yinin's face, as if she would collapse right there, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. But the most important thing now was to figure out a way to get her moving again. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen checked to make sure no one else was around, then hesitated and asked, "Should I carry you?" Meng Yinin's eyes immediately brightened, wishing she could jump onto his back right away. However, she pretended to act modest and asked, "Wouldn't that be tiring for you?" Lu Chen shook his head honestly. "Not at all." Then, as if worried she wouldn't believe him, he added with even more seriousness, "I've carried a 150-pound sow to the town before." The sow had been sick, and the vet was only in town. The implication was clear. Meng Yinyin wasn't heavier than that sow, so carrying her wouldn't tire him out. Meng Yinyin. He actually compared her to a sow. Meng Yinyin was so furious she nearly wanted to spit blood. She couldn't hold back anymore and shot him a fierce glare before angrily jumping onto his back, deliberately tightening her arms around his neck and asking, "Am I heavy?" Lu Chen didn't understand why Meng Yinyin was suddenly angry. Just as he was about to shake his head and say she wasn't heavy, he heard her continue. "Which is more comfortable to carry, the sow or me?" Lu Chen froze. He had a feeling he now understood why Meng Yinyin was upset. From then on, throughout the entire journey, Lu Chen dared not bring up the topic of the sow again. As he walked steadily, Meng Yinin's anger gradually melted away, and by the time he was weaving a flower crown for her, her irritation completely disappeared. Wearing the flower crown, she lay down on Lu Chen's back and slowly fell asleep, her lips curling into a smile. When they were nearing the town, Lu Chen woke Meng Yinyin up and gently set her down. It was her first time visiting the town, and although it wasn't very bustling, she was still excited for the trip. As they were about to enter the town, Meng Yinyin suddenly remembered to ask Lu Chen why they were going and where they were headed. Lu Chen was silent for a few seconds before answering. "To the post office." "To the post office? To withdraw money? To receive a letter? Or to mail something?" But seeing that Lu Chen didn't seem to want to explain further, Meng Yinyin politely didn't press him. She only asked how long he thought the trip to the post office would take. "This is my first time in town. I'm not familiar with it, so I wanted you to accompany me around." Meng Yinyin didn't think much of her words. After all, with her looks, what if she ran into bad people on the way? Of course, public security is very good now and this situation almost does not exist. But she just wanted Lu Chen to accompany her, so that she would feel more at ease. Chapter 14. Lu Chen paused for a moment after hearing her words, then said, "It won't take long. I'll go send the letter now." Meng Yinyin responded with a simple okay, and wasn't at all curious about what Lu Chen was going to send or who the letter was for. She just said, "I'll wait for you outside the post office." After all, sending a letter wouldn't take long, it wouldn't delay things for too much. Seeing that she wasn't asking any more questions, Lu Chen felt a sense of relief. "All right, I'll be quick," he replied. With that, the two of them made their way to the post office. The town that Lu Chen had brought Meng Yinyin to was fairly large, with several state-owned factories, and other basic facilities were also complete. As they walked to the post office, Meng Yinyin couldn't help but look around curiously at her surroundings. When they passed by a textile factory, she suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. After they passed the factory, she finally recalled where she had heard the term textile factory. It was when Jiang Hohat had mentioned it to her, saying that her in-law worked at the textile factory in the town. She had also said that if Meng Yinyin ever came to visit the town, she should stop by the factory to look for her. But Meng Yinyin had no real reason to go visit. So, after a quick glance at the factory gate, she quickly dismissed the thought. Soon they arrived at the post office. Meng Yinyin stood outside, waiting for Lu Chen to handle his business inside. Inside the post office, Lu Chen took out the letter he had written overnight and also retrieved the long-unused, dusty address. An address that even the brigade leader wasn't sure was still valid, and sent the letter off. Watching the postal worker take the letter, Lu Chen stared at it for a long time, not turning his gaze away until he could no longer see the letter, before he finally turned and left. This letter carried so many of his hopes. If it failed, he would really have no choice but to resort to more forceful measures. Outside the post office, Meng Yinyin found a spot under an eave to stand, shielding herself from the sun while waiting for Lu Chen. With her fair skin and striking looks, she had dressed in a bright-colored outfit for the town visit. Every passerby couldn't help but take notice of her. A beauty like her was truly rare in this town. However, Meng Yinyin had long since become accustomed to such stares. She didn't even glance at the people around her, only keeping her eyes fixed on the door of the post office, waiting for Lu Chen to come out. Just as she watched Lu Chen step up to the counter and begin speaking with the postal worker, a delighted voice suddenly called out from behind her. "Educated youth Meng, you've come to the town?" Startled, Meng Yinyin turned around and saw Mother Wang, the woman she had met before. Mother Wang was smiling broadly, looking at Meng Yinyin as though she had found some rare treasure. This left Meng Yinyin feeling confused, even a little on edge. Wang? Aunt? She remembered that Zhang Hohat had told her Mother Wang's name, but she had forgotten it. Since Meng Yinyin hadn't expected to run into her again, she hadn't bothered to remember. Mother Wang, not at all offended, smiled and introduced herself again. "Educated youth Meng. I'm Zhao Shufan. You can just call me Aunt Zhao." Meng Yinyin obediently addressed her, "Aunt Zhao." Her soft voice made Zhao Shufan feel quite pleased. Indeed, not only was she beautiful, but her voice was lovely as well. A well-behaved girl like her would surely make anyone happy just by having her around. Of course, Zhao Shufan had another reason for being so fond of Meng Yinyin. After her two sons returned yesterday, her second son had expressed his satisfaction with Meng Yinyin. After so many girls, he had finally found one he liked, even going so far as to say he had feelings for her. As a mother, Zhao Shufan couldn't help but take notice. If things went well, Meng Yinyin would likely become her daughter-in-law in the future. "Yinyin, why are you in the town today? Have you finished your business? If you're done, why don't you come to my house for lunch? I'm good at cooking. Just tell me what you'd like, and I'll make it for you." Meng Yinyin was once again taken aback by Zhao Shufan's overwhelming warmth. She was almost at a loss for how to handle it. While she understood that people liked her, she also knew that nothing ventured, nothing gained didn't always come from the most genuine intentions. So, without hesitation, she politely declined. "Aunt Zhao, thank you for your kindness, but I don't have much to do. I'll be heading back soon. I have to work this afternoon, and I don't want my personal matters to affect the work of the entire brigade." Meng Yinyin said this in a serious manner, as if she was not the one who was desperately trying to avoid labor every day. Zhao Shufan hadn't expected her to use work as an excuse to decline, and she didn't know how to continue persuading her. She wanted to say that she could only earn a few work points by working for a day, so it would be better to marry into their family and enjoy a good life, but she didn't dare to say it. "It's just lunch. Afterward I can ride my bike and send you back to the brigade. It won't take long, and I promise it won't delay your other matters." Zhao Shufan was still unwilling to give up on creating a chance for Meng Yinyin and her son to interact. However, Meng Yinyin remained steadfast with her. "I must not neglect the entire brigade" expression. Seeing that there was no reason left to convince Meng Yinyin to visit her house, Zhao Shufan finally had to give up and hesitantly speak the truth. "Educated youth Meng, Aunt wants to ask you something. Could you tell me?" "Here she comes." She knew that this Aunt Zhao must need her help with something. She immediately became alert, eyes wide open, ready to handle whatever came next. What she didn't expect, however, was that Aunt Zhao would say, "Educated youth Meng, are you thinking of getting married? Actually, I have a second son, he's 23 this year. He's not bad looking, I'm not exaggerating, he's quite handsome, and he's also an important worker at a furniture factory. He has a bright future ahead, and our family owns a house. If my second son gets married, they could easily live there. What do you think?" Zhao Shufan counted on her fingers as she listed her son's qualities and their family's advantages. The conditions she mentioned were rare, even in this town, let alone the Nanjiao brigade. In fact, many young women had tried to get close to her second son before, hoping to marry him. He was handsome, well off, and marrying him would mean having everything. She laid all this out confidently, sure that educated youth Meng would be moved. After finishing, Zhao Shufan eagerly watched educated youth Meng. And finally, it dawned on her. This warm Aunt Zhao had been eyeing her for a potential match with her second son. After realizing Zhao Shufan's intentions, Meng Yinyin felt a sense of relief. To be honest, Zhao Shufan's sudden and intense enthusiasm had left her on guard. She had been overly cautious before, but now that she understood, she felt more at ease. As for Zhao Shufan's second son and their family's conditions, if this had been the old Meng Yinyin, she probably wouldn't have even considered it. But now, having fallen on hard times, this kind of offer seemed pretty good. If Zhao Shufan had brought it up a few days ago, she might have seriously thought it over. However, at this point, she had already made up her mind to be with Lu Chen. She was determined and devoted, and once she chose someone, she wouldn't backtrack. So, no matter how good Zhao Shufan's words were or how excellent her second son seemed, Meng Yinyin had to refuse. She didn't want to be the kind of woman who couldn't make up her mind. Aunt Zhao, I'm sorry, although I'm not married yet. I actually already have someone I'm interested in. Meng Yinyin didn't want to mislead her, so she rejected the offer plainly. When Zhao Shufan heard this, she was completely stunned. Educated youth Meng, when did you? Weren't you just saying you didn't have anyone? Meng Yinyin tilted her head in confusion. I don't have anyone right now, but I do have someone I'm interested in. Maybe soon. He'll become my partner and then my husband. Just thinking about possibly living in Lu Chen's house, having a big house, plenty of food, and not needing to work made her so happy. Of course, she had to admit, being with Lu Chen made her feel safe and relaxed. So, even if someone else had the same qualities as him, she probably wouldn't agree to anyone else as quickly. Seeing the joy in Meng Yinin's eyes, Zhao Shufan's heart sank. She hadn't expected that after all this effort, the girl had already chosen someone else. Although Zhao Shufan was very fond of Meng Yinyin, she couldn't bring herself to break up a couple. Besides, who knew if Meng Yinyin would even let her interfere? But there was still a question in Zhao Shufan's mind. Educated youth Meng, may I ask, is the person you like someone from your hometown? Or someone you met after coming to the countryside? If he was from her hometown, Zhao Shufan felt her son wouldn't stand a chance. Though she didn't know where exactly Meng Yinyin was from, she could tell by her bearing and grace that she had grown up in a wealthy family, surrounded by well-off people. Though her family was comfortable in this town, they couldn't compare to the people from the big cities. But if her crush was someone she met after coming to the countryside, then maybe the young men from the Nanjiao Brigade wouldn't be able to compare to her son. Zhao Shufan thought her son might still have a chance. Seeing that Zhao Shufan was still hanging on, Meng Yinyin couldn't help but silently sigh. Sometimes being too charming really was a burden. Now, Aunt Zhao was hoping she'd marry her son. But with Lu Chen in her life, she had to disappoint Aunt Zhao's hopes. So, after a moment she said, "The person I like is someone I met after coming to the countryside." Zhao Shufan, still not ready to give up, pressed on. Is it another educated youth? You know, maybe being with someone who shares the same experience can create feelings, but as someone who's been through this, I think this kind of closeness in a new environment may not be love, it could just be. She didn't finish her sentence before Meng Yinyin quickly shook her head. No, not an educated youth. Not an educated youth? Then the only other people she could have met were the local villagers. Could it be that Meng Yinyin had fallen for a local young man from Nanjiao Brigade? Zhao Shufan was utterly stunned. Meng Yinin's choice was even more surprising than her decision to become an educated youth. Yes, he's not an educated youth, but he's a really good person and he's been really kind to me. I also quite like him. Actually, Meng Yinyin wanted to say that she was quite satisfied with him. However, she didn't want to directly admit that she was attracted to Lu Chen's qualities, because if Lu Chen heard that, it would spoil everything. But there was no need to explain so much. As soon as Zhao Shufan heard that Meng Yinyin had fallen for a rural boy, her expression turned to one of disbelief as if she thought, how could it be him? Meng Yinyin didn't want to care about Zhao Shufan's thoughts. After all, she was living her own life, and as long as she was happy with her choice, that was enough. Seeing that Lu Chen had finished his task and was coming out, Meng Yinyin waved at Zhao Shufan and said goodbye with a smile. Aunt Zhao, we're leaving now. See you next time. She then quickly jogged up to Lu Chen and looked up at him. Is everything done? Lu Chen nodded. Before leaving, he had noticed Meng Yinyin talking to Zhao Shufan. He had met Zhao Shufan once before, when the Wang family had gone to Lu Dashan's house to discuss the marriage arrangements. He still remembered her, but since Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohot hadn't introduced him to the Wang family, he didn't feel the need to greet Zhao Shufan now. He simply lowered his head and asked Meng Yinyin, "What about you?" "Me." Meng Yinyin only realized what he meant after noticing his gaze. She quickly shook her head. "I've finished talking with Aunt Zhao. There's nothing else, so we can head to the next place." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen didn't ask further. He just nodded and led Meng Yinyin away. Meanwhile, Zhao Shufan, after watching the way Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen interacted, suddenly furrowed her brows and looked at Meng Yinyin in disbelief. Educated youth Meng, the person you were talking about, could it be him? Chapter 15. Lu Chen didn't know what exactly Meng Yinyin and Zhao Shufan had discussed earlier. However, seeing the expression on Zhao Shufan's face, full of disbelief as she looked at him, Lu Chen could guess that it wasn't a casual conversation. If it were, Zhao Shufan wouldn't have looked so shocked. Meng Yinyin didn't expect Zhao Shufan to ask that question right in front of Lu Chen. She felt a wave of panic in her heart. "Aunt Zhao, we're leaving now. We'll see you another time." Without thinking, Meng Yinyin grabbed Lu Chen's sleeve and pulled him away. What was she thinking? She hadn't even secured Lu Chen's heart yet. If he found out she had feelings for him now, it would ruin all her plans. Though there was another possibility, maybe Lu Chen would be happy to know this and confess to her. But after a second, Meng Yinyin decisively dismissed that thought. Given Lu Chen's personality, waiting for him to come around or pursue her on his own was nothing more than a dream. So until she had won Lu Chen over, Meng Yinyin absolutely couldn't let him know how she felt. Once she was sure that they were out of Zhao Shufan's line of sight, Meng Yinyin stopped to catch her breath. When she turned around, she saw Lu Chen looking at her with a confused expression. Meng Yinyin cleared her throat and acted calm. "It's nothing, I just didn't want to keep talking to Aunt Zhao. By the way, hurry up and take me to the supply and marketing cooperative. I have a lot of things to buy." Seeing that she didn't want to talk further, Lu Chen didn't press her. Soon he took Meng Yinyin to the cooperative. Since he didn't need to buy anything and there were many people inside, he stayed outside. Meng Yinyin, however, eagerly entered the cooperative. She hadn't seen so many goods in one place in a long time, and her eyes were shining with excitement. With her daily necessities coupons in hand, she quickly bought things like mosquito repellent and soap. Afterward, she went straight to the fabric counter, which was the main reason for her trip to the town. Though the variety of fabrics here couldn't compare to what could be found in big cities, it was still fairly decent and matched what Yu Xiaoyu had told her, plenty of colors and patterns. Meng Yinyin scanned the fabrics quickly and soon decided on the color she wanted. She planned to make Lu Chen a black coat. The ones Lu Chen wore before were deep blue or gray, probably because he had worn them for so long so it didn't seem odd. But Meng Yinyin felt that black would suit him best. Black was cool, mysterious, and could encompass everything. Just like Lu Chen's personality. However, realizing she didn't have a cloth ticket, Meng Yinyin reluctantly looked away from the black fabric and began to observe the other people crowded at the counter. Though fabric was essential in daily life, most families wouldn't buy it unless necessary. After all, there was a saying, 3 years of new, 3 years of old, patch and sew for another 3. This referred to how people used fabric in clothing. Cloth tickets were hard to come by, and since people were frugal, as long as the fabric wasn't completely torn apart, it could be patched up. So, unless it was a special occasion, few people would come to buy fabric. Naturally, those who did shop at the fabric counter were generally well off or had extra cloth tickets, such as young women or wives from good families. Meng Yinin's gaze quickly fell on a young woman who looked around 18 or 19, about the same age as her. The young woman was wearing a soft green long dress, made from a fabric and design that stood out. In this small town, her attire was probably one of a kind. It was clear from her appearance that she came from a well-off family. Meng Yinyin also noticed that after glancing over the fabrics on display at the counter, the young woman made a face of disdain as if saying, "This? The new fabrics are all so ugly." Meng Yinin's eyes lit up, and she immediately made up her mind. She's the one. Finally, during the moment when the saleswoman was trying to persuade a loyal customer to stay but failed, Meng Yinyin walked towards the young woman. "Do you think my clothes are nice?" she asked in a tone low enough for only the two of them to hear. The young woman turned around, first looking at Meng Yinyin in confusion. Her gaze then quickly shifted to Meng Yinin's outfit. As soon as she saw the clothes, a look of admiration appeared in her eyes. The pattern, the style, and especially the workmanship, this was clearly no ordinary garment. It was likely something even the department stores in the provincial capital couldn't sell. However, after the admiration, a sense of displeasure unexpectedly emerged in the young woman's eyes. She felt that Meng Yinin's sudden question about her outfit was perhaps a subtle way of showing off. So she darkened her expression and snorted, "What does it matter to me whether your clothes look good or not?" Meng Yinyin had been observing her expression and immediately noticed the change in the young woman's demeanor. She realized the girl was pretending to be tough. Although she said it didn't matter, her eyes kept glancing at Meng Yinin's clothes, clearly liking them but too shy to admit it. Meng Yinyin breathed a sigh of relief, knowing she had found the right person. Now, focused on her grand goal, she didn't care about anything else. She leaned closer to the young woman's ear and said again, "I have an even nicer brand new outfit that I haven't worn." The young woman was speechless, her anger flaring up. Why was she showing off to her? But just as she was about to respond, Meng Yinyin quickly added, "Do you want it? I can trade it with you." The young woman's anger instantly vanished, and she looked at Meng Yinyin in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Meng Yinyin nodded firmly, and the young woman immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the supply and marketing cooperative. As they were pulled out, Lu Chen noticed Meng Yinyin and his expression darkened. Without thinking, he moved to follow, ready to rescue her. From the looks of it, it seemed like Meng Yinyin was being bullied. However, Meng Yinyin quickly waved at him and instructed, "I'm fine, don't come over, just wait for me here." With those 3 sentences, Lu Chen finally stopped in his tracks, though his worry was still evident in his eyes. The young woman pulling Meng Yinyin turned to glance at Lu Chen, and was nearly startled by the intensity of his gaze. Luckily, Meng Yinyin quickly pulled her attention back by tugging on her. Soon they reached a narrow alley not far from the cooperative. There were hardly any people passing by, making it the perfect place for some unlawful trade, like the one Meng Yinyin was about to make. You said you wanted to trade. What do you mean? The young woman asked eagerly after they stopped. Meng Yinyin didn't hesitate. She immediately opened the small bag she had been carrying since the morning. Inside was a beautiful dress that was hard to resist. After showing the goods and receiving the delighted look from the buyer, Meng Yinyin finally stated her purpose. I'd like to trade this dress for some cloth tickets. The young woman blinked in disbelief. What? Just cloth tickets? She asked, shocked. She had thought Meng Yinyin was going to trade the dress for money, and she had already planned how to haggle. But now, Meng Yinyin was only asking for cloth tickets. Are you sure cloth tickets? Meng Yinyin nodded firmly. Yes, cloth tickets. I saw you were here to buy fabric today, so you must have brought some cloth tickets, right? In those days, private transactions like buying and selling were prohibited, and Meng Yinyin wasn't bold enough to risk it, especially given her current situation. She couldn't afford to make mistakes and get caught. So she opted for a safer exchange, bartering goods for goods, and she was even willing to forego money as long as she got cloth tickets. This way, no money was involved, which made it much safer. Moreover, no matter how you looked at it, she was the one losing out. Well, I have some, but not much. After confirming that Meng Yinyin only wanted cloth tickets, the young woman grew anxious. The dress was so beautiful that Meng Yinyin probably wanted a lot of cloth tickets in return. But she wasn't sure if she would be able to buy the fabric she liked today, so she hadn't brought many coupons. Meng Yinyin was stunned, feeling a bit anxious as well. How many do you have? Can you go back? Before she could finish, the young woman pulled out a thick stack of cloth tickets from her pocket. Meng Yinyin. Just these, but since your dress is so beautiful, I'm sure it won't be enough, right? She spoke cautiously. Meng Yinyin took a deep breath. Recalling the price of the black fabric she had heard earlier, she grabbed the cloth tickets from the young woman's hand, while also handing the new dress to her. That's enough. That's enough. She was only buying a piece of black fabric, and these coupons not only covered it, but they might even be enough for her to buy cloth to make 2 light summer blouses. Then, are you really willing to trade this dress with me? The girl clearly hadn't expected Meng Yinyin to so easily give her the dress. If she was right, the dress likely cost over 50. With just a few cloth tickets, she had gotten such a beautiful and expensive dress. If Meng Yinyin knew the price the girl had estimated, she would have rolled her eyes in disbelief. 50? It would be more accurate to triple that amount. And this dress was something her father had bought for her when he was on a business trip to Haicheng. She loved it so much that she hadn't even worn it yet, because she didn't want to damage it. To her surprise, she would never get the chance to wear it now. Meng Yinyin felt a pang of regret and reluctantly took a last glance at the dress. But then she thought, the dress can be replaced, but it's hard to find Lu Chen again. So in the end, Meng Yinyin could only bid farewell to her beloved dress with tears in her eyes. However, before leaving the alley, she remembered to ask the girl cautiously. By the way, do you know me? The girl froze, instinctively shaking her head. She thought Meng Yinyin was perhaps trying to befriend her. Just as she was about to introduce herself and give Meng Yinyin her name and where she lived, she saw Meng Yinyin breathe a sigh of relief and say, "That's good." The girl didn't know her, so after today they would have no more connections and there would be no risk of meeting again. The girl. Then she watched as Meng Yinyin turned and left without a second glance. Outside the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Chen's worried heart finally settled when he saw Meng Yinyin return safely. He was about to ask if she had encountered any problems when he saw her walk back into the cooperative without lifting her head. Lu Chen swallowed his words and his gaze couldn't help but shift to the alley where Meng Yinyin had just been with the unfamiliar girl. He saw the stranger holding something in her hands, walking happily in the opposite direction. Lu Chen had excellent eyesight, and when he focused on what the girl was holding, he immediately realized it was a dress? Based on its style, quality, and the bright color that stood out in the small town's cooperative, Lu Chen immediately thought the dress probably belonged to Meng Yinyin. But he wasn't entirely sure. Though they hadn't spent much time together, Lu Chen could tell that Meng Yinyin was someone who took pride in her appearance, always dressing neatly and beautifully, even when going to work. So, it was hard to imagine that she would give away her dress to someone else. Lu Chen furrowed his brows and in the end, he convinced himself that the dress probably wasn't Meng Yinyin's. After all, he couldn't come up with any reason why Meng Yinyin would give her dress to someone else. Soon Meng Yinyin, with her freshly acquired cloth ration tickets, had bought several bolts of fabric she liked, and happily left the store. She had hidden the black fabric she bought for Lu Chen in her bag, while the fabric she bought for herself were directly in her hands. Alright, I'm done. Do you need to do anything else? Once everything was taken care of, Meng Yinyin's mood lifted, no longer burdened by the loss of her dress. Now everything was in place. She just needed to finish making the clothes and deliver them to Lu Chen. With her intelligence, everything would go smoothly. Lu Chen shook his head when he heard her and indicated that he had nothing else to do. With that, Meng Yinyin went straight back to the brigade with him. Meanwhile, at the Wang family home, after being rejected by Meng Yinyin, Zhao Shufan wasn't in a good mood when she returned home. Father Wang and his 2 sons had just returned for dinner, and Lu Xiujuan had just finished preparing the meal. Seeing that Zhao Shufan had returned first and was frowning, Lu Xiujuan couldn't help but feel anxious, wondering if she had done something wrong to upset her mother-in-law. That timid demeanor only made Zhao Shufan, who had never been satisfied with her character, even more displeased. Especially when she thought about how she could have had a lovely daughter-in-law like Meng Yinyin. She couldn't help but sigh. But she wasn't one to take out her frustration on others, so when she saw Lu Xiujuan standing there awkwardly, she reluctantly said, "Is the meal ready? Do you need help?" Lu Xiujuan quickly shook her head. No need. There's still 1 dish left. I'll wait for Dad and the others to come back before frying it. Hearing this, Zhao Shufan didn't say anything more. Just then, she heard the sound of Father Wang and his sons coming in, and Lu Xiujuan quickly dashed to the kitchen as if she had found her savior. "Mom, I'll go fry the dishes." Zhao Shufan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her anymore. Turning to the door, she saw Father Wang and his sons enter. Father Wang noticed her irritated expression and paused before asking, "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhao Shufan didn't respond immediately. Instead, she hesitated before looking at her second son, Wang Chenggu. Wang Chenggu, quick on the uptake, realized that his mother's mood was likely related to him. However, he couldn't recall anything he had done recently. Wait, there was one thing. Wang Chenggu furrowed his brows and spoke. "Mom, is it about the educated youth Meng?" Her second son was indeed smart. But the more smart and understanding he was, the more Zhao Shufan felt sorry for him. Eventually, she gave in and told him about the conversation she had with Meng Yinyin earlier that morning. "Ah, that girl actually likes someone who is clearly inferior to you in every way." Although Zhao Shufan didn't look down on Lu Chen, the thought that Meng Yinyin, who had rejected her own son, was now attracted to someone without parents and no prospects, naturally made her feel unhappy. Wang Chenggu didn't say anything when he heard it, but his mood was somewhat affected. He lowered his head and was about to say that he would just forget about it. Since educated youth Meng already had someone in his heart, he would not bother with it anymore. However, Lu Xiujuan happened to hear these words in the kitchen. Seeing the gloomy atmosphere in her husband's family, she bit her lip and her mind couldn't help but move. "Dad, Mom, actually Lu Chen, he can't possibly be with educated youth Meng." "What?" Zhao Shufan turned around immediately and looked at Lu Xiujuan in disbelief. Degree.ring operator *** ring operator. Degree. Chapter 16. What do you mean by that? Zhao Shufan, surprised at first, couldn't help but press further. What did Lu Chen not possibly marrying educated youth Meng mean? Could it be that he, like someone else, was already engaged? Or was there another reason? The Wang family was clearly captivated by Lu Xiujuan's words, and even she felt a little nervous. After all, apart from her wedding day, this was the first time she'd been the center of attention at the Wang household. Though nervous, she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy and satisfaction. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke under their curious gazes. Because Lu Chen, his family's financial situation isn't great, and there were also some issues surrounding his birth. So he won't get married. Especially not to someone like Meng Yinyin, who obviously wasn't from a family that could handle the kind of life Lu Chen's family could offer. More importantly, Lu Xiujuan knew her parents, as Lu Chen's only living relatives, would never let him marry just anyone. If Lu Chen ever decided to marry, her parents would have to contribute financially, or they'd lose face and be ridiculed by other relatives. To save money, they'd undoubtedly try every possible way to dissuade him from marrying. Although she occasionally felt that her parents' actions were unfair, she also thought that, given Lu Chen had lived alone for so many years and the tragic incidents surrounding his birth, perhaps not marrying was for the best. At least he wouldn't end up dragging down a future partner. Zhao Shufan listened to Lu Xiujuan's explanation but found it hard to believe. After all, she was educated enough to know that superstitions about bad omens and fate weren't necessarily true. Besides, if Meng Yinyin was willing to be with Lu Chen, she must already know about his family situation. These reasons didn't seem compelling enough for Lu Chen to reject Meng Yinyin. Especially considering Meng Yinyin's beauty, not many men would have the heart to turn her down. However, Lu Xiujuan was Lu Chen's cousin, and their families lived so close. It didn't seem likely she would lie. For a moment, the Wang family hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. In the end, it was Zhao Shufan who couldn't hold back and asked again, "Are you sure about this? Is there really no possibility between Lu Chen and educated youth Meng?" Deep down, Lu Xiujuan was unsure herself. Although she had grown up with Lu Chen, Their relationship was only slightly better than that of strangers, especially after their grandmother passed away and her parents forced Lu Chen to move next door. She avoided him even more, so she couldn't be certain what her now 20-something cousin really thought. Still, she knew he had always avoided close relationships for fear of bringing misfortune to others or affecting them with the rumors surrounding him. Now that he was older, he must have grown accustomed to living alone. It seemed even less likely that he'd change his ways for a stranger like Meng Yinyin. And even if Lu Chen had developed feelings for Meng Yinyin and was willing to change his solitary lifestyle for her, Lu Xiaojuan had her ways to make him give up. After all, she was well aware of what Lu Chen had been persistently asking her parents for. If needed, she could persuade her parents to return some of her second uncle and aunt's belongings to Lu Chen, using that as leverage to deter him from pursuing Meng Yinyin. She knew Lu Chen would never refuse his parents' keepsakes. In the end, she nodded with unprecedented determination. Yes, they can't possibly get married. Zhao Shufan's expression shifted between surprise, doubt, and finally, a hint of calculation. If educated youth Meng and Lu Chen weren't an option, then maybe, just as she was about to suggest her son try his luck again, her second son, Wang Chenggu, suddenly fixed his gaze on Lu Xiaojuan with a peculiar look. Sister-in-law, as far as I remember, you don't seem that close to Lu Chen. The implication was clear. How could she be so certain that Lu Chen wouldn't be with Meng Yinyin? Yesterday, when he and his elder brother went to Lu Dashan's house, it was obvious that none of the family members got along with Lu Chen. Even his cousin, Lu Xiaojuan, seemed to avoid him like the plague. Yet today, she was suddenly acting as if they had a deep sibling bond and confidently declaring what was or wasn't possible for Lu Chen. Lu Xiaojuan hadn't expected Wang Chenggu to pick up on her inconsistencies so quickly. Panicked, she lowered her gaze to avoid his probing look and forced herself to remain calm. We were closer when we were younger. It's only as we grew older that we drifted apart. It was a reasonable explanation. Even blood-related siblings could grow distant over time, let alone cousins. Zhao Shufan, however, was entirely focused on the idea that Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen couldn't be together, and didn't want to think about anything else. Still, her son's concern wasn't unfounded. The next moment, Zhao Shufan turned to Lu Xiaojuan. Xiaojuan, this is about Chengwu's future. It's a big deal, so let's be careful. How about this? In the next couple of days, find some time to go back home and ask your cousin directly about his thoughts. This was the first task her in-laws entrusted her with, and Lu Xiaojuan felt a surge of excitement. She eagerly agreed without hesitation. Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely get to the bottom of this and make sure everything is clear. I promise I won't let my younger brother down. As long as she handled this task well and helped Wang Chenggu marry Meng Yinyin, she believed her position in her in-laws' family would be firmly established. Wang Chenggu, however, remained silent, though suspicions lingered in his heart. Since returning from the Lu family yesterday, he had felt that something was off about them. Given Lu Xiaojuan's typically timid nature, it was unlikely for her to take on such a task so proactively. Yet, her determination was evident, as if she was certain that Lu Chen would refuse no matter what. It was true that he was captivated by Meng Yinin's beauty, but they had only met once and hadn't even spoken. To claim that he was set on her would be an overstatement. Still, he didn't interrupt his mother's suggestion because he was curious to uncover what secrets Lu Xiaojuan and the Lu family were hiding. As long as those secrets didn't implicate the Wang family, he could let it slide. But if it posed a risk to his family, he wouldn't hesitate to act. Meanwhile, Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen were completely unaware of these developments. Upon returning to the brigade after their lunch break, they went back to work as usual. Their arrangement remained unchanged. Lu Chen worked in the fields while Meng Yinyin stayed by the banks, doing her best to catch fish. To her delight, Song Yu hadn't come to supervise them in the afternoon, likely because he hadn't seen them around earlier. As a result, Meng Yinyin successfully spent the afternoon catching fish, and even managed to earn 2 more work points from Lu Chen. Song Yu, unable to find any evidence of her slacking off, grudgingly marked 2 work points next to her name with a forced smile. However, his cold eyes betrayed his true feelings. What a creep! Meng Yinyin cursed Song Yu inwardly as she hurried back to the educated youth point. Unlike before, she now had an important mission: making clothes for Lu Chen. Although she had never sewn before, after observing Lu Chen's jacket that afternoon, she felt confident she could replicate it. Back at the educated youth point, she borrowed a needle and thread from Yu Xiaoyu and started working earnestly by the window. Half an hour later, she stared at the 2 pieces of fabric she had cut, one larger and one smaller, and hesitantly set down the scissors. Well, even though one side of the jacket would end up longer than the other, it shouldn't be a big issue as long as Lu Chen didn't button it up. This was her first attempt at making clothes, and achieving something 80% accurate was already commendable. After all, it was the thought that counted. With that in mind, Meng Yinyin finally picked up the needle and began stitching. By the time Yu Xiaoyu returned to the room, she was met with the sight of Meng Yinyin sewing 2 pieces of dark fabric with a crooked line in between. Yu Xiaoyu remained silent for a long moment before cautiously asking, "Yin, are you making a cloth bag?" She had been tempted to ask if it was a diaper, but considering there weren't any babies around, that couldn't be the case. Still, it really did look like one. Glancing up briefly, Meng Yinyin seriously corrected her. "Wrong. I'm making clothes. But do you think I have a talent for making bags? Should I make one for you?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement at what she perceived as Yu Xiaoyu's praise for her handiwork. "Yu Xiaoyu?" Yu Xiaoyu hesitated. No, I already have a bag. Besides, you should save your fabric since it's hard to come by." Then something occurred to her. "Why did you choose black fabric? Don't you like pink?" Startled, Meng Yinyin nearly pricked herself with the needle. She quickly made up an excuse. I wanted a change of color for a change of mood. Plus, black doesn't show dirt easily." Yu Xiaoyu found her reasoning plausible and dropped the topic, although she couldn't help but glance at the uneven stitches again before leaving. Completely unaware of Yu Xiaoyu's thoughts, Meng Yinyin remained focused on her work. She was determined to finish a jacket filled with her love and effort. For the next 2 days, Meng Yinyin seized every opportunity to work on the jacket in her dormitory. While she had plenty of time during the day, she didn't dare work on it in front of Lu Chen, so she waited until she returned to her dorm. However, with all her attention on the jacket, her work points remained stagnant for 2 days. The brigade leader was too busy to check the work point records for now, but Meng Yinyin knew she'd be in trouble if this continued. Tomorrow she would finish the jacket and give it to Lu Chen. She'd confess her feelings at the same time. Otherwise, she was truly doomed. That evening, she skipped dinner and worked tirelessly until the jacket was complete. Though the final product looked far from presentable, Meng Yinyin comforted herself with the thought that Lu Chen would appreciate her effort. It wasn't about the gift itself but the thought behind it. She had poured her heart into this, and it was the first item she had ever made by hand. Surely he would be moved to tears. Perhaps because she was so eager for tomorrow, the night passed by in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, Meng Yinyin carefully tidied herself up and placed the item, barely recognizable as a fabric jacket, into her small bag. Slinging it over her shoulder, she headed to the work site. At the same time, Lu Chen set out on her bicycle, heading toward her parents' home in the Nanjiao Brigade. She carried the important task of ensuring that Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin would not end up together. Before heading home, she even made a stop at the supply and marketing cooperative to pick up a few items. These items were specifically prepared at the insistence of her mother-in-law, Zhao Shufan, before she left that morning. Zhao Shufan had told her, "While you're going back to gauge Lu Chen's attitude, you can't go empty-handed. Take a few things to visit the in-laws on behalf of our family, and extend our regards to your father and the others." After all, if Lu Chen returned home empty-handed, people might start questioning why she went back. Bringing some items with her could at least give the appearance that she was simply visiting her parents. This was the first time Lu Chen had been given so much money, as well as the first time she was buying so many things on her own. Riding along the road to the Nanjiao Brigade, her bicycle handlebars carried 2 bags filled with the gifts she was taking to her parents' home. Passers-by couldn't help but glance her way. Feeling their gazes, Lu Chen suppressed her smile from growing too wide. Even though she hadn't yet reached the brigade, she could already imagine the looks of admiration from the others in the brigade, especially her parents. Seeing her bring so many gifts home and witnessing how capable she had become, they would surely never again call her useless, or say she only lived off others. She wasn't just capable. If she managed to handle Lu Chen's matter smoothly and get Meng Yinyin to marry her younger brother-in-law, her status within her in-laws' family would rise even higher. Then her parents would no longer dare to look down on her or think she wasn't as successful as her brother. Chapter 17. Nanjiao Brigade, the familiar field side. Meng Yinyin stood watching Lu Chen, who was finishing up the last bits of fieldwork. She couldn't help but grip the straps of her backpack tightly. Inside her bag was the jacket she had prepared as a gift for Lu Chen. She actually had plenty of opportunities all morning to give it to him, but unfortunately, Songyu kept getting in the way. Giving a gift was a minor matter, but the crucial part was that she intended to use this as a chance to express her feelings to Lu Chen. Such an important moment required privacy, without any unwelcome interruptions. All morning, Meng Yinyin had been casting resentful and annoyed glances at Songyu, hoping he would realize how unwelcome he was and leave. But to her frustration, Songyu remained as irritatingly cheerful as ever. His unbothered smile in response to her glares made her want to hit him. Fortunately, by midday when work wrapped up, Songyu finally left. Of course, not without taking away the temporary work points that Meng Yinyin had earned, which only made her angrier. Once he was gone, Meng Yinyin wasted no time. She immediately stood up and walked over to Lu Chen, who was crouching by the field's edge, washing the dirt off his hands. Truthfully, even though she had rehearsed this scenario countless times in her head, and thought she was fully prepared, she still felt nervous and shy when the moment actually came. After all, she had never been in a relationship, let alone confessed to someone before. What's more, this wasn't just about confessing her feelings. She was determined to succeed today. The thought made her even more anxious. Standing behind Lu Chen, she reached into her bag and pulled out the jacket, which had been folded so tightly it now looked like dried vegetables. Biting her lip, she finally spoke up. Lu Chen. Hearing her call, Lu Chen quickly stood up after finishing his cleaning. What's wrong? Before he could process her words, his eyes fell on the trembling object she was holding out to him. It wasn't the item in her hand that caught his attention, but her visibly shaking hand. His expression turned serious, and his tone became concerned. Are you feeling unwell? After all, a hand wouldn't shake like that unless someone was in discomfort. But Meng Yinyin, entirely focused on her excitement over having taken this brave step, and her anticipation of finally having a relationship, didn't register Lu Chen's question at all. Blushing furiously, she lowered her head, just about to express her feelings. However, before she could speak, she felt a sudden tight grip on her wrist. It was firm and unyielding. Her entire body stiffened, and her cheeks flushed even deeper. He moved so fast. She hadn't even finished her sentence, yet he was already holding her hand. Embarrassed for a moment, Meng Yinyin quickly gave in. Well, since he was being so forward, and considering they were destined to be together, she decided to forgive his impulsiveness. Besides, she didn't dislike holding hands with Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen, still worried about her condition, was about to ask again what was wrong, Meng Yinyin spoke up in a shy yet triumphant tone. Well, this means we're together now. From now on you have to treat me well or else I'll never forgive you. Lu Chen froze. What? Caught off guard by her sudden declaration, he stood there in a daze for at least 5 seconds before finally snapping out of it, his tone uncertain and full of doubt. What did you just say? Sensing something was off, Meng Yinyin raised her head to meet his gaze. When Meng Yinyin turned around, she was greeted by Lu Chen's expression of utter disbelief. Her initial joy instantly evaporated and she frowned. What was this reaction? He had clearly initiated everything, so why did he seem regretful now? What's the meaning of this? Don't tell me you're trying to back out. You were the one who held my hand first. Meng Yinin's dissatisfied voice snapped Lu Chen back to reality. His gaze dropped instinctively, only to find his hand still gripping her wrist. He opened his mouth to explain. He had grabbed her hand in a moment of panic, thinking she might be unwell. But Meng Yinyin didn't give him a chance to speak. She continued, her little mouth chattering away. Lu Chen, if you keep this up, I'll get really angry. I hurt my fingers sewing this jacket for you. Look, my fingers are swollen and hurt so much. See right here. Pouting, Meng Yinyin extended one finger toward Lu Chen. He looked down and noticed that this finger indeed appeared slightly more red than her other fingers. As for the injury she claimed, he couldn't spot a single one. Still, that didn't stop the wave of shock coursing through him. She said she made this piece of clothing for him, and she even injured her fingers while sewing it. His gaze instinctively shifted to the bundle in her hands. At first glance it looked like a dark and unremarkable lump. If Meng Yinyin hadn't outright said it was clothing, he wouldn't have been able to guess. Truthfully, even the female comrades skilled in sewing at the brigade produced better work than this. Even Lu Chen's own sewing skills were superior. Yet, despite its uneven stitching and rough tailoring, in Lu Chen's eyes, that piece of clothing became something unparalleled and beautiful. He couldn't suppress the surge of joy, excitement, and disbelief in his heart. It was for him. This realization left him speechless. Meanwhile, seeing Lu Chen remain silent, Meng Yinyin grew increasingly anxious. What was going on? He had just held her hand so enthusiastically. Was she mistaken about his feelings? If that was the case, her confession would be a failure. What would she do then? Where would she find another man like Lu Chen, someone so suitable and whom she genuinely liked in such a short time? After thinking it over, Meng Yinyin decided she couldn't accept such an outcome. Summoning her courage, she bit her lip and demanded angrily, Lu Chen, you have to agree. If you don't, I'll accuse you of being a scoundrel. After all, you were the one who held my hand first. Her voice faltered toward the end, laced with guilt. After all, this was practically a threat. She didn't want to resort to such measures, but if Lu Chen rejected her, she would be utterly lost. Finally, Lu Chen snapped out of his shock. You. He moved his lips, but no complete sentence came out. He had never imagined that Meng Yinyin would say something like this to him. nor that she would go to the extent of sewing clothes for him. She was so beautiful that he couldn't believe he might actually end up with her. Deep down, Lu Chen felt utterly unworthy of her. He had no money, no education, and even struggled to articulate himself properly. What right did he have to be with someone like her? The thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. Yet, when it came to rejecting her, urging her to find someone better, his throat seemed to tighten, preventing him from saying a word. Rationality and a selfish, hidden desire wrestled within him, leaving him at a complete loss. As Lu Chen remained silent, Meng Yinin's heart sank further. She convinced herself that he didn't like her after all. But with no other options or way out, she could only stubbornly cling to him. In the next moment, she gritted her teeth and declared, "I don't care. I want to be with you. If you really don't like me, fine. Once I leave the Nanjiao Brigade in the future, we'll cut ties. Either way, you won't lose anything. Having someone as pretty as me as your partner is something to be proud of." Even as she said this, Meng Yinyin couldn't help feeling a bit disheartened. From Lu Chen's demeanor, it seemed her beauty held no sway over him at all. Stung. She thought that after spending so much time together, his kindness and gentleness toward her were signs that he felt something for her. But apparently she was wrong. The idea of his silent rejection made Meng Yinyin even sadder. Fine. If nothing else, she'd get Lu Chen to pretend to agree to be with her. She could give him money, live at his house, and eat meals together like proper meal buddies. When he found someone he truly liked, she would leave. Yes, that would work, they could cooperate. With this plan in mind, Meng Yinyin regained her confidence. "Don't worry. I won't force anything on you. As long as you agree to date me, I'll compensate you." "Alright, it's settled. I'm heading back to the educated youth point for lunch." With that, Meng Yinyin turned and ran off without looking back. She was afraid that if she slowed down even a bit, Lu Chen would outright refuse her proposal. By then, she would truly have no way to salvage the situation. So, in a way, Meng Yinin's hasty departure was her desperate attempt to force Lu Chen into agreeing to their cooperation. Of course, she didn't forget to take the clothes she had painstakingly sewn before she left. Since Lu Chen didn't like her, there was no reason to give him the clothes she had made. Even if she had to stuff them in a corner to gather dust, she wouldn't give them to him. However, Meng Yinyin couldn't bear the thought of wasting the clothes she had made with her own hands. When she returned to the educated youth point, she hesitated for a moment before carefully folding the black jacket and placing it at the very bottom of her trunk. She told herself that she would give it to someone she truly liked if she met them in the future. But deep down, Meng Yinyin knew that it was unlikely for the clothes to see the light of day anytime soon. Lu Chen's rejection had dealt her a heavy blow. It was all Lu Chen's fault. He made her so mad. Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained standing in place, staring at the direction where Meng Yinyin had run off until her figure completely disappeared from view. Only then did he snap out of it, his ears flushed red, as he slowly made his way back home. As for the compensations Meng Yinyin had mentioned in her flustered ramblings, Lu Chen hadn't paid much attention and didn't even have the capacity to think them through. Right now, only one thought echoed in his mind, regardless of whether Meng Yinyin had said those words on a whim, out of impulse, or simply to tease and toy with him. He was willing to fall into her trap without hesitation. Chapter 18. At this moment in Lu Dashan's home, Lu Shijuan returned to the Lu family carrying 2 large packages of gifts. Since Lu Dashan and his wife hadn't finished their work in the fields yet, Lu Shijuan rode her bicycle over to where the main group was working. Under the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd, she pretended she needed the house keys, made a show of cycling around, and then returned home. Her little performance had quite an impact. After she left, the group working with Lu Dashan couldn't stop discussing it. They remarked on how fortunate Lu Shijuan was in her marriage. Just a few days ago, she had brought gifts home during her visit, and now she was back again with even more packages. The easiest way to tell if a woman was doing well in her marriage was by observing how much her in-laws cared for her. One obvious measure was the amount of gifts she brought back when visiting her family. Judging by the size of the packages Lu Shijuan brought, it was enough to make everyone green with envy. Many couldn't help but praise Lu Dashan, asking how his daughter had managed to find such a good husband and in-laws. Lu Dashan, however, was just as clueless. Before Wang Chengwen's family proposed, he had been searching for a suitable match for Shijuan himself. He had even been torn between a 30-year-old worker and the son of the brigade leader from a neighboring team. But before he could make a decision, the Wang family had already shown up at their door. With the Wang family's excellent conditions, the other 2 options naturally fell by the wayside. So when asked how he found such a good son-in-law, Lu Dashan could only shrug. Of course, he couldn't admit that it was purely his daughter's good luck. Instead he chuckled and said, "Oh, children have their own blessings. It's all a matter of fate." Such vague responses weren't particularly informative but gave him plenty of face. When Lu Chen returned home, his smile was so wide that it barely left his face. To think that the daughter he hadn't thought much of had managed to pull this off, he was quite pleased. However, his smile quickly vanished when Lu Chen explained the real reason for her visit. What did you say? Lu Chen and educated youth Meng? How is that possible? Those two. Lu Chen was about to say it was impossible but hesitated. He remembered that the brigade leader had arranged for Meng Yinyin to work alongside Lu Chen recently. The two of them had spent a lot of time together, and Meng Yinyin's striking appearance couldn't be ignored. Even if Lu Chen had an odd personality, he was still a man. It suddenly seemed not so impossible after all. Despite his surprise, Lu Chen wasn't inclined to concern himself with the matter. After all, as Lu Chen's uncle, there was a limit to how much he could meddle. Who Lu Chen chose to marry was none of his business. He had no intention of intervening. Seeing Lu Chen's indifference, Lu Chen grew anxious. She furrowed her brows and hurriedly exclaimed, "Dad, Lu Chen can't marry Meng Yinyin." Lu Chen was about to ask why when Chen explained, "Don't you remember? My brother-in-law has his eyes on her." Just a few days ago, he had even followed Chen home to meet Meng Yinyin. Reminded of this, Lu Chen finally recalled the situation, though he was still somewhat surprised. "There has been no movement from their family these past few days. I thought the matter was over." He had assumed that the Wang family's lack of follow-up meant that Wang Chenggu wasn't interested in Meng Yinyin after all. After all, Wang Chenggu had a good family background, decent looks, and plenty of options in the city. Why would he insist on a pretty but otherwise ordinary educated youth? But now it seemed that Wang Chenggu was genuinely interested in Meng Yinyin. This made Meng Yinyin quite sought after, didn't it? "Dad, did you see all the things I brought home today? My mother-in-law specifically asked me to bring them. She wants me to help resolve the situation between Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen." Lu Chen wasn't a fool. He quickly realized that the Wang family wanted them to intervene. While their motives might not be entirely selfless, the gifts were generous, and the Wang family had given him plenty of face. If this succeeded, who knew how much more gratitude they might show in the future? After thinking it over, Lu Chen agreed to the task, but he was troubled by one thing. Then what should we do? We can't just tell Lu Chen not to be with Meng Yinyin, can we? He could say something, but he doubted that Lu Chen would listen to him now. Moreover, ever since Lu Chen had demanded his parents' belongings again, Lu Chen had been avoiding him. Although they lived in the same house, as long as Lu Chen locked the small door in the middle and kept the main door closed, Lu Chen couldn't see him. Lu Chen thought he could just hide from Lu Chen for a few days like before, and then he would probably forget about it. But now, hearing Lu Xiujuan's words, it seemed they were supposed to find a way to talk to Lu Chen about it. Wasn't that just delivering himself to the doorstep? In the end, after thinking for a moment, Lu Chen decided to let Lu Xiujuan handle it. He wouldn't get involved to avoid Lu Chen coming to him for the things his parents left behind again. "This matter, you figure it out yourself. It's your in-laws' business, not something we can help with from our side." Lu Xiujuan understood exactly why her father said that. He just wanted to hold on to Lu Chen's parents' things. But this time she wouldn't let her father play dumb. For her own future well-being in her husband's family, she had to make sure her parents paid a heavy price. This could also be seen as compensation for how they had neglected her for over 20 years and prioritized her younger brother. She collected her thoughts, looked at Lu Chen and said in a serious tone, "Dad, you have to help me with this. There's no other way." Lu Chen felt uneasy under her gaze. "You stubborn girl. I already said to handle this yourself, don't bother me, But Dad, don't you want the reward from my in-laws?" Lu Xiujuan interrupted, stopping him with a single sentence. He froze, then with a conflicted expression asked, "What did your in-laws say?" Lu Xiujuan answered, "They haven't promised anything yet, but after it's done, they'll definitely reward us handsomely." Lu Chen had already experienced the Wang family's generosity during her wedding, so when he heard this, he was genuinely tempted. But he really didn't want to confront Lu Chen, afraid that Lu Chen would demand his parents' things. Lu Xiujuan immediately saw through his hesitation. She chuckled and said, "Dad, has Lu Chen ever seen the things left by Uncle and the others?" Lu Chen instinctively shook his head. "Then it's fine. Since he hasn't seen them, whatever you give him, he won't have any proof to question it, right? And hasn't he always wanted his parents' things? Let him take them, as long as he gives up on Meng Yinyin. It's a simple choice, let's see what he picks." Lu Xiujuan's words made Lu Chen's eyes light up. Yes, since Lu Chen didn't know what his parents left behind, couldn't he just give him something random to fool him? He had thought of this idea before, but something always felt off, so he'd been putting it off and didn't give Lu Chen anything. But now, with the Wang family's big reward hanging in front of him, he didn't want to miss out. Just like Lu Xiujuan said, he could just give Lu Chen something, make him give up on Meng Yinyin, and the problem would be solved. It sounded simple enough. Seeing his reaction, Lu Dashan immediately smiled, unable to help praising Lu Xiujuan. You girl, since you got married, your mind's been sharper than ever. Lu Xiujuan smiled and didn't respond. When Jiang Hohot returned, the three of them quickly decided what fake belongings to give to Lu Chen. After some discussion, they found an old medal that had gathered a thick layer of dust in the gap of a wardrobe. Lu Dashan remembered that the medal had fallen out of an envelope from his second brother, but he thought it wasn't worth much, so he hadn't paid attention to it. Afterward, he didn't know how it ended up in the wardrobe gap. Today, after rummaging through everything, he finally found it. As for the letter, it had long been lost, along with the savings passbook and money transfer slips, all of which Lu Dashan had disposed of. They had just wanted to grab something, but now they had actually found something belonging to Lu Chen's father. This didn't count as lying to him. It was just that the allowances and death benefits his father had sent back had all been spent by Lu Dashan's family. Alright, you all wait here. I'll go talk to him about this. With the medal in hand, Lu Dashan didn't think this plan would fail. When he opened the small door, which had been closed for several days, he saw Lu Chen cooking lunch. Lu Dashan walked over and spoke to him directly. Lu Chen, I finally found your father's belongings. As soon as the words left his mouth, the tongs in Lu Chen's hand fell to the floor with a loud clang. He immediately turned to look at Lu Dashan, his shock and joy showing in his expression. Seeing Lu Chen's emotional reaction, Lu Dashan felt more confident. The things are right here. This medal is a symbol of your father's glory, and the only thing he left in this world. After a long pause, Lu Chen stood up, suppressing his emotions. He walked towards Lu Dashan and said, Give me the things. The medal was still in Lu Dashan's hand, but seeing Lu Chen's demand, he didn't hand it over immediately. Instead, he suddenly put on a conflicted expression. Before I give it to you, Lu Chen, your uncle wants you to promise me one thing. Is that okay? Knowing well how persistent Lu Chen was about his parents' belongings, Lu Dashan was certain that whatever he asked, Lu Chen would agree to it. Lu Chen gave him a deep look. When he saw the calculation in Lu Dashan's eyes, he finally calmed down. He had approached Lu Dashan and his family countless times, asking for his parents' belongings, but they had always refused. So now, when they suddenly claimed to have found something and brought it to him, the whole situation felt suspicious. He didn't immediately agree but instead looked at Lu Dashan coldly and asked, What is it? Lu Dashan continued to put on a face as if he was extremely troubled. Oh, it's nothing major. Just promise your uncle, will you? As soon as you promise, I'll give you your father's things. Lu Dashan thought that with the way he had phrased it, Lu Chen would definitely agree. But to his surprise, the next second Lu Chen gave him a cold look, then said in a flat tone, I refuse. Lu Dashan stared in shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. What did you say? Lu Chen repeated emotionless. I said I refuse. If you refuse, I won't give you your father's things. Lu Dashan thought his threat would make Lu Chen back down. But to his astonishment, Lu Chen wasn't intimidated. Instead, he even cracked a rare smile. However, the smile was devoid of warmth. For some reason, seeing Lu Chen like this made Lu Dashan feel both unfamiliar and deeply anxious. Lu Chen, I'm your uncle. What do you think you're doing? Without realizing it, he stepped back, almost reaching the small door. But suddenly, he saw a flash before him, and then his arm felt as though it had been struck by something. The pain made him instinctively release his grip. Chapter 19. At the same time, the metal in his hand fell uncontrollably. But halfway down, Lu Chen caught it. He opened his hand and gazed deeply at the small metal, then slowly tightened his grip, holding it firmly in his palm. When Lu Dashan saw that the metal had been taken by Lu Chen, he immediately panicked and shouted, Lu Chen, what are you doing? Give it back to me right now. Lu Chen hadn't agreed to his request, so there was no way he was going to let him take the metal back. But seeing Lu Chen like this, Lu Dashan was too afraid to confront him directly. He had realized from Lu Chen's sudden change in demeanor that Lu Chen was resisting him, pushing him away. The way he acted now was completely different from his usual obedient self. He seemed aggressive, like a wild beast that had been lying in wait for years, finally showing its claws. Struggling to suppress his shock, Lu Dashan pretended to be calm. Lu Chen, I'm your uncle. Are you not going to listen to me now? When your grandmother passed away, you promised her you would listen to me from now on. Is this how you keep your word? Since Lu Dashan no longer had possession of his brother's belongings, he was resorting to using the memory of the old lady to try and control Lu Chen. But unfortunately, the moment Lu Chen had obtained the belongings, he had already decided to discard his mask. And what gave Lu Dashan the audacity to say such things? Lu Chen raised his head, his eyes cold and mocking as he glanced at Lu Dashan. Though he didn't speak, Lu Dashan seemed to understand what was being conveyed. Lu Chen was telling him that he was unworthy of mentioning his grandmother, and even more unworthy of being his uncle. Lu Dashan felt his blood boil and his anger mixed with guilt as he met Lu Chen's gaze. Lu Chen, what kind of look is that? Are you planning to defy your elders? Do you know what happens to people who act like this? Heaven will strike you down with lightning. Lu Dashan's voice was loud, and the commotion was heard by Zhang Hohat and Lu Xiujuan in the neighboring courtyard. Though they didn't catch all the details, they could tell from his tone that things weren't going well. Both of them immediately felt something was off and rushed over. When they arrived, they saw Lu Chen and Lu Dashan standing face to face, but there was a noticeable distance between them. Moreover, Lu Chen was holding the medal that Lu Dashan's family had found. Zhang Hohat and Lu Xiujuan froze, both feeling puzzled. Based on what they saw, it seemed like Lu Chen had agreed to the matter, otherwise, there was no way Lu Dashan would give him the medal. They couldn't think of any other explanation. After all, for all these years, Lu Chen had never defied Lu Dashan or dared to show him any disrespect, so how could they have imagined that Lu Chen had forcefully taken the medal from his hands? Although both women still felt the tension between Lu Chen and Lu Dashan, especially after hearing Lu Dashan shout, the evidence was right before their eyes. Finally, Zhang Hohat suppressed her doubts and said to Lu Chen, Lu Chen, since you've agreed, you should go and talk to the brigade leader this afternoon. Tell him you won't bring Meng Yinyin along anymore, so that no one in the brigade hears rumors about you and her. If the Wang family gets wind of it, things will only get worse. Do you understand? Zhang Hohat assumed Lu Dashan had already explained everything to Lu Chen, otherwise, the medal wouldn't have made its way into his hands. So she spoke plainly without hesitation. What she didn't realize was that Lu Dashan had never had the chance to say this. Now that Lu Chen heard Zhang Hohat's words, his expression paused for a moment. Once he understood her implication, his gaze turned as cold as ice. It turned out that the favor Lu Dashan wanted him to do was this. He wanted him to distance himself from Meng Yinyin, sever all ties with her, and make way for the Wang family. Just thinking about it made Lu Chen's anger surge. Although he and Meng Yinyin hadn't officially gotten together yet, how could Lu Dashan and his family treat Meng Yinyin and him like this? Who were they to tell him he couldn't be with her? All right, the matter's settled. Let's go back and have lunch. It's already been delayed so long. I don't know if there's time for a nap now. After speaking, Zhang Hohat, as usual, didn't bother to look at Lu Chen's expression. She subconsciously believed Lu Chen would never resist. But just as she turned around, she heard Lu Chen's cold voice behind her. Don't even think about it. What? For a moment, Zhang Hohat thought she had imagined it, but when she saw her daughter Lu Xiujuan, wearing the same shocked expression, she realized the voice had indeed come from Lu Chen. So Lu Chen was resisting. He actually dared to resist. Realizing this, Zhang Hohat turned around in disbelief. She wanted to scold Lu Chen, but when she saw his unfamiliar, cold and vicious eyes, she froze. At that moment, goosebumps prickled all over her body. You, Lu Chen, how dare you glare at me like that? Do you believe that? Before she could finish her threatening words, Lu Chen had already turned and walked away, completely ignoring her. Zhang Hohat, furious, rolled up her sleeves, ready to chase after him and continue teaching him a lesson, but Lu Dashan with a stern face stopped her. Let's go back first. Zhang Hohat was taken aback. Lu Dashan, what do you mean by that? Didn't you see how that brat? I said we're going back first. Lu Dashan growled, successfully silencing Zhang Hohat's words. Although she usually appeared hot-tempered, she was actually quite submissive to men. Once Lu Dashan was truly angry, she didn't dare to say anything more. In the end, she had no choice but to swallow her anger and follow Lu Dashan, who was as expressionless as water, back home. Lu Xiujuan, walking behind them, couldn't resist looking back at Lu Chen's figure before passing through the small door. She saw him enter his room. What was going on? Why did Lu Chen seem like a completely different person just now? Or was this who he really was, and had he just been pretending to be obedient before? For some reason, this thought filled Lu Xiujuan with fear, and a wave of strong unease swept over her. Was the matter between Meng Yinyin and her younger brother-in-law going to fall through? The Lu family trio returned to their home, and whatever they discussed, Lu Chen didn't know or care. After all, he could guess that they were probably talking about his sudden change in behavior. Lu Chen lowered his gaze, his fingers tightly gripping the medal that had been passed down to him. It was an old rusted medal, the words barely visible through the rust. Outstanding soldier Lu Tian. He had known since he was a child that his father Lu Tian was a soldier, a martyr who had given his life to protect the country. Yet, he had never met him in person. Even now, all he had was this medal, which he only received more than 20 years later. This medal, which should have been a symbol of honor, had been carelessly discarded by Lu Dashan's family, and as a result, it was now covered in rust. But Lu Chen was somewhat grateful. If he had fallen out with Lu Dashan's family earlier, he might never have been able to obtain this metal, which meant nothing to them. Still, Lu Chen knew that the relics of his parents were not limited to this one item. Thinking about the letter he had sent out a few days ago, Lu Chen tightened his grip on the metal. Everything would be clear once he received a reply. After putting his father's metal away, Lu Chen finally found the time to think about another matter. It had to do with Meng Yinyin. Did the Wang family's son also have feelings for Meng Yinyin? Would he come to propose to her? Just the thought of it caused a tightness in Lu Chen's chest, and his brows furrowed deeply. A strong sense of rejection flooded his mind. No. He didn't want anyone taking Meng Yinyin away from him, nor did he want to see another man beside her. In that moment, Lu Chen could no longer deny his feelings for Meng Yinyin. He knew he wasn't worthy of her right now, but he would strive to give her a better life, to ensure that she wouldn't suffer or struggle while living in the Nanjiao Brigade. As for whether she would leave in the future and return to where she truly belonged, Lu Chen lowered his gaze. If that day ever came, he would let her go willingly. With his mind made up, Lu Chen stood up with firm resolve and headed toward the room where he kept his things. He unlocked the door. Educated youth point. Meng Yinyin hurried back around noon, immediately packing her cloth coat into the box. She decided she wouldn't let it see the light of day for a while. Once the box was closed, she angrily went off to cook, since it was her turn to prepare lunch today. What she didn't know was that just after she left the dormitory, a figure appeared in front of her box. Seeing the box was unlocked, the person hesitated for a moment before giving in to their curiosity and opening it. Then she finally saw what Meng Yinyin had been working on during this time. Whenever Meng Yinyin returned these past few days, she would sit on the bed, facing away from everyone, with her head lowered as she busied herself with something mysterious. Her secretive behavior made everyone curious. Someone had asked her about it, but Meng Yinyin quickly made up an excuse and avoided answering. After that, no one dared to press further. But now what Meng Yinyin had been working on was finally revealed. It was a piece of cloth that barely resembled a garment, and from its size, it clearly wasn't meant for Meng Yinyin. It looked more like something a man would wear. She, Meng Yinyin, was making clothes for a man. Realizing this, the person was instantly shocked. After the shock, an unexpected feeling of joy followed. If this news got out, wouldn't Meng Yinyin's reputation be ruined? However, just spreading the rumor about her making clothes might be brushed off after some mockery, since Meng Yinyin wasn't married. People might even assume the clothes were for a potential partner. But as educated youth at the same site, everyone knew very well whether Meng Yinyin had a partner or not. Meng Yinyin, who has no partner, secretly makes clothes for men. This can definitely be considered an improper relationship between men and women. The person almost couldn't resist running out to tell others, but quickly dismissed the idea. No, this wasn't enough. After all, no one knew who the clothes were for. What if she claimed they were for her father or brother? That would waste a great opportunity. It would be better to find her a partner, using this chance to tie Meng Yinyin to someone. Even if Meng Yinyin later denied it, once the rumor spread, her reputation would be tarnished. From then on, whenever people thought of Meng Yinyin, the first thing that would come to mind would be that partner, and their names would be forever linked. But who should the partner be? The person's lips curled into a smile as they quickly picked a target. Meng Yinyin and Yu Xiaoyu were cooking together. Yu Xiaoyu could clearly see that Meng Yinyin was not in a good mood. Unfortunately, when she asked her a question, Meng Yinyin didn't know how to answer it directly, so she only said one sentence. "I'm angry with someone." Yu Xiaoyu asked, "What did that person do to you?" "Should I tell the brigade leader?" Meng Yinyin puffed out her cheeks in frustration. She wanted to, but she didn't dare. If she could, she would have asked the brigade leader to talk to Lu Chen, to educate him on how foolish he was to reject a confession from such a beautiful woman. It was simply maddening. But then she remembered that no one could help her scold Lu Chen, and that she still had to spend time with him this afternoon, pretending as if his attitude didn't affect her. The thought made her even angrier. After finally making the meal, Meng Yinyin didn't eat much. First, the weather was getting hotter, and her appetite was decreasing. Second, the bland food was simply unappetizing. If only there was some meat. Thinking of meat, Meng Yinyin couldn't help but think of Lu Chen. It seemed unbelievable, but during her time at the Nanjiao Brigade, the only time she had eaten meat was at Lu Chen's place. And from the way he had acted, it seemed like his family had a lot of meat. This thought made Meng Yinyin feel both angry and strangely hungry. Maybe, for the sake of the meat at Lu Chen's house, she shouldn't let it go. Once she moved in with Lu Chen, she would make sure to eat all his meat. Braised pork, stir-fried pork with chili stewed ribs, she wanted it all. With this beautiful expectation in mind, Meng Yinyin fell into a deep sleep. However, during this afternoon nap, she again had strange dreams. In the dream, she was surrounded by villagers from the Nanjiao Brigade at the educated youth point. They were shouting insults at her, calling her shameless and telling her to leave the brigade. Meng Yinyin? How could this be? What could she have done to make everyone so angry? Chapter 20. Meng Yinyin angrily opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling of the educated youth dormitory, frowning. What was happening to her lately? Why had she been having such strange dreams for several days? What was even stranger was that although the dreams seemed absurd individually, when Meng Yinyin tried to piece them together, it felt like there was a main storyline. The separate dream fragments seemed to revolve around a central theme. She racked her brain trying to connect all the dreams she had had lately, but to no avail. She couldn't find any clue that would lead to the truth. Could it be that she was overthinking and these were just random dreams? In the end, Meng Yinyin could only shake her head and put the matter aside for now. After all, the pressing issue was her situation with Lu Chen. This was crucial for her staying safely in the Nanjiao Brigade. When the work time came in the afternoon, Meng Yinyin reluctantly went to the work site, no matter how awkward she felt. When she arrived, Lu Chen was already there as usual. But this time he was different. He wasn't working in the field but was standing by the field side. Seeing his back, Meng Yinyin hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to approach. However, Lu Chen had sharp hearing and quickly noticed her footsteps. After a brief pause, he turned around to look at her. They were separated by a distance. One was looking directly at the other, while the other avoided eye contact, clearly too embarrassed to meet his gaze. In the end, it was Lu Chen who spoke first. He asked, "Educated youth Meng, are you hungry?" Meng Yinyin paused for a moment before looking up at Lu Chen, clearly surprised by his sudden question. She hadn't expected him to ask her something like that. Why was he asking if she was hungry? She had just eaten lunch a little over an hour ago. Although she hadn't eaten much, it wasn't as if she was starving already. Wait, could it be? It seemed like she had realized something, as Meng Yinyin hesitated for a second before carefully nodding. "I'm a little hungry." She knew she was lying, but she was really craving meat. Right after she said that, she saw Lu Chen relax as if he had been holding his breath. Then, he lowered his head and took something wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket. Once he took it out, he carefully unfolded the handkerchief and spread it open in his palm. And then Meng Yinyin saw the familiar strips of jerky. It was jerky. Jerky. At that moment, Meng Yinyin felt like her eyes were shining. Seeing her staring at the jerky in his hand without moving, Lu Chen relaxed even more, finally feeling at ease. "Here, eat it. If it's not enough, there's more at home." Actually, he wanted to say that besides the jerky, there were plenty of other things to eat at his house. If she wanted, she could even go over there to take a look. But saying that seemed a bit too forward, almost like something a rogue would say. So Lu Chen chose to swallow those words. At this point, Meng Yinin's attention was completely focused on the jerky in Lu Chen's hand. She didn't notice his expression, so she missed out on a major piece of good news for her. However, after the initial joy, she remembered how Lu Chen had silently rejected her earlier in the morning. If she reached out and took the jerky now, wouldn't that make her look like she didn't have any pride? But that thought lasted less than 2 seconds before Meng Yinyin pushed it away. What pride? It's not like she has no money. At most, she can just pay Lu Chen for whatever she eats. Humph, besides, he was the one who brought it out himself. Who knew? Maybe he was trying to apologize for what happened this morning. If she didn't give Lu Chen this opportunity, wouldn't that make her seem heartless? So, after thinking this through, Meng Yinyin quickly convinced herself. Of course, she had to put on a face that said, "I'm only eating because you offered," before she reluctantly reached out to take 2 pieces of jerky from Lu Chen. "Don't you want more?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow when he saw she only took a little, instinctively asking, "Meng Yinyin, you said this yourself." She glared at Lu Chen angrily, then ruthlessly grabbed all the jerky from his hand, making sure to justify herself. "You're the one who told me to take all of it." Lu Chen, with his good temper, simply nodded in response without any signs of regret. In fact, when he saw Meng Yinyin holding the jerky, bundled with the handkerchief, close to her chest like a little hamster, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. It was as if, as long as Meng Yinyin was happy, he too was happy. He turned away, hiding the small smile on his face. "I'm going to work." After giving the food to Meng Yinyin, Lu Chen didn't hesitate any longer and returned to the fields. Meng Yinyin, with her eyes still on him, moved her lips as if she wanted to ask him what he really thought, and what giving her the jerky meant. Was it just an apology for what happened this morning? Or had he already decided to be with her starting now, and would he take care of her? But before she could ask, Lu Chen was already far off. She deflated, knowing she would have to wait until he came back from work to ask him. However, what she didn't know was that during the time she waited for Lu Chen, News about her quickly spread through most of the Nanjiao brigade. No one really cared where the gossip started from anymore because everyone was focused on the content of the news. What? I thought that educated youth Meng had high standards, but who knew she would end up liking Lu Chen? My goodness, doesn't she know about Lu Chen's past? How dare she get involved with him? Well, I didn't know she could make clothes. I wonder how they turn out. Don't tell me they're as messy as her other work. I'm just curious about when they're going to get married. But I don't think that educated youth Meng is the type to settle down. She's probably just playing with that Lu Chen kid. As for the rumor that Meng Yinyin gave Lu Chen a piece of clothing, and the two might be dating, some people were eagerly watching, some were skeptical, and others were pessimistic. But one thing was clear. Almost everyone who heard the news didn't believe in the relationship between Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen. Somehow, the news even reached the brigade leader's ears. When the brigade leader heard it, his heart skipped a beat. He never expected a rumor like this to spread about Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen. Yes, in the brigade leader's mind, this was definitely a rumor. After all, one of them was a cold, emotionless man who cared only about his work points and had no interest in romance, and the other was an educated youth who could barely afford a meal. How could they be anything other than teacher and student? Where would they find the time to mess around with relationships? In the simple-minded brigade leader's view, survival was the most important thing. Before addressing the basic needs of food and warmth, no one could afford to think about anything else. Although he firmly believed that Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen were completely innocent, rumors had even reached his ears. He felt it was necessary to give them a warning, urging them to be cautious or at least not let these matters bother them too much. Moreover, when thinking about Meng Yinyin, the brigade leader suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked her work points in a long time. He had been too busy recently and hadn't had time to look at the work point records. Now that he had a moment, he went to find Songyu to ask about Meng Yinyin's situation. When Songyu heard the question, his face immediately showed an awkward expression. Seeing this, the brigade leader felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, Songyu spoke. Brigade leader, during this period, educated youth Meng's work points have been 0. This was, of course, due to Songyu's constant surveillance of Meng Yinyin's worksite, ensuring she couldn't slip by and avoid her duties. At the same time, Songyu was well aware that Meng Yinyin was completely indifferent to him. But what did that have to do with him? When she had rejected him in front of so many people, did she ever think about him? Therefore, this situation was entirely Meng Yinyin's fault. The brigade leader, of course, had no knowledge of the feud between Meng Yinyin and Songyu. Upon seeing the long string of zeros behind Meng Yinyin's name, he felt as though he was about to faint from anger. How could someone be so stubborn and difficult to deal with? No, he had to educate her properly. With that thought, the brigade leader grabbed the workpoint book and angrily headed toward the worksite where Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen were. Uncertain whether it was Meng Yinyin's sharp intuition, she felt like some danger was approaching. Frightened, she dared not sleep and quickly got up, calling Lu Chen over. Lu Chen, worried that something might be wrong, rushed over from the fields. As soon as he reached Meng Yinyin's side, the brigade leader arrived in a hurry. He saw Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen. One was standing by the field with mud on his legs, clearly having just finished working, while the other was standing clean and neat on the shore, looking as though she hadn't done anything. The brigade leader checked his watch and realized it was already 5 o'clock, with only half an hour left until the end of the workday. Yet Meng Yinyin hadn't done anything. Was she wasting all his efforts? The brigade leader was furious and finally confirmed one thing. Meng Yinyin truly couldn't be helped. Educated youth Meng, what are you doing? You've had such a long time and such a good opportunity. Why didn't you learn farming from Lu Chen? Instead, you're slacking off. You're not thinking about the brigade, at least think about yourself. The brigade leader was heartbroken. Do you know that without work points, there's no food, no way to eat, and going hungry could even kill you? Meng Yinyin was completely shocked by the brigade leader's sudden arrival. She was so startled that she didn't even have time to process his words. Before she could respond, the brigade leader continued. What is wrong with you? Why are you dating during work hours? What are you thinking? Do you really think dating is more important than work points? If she were sure the brigade leader wasn't this angry, Meng Yinyin might have honestly nodded and replied. To me, dating is definitely more important than work points. After all, she needed someone to survive in the countryside. But afraid that the brigade leader would faint from rage if she spoke the truth, Meng Yinyin could only hang her head, acting embarrassed. Lu Chen, standing to the side, finally understood what was happening. His brows furrowed as he asked the brigade leader in a deep voice. Brigade leader, about educated youth Meng and me. He was about to say that things weren't like that because he wasn't sure if saying it would harm Meng Yinyin's reputation. However, before he could finish, the brigade leader, already upset, interrupted him. Don't ask me how I know. By now, everyone in the brigade probably knows about your situation. You're something else. You make it so obvious that you're dating. As if you're afraid no one will find out. What? Everyone knew about her and Lu Chen's relationship? How could this happen? Meng Yinyin was absolutely certain that only she knew about her situation with Lu Chen, and she did not even told Xiaoyu about it. What made her even angrier was that she had been rejected by Lu Chen, so who was spreading these rumors? If others found out that her relationship with Lu Chen had failed and she had been rejected, wouldn't she be utterly embarrassed? Fuming, Meng Yinyin felt like her mouth was about to curl up in anger. She wanted nothing more than to catch the person who spread the rumors and tear them apart. However, after hearing the brigade leader's words, Lu Chen's expression darkened. He was thinking more deeply than Meng Yinyin. Chapter 21. This incident happened at noon, and he was very sure that Meng Yinyin would never tell anyone else about it, and it was even more impossible for him to tell anyone. So, if neither of them had spoken, who could have spread the news, and what was their purpose? Lu Chen's first thought was that it must have been his uncle Lu Dashan's family, but quickly realized that they were forcing him and Meng Yinyin to separate, not drive them together. Clearly, this was an attempt to tie them together completely. Therefore, if it wasn't from his side, it meant someone was trying to target Meng Yinyin. Almost everyone knew one thing very well. Lu Chen had a bad reputation, and if Meng Yinyin was associated with him, her reputation would also be tarnished beyond repair. That person was indeed filled with deep hatred for Meng Yinyin. Understanding this, Lu Chen's expression grew even colder. The atmosphere immediately became heavy. While Meng Yinyin was still lost in her thoughts about the future being exposed and how she would be laughed at. After venting his frustration, the brigade leader suddenly realized that the expressions of the two people in front of him weren't very good. One looked like she was on the verge of tears, while the other had a cold expression, seemingly lost in thought. Brigade leader. Wait, shouldn't he be the one who was angry? Why was it that Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen looked upset instead? As the brigade leader puzzled over this, Lu Chen finally spoke. He looked at the brigade leader and asked in a deep voice. Brigade leader, who told you about this? He thought for a moment, then decided that he couldn't let the person behind this go unpunished. He needed to track them down, or else, while he stayed in the shadows, Meng Yinyin would be exposed and hurt in ways he couldn't predict. The brigade leader froze for a moment. I'm not sure. I just heard a few people talking while they were working. As soon as he said this, he noticed Lu Chen's expression growing even more serious, which made him feel a little uneasy. Could it be that you and educated youth Meng haven't told anyone else about this? Lu Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging the brigade leader's guess. Not only had they not told anyone else, even whether they were dating was still unknown. But now, hearing the brigade leader's words, it seemed that their situation had already spread outside. Rumors spread quickly, but to clear them up, one had to work hard. The person spreading the gossip must have known that one of them was poor at explaining, and the other was too lazy to bother, which is why they felt so bold. The brigade leader, having seen his fair share of troubles, quickly pieced things together from Lu Chen's expression and words. He furrowed his brows tightly. So, is it true that you and educated youth Meng are in a relationship? Or is someone deliberately spreading false rumors to frame both of you? Lu Chen's lips moved slightly, and for a moment, he wasn't sure how to answer the brigade leader's question. He instinctively looked at Meng Yinyin, deciding to leave the decision to her. If she still felt the same as she had at lunch, he would do everything in his power to protect her. But if she regretted it, he wouldn't say anything. Lu Chen looked at Meng Yinyin, and the brigade leader, unsure of the situation, also turned to her. Meng Yinyin had been lost in her own thoughts and hadn't heard their conversation. When she snapped back to reality, she saw both of them staring at her intently. Why were they looking at her like that? Seeing her confused expression, the brigade leader had no choice but to speak up again. Educated youth Meng, are you and Xiaolu dating or? Hearing this, Meng Yinyin finally realized what Lu Chen and the brigade leader had been talking about. So the brigade leader was asking this because Lu Chen hadn't told him? Why hadn't he been honest with the brigade leader? Or was it that now that the rumors were spreading, he couldn't be bothered to explain? Meng Yinin's mind was in a mess, but thinking about how this misunderstanding might help her get closer to Lu Chen, she gritted her teeth and nodded firmly. Then, feeling guilty, she avoided Lu Chen's gaze and vaguely explained to the brigade leader. Anyway, it's just as people are saying. Our relationship, well, it's that kind of thing. Meng Yinyin looked at the ground, avoiding the sky, and didn't dare to meet Lu Chen's eyes. She was afraid she would see a shocked expression, as if he were asking why she had just admitted it and stained his reputation. She fiddled with her fingers, silently cursing in her heart. What stain? She was the one at a disadvantage here. In the end, she would just have to treat him better in the future, and spoil him a little to make up for it. The brigade leader let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Meng Yinin's admission. So they were serious about this. That's good. He had thought that no one in the Nanjiao brigade would intentionally harm two young people's reputations. But clearly, the brigade leader was rejoicing too soon. Because just as Meng Yinyin finished speaking, Lu Chen calmly added from the side. We do have a relationship, but we haven't told anyone else about it. The brigade leader's expression froze. So, someone is really trying to destroy your reputations? Lu Chen nodded impassively. Then he added another remark. We only decided to date at lunch earlier. The two of them had only agreed to date at lunch, and by the afternoon, this matter had already spread throughout the entire brigade. And this happened even though neither of them had told anyone about their relationship. Someone had intentionally spread the news, making their private affair widely known. This could only be considered an attempt to ruin their reputations. In this day and age, reputation was extremely important. Once it was tarnished, even minor consequences could affect one's life, and more severe consequences could be life-threatening. Of course, for someone like Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin, who were unmarried, being talked about wasn't the end of the world. The worst that could happen was that others might look down on them when they look for a partner in the future. However, this matter was not small. What upset the brigade leader the most was that, under his jurisdiction, there was actually someone so malicious. He would not let this go until he had investigated this thoroughly. I know. Don't worry, I will find out who spread the rumors. The brigade leader spoke heavily, and then his expression shifted to one of hesitation, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Although there are some people behind the scenes causing trouble, since you two are already together, you'll have to be careful when working. Starting tomorrow, Lu Chen, you and educated youth Meng will work separately. I'll assign educated youth Meng to work somewhere else, and Lu Chen, you'll stay here. This decision was partly to avoid gossip. In their brigade, unless there was a special reason, it was generally not allowed for couples or people in relationships to work together. The concern was whether they'd get distracted or let their personal matters interfere with work. The second reason was that after Meng Yinyin had worked with Lu Chen for so long, there had been no progress. In fact, she had become lazier, which showed that Lu Chen wasn't firm enough with her. Otherwise, how could things have turned out like this? It seemed that bringing Meng Yinyin to work with Lu Chen in the first place was a mistake. No young man could resist Meng Yinyin's charms. So, the brigade leader decided to assign Meng Yinyin to a more efficient and hot-tempered female comrade to supervise her. After all, they were both women. The brigade leader couldn't believe that Meng Yinyin would still find a way to escape. Just as the brigade leader made up his mind, Meng Yinyin, who had been listening to his words, was stunned. Could it be that the brigade leader planned to re-educate her, and this time with even more intensity? No, she really couldn't take it. In a panic, Meng Yinyin instinctively turned to Lu Chen for help, hoping he'd say something. After all, right now she felt like the troublemaker in class, the one who could never speak up. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was the model student, the kind whose words the brigade leader would take seriously. Having spent so much time together, Lu Chen had already figured out Meng Yinyin's personality. He knew she was terrible at farm work, even avoiding it, and much preferred lying on the grass in the sun, maybe with a snack or two. So, if she had to work with someone else, she wouldn't be able to handle it. He didn't want to see her suffer doing things she disliked. Finally, Lu Chen spoke up, addressing the brigade leader. Brigade leader, she doesn't have to work. The brigade leader was taken aback. What? What does this kid mean? It was probably the first time Lu Chen had spoken in such a way, challenging the values of a life built on hard work. His tone lacked confidence. I mean, I can support her, Lu Chen added. The brigade leader's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Lu Chen as if seeing a monster. In that moment, the brigade leader was beyond disappointed. He almost wanted to shout at Lu Chen. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Meng Yinyin. The moment she heard Lu Chen offer to support her without making her work, her eyes sparkled, and her smile was practically reaching her ears. The brigade leader immediately realized who the true culprit was. Unable to hold back, he shot a glare at Meng Yinyin, making her lower her head in fear, though she felt aggrieved inside. This wasn't something she had asked Lu Chen to say. The brigade leader was being unreasonable, blaming her. Although she had planned to say something along those lines, she hadn't gotten the chance to speak up yet. The brigade leader was truly difficult. When Lu Chen saw the brigade leader's hostile gaze shift toward Meng Yinyin, and saw her lowering her head in fear, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he stepped forward and shielded her from the brigade leader's view. The brigade leader. You are so good, Lu Chen, you really forgot about the brigade leader now that you've got yourself a girlfriend. Seeing Lu Chen protect Meng Yinyin like his precious possession, the brigade leader was both angry and helpless. In the end, he didn't say anything more, just confirming one last time with them. Have you two agreed on this? From now on, Lu Chen's work points will support both of you. If you insist on doing this, then I will definitely not interfere. But if you can't support two people, You will have to bear the consequences yourself. At this point, Meng Yinyin didn't dare to speak, so she could only look up at Lu Chen. Luckily, Lu Chen didn't disappoint her. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded solemnly and promised the brigade leader. I'll take good care of her. The brigade leader. What could he say? These two had agreed on it, so he couldn't force Meng Yinyin to work. That wouldn't make sense. After all, the reason people worked for points was just to get enough to eat. If someone was willing to work a bit more or eat a little less to support someone else, what could he, as the brigade leader, say? However, what shocked him was that it was Lu Chen, the very person he thought would stay single forever, who said this. Thinking about it, maybe Meng Yinyin's arrival was a good thing for him. At least it made Lu Chen more sociable, more like a normal person. He really couldn't tell if this was a blessing or a curse. In the end, the brigade leader stormed off in frustration. His emotions conflicted. After the brigade leader left, Meng Yinyin finally dared to speak. She looked up at Lu Chen, her heart filled with joy that she couldn't hide. She bit her lip and with a slight sparkle in her eyes softly asked, Lu Chen, was what you said just now true? Lu Chen lowered his gaze to meet hers. Her eyes shone with hope and joy, her messy hair fluttering in the wind, almost as if it were cheering for its owner. Her happiness was that simple. Seeing this, Lu Chen's heart suddenly softened. He nearly lost control of his hand and wanted to pat Meng Yinyin's head. However, as soon as his finger moved, he quickly realized what he was about to do. He suppressed the restlessness in his fingertips and said in a deep voice, as long as you're happy. Meng Yinyin's pupils widened suddenly. She was happy. Of course she was happy not having to work. The moment she thought about how Lu Chen was actually willing to support her with his work points, Meng Yinyin couldn't hold back any longer. The corners of her lips curled up, and she beamed with a bright, dazzling smile. Her eyes were curved, and her face was as beautiful as a painting. In that instant, Lu Chen felt that the thorny flowers by the shore, the willows by the water, and all the scenery around them were nothing compared to her radiant smile. He could hear the sound of his heart beating wildly in the wind, and he also heard Meng Yinyin sweetly say, Lu Chen, you're really kind. He looked at her without speaking but silently agreed in his heart. You are too. After work, Meng Yinyin returned to the educated youth dormitory with an unprecedented light step, arrogantly eating a loquat in her hand. The sweet and sour taste was irresistible to her, and she closed her eyes in satisfaction. She was the last to return to the educated youth point, so when she appeared, the others who had heard the rumors in the brigade in the afternoon, looked at her with complex expressions. Everyone initially thought that she would be angry or humiliated, having heard the rumors about her and Lu Chen being together, especially since she had even delivered clothes to him. They expected her to be upset and perhaps even cry as she came back. No one had decided whether to satisfy their curiosity by asking her about the situation or to comfort her, telling her not to be sad. What they didn't expect was that Meng Yinyin's reaction was completely different from what they imagined. On the contrary, she seemed to be in a good mood. Could it be that she hadn't heard the rumors? Or was she just pretending nothing had happened? Everyone was unsure, but they were all intrigued by her reaction, feeling an itch in their hearts as they wondered what was going on. Just as they were about to ask Meng Yinyin about the rumors, they saw Yu Xiaoyu walking out of the girls' dormitory with a stern face. When she saw Meng Yinyin, her expression changed dramatically, becoming anxious and worried. She didn't dare delay and quickly walked over to Meng Yinyin, pulling her hand to lead her back into the dormitory. Meng Yinyin hadn't reacted yet and stared at Yu Xiaoyu in confusion. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? What was wrong? Something big happened. This silly girl. Yu Xiaoyu was so exasperated that she wanted to poke Meng Yinyin's head and ask what was going on inside it. There had been a huge issue outside, and she hadn't noticed at all. Seeing that Meng Yinyin still looked clueless, Yu Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled her into the dorm, barely closing the door before lowering her voice to ask, Yinyin, didn't you hear any rumors this afternoon? Only then did Meng Yinyin realize why Yu Xiaoyu had called her in. She suddenly understood. Then without caring, she waved her hand casually and said in a relaxed tone, I know you mean the rumor about me and Lu Chen being in a relationship, right? You know. Yu Xiaoyu was truly shocked now, her eyes widening as she looked at Meng Yinyin. Wait, if she knew, then why was she reacting this way? This wasn't just a question Yu Xiaoyu wanted to ask, it was the burning question all the other educated youths outside the dorm had in mind as well. They had sharp ears, and since Yu Xiaoyu hadn't closed the door properly, everyone had heard Meng Yinyin's words just now. Hearing this, everyone perked up their ears. If it weren't for the situation, they would have pressed their ears against the door to hear what Meng Yinyin would say next. If she knew about the rumor, how could she smile like that? But just as Meng Yinyin was about to answer Yu Xiaoyu, it seemed like she suddenly thought of something, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Then under Yu Xiaoyu's confused and curious gaze, she cleared her throat, suddenly raising her voice and speaking with a theatrical tone toward the door. Speaking of this, I should really thank someone. Yu Xiaoyu. What was going on? Had this girl really been scared silly by today's events? Chapter 22. Yu Xiaoyu was thinking this in her mind and asked aloud, Yinyin, what nonsense are you talking about? A young lady being gossiped about for having a relationship with Lu Chen, and she was still smiling? She must be utterly confused, definitely. But Meng Yinyin still didn't answer immediately. Instead, she winked at Yu Xiaoyu and continued shouting towards someone outside the door in a playful tone. If it weren't for a kind person spreading this news, Lu Chen and I wouldn't even know how to tell everyone that we're together. So, thank you to this kind person. I just don't know how this kind person found out about me giving clothes to Lu Chen. Did they secretly follow me? That's not very nice, right? If they wanted to know, they could have just asked me directly. Spying like that is so cheap. At the end, Meng Yinyin purposely sounded a bit regretful. But at this moment, everyone outside the door was no longer focused on her tone. Their attention was fully caught by the weighty information hidden in her words. From what Meng Yinyin had said, there were a few key points that everyone could easily pick up on. First, she and Lu Chen were really together. Second, they hadn't told anyone about it yet. But someone had intentionally spread the news of their relationship, making it known to everyone. Third, the fact that Meng Yinyin made clothes for Lu Chen. Did that person secretly follow her to find out? Oh my god, so there was someone behind the scenes stirring things up. No, more precisely, someone was deliberately trying to ruin Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin's reputations. At first, everyone was just casually gossiping. But now Mo Ming felt a chill down his spine. Someone was secretly causing trouble. Who could this person be? How could they be so malicious? And would they target others next, trying to ruin their reputations too? Thinking of this, the entire educated youth point was filled with unease. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu finally snapped out of her shock after hearing the news that Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen were really together. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, like how could Meng Yinyin be so foolish to get together with Lu Chen? Of course, she wasn't looking down on Lu Che, but she couldn't understand why Meng Yinyin, an educated youth from the city, would get involved with someone like him. Though the policy now forced them to work in the countryside, there might come a time when the policy changes, and they could return to the city. But now, Meng Yinyin had gotten involved with a local villager. What if they ended up getting married? Wouldn't her household registration be stuck in the Nanjiao Brigade forever, unable to go back to the city? Yu Xiaoyu truly saw Meng Yinyin as a friend, so it pained her to see her making such a decision. It felt like she was ruining her future. Meng Yinyin understood her feelings, but with a slightly guilty yet candid tone she replied, But Xiaoyu, do you think I can survive on my own? Yu Xiaoyu. How could she forget that this was the toughest place for any educated youth to work? After a brief pause, Yu Xiaoyu seemed to suddenly realize something and looked at Meng Yinyin with a hesitant expression. So, Yinyin, you and Lu Chen, you didn't just get together because of his work points, did you? Her expression was filled with doubt, clearly not wanting to believe this about her friend. Meng Yinyin nervously touched her ear and lowered her head, softly responding, Don't worry, I'll treat him well in the future. Yu Xiaoyu. She gave up. She decided not to worry about this girl anymore. She wasn't stupid. In fact, she was as cunning as a fox. Fine, then I hope Lu Chen never finds out. If he does, I don't think he's someone easy to deal with. In the end, Yu Xiaoyu could only sigh heavily and warn Meng Yinyin, looking worried. Meng Yinyin didn't take Yu Xiaoyu's concern to heart at all. Instead, she comforted her with a pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm smart. I'll never let Lu Chen find out the truth. Judging by her time spent with Lu Chen, he seemed even more naive than she was. He was completely deceived by his uncle's family and didn't even notice. How could someone like him possibly figure out her brilliant plan? Yu Xiaoyu. She had no idea where Meng Yinyin's confidence came from. But never mind. Now that things had gone this far, as long as Meng Yinyin didn't leave the educated youth dormitory, Yu Xiaoyu could keep an eye on her. After their quiet conversation, they finally stepped out of the dormitory. When they arrived outside, the group of educated youths saw Meng Yinyin. Their expressions were no longer those of simple onlookers, but were now filled with concern. They had just discussed it and concluded that someone from the educated youth point must be behind this. Why did they think so? It was simple. The person who spread this news had hurt Meng Yinyin the most. After all, Lu Chen's reputation wasn't good to begin with, and as a man, this kind of gossip wouldn't affect him much. But Meng Yinyin, a female educated youth, was now the subject of everyone's gossip. What would become of her future if everyone knew about her relationship with Lu Chen? So this was clearly aimed at Meng Yinyin, and the only people who had any interaction with her were those at the educated youth point. Thinking about this, everyone became even more determined to find out who the culprit was. One of the educated youths stood up angrily. Educated youth Meng, don't worry. We'll help you find out who's behind this and stop them from spreading such rumors. That's right, that person even harmed their own comrades. They must have a black heart. We'll drag them out and let the brigade leader deal with them. Everyone will know that ruining someone's reputation like this is a despicable act. The group of people all spoke at once, almost as if they were the victims. But from another perspective, they might actually be the future victims. Meng Yinyin didn't disagree at all. She was just happy that someone was helping her. So she smiled and said, "Thank you all in advance. When Lu Chen and I get married, I'll invite you all to our wedding." Everyone exchanged glances and could only force out a smile and say, "All right." But in their hearts they all sighed. How foolish was Meng Yinyin to actually get together with Lu Chen. She'd probably be stuck in the countryside for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, around the corner of the dormitory, one person had a very dark expression. That person was none other than the mastermind behind this entire incident, Lin Xiaoxia. She never expected that Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen would actually end up together. Not only that, but Meng Yinyin had deliberately spread the news, causing all the other educated youths to become angry. She had thought that everyone would just tease and gossip about Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen for a while, and once they saw they weren't together anymore, the teasing would stop. Who could have imagined that things would turn out like this? Especially when she heard that group of educated youth saying they must find out who spread the rumors. How would they do it? How would they catch the person? If they really trace it back to her, wouldn't she be finished? Just thinking about it, Lin Xiaoxia's lips turned white with fear. But then she thought, almost everyone in the entire brigade has heard this news. Even if those few educated youth are determined, they can't possibly go around asking each person individually. They probably don't even know how many people there are in the whole brigade. Once she thought of this, she felt a little more at ease. However, what she didn't expect was that the next morning, during the morning meeting, the brigade leader surprisingly did not lead everyone in shouting the work slogans, but instead gathered everyone together to announce something important. Looking at the brigade leader's serious expression, Lin Xiaoxia, standing among the educated youth, froze, feeling an ominous premonition. "I'm sure everyone has heard about yesterday's events. As for the malicious spreading of rumors as brigade leader, I am deeply pained. Our Nanjiao brigade has always been harmonious, and I never expected that there would be someone intentionally smearing others' reputations. Therefore, in order to maintain the good atmosphere of our Nanjiao brigade, I have decided to track down the person who first spread the news as a warning. From now on, anyone who dares to deliberately stir up trouble and spread malicious rumors will be severely punished." After hearing the brigade leader's words, everyone finally realized the truth and the seriousness of the situation, especially since if the person who started the rumors is found, they will be publicly reprimanded in front of everyone. How embarrassing would that be? For a moment, no one dared to speak, and everyone anxiously glanced around, wondering who the person who deliberately spread the rumors was. Lin Xiaoxia's face had turned ashen. How could this happen? Why is the brigade leader getting involved in this, and so publicly using the morning meeting to address it? What she didn't know was that the brigade leader had no idea how to track down the person behind the rumors at first. It was only the night before that Lu Chen had visited him and suggested this approach. Upon hearing this, the brigade leader thought it was a great idea. With everyone gathered, he would ask each person where they heard the rumor and trace it back to the source, layer by layer, until they found the first person who spread the news. Rumors don't just appear out of nowhere. They must come from someone. Although the method was simple and crude, it was effective. "I'll start. I heard it from Lu Jinhua." As soon as the brigade leader finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to the woman named Lu Jinhua. Lu Jinhua turned pale and hurriedly waved her hands. I didn't spread the rumor. I heard it from Zhao Xiulan." Now everyone's attention shifted to Zhao Xiulan. Zhao Xiulan was also terrified, and she didn't hesitate for a second before revealing who had told her. "I heard it from Li Dazhu. You can ask him." Then it was Li Dazhu's turn and his source. Everyone was so anxious and frightened, afraid they might get implicated, that the process of tracing the source was much faster than expected. Finally, a soft female voice spoke up, and everyone instinctively looked toward the educated youth team. When they saw who it was, Lin Xiaoxia's expression changed drastically. She almost couldn't stop herself from running away. I heard it from educated youth Lin." She said someone saw Meng. Educated youth Meng giving Lu Chen clothes and asked if we knew about it. I'm really not making things up. If she hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known about it. The girl's face turned red, and she anxiously looked at Lin Xiaoxia, hoping everyone would believe her. "Educated youth Lin, it was when we were heading to work together yesterday at noon. You told me about it. You remember, right? You definitely remember." Lin Xiaoxia's mind went into chaos. In that moment her head was buzzing. All eyes were on her. She had no idea how to respond. At the same time, A few of the educated youth standing nearby had also subtly changed their expressions. In fact, they had already suspected Lin Xiaoxia since yesterday. After all, everyone at the educated youth point knew that she had always been targeting Meng Yinyin. Only she would have the motive to spread such a rumor. But since they had no evidence, no one dared to voice their suspicions, afraid of wrongfully accusing someone and tarnishing their own reputation. But now they were all convinced that Lin Xiaoxia had deliberately spread the rumor. The brigade leader walked up to Lin Xiaoxia, his face dark as he stared at her. Educated youth Lin, so where did you hear this news from? Or should I assume the news came from your own mouth? And no, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Lin Xiaoxia was completely panicked, unable to think straight or figure out how to clear her name. She could only repeatedly say, "It wasn't me, it really wasn't me." Well then tell us. If it wasn't you, who was it? A few of the older women couldn't hold back any longer. I knew it. Our Nanjiao brigade has always had a good reputation. How could anyone do such a shameless thing? Tisk, it's obvious some outsiders are deliberately trying to disturb our unity. Exactly. I never would have guessed that educated youth Lin, who seems so kind on the outside, could have such a dark heart behind the scenes. She's also a woman. How could she not understand how important a reputation is for women? Brigade leader, you must punish her severely. Don't show her any mercy. Lin Xiaoxia's reaction had already exposed her guilt, but the brigade leader still coldly asked her again. Educated youth Lin, since you can't tell us who told you, I have no choice but to treat you as the one who spread the rumors. As I mentioned earlier, you need to apologize to the concerned parties, Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen, and ask for their forgiveness. Then tomorrow at the morning meeting, you will read an apology letter in front of everyone. After that, the matter will be considered over. But if this happens again in the future, the punishment will be far worse than this. Before Lin Xiaoxia could even begin to argue, Meng Yinyin suddenly covered her mouth and looked at Lin Xiaoxia with teary eyes, as if she were about to cry. Educated youth Lin, how could you do something like this? Although I know we had some conflicts before, I thought we were both big-hearted people. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, I thought everything would be fine. I never expected you to spread rumors about me behind my back. What did I do to wrong you? You're being too much. When Meng Yinyin mentioned their past conflict, the eyes of the surrounding villagers immediately lit up. It was as if they were all silently thinking, so that's it. No wonder Lin Xiaoxia has been retaliating. There must be something between them. Lin Xiaoxia. Lin Xiaoxia was furious. Once Meng Yinyin said those words, even if she wanted to shift the blame onto Meng Yinyin, saying that it was she who told her about the relationship, that was no longer an option. After all, everyone knew there had been conflict between them. How could Meng Yinyin possibly tell her about such a thing willingly? Lin Xiaoxia was trapped with no way out. All she could do was stare at Meng Yinyin with a mix of despair and anger. But before she could even glare at her properly, a cold and sharp gaze from behind made her shiver in fear. She turned around to find Lu Chen standing behind Meng Yinyin, his face emotionless as he looked at her. With the rumors surrounding him, Lu Chen now seemed like a demon who had crawled up from hell. Just being stared at by him gave her the unsettling feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Lin Xiaoxia's face turned pale, and she immediately stopped glaring at Meng Yinyin. She didn't dare say another word. In the end, the matter was settled with Lin Xiaoxia accepting the brigade leader's arrangement. The others seemed eager to gossip more about the relationship between Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen, but the brigade leader quickly shooed them off to work. After all, they had wasted enough time dealing with Lin Xiaoxia's issue. They should get back to work or they would never hear the end of it. The brigade leader was furious, and after everyone else left, he looked at Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin, still standing there with frustration. You two aren't going to work? He asked, exasperated. Lu Chen instinctively glanced at Meng Yinyin. Meng Yinyin, however, responded matter-of-factly, Brigade leader, we agreed yesterday that I wouldn't need to work. Lu Chen's work points are enough for both of us. The brigade leader. This made him so angry that his beard stood up. Finally, he couldn't help but glared at Lu Chen fiercely to see what good idea he came up with. Lu Chen showed no reaction, calmly enduring the brigade leader's outburst. Lu Chen, if you don't get 15 work points today, you are not allowed to leave work. Do you hear me? Lu Chen responded calmly, I hear you, as he agreed with an easygoing attitude. He could easily do 20 work points in a day as long as no one complained. Seeing Lu Chen's unbothered attitude, the brigade leader was completely at a loss for words. With a final frustrated look, he turned and stormed off. If he looked at these two any longer, he felt like he might explode. Once the brigade leader left, Lu Chen planned to go to work. He wasn't planning to let Meng Yinyin follow him. He had a feeling she'd rather head back to the dormitory and sleep. But before leaving, he took out the little snacks he had brought her. After finishing work yesterday, He remembered that the loquats in his backyard were ripe, so he rushed home to pick a few for Meng Yinyin. Since he was in a hurry, he didn't manage to pick the largest, ripest ones from the top of the tree. Instead, he grabbed some from the lower branches, worried they might not taste as good. However, when she took a bite, she immediately said she liked them. So, after returning from the brigade leader's house last night, Lu Chen had grabbed a ladder and picked the ripest loquats from the top of the tree. There weren't many, but it would be enough for Meng Yinyin to enjoy for a few days. He pulled out a familiar handkerchief from his pocket. The moment Meng Yinyin saw this, she instinctively swallowed. From past experience, she knew this handkerchief always contained something for her to eat. The handkerchief slowly unfolded, and when she saw the bright red, ripe loquats wrapped inside, she couldn't help herself and cheered out loud. Wow, loquats! Even though she had eaten some yesterday, seeing these ones today, she could tell they were even bigger and sweeter. I remember you said you liked them, Lu Chen said, his voice warm. Seeing her so happy, Lu Chen felt a sweetness in his heart, as if he had eaten the loquats himself. He silently promised that he would bring more good things for Meng Yinyin in the future. Well, I'm going to work now, he said, turning to leave. Go ahead. Good luck at work. Meng Yinyin didn't even lift her head, completely focused on her snack. She didn't notice the soft, tender look in Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen silently nodded and was about to turn and leave, when suddenly Meng Yinyin snapped out of her trance and asked a question that nearly made him stumble in surprise. When can I move into your house? She asked. Lu Chen froze, almost unable to believe what he had just heard. After a few seconds, he finally managed to suppress the shock and the nervous, awkward feeling rising inside him. He turned around, trying to maintain a calm expression as he spoke in a strained voice. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Meng Yinyin tilted her head, a frown forming as she looked at him, clearly puzzled. We're together now. Haven't you thought about living together? She asked, her expression one of confusion, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. Or did you think that after agreeing to date me yesterday, we just keep things like this? That won't do. She was eager to leave the cramped and confined space of the educated youth dormitory, and had no desire to keep living with Lin Xiaoxia. Moreover, she was well aware that Lu Chen's house had plenty of empty rooms. Moving in wouldn't interfere with his life at all. Plus, she could even pay him rent when the time came. Lu Chen had no idea what Meng Yinyin was thinking. His mind was completely consumed by one thought. He was going to live with Meng Yinyin. She would move into his home and they would eat and live together. Wasn't that too fast? Lu Chen, who was always used to hiding his emotions, blushed for the first time. Chapter 23. Why is his face turning red? Meng Yinyin looked at Lu Chen strangely and then urged, What on earth are you thinking, Lu Chen? Lu Chen. The repeated calls finally snapped Lu Chen out of his thoughts. He came back to his senses and saw Meng Yinyin's anxious expression. It seemed like if he didn't agree soon, she might even start crying. In the end, Lu Chen could only try to reason with her. It's too early for us to live together now, it's not appropriate. It really was too soon. In Lu Chen's understanding, Meng Yinyin was with him on impulse or for some other purpose. After all, he knew very well that there was nothing attractive about him and his personality was weird, so it was abnormal for her to like him. He was sure it couldn't be because she liked him. Since everyone already knew they were together, he would naturally take on some responsibilities, like taking care of her, bringing her food, and fulfilling her wishes. But this didn't include getting married so quickly and moving in together. Even if people in the countryside marry quickly, there's still some preparation time before a new family is formed. He didn't know how the process worked for those in love, but he didn't want to make things harder for Meng Yinyin. However, Lu Chen's hesitant tone came across to Meng Yinyin as reluctance. She was frustrated. Then when do you think it's appropriate? I went to your house before. It's not like there aren't any empty rooms. I'm not asking to share the same room with you, so what's the worry? Was he worried she'd take his room, sleep in his bed, and affect his life? Was she really that kind of person? And you saw how Lin Xiaoxia treats me. If I stay at the educated youth point, she might continue to cause trouble for me. Of course, she wouldn't actually let herself be bullied. She wasn't the type to suffer in silence. But saying this made it clear to Lu Chen how dangerous her current situation was. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Chen heard Lin Xiaoxia, his expression instantly changed, and his demeanor turned serious. Lin Xiaoxia was indeed a problem. She already had resentment toward Meng Yinyin, and after what happened today, she would likely hate her even more. In her anger, she might do something extreme without thinking. So, keeping Meng Yinyin and Lin Xiaoxia together was dangerous for her. Once Meng Yinyin's safety was involved, Lu Chen's priorities shifted. He no longer cared about reputation or any bad influences. Those concerns were pushed aside. In the end, Lu Chen gave in and nodded to Meng Yinyin. All right, I'll talk to the brigade leader. At least this way, the brigade leader would know that Meng Yinyin moving in had a reason behind it, to avoid further conflict among the educated youth. That way, if anyone tried to criticize her for moving in with her partner without being married, the brigade leader could back her up. When Meng Yinyin heard this, she stopped caring about the details. As long as Lu Chen had agreed, that was enough. Alright, I'll wait for your good news. I'll go pack my things now. After speaking, she turned and rushed off, seemingly worried that Lu Chen might change his mind. Of course, she didn't forget to pocket some loquats as she left. Lu Chen watched her go and could only sigh silently. He decided he'd talk to the brigade leader at noon. Oh. At noon, after hearing Lu Chen's explanation, the brigade leader stayed silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, it wasn't to agree or disagree, but to ask with a slightly bemused expression, was it that girl Meng Yinyin who brought this up? Lu Chen froze for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Seeing his reaction, the brigade leader knew he was right and couldn't help but laugh in amusement. In this day and age, everyone was worried about girls being taken advantage of, yet when it came to Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin, the brigade leader was more concerned about Lu Chen being the one to get taken advantage of. But seeing how deeply Lu Chen was entangled, the brigade leader could only give him a serious reminder. Lu Chen, although I've always hoped you'd interact more with others and not let rumors get the better of you, you have to understand, someone like Meng Yinyin, an educated youth, isn't meant to stay in a place like ours forever. We come from different worlds. Although no one knew the exact details of Meng Yinyin's family situation, it was obvious from her usual way of dressing, her habits, and her personality that she came from a well-off family. She had clearly been raised with care and was accustomed to comfort, not hardship. She was a bit spoiled and had a strong temper. Girls like her were not easy for most families to handle, let alone someone like Lu Chen, who had grown up with a difficult life, having to endure hardship and suffering just to survive. His past life had been hard enough. The brigade leader, sympathizing with him, naturally didn't want his future to be filled with further suffering. Every year, some educated youth try to use their connections to return to the city, because they can't bear the hardships of rural life. Just a couple of days ago, one from the neighboring brigade went back to the city. Meng Yinyin's family was likely already working on a way to help her return. It was probably not long before she would be going back to the city. So, even though it wasn't ideal to be involved in his and Meng Yinyin's matters, the brigade leader still felt the need to pour some cold water on Lu Chen. From now on, be more careful. Don't let yourself get too deeply involved, he warned. Meng Yinyin, the type of girl who could easily forget someone once her interest faded, would likely forget about Lu Chen in no time. But Lu Chen, the kind of person who would stubbornly hold on to things, would probably never escape this romantic entanglement in his lifetime. Lu Chen didn't say anything, but his lips tightened, and his hands hanging at his sides, clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Finally, he lowered his head and spoke in a hoarse voice to the brigade leader. I understand. He knew it. She couldn't possibly like him. Their relationship would end as soon as her interest in him faded. He was just a little reluctant to let go of this beautiful fleeting time. Even if it was just a dream. Oh. Meng Yinyin didn't know what Lu Chen had said to the brigade leader, but by the afternoon, before the others had finished working, he came to the educated youth dormitory. He had come to find Meng Yinyin, to tell her that he had clarified everything with the brigade leader. The brigade leader said that if Meng Yinyin and he insisted on staying together, they were free to do so, but it would be better to wait a few more days before moving in to avoid affecting their reputation. As for whose reputation it affected, normal people might think it was for Meng Yinyin's sake, but only Lu Chen knew that the brigade leader was actually concerned about his own reputation. Meng Yinyin didn't pay much attention to these small details. When she heard that the brigade leader didn't object, she was so happy that she nearly jumped up. Then let's move in a couple of days. We can take the time to clean up the room I'm staying in. And then I can move in right away. Lu Chen responded with an Seeing that Meng Yinyin seemed to have plans to arrange the room herself, he hesitated but didn't refuse. He was a simple man and didn't know what kind of room she would like. So, he decided to leave it to her to arrange and he would just help out. Thus, taking advantage of the daylight, Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin went to his house. She would pick a room and clean it up. Since he had been thinking about coming to tell Meng Yinyin the decision, Lu Chen had already finished his work for the afternoon, and he had earned 15 work points for it. The others were naturally slower than Lu Chen. They were still in the fields, so the entire village felt unusually quiet. This wasn't the first time Meng Yinyin had been to Lu Chen's house, but it was the first time they were walking together. As they walked, the sun hung slanted in the sky. Whether it was coincidence or intentional, Lu Chen happened to stand on the side where the sunlight was coming from, shielding Meng Yinyin from all of it. Meng Yinyin subconsciously looked up at Lu Chen but only saw his usual silent, expressionless face. There was nothing to read in his demeanor. In the end, she could only pout, thinking to herself that it was probably just a coincidence. After all, Lu Chen didn't like her, so why would he deliberately stand in the sun's path to shield her? It was a good thing she didn't get ahead of herself, or it would have been awkward. She adjusted her mood and stopped overthinking. When she came back to her senses, she realized they had reached Lin Xiuji's house. Thinking of Lin Xiuji made Meng Yinyin remember the time when Lu Chen had gone into the fields to help Lin Xiuji. Her brows involuntarily furrowed as she recalled Lu Chen's decisive actions at that moment. She felt a strange discomfort in her heart. Could it be that Lu Chen had feelings for Lin Xiuji? But Lin Xiuji was already married with 2 children. Lu Chen couldn't possibly still. No, if it were really Lu Chen, the quiet, secretive type, it was possible that he secretly liked her. Otherwise, with his personality, why would he go out of his way to help her, especially a woman? He definitely had feelings for Lin Xiuji. At the thought of this, Meng Yinyin felt even more uncomfortable. Although in their situation, where they were dating with clear intentions, she had no position or right to blame Lu Chen. Thinking that he had agreed to be with her while possibly having feelings for someone else made her furious. She couldn't help it. She bit her lip and glared at Lu Chen fiercely. Lu Chen noticed and lowered his head slightly, his gaze shifting toward Meng Yinyin. He only saw her quickly turn her eyes away, followed by a vague snort. Lu Chen frowned slightly, confused. What was going on? Before he could ask, a short figure appeared from Lin Xiuji's house. It was Debao, the little boy who had once sweetly called her fairy sister. But now Debao's usual sweet smile was replaced with a rare look of worry. His clothes were also a bit messy, as if he hadn't changed them for 2 or 3 days. Meng Yinyin was quite fond of Debao, especially since at such a young age, he had such good taste. At this moment, seeing Debao looking troubled, as if the sky was about to fall, she raised her hand and called out to him. Debao, what's wrong? Why do you look so sad? What could have happened to him at such a young age? Even if his father had a disability that had been some time ago, and he should have come to terms with it by now. Upon hearing her voice, Debao immediately looked towards the door and saw Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen. Especially when he saw Lu Chen, his little face immediately fell, his lips quivered, and he looked like he was about to cry. Meng Yinyin was stunned. Uncle Lu, woo, mommy is sick. I'm so scared, I'm afraid she won't wake up. As Debao spoke, tears streamed down his face. His small dirty hands wiped at his face, quickly turning him into a painted cat. Before Meng Yinyin could remind him, she saw Lu Chen quickly walk to the water tank outside the Lin family home, squat down and wave to Debao. Come here. Debao, still crying, obediently walked towards him. Then Lu Chen scooped some water and began gently wiping Debao's face. Although his expression didn't change, the gentle motion of his hand was enough to show his kindness. Meng Yinyin stood there, stunned. She couldn't really get jealous of a child, so she walked over and asked what had happened to Debao's mother. Through Debao's sobs, she and Lu Chen learned about the events of the past few days. Since the return of Debao's father, Do Zhangrong, a former soldier who had retired due to his leg injuries, the Lin family had been sad for 2 days. However, they had decided to stay strong and keep going. But with the addition of a sick family member, the pressure increased. Debao's mother, Lin Xiuji, unknowingly overexerted herself while working, trying to earn more work points to lessen the family burden. She might have pushed herself too hard or maybe was just too exhausted from taking care of the sick family member at home and working outside. Eventually, she fell ill. At first, it wasn't anything serious, just weakness, a cough, and a runny nose. Most people in the countryside didn't think much of a common cold. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Xiuji's cold didn't improve and actually got worse over the past 2 days. She became unable to get out of bed and was starting to become delirious. Upon hearing this, Meng Yinyin felt anxious and asked Debao, "Didn't you go to a doctor for medicine?" Debao shook his head through his tears and explained, "Mom said we can't waste money. She'll be fine after 2 days of rest, woo. How could that be? If rest could cure her, why was her condition worsening?" Meng Yinyin had grown up in the city, with parents who were well educated, so she knew that seeing a doctor was the right choice when sick. Relying on rest alone could make things worse, and a small illness could turn into a serious one. However, considering the Lin family's current situation, it was understandable that Lin Xiuji didn't want to spend money on a doctor. But understanding or not, now that her condition had worsened, if they didn't get her medicine, it was likely going to be a bigger problem. Clearly, Lu Chen shared her thoughts. Frowning, he said to Debao, "Debao, do you remember your mother's symptoms?" Debao paused, confused for a moment, but eventually nodded firmly. He was already 5 years old. Although he has not been to school, he is not stupid and has a good memory. Naturally, he remembers his mother's various symptoms and manifestations in the past few days. Seeing him nod, Lu Chen said in a deep voice, "Okay, come with me. We're going to the commune health center." With that, Lu Chen stood up and was ready to take Debeo to the health center without delay. But just as he finished speaking, he remembered that he had promised to go back with Meng Yinyin to clean the house. He hesitated and looked at her. Although Meng Yinyin felt a little uncomfortable, human lives were at stake, so she certainly wouldn't be so ignorant. All right, you go take Debeo to get the medicine. We can clean the house tomorrow. Seeing the urgency, Lu Chen didn't hesitate any further. He nodded and said to Meng Yinyin, "Be careful when you return to the educated youth point." "I know, go quickly." Meng Yinyin puffed out her cheeks, pretending to be impatient as she urged him to leave. Soon Lu Chen was walking away with Debeo, taking the shortcut, likely to reach the health center faster. Meng Yinyin planned to return to the educated youth point on her own. However, after walking a few steps, she heard the sound of a bicycle bell, and then someone calling her name. Is this Meng Yinyin, the educated youth? Meng Yinyin paused in confusion, turned around, and saw a man who appeared to be a postman looking at her. The bicycle stopped. She was sure she hadn't seen him before, so she hesitated before answering. "Yes. Haha. I saw you from far away and guessed it was you. By the way, I have a letter for you." Everyone in the nearby communes knew about the beautiful, slender female educated youth in the Nanjiao brigade. So when the postman saw Meng Yinyin from behind, he guessed it was her and got it right. A letter for her. Meng Yinin's eyes lit up, and she eagerly reached out to take the letter. Just as she was about to see who it was from, the postman continued, "Oh, there's another letter. It's from the same address." Thinking it was just another letter for her, Meng Yinyin instinctively reached out to take it. But the postman didn't hand it to her. When Meng Yinyin looked over in confusion, he explained awkwardly, "I'm sorry, educated youth Meng. This letter is not for you." Huh, not for her? Wasn't this letter sent from the same address as the one in her hand? Chapter 24. Fortunately, the next second she heard the postman speak. "The recipient is Lu Chen, educated youth Meng. Do you know where Comrade Lu Chen from your brigade is right now? This letter is for Lu Chen?" But she hadn't heard of Lu Chen having any relatives besides his uncle. Could it be from a friend? Meng Yinyin couldn't figure it out for the moment, so she answered the postman's question. "He just went to the commune's health center." Upon hearing this, the postman hesitated. He still had another letter to deliver to a different brigade, and the direction was completely opposite to the commune's. If he took a detour to the commune, it would delay him. He hesitated and then looked at Meng Yinyin, asking if she could help. "Educated youth Meng, would you mind delivering this letter to Lu Chen? Or you could give it to your brigade leader instead." It wasn't uncommon for a postman to leave a letter with someone else, or even with the brigade leader, when the recipient wasn't around. Most people were honest back then, so there was no risk of intentionally withholding the letter. Meng Yinyin didn't refuse. After all, she was going to meet Lu Chen soon anyway. After handing her the letter, the postman rode off on his bicycle. Now Meng Yinyin finally had the time to open her own letter and see who had sent it. Was it from her parents or her brother? But when she saw the return address, she quickly realized it was from her brother, Meng Xian. The letter had been sent from a certain military unit. Looking at Lu Chen's letter, she found that the return address was the same as the one from her brother's military unit. How could Lu Chen know people from the military? Her curiosity was quickly replaced by a strong desire to know what her brother had written to her, so she tore open the envelope and started reading. The letter was short, and Meng Yinyin finished reading it quickly. Afterward, she couldn't help but show the most genuine, relaxed and brightest smile she had since arriving at the Nanjiao brigade. Because her brother wrote that he had recently completed a mission, and might have a few days of leave. If he could get permission to go out, he would come here to visit her. Since the incident at home nearly a month ago, Meng Yinyin had gone from feeling lost and unable to believe it was real, to arriving at the Nanjiao brigade in a daze. She had tried to work to support herself, only to give up eventually, and finally found a way to manage to stay. The hardship she had faced didn't seem as difficult on a daily basis, but now, reading her brother's letter, her nose tingled and she almost cried. She had so much to share with her family, so much sadness and frustration, but they weren't around. With the current uncertainty about her parents' situation, Meng Yinyin had been constantly reminding herself to stay strong and not worry them. But now, knowing that her brother might come to visit soon, life suddenly seemed to have a purpose again. When her brother arrived, she would definitely ask him to take her to the county town, to the city center to eat well and buy new clothes. Holding the letter in her hand, Meng Yinyin had originally planned to go back to the educated youth point and give Lu Chen's letter to him tomorrow. However, just as she started to walk, she changed her mind and turned toward Lu Chen's house instead. What if this letter was really important to him? Surely, he would be just as eager to know its contents as she had been to read her own letter. So, Meng Yinyin decided to be a good person and wait for him at his house to deliver the letter. She stood at the door of Lu Chen's house for a while, but instead of Lu Chen returning, she was the first to see Lu Dashan and his wife coming back from work. These days, the fact that Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin were seeing each other had become widely known. Most people were merely shocked and curious for a while before losing interest, but for Lu Dashan and his wife, this news was like a thunderbolt. Meng Yinyin was the object of affection of the younger brother of their son-in-law, Wang Chenggu, and how could she be with Lu Chen? Moreover, this brat Lu Chen had just specifically told them not to get closer to Meng Yinyin, yet now not only were they together, but everyone knew about it. This was definitely a form of rebellion, a clear provocation. Although Lu Dashan had already sensed Lu Chen's rebellion from his reaction that day, he had been so obedient and honest for so many years that Lu Dashan had convinced himself that this was just a temporary lapse, and Lu Chen would return to normal in a few days. But who knew, not only did Lu Chen not return to normal, but he had completely defied them. Now Meng Yinin's reputation was ruined, and the Wang family would never accept her. Their family had wasted an opportunity to owe the Wang family a favor. Thinking of this, Lu Dashan's hatred for Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin grew even stronger. Seeing Meng Yinyin standing at the door of Lu Chen's house made his already bad mood even worse. Before he and Jiang Hohat could glare at her, they saw Meng Yinyin, without hiding anything, roll her eyes at them with a big white-eyed look. The eye roll was so exaggerated it was almost to the sky. Lu Dashan and Jiang Hohat. What did that mean? How dare she make such a face at them? Even if they disagreed with her relationship with Lu Chen, they were still Lu Chen's elders. Since Meng Yinyin was with him, she should at least show some respect and call them uncle and aunt. But not only did she fail to greet them respectfully, she even dared to treat them like this. Jiang Hohat could no longer hold back and immediately shouted at Meng Yinyin. Meng Yinyin, what do you mean by this? You're being so disrespectful. Didn't your family teach you any manners? We are Lu Chen's elders. How dare you speak to us like that? Our Lu family will never allow someone who disrespects their elders like you to enter our house. You can forget about it. Meng Yinyin originally didn't want to stoop to their level, intending to roll her eyes and just ignore them. But Jiang Hohat had to come forward and provoke her. Naturally, Meng Yinyin wasn't going to back down. Moreover, she had long wanted to scold this couple on Lu Chen's behalf. What do you mean by elders? Where do you get the face to do that? With a shocked expression, Meng Yinyin immediately addressed Lu Dashan and Jiang Hohat. What? Did I just disrespect my elders? Where are they? I don't see any elders around. As she said this, Meng Yinyin pretended to look around as though searching for these so-called elders. Jiang Hohat was so angry she nearly exploded. What are you pretending for? The whole Nanjiao brigade knows that Lu Chen is my nephew. My husband is his uncle, and I'm his aunt. You were even at our house for a meal last time. I don't believe you didn't know the relationship between us and Lu Chen. Jiang Hohat thought Meng Yinyin was pretending not to know their connection to Lu Chen, in order to avoid being scolded. But to her surprise, Meng Yinin's expression seemed even more shocked after hearing her. What? You're actually Lu Chen's uncle and aunt? Sorry, I really didn't know you two were his blood relatives. I thought Lu Chen was just some hired servant in your family. That's why he was running around doing your bidding, working all morning without even a meal. Otherwise, I would have thought he owed you money. At that moment, many workers who had just finished their shifts overheard Meng Yinin's words and couldn't help but slow down, casting subtle glances at Lu Dashan and Jiang Hohat. In fact, everyone knew that Lu Dashan and Jiang Hohat weren't exactly good to their nephew Lu Chen. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been living in such a nice house while sending Lu Chen to the old house next door after the old lady of the Lu family passed away. But they understood that Lu Chen wasn't their biological child, so there was always a gap between him and their own family members, even though they didn't torment him. What no one expected was that Lu Dashan and Jiang Hohat actually did such a thing, calling Lu Chen to help them for so long, yet not even letting him eat. This wasn't just inappropriate for a relative, it was downright rude to any stranger. Lu Dashan and Jiang Hohat were furious when they realized Meng Yinyin had exposed their treatment of Lu Chen. Their faces alternated between red and pale, and they nearly wanted to tear her mouth apart. Of course, Jiang Hohat wasn't about to admit it. She snapped back. You? What nonsense are you spouting? When have we ever used Lu Chen? We just asked him for a little help. Meng Yinyin spoke calmly. Yes, you like to open that small door in the wall all the time and have Lu Chen run errands for you, don't you? It's so convenient and no one knows about it. Whether it's helping or exploiting him, no one can see it. Because of the small door between the two courtyards, no one had known about how they used Lu Chen over the years. But now all of it was being exposed by Meng Yinyin. As Meng Yinyin spoke, others around them began to react, realizing what was going on. They had always found it strange that there was a small door in the wall of Lu Dashan's house, But their family's explanation was that it was to conveniently look after Lu Chen. Although it seemed a bit odd, no one thought much of it. But after hearing Meng Yinyin, they instantly understood. It wasn't just about looking after Lu Chen. It was most likely an excuse to exploit him. Who didn't know that although Lu Chen had a bad reputation and a peculiar temper, his strength and work ethic were exceptional. People didn't interact with him, but no one could deny his impressive abilities. Now to find out that Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohot treated him this way, despite being his relatives, only used him for their own gain was appalling. How dare they? These two were living comfortably, not even considering helping their nephew, yet they kept exploiting him for their own benefit. This couple was truly shameless. In an instant, the way people looked at Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohot changed, with many of them showing nothing but disdain. Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohot could no longer maintain their facade of being kind-hearted. After pretending for so many years, they couldn't possibly let their mask slip now. Lu Dashan finally couldn't hold it in any longer. His face darkened as he spoke to Meng Yinyin. Educated youth Meng, I don't know who you've been listening to, or if it's because we don't want you with Lu Chen, but are you deliberately slandering us like this? Lu Chen is my nephew. He hasn't said anything, so who do you think will believe your words? Lu Dashan's words made some sense. If Meng Yinyin was just trying to slander them because they didn't approve of her relationship with Lu Chen, then it might be understandable. But the key point was that Lu Chen never spoke about being mistreated by Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohot. Could it be that Meng Yinyin was making it all up? Meng Yinyin didn't expect this shameless old man to have the audacity to say something like that. She was so angry she could barely bite her teeth together. Just as she was thinking of how to rebut Lu Dashan, a deep voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Why didn't I say anything? Wasn't it because my uncle hadn't returned my parents' belongings to me? As soon as the crowd heard these words, they immediately turned to look, and sure enough they saw Lu Chen. Before anyone could process the shock of hearing Lu Chen speak, they were stunned by the cold expression on his face. His face remained unchanged, but the way he looked at Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohot was as cold as the winter wind. What was going on with Lu Dashan withholding his parents' belongings? Why did Lu Chen say that? Chapter 25. When Lu Chen's father died in the line of duty, shortly after, his mother passed away after giving birth to him. At that time, the Lu family was overwhelmed with grief, with both the death of elders and the arrival of a newborn. Not just their family, but the entire brigade had their hands full dealing with everything. Because of this, no one paid attention to the so-called belongings of Lu Chen's parents. No one thought about it. As for later on, the Lu family never mentioned anything regarding this matter, and the others didn't know about it either. Moreover, during that time most families lived in poor conditions, so the concept of belongings was not something people typically talked about. So when the crowd heard Lu Chen mention this, their first reactions were shock and curiosity. On the other hand, Lu Dashan and his wife were immediately nervous and flustered. How could this brat mention such things in front of so many people? These were internal family matters. It should have been solved privately, but now, if others found out that they had kept his parents' belongings all these years and didn't give them to him, their reputation would be ruined. Lu Chen, let's talk at home. We've already explained this to you. There's a reason behind everything. Why can't you understand our difficulties? You grew up without parents. If it weren't for me and your aunt helping you, do you think you'd be alive today? We raised you as if you were our own son. And now that you've grown up, you've turned your back on us. You shouldn't be so ungrateful, Lu Chen. Lu Dashan kept bringing up the past, especially how they had raised Lu Chen from infancy, taking care of him as their own, all the while tearing up and seeming quite emotional. The onlookers, seeing his tears, couldn't help but feel sympathy. Yes, no matter what else had happened, just the fact that Lu Dashan had raised his nephew Lu Chen made it hard for Lu Chen to criticize him. Just as the situation seemed to be turning in their favor, an elderly voice came from the crowd. You two are the ones who raised Lu Chen? Do you dare to say this in front of your old lady? This old lady was a good friend of Lu Chen's grandmother. She had often scolded Lu Dashan and his wife behind their backs for their inhumane behavior. When Lu Chen's grandmother's younger son and daughter-in-law passed away, she was devastated, almost falling ill herself. But when she saw her newborn grandson, she realized that if she didn't stay strong, he might not have a future. She knew that Lu Dashan and his wife were too selfish to take care of Lu Chen, so she took it upon herself to raise him. Lu Dashan and his wife didn't help at all. In fact, they said there wasn't enough food in the house for another mouth to feed, so they forced the grandmother to pay for Lu Chen's upbringing out of her own pocket. If she didn't, they would not have given him a single grain of rice. The old lady often cried at night because of this matter, crying why she gave birth to such a heartless son, and also crying why her little grandson had such a miserable life. But after the crying, she had no choice but to take the money her youngest son had left her for retirement and use it to raise Lu Chen. It was supposed to be for her grandson, but most of it was actually spent by Lu Dashan's family. After all, no matter how angry she was old and could only live and eat with her son and daughter-in-law. Otherwise, as an old lady, she would not be able to live a peaceful life with a newborn baby. In the end, it was precisely because the old lady had some money that Lu Dashan and his wife turned a blind eye to Lu Chen living in their house. Later, no one knew how Lu Dashan and his wife got lucky, but they actually built a new house. They had originally planned to leave the old lady and Lu Chen in the old house. No one knew what the old lady said to them in tears and anger, but in the end, no matter how reluctant Lu Dashan and his wife were, they still took the two of them in and lived in the new house. However, while they gave them a room, the treatment didn't change much from before. As Lu Chen grew older and had to help with the work at home and learn to work outside, his life remained stable though far from ideal. He grew up into a teenager, but when the old lady passed away, he was sent to the old house because Lu Dashan claimed that he was old enough to be independent. Lu Dashan even made it seem like a huge sacrifice, offering up the old house for Lu Chen. The house was good, with many rooms and its own yard, which was something the brothers had originally shared. By giving it up, Lu Dashan did make some sacrifice. That's why people didn't criticize him too much for sending Lu Chen to the old house after his grandmother passed. After all, Lu Chen had a spacious yard. It wasn't like he was being mistreated. The old lady had never wanted to interfere. After all, Lu Chen hadn't said anything himself, so it would have seemed out of place for her to speak out against Lu Dashan and his wife. But hearing all of this, she couldn't stay silent anymore. But at this moment, seeing Lu Chen finally step forward and just having witnessed him go to get medicine for her daughter, what a kind-hearted young man he was. If the truth of what happened back then was not revealed now, she felt like even heaven would blame her. That's right, this old lady was not only an old friend of Grandma Lu, but also Lin Xiuji's motor. However, she lived in the neighboring brigade and couldn't visit every day, so she only found out that her daughter Lin Xiuji was sick now. Fortunately, as soon as she arrived, she saw Lu Chen bringing Debeo to the commune health center to get medicine. She hurried over to thank him, and just happened to run into this situation. Since they were all from the nearby area, the villagers naturally recognized the old lady from the Lin family, and recalled her close relationship with Grandma Lu in the past. Lu Dashan, when your mother was alive, did Lu Chen ever eat your food or accept a single penny from you? Instead, you and your wife threatened your mother for money, saying if she didn't give it, she couldn't care for Lu Chen. Your mother, at her old age, still had to live depending on the two of you, even though she worked hard and spent money caring for the family and raising her grandson. And this is how you repay her. Lu Dashan, are you even human? Aren't you afraid of heavenly retribution? The old lady's voice was loud and clear, like thunder crashing in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned and shocked by this revelation. No one knew the details of the Lu family's past. After all, the old lady always believed that family shame should never be aired outside. So, even though her son and daughter-in-law had been too much, she only confided in her old friend. Now the hidden story was being exposed, and the crowd was having a hard time imagining how heartless Lu Dashan and his wife must have been. While people were discussing Lu Dashan and his wife, Lu Chen turned and nodded slightly to the old lady from the Lin family, quietly expressing his gratitude. He then quickly moved through the crowd and arrived in front of Meng Yinyin. He only relaxed when he confirmed she wasn't injured. Although outwardly Meng Yinyin seemed fine, Lu Chen was still worried, especially since Meng Yinyin's face was puffed up with anger, her lips tightly pressed together, clearly unhappy. Lu Chen furrowed his brow but spoke in a soft voice. Are you scared? Meng Yinyin snapped back to reality upon hearing his voice, shaking her head. Her gaze softened, and a hint of pity appeared in her eyes as she looked at him. They've really gone too far in the past. She was angry because of what she had just heard from the old lady. Before, she had only thought that Lu Dashan and his wife liked to take advantage of Lu Chen and made him work for free. But she never expected that the unfair treatment Lu Chen had suffered was much worse than she had imagined. What kind of life had he lived back then? It had been so hard for him. In that moment, if it weren't for the situation being so inappropriate, Meng Yinyin really wanted to give Lu Chen a hug. At this moment, she genuinely felt heartbroken for him. How could Lu Chen not see what the little girl was thinking? It was just that for him those things happened too long ago, or he had already gotten used to it so he didn't feel bad about it. But seeing Meng Yinyin standing up for him filled his heart with warmth, and his anger towards Lu Dashan and his wife started to fade. I'm fine really. Even if something had happened, it was already in the past. He didn't want to continue making Meng Yinyin sad or upset for him. Seeing that he really wasn't bothered by the past, Meng Yinyin felt a bit better. Then she remembered the letter in her hand and quickly handed it to him. By the way, there's a letter for you. It's from the army. As soon as she spoke, Lu Chen, who had seemed calm just a moment ago, suddenly had a change in his expression. He quickly took the letter from her and tore it open. His tall figure, coupled with the fact that his focus was entirely on the letter, meant that the letter was held higher than what was comfortable for Meng Yinyin to read. She couldn't see what was written on it. However, she could clearly see that Lu Chen's face went from tense and serious to one of anger and sadness. Meng Yinin's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively knew that the content of the letter was very important to Lu Chen, possibly something serious. Lu Chen read through the letter quickly, and his fingers tightened around it so hard that they turned white. After he finished reading, he looked over at Lu Chen and his wife, who were surrounded by the crowd. The hatred and ridicule in his gaze sent a chill down Meng Yinin's spine. She instinctively felt that something big was about to happen. But to her surprise, Lu Chen quickly looked away, adjusted his expression, and carefully folded the letter before returning to his usual calm demeanor. Meng Yinyin frowned, completely unsure of what had just happened. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before saying 4 simple words. "It's not time yet." Because the letter mentioned that the organization would send someone to investigate the matter. If the situation matched what Lu Chen had said, they would severely punish anyone who had illegally occupied military families' money and resources. Meng Yinyin wasn't sure whether he was referring to the time when he would explain things to her, or the time when the situation in the letter would be addressed. But since Lu Chen wasn't planning to explain to her now, she figured there must be his own reasons. Meng Yinyin wasn't the type to pry into others' private matters, so she just nodded and didn't ask any more questions. On the other side, Lu Chen and Zhang Hohot were being heavily criticized due to the information that the old lady from the Lin family had exposed. They wanted to argue back, but just as they were about to, they saw Lu Chen staring coldly at them, as if warning them that if they dared to lie, he would expose them on the spot. Lu Chen and Zhang Hohot had now come to realize just how difficult Lu Chen was to deal with. He had changed, and now he had finally shown his true colors. Both of them were seething with anger but dared not make a move due to the number of people around. They could only slink back into the house, making sure to tightly close the door behind them. As soon as the couple had slipped away, the rest of the people could only disperse as well. However, before they left, many of them couldn't help but steal another glance at Lu Chen. At that moment, the way they looked at him was very complicated. Compared to the usual fear and disgust, there was now a touch of pity in their eyes. Lu Chen ignored them all. Seeing that it was getting late, he suggested escorting Meng Yinyin back to the educated youth point. "Forget it, it's just a few steps away, I can go back by myself." She wasn't the type to get lost over a few steps, so Lu Chen didn't insist. Before leaving, Meng Yinyin reminded him about cleaning the house. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement and watched her leave. That night, Meng Yinyin had trouble sleeping, overwhelmed with excitement. First, because she was about to leave the educated youth point and move into a spacious and comfortable house. Secondly, because her brother might come to visit her soon. This good mood lasted until the next afternoon, when she went with Lu Chen to his house to choose a room and clean it. Lu Chen had originally intended to give his own room to Meng Yinyin and pick another one for himself, but Meng Yinyin refused. His room was the cleanest and most well-kept one, since it had been lived in for a long time. But to Meng Yinyin, the other 2 rooms were equally spacious, just needing a little cleaning. Besides, if she made Lu Chen move into another room, wouldn't that be taking over his place? She wasn't bold enough for that. Unable to convince her, Lu Chen finally gave in and let her choose the room on the left. It had a bed and a desk, but it lacked a wardrobe and had some dust. Lu Chen said he would make time to help her build a wardrobe, while Meng Yinyin assured him she could handle the dust herself. After all, she didn't have to work for the next few days, so cleaning the room would be no problem. Seeing that she was determined to do it herself, Lu Chen gave her the key to the house, telling her she could come over to clean her room whenever she wanted. With the key in hand, Meng Yinyin was even happier and couldn't help but say, "Lu Chen, you're such a good person." Lu Chen didn't know how to respond, so he remained silent. Fortunately, Meng Yinyin was used to his silence and didn't mind. Over the next few days, whenever she had free time, Meng Yinyin would come over to take care of her future room, cleaning happily every day. Lu Chen, on the other hand, would finish his work early and go to the brigade leader to request permission to cut a few trees. During his break, he would help Meng Yinyin build the wardrobe. People in the brigade who were paying attention quickly noticed this, and they guessed that Meng Yinyin would soon be moving into Lu Chen's house. This made it clear to everyone that the 2 were definitely together. A few days passed quickly, and Meng Yinin's room was cleaned, and the wardrobe was finished. She decided to move all her things from the educated youth point the next day. Lu Chen had no objections, but he asked if she had a lot of things, so he would help her move them. But Meng Yinyin said there wasn't much, and she could handle it herself. "All right, just be careful," Lu Chen said. The next morning, Meng Yinyin woke up early, packed the last of her things from the educated youth point, and cheerfully carried her box to Lu Chen's house. It took Yu Xiaoyu several days to come to terms with the fact that Meng Yinyin was moving into Lu Chen's house. Even though Meng Yinyin repeatedly assured her that she would take care of herself and would not be bullied, Yu Xiaoyu still worried. After spending so much time with her, she had come to see through Meng Yinyin's personality. On the surface she was willful and arrogant, but in reality she was just a paper tiger. Someone who only scared the ignorant and would back down when faced with someone tougher. She could easily scare those who didn't know better, but once confronted by someone stronger, she would certainly back down. But seeing that Meng Yinyin was determined to move, Yu Xiaoyu couldn't stop her. She could only remind her to hide her true intentions and not let Lu Chen find out. Of course, she also warned her to maintain a proper distance from Lu Chen and not let him take advantage of her. Meng Yinyin felt too embarrassed to tell her that it was she who had been taking advantage of Lu Chen, enjoying all the meat and fruit he had given her. She had been living a carefree and happy life. On the other hand, what could Lu Chen take from her? She didn't have any meat or tickets, and while she had a little money it wasn't much. In fact, Lu Chen could probably make that much just by selling the meat. So when she thought about it, there was nothing on her that Lu Chen would even want. She couldn't understand why Yu Xiaoyu was so worried. It was just like her father, always overthinking things. With that thought, Meng Yinyin cheerfully carried her box and skipped away, her back fading from Yu Xiaoyu's view like an innocent little white rabbit. At the same time, a train slowly pulled into the station. Degree.ring operator *** ring operator. Degree. Chapter 26. Meng Xian stepped off the train, dressed in military uniform, carrying only a simple bag. His tall and handsome figure immediately caught the attention of many people. Some enthusiastic aunties even approached him to chat, asking if he was returning home or visiting relatives, how old he was and whether he was married yet. Although Meng Xian wasn't married yet, he had already developed a perfect way to handle such situations. He calmly spoke to the few elderly women who had surrounded him. I'm here on a business trip and already have a partner. I'm in a hurry to catch the bad guys. Could you please let me go, comrades? The elderly women. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, soldier comrade. After successfully escaping from the circle of women, Meng Xian quickened his pace and headed toward the train station. In truth, most of what he had just said was a lie, except for one part. He was indeed here on a business trip. However, even that wasn't entirely true. It was more like half-truth. He was here on a business trip, but in a way it could also be seen as a family visit. After all, his business trip coincidentally brought him to the same place as his family visit, the Nanjiao Brigade. Following the address he was given, Meng Xian set off from the city's train station, traveling for several hours by train. He passed through the county, a town, and a commune before finally arriving at the Nanjiao Brigade. However, as he traveled, his expression grew increasingly dark, and the worry in his brows deepened. Meng Xian had spent many years in the military, enduring many hardships and getting used to tough environments. But that didn't mean that a pampered young lady, who had never even touched a broom, would be able to adjust to this kind of place. Thinking about his younger sister Meng Yinyin, being sent to this rural area, Meng Xian's heart grew heavy. It wasn't that he looked down on this place, it was just that he felt his sister wouldn't be able to adapt here. By now she'd been here for almost a month, and he couldn't help but wonder how she had been coping all this time. With the scorching sun and poor living conditions, had she already been sunburned into a coal-black color and become as thin as a bamboo pole? The closer Meng Xian got to the Nanjiao Brigade, the deeper his worries grew. Finally, the area of the Nanjiao Brigade appeared before his eyes. He had arrived at the perfect time. The afternoon, just as everyone had finished their lunch break and were getting ready to work. Wearing a military green uniform and with a face unfamiliar to the locals, Meng Xian immediately became the center of attention when he appeared in front of everyone. He remained calm, ignoring the looks, and directly asked the nearest man, "Comrade, could you tell me where Meng Yinyin, the educated youth Meng, is?" The man was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered and scrutinized Meng Xian's face. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this military comrade did indeed resemble Meng Yinyin. This must be a relative. The crowd also noticed this and murmurs of surprise spread among them. No one expected Meng Yinyin to have a military relative. It seemed that her family might be doing better than everyone thought. This morning Meng Yinyin carried her luggage into Lu Chen's house. After a whole morning of fermentation, almost everyone in the brigade now knew that Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen were living together. Meng Xian silently took note of the direction the man had indicated and then asked, "Do you know where Comrade Lu Chen's house is?" The man didn't know if this was a sensitive question, but once Meng Xian finished asking, everyone's expressions shifted subtly. Meng Xian furrowed his brows. What was going on? Could it be that everyone knows that Comrade Lu Chen's property and supplies were seized? Meng Xian's face grew more serious. Indeed, he had come here to visit his sister Meng Yinyin, but he was also on a business trip to investigate the situation involving Lu Chen. a military family member. Initially, the organization hadn't decided who would investigate the case, but since Meng Xian was already going to the same place for a family visit, the task naturally fell to him. It worked out well because this way, Meng Xian could extend his vacation, so he happily accepted the task, not thinking it would be particularly complicated. However, seeing everyone's strange looks now, he began to wonder if he had underestimated the situation. What he didn't realize was that the reason everyone's expressions were odd wasn't because of Lu Chen's situation, but because they assumed Meng Xian already knew that Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen were together. After all, why else would he ask about Lu Chen's house? They had directed him to where Meng Yinyin was, thinking he knew about her relationship and had come to check on her. But it turned out he didn't know anything about it. Comrade. Seeing Meng Xian ask again, the local man hesitated before responding. It's in the place I just told you about. Meng Xian froze for a moment, processing the meaning of the man's words. What did this mean? Was his sister living with Lu Chen? Had Lu Chen been treated so poorly by his family that he no longer had a home, forcing him to live at the educated youth point? Meng Xian had assumed his sister was here to work as an educated youth, so she naturally had to live at the educated youth point. He hadn't specifically asked for its location because he knew that was where she must be. When Meng Xian heard the local villager's comment, he was puzzled and asked, "Then how did Lu Chen end up staying at the educated youth point?" The others were stunned into silence, exchanging glances. How should they answer that? Was the question difficult to answer, or was there something inconvenient about it? Seeing the others hesitating to speak, Meng Xian gave up asking further. He simply thanked them and immediately began walking in the direction the villager had pointed to. It didn't matter if they didn't answer. He would find out the truth on his own. Seeing Meng Xian walking towards Lu Chen's house with his long legs, everyone's eyes followed him unconsciously, and at the same time, they also thought that there should be something exciting to watch at the Lu family. After all, judging from Meng Xian's expression, he seemed completely unaware of the relationship between Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen. It made everyone curious about how he would react when he learned that Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen were together. How they wished they could go watch, but unfortunately they had to go back to work. Because Meng Xian was curious, he walked quickly and soon arrived at the door of Lu Chen's house. Of course, as he arrived, he couldn't help but glance at Lu Dashen's house next door. It was surprising to see such a spacious yard in such a small place. He quickly turned his gaze back and focused on the old house in front of him. The house is okay, the most important thing is that it is spacious and has several rooms, so it should be able to accommodate a group of educated youth. But soon Meng Xian discovered that this yard did not seem like a place where a group of people lived, because he did not see any signs of group living. Was the number of educated youth in this brigade really so small? Just as Meng Xian was about to call out to someone, he saw Lu Chen come out of the room, already packed and ready to go to work. But before heading off, Lu Chen was planning to check on Meng Yinyin and ask what she'd like to eat in the afternoon. He was going to the mountains and could bring something back for her. As soon as he stepped out the door, he saw a strange soldier standing outside his yard. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately reacted and walked quickly towards the person outside the door. He recalled the letter he received a few days ago, which mentioned that someone would be sent to investigate his father's belongings. So the soldier standing in front of his house must be the one assigned by the army to look into this matter. Lu Chen wasn't one to show his emotions, but his hurried steps revealed his eagerness. He hadn't expected the army to send someone so quickly. Could it be that the truth about his father's past was about to be revealed? As Lu Chen walked toward the door, Meng Xian with narrowed eyes observed Lu Chen carefully. From Lu Chen's attire, Meng Xian initially thought he was a local villager. But his looks and demeanor were not like those of an ordinary villager. So for a moment Meng Xian couldn't figure out who he was. Just then, Lu Chen walked up to him and opened the gate, introducing himself. That was when Meng Xian realized that Lu Chen was the person he was looking for. "Comrade, hello. I'm Lu Chen." It was just a simple introduction, but Lu Chen looked at him quietly, as if waiting for Meng Xian to explain. Meng Xian had already gathered some information about Lu Chen from the army leadership. He knew that Lu Chen's life had not been easy, but since he had sought help from them, Meng Xian didn't think he was a fool. Now that he met him in person, Lu Chen seemed to be even more impressive than he had imagined. Calm, composed, and confident. At least his appearance was striking. Meng Xian nodded at him and introduced himself. "Comrade Lu Chen, I'm Meng Xian, a special envoy sent by the organization to investigate the truth of the events from back then. It's a pleasure to meet you." As he spoke, Meng Xian extended his hand. Though Lu Chen wasn't used to shaking hands with strangers, he knew that Meng Xian was here to help, and he was a respected soldier of the army, so he didn't hesitate. He quickly reached out and shook Meng Xian's hand. The two men, both with similar builds and height, stood at the door exchanging greetings. After a brief introduction, Meng Xian finally asked the question he was curious about. Naturally, he wanted to know why Lu Chen had come to stay at the educated youth point. Was his house also occupied by that uncle? But before he could even ask his question, the creaking sound of a door opening was heard. As soon as he looked towards the place where the sound came from, he found that Lu Chen in front of him was moving even faster than him. The two men simultaneously looked toward the slowly opening door. And then out walked Meng Yinyin, stretching and yawning. Having just woken up from her nap, her small face was flushed, and her cheeks still bore the marks of sleep. It was obvious that she had a good sleep. After yawning, she finally opened her eyes, and remembering the voices she had heard earlier, she glanced toward the door. And that's when she saw the two men staring at her, one of whom was Lu Chen. As for the other, Meng Yinin's eyes went wide in disbelief, and she rubbed her eyes, then called out in surprise. "Brother." The word brother finally brought a smile to Meng Xian's face. It also froze Lu Chen, who was standing next to them, in place. Brother? Is he her brother? At this moment, Lu Chen was stunned by the sudden revelation and couldn't regain his composure. Meanwhile, Meng Yinyin, seeing her long-lost brother, immediately opened her arms and ran toward him, then threw herself into his embrace. "Brother, you're finally here. I missed you so much, woo woo woo." Meng Xian felt comforted and reassured. But since there was someone else present, he wasn't used to acting affectionate in front of others. He could only pretend to be annoyed and said to Meng Yinyin, all right, get off me. Can't you see there are outsiders here?" With that, he grabbed her by the back of her collar and pulled her out of his arms. Meng Yinyin, though reluctant, stood aside, muttering in dissatisfaction. "There are no outsiders here. Lu Chen is so big that she can't see? It doesn't make sense that she would have problems with her eyes after only being in the countryside for a month, right?" Meng Xian gave her a faint glance, not wanting to point out Lu Chen right in front of him. He casually asked, "Is it just the two of you at this educated youth point? Where are the others?" To his surprise, the moment these words left his mouth, the bright smile that had been on Meng Yinin's face just a second ago suddenly froze. Her facial expression changed so obviously that Meng Xian couldn't help but notice. As her brother, he knew her too well. When she made that face, it meant she was hiding something from him, and it was likely something serious. At this thought, Meng Xian's expression darkened. "Meng Yinyin, you're hiding something from me." His tone was firm and certain. Chapter 27. As soon as these words were spoken, the other two people present froze, but Meng Xian's attention was all on Meng Yinyin at the moment, so he didn't pay attention to Lu Chen next to him. That? Brother, are you tired? Do you want to go rest in my room for a while?" Seeing that she could no longer hide it, Meng Yinyin could only lower her head and stammer. The guilt revealed in her voice was simply unconcealable. Meng Xian coldly smiled. "You've become more capable and even learned to hide things?" Although he couldn't help but scold Meng Yinyin a few times in his mind, Meng Xian did agree to her suggestion. After all, this clearly wasn't a trivial matter. It would be better to talk about it in a more secure place. "Why don't you lead the way?" He spoke expressionlessly. Meng Yinyin, feeling nervous, could only tremble as she led him to her room. Meanwhile, Lu Chen frowned, his expression filled with concern. He wanted to follow them, but Meng Yinyin quickly stopped him with a glance. He was joking, wasn't he? If Lu Chen came in with them, what would happen then? Besides, dealing with her brother was already difficult enough. She didn't have the energy to entertain both of them. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. How did she end up in such a situation? She felt so pitiful. Lu Chen understood the unspoken message in Meng Yinin's eyes. He stopped in his tracks, but his worry didn't dissipate. He stood there helpless, watching as Meng Xian and Meng Yinyin entered the room and shut the door. In the end, he could only stand still for a moment, before lowering his gaze anxiously and walking away. Inside the room, after entering Meng Yinin's room, Meng Xian glanced around at the spacious and clean space, especially the bed in the corner and the clothes hanging in the wardrobe. His eyes narrowed, and he quickly confirmed one fact. His sister is the only one living in this room. "The room the brigade allocated to you is quite large," Meng Xian said, his tone neutral. However, Meng Yinin's heart was racing. After a long internal struggle, she finally braced herself and decided to tell the truth. "Brother, actually, this isn't the educated youth point." She glanced at Meng Xian as she spoke, trying to gauge his reaction and adjust her words accordingly. But to her disappointment, she couldn't read his expression at all, whether it was because her observation skills weren't good enough or because her brother was too skilled at hiding his emotions, she couldn't tell. Seeing this, Meng Yinyin felt even more nervous. "Oh? Then where is this?" Meng Xian's tone and expression were unexpectedly calm, too calm, which made Meng Yinyin even more anxious. She nervously twisted her fingers, forcing a smile that was barely recognizable. "Heh ha ha. This is actually Lu Chen's place. Brother, are you surprised? Her voice trailed off as she saw Meng Xian's expression darkening. Even though Meng Xian had already suspected something, he had tried to suppress his anger, constantly reminding himself that his sister couldn't be bold enough to live alone in a man's house. There was no way. But in the end, Meng Yinyin had just given him a surprise. She had actually had the audacity to move into another man's home. Meng Yin, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. These words were practically squeezed out of Meng Xian's gritted teeth. Meng Yinyin was so scared by his tone that she felt like she was shrinking into her neck. Her little body trembled uncontrollably. Weak, pitiful, and helpless, she felt it perfectly described her current state. Unfortunately, the person in front of her, Meng Xian, was a cold, unfeeling big devil. His expression remained unmoved by her pleading gaze. He simply knocked on the table with a stern face and ordered coldly, "Stop playing the victim and explain things to me honestly." Meng Yinyin pouted, realizing that pretending to be pitiful wasn't going to solve anything. She could only tell Meng Xian everything. She explained how she had obediently listened to her parents about finding a partner, how she had selected Lu Chen from among many people, and how she started dating him and even moved into his house. "I didn't have a choice, brother. Please don't be angry," she said, her voice small as she finished explaining. Seeing that Meng Xian's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, she dared not raise her voice. Meng Xian, on the other hand, was shocked by the sheer amount of information he had just received. He was left speechless, not even knowing how to respond. Especially when he thought about how the idea had come from his parents, suggesting it to Meng Yinyin. He was completely lost for words. He couldn't possibly scold his parents along with her, could he? In the end, he could only curse inwardly at his parents for such a terrible idea, while his gaze turned sharp as he looked at Meng Yinyin. "Has he bullied you?" He had seen what Lu Chen was like earlier. With his build and strength, he was definitely not someone easy to handle. Plus, he looked mature enough to be fully aware of his actions. Meng Yinyin wasn't particularly sharp, but she was definitely pretty, with a face that could easily deceive most men. He knew men often found it hard to resist such a face. So with the two of them living alone in the same courtyard, and being officially a couple, there were plenty of opportunities for Lu Chen to take advantage of the situation. What if, one day, he lost control and tried to take advantage of Meng Yinyin? The thought of it worried Meng Xian greatly. If Lu Chen really tried anything, Meng Yinyin, with her tiny strength, wouldn't be able to defend herself. He couldn't help but feel a mix of frustration and concern for his foolish sister. Bully? Meng Yinyin immediately shook her head vigorously, not even considering the possibility. She proudly responded, "How could I possibly be bullied? Brother, you really underestimate me." And if anyone was bullying anyone, it was her bullying Lu Chen, not the other way around. With that, she eagerly pulled out the fruits from the table and some dried meat snacks she kept in the cabinet, proudly presenting them to Meng Xian. "Look, I got all of these from Lu Chen. He listens to me now and I've got him wrapped around my finger. If anyone's doing the bullying, it's me." Meng Xian's gaze shifted from the food to her face. When he saw the expression of, "I'm such a genius," on her face, he was left completely speechless. Meng Xian. If God wanted to punish him, there are many ways to do it instead of letting him have such a silly and ignorant sister. The key is how can he, a grown man, explain to a young girl like her that this kind of bullying is not that kind of bullying? In the end, he could only force a smile and say, "It's truly a miracle that you've grown up this far." Meng Yinyin. She puffed up her cheeks in annoyance and shot him a glare, furious but unable to argue back. In the end, she could only make a note of this little grievance in her mind, planning to complain to their parents the next time she saw them. After the teasing, Meng Xian felt a bit relieved. Considering Meng Yinyin's cluelessness, it seemed unlikely that she had actually been bullied. If she had, she wouldn't have answered such a nonsensical question. Now he felt a bit more at ease about Lu Chen. But that relief didn't last long. Though Meng Yinyin insisted that she and Lu Chen were just pretending to be a couple and temporarily staying at his house, who would believe that? Did other people believe it? I'm afraid only a fool like her would believe it. "Brother, how long can you stay this time? Have you found a place to stay? If not..." Meng Xian cut her off. "What, you want to kick me out after just meeting?" "No, I just meant if you don't have a place to stay, you can sleep on the floor in my room. My room is so spacious and it's so hot right now. Sleeping on the floor won't be a problem." Meng Xian. She really was his sister. "Fine, you stay in your own room. Who would want to stay with you?" he said, casting her a disdainful glance. But in his heart he already had a plan for where to stay. Although he refused to sleep on the floor in Meng Yinyin's room, he didn't plan to stay somewhere else either. Lu Chen's house was spacious, and considering that he was technically his brother-in-law, it wouldn't be a problem to stay there. Would Lu Chen dare say no? Besides, he had his own agenda. He was there to help solve some issues for Lu Chen. It was only right for him to be treated well. At the same time, this was a chance to observe Lu Chen closely. Things like pretending to be in a relationship, temporarily staying at his house, and not interfering with each other. They are all men, and everyone knows what men are thinking. Such naive words could only be believed by someone like Meng Yinyin. Lu Chen definitely had feelings for Meng Yinyin, but the question was, did he genuinely like her? Or was it just her looks? From what Meng Yinyin had mentioned, Lu Chen didn't seem to have openly expressed his feelings. After all, it was Meng Yinyin who had brought up the relationship, and Lu Chen had seemed surprised. Meng Xian was determined to figure out Lu Chen's true intentions, and if necessary, he might subtly inform him of their family situation and Meng Yinyin's plans, perhaps even offering some compensation. As long as that Lu Chen kid doesn't really think he can bully Meng Yinyin just because she's naive. The matter was temporarily settled, and Meng Xian, no longer in the mood to stay angry, put his luggage in Meng Yinyin's room before calling her to go find the brigade leader. Meng Yinyin understood that her brother was probably still upset, so she had no choice but to keep a low profile. Even though she didn't want to go out, she knew she had to follow him. On their way to find the brigade leader, Meng Yinyin asked about their parents. Meng Xian didn't reveal much to her, simply saying that they were settled for now, and there were no major problems. Then when can we visit Mom and Dad? She asked. Meng Xian paused for a moment, then answered calmly, we'll see. You think I have time like you? My vacation is limited. Let's see when the next break comes around and then we'll go. Alright brother, you have to come pick me up when the time comes. I want to see them too. Got it. He answered impatiently, but deep down, Meng Xian knew that it could be a long time before they would be able to visit. He was in the military, and while he didn't have many opportunities to interact with the outside world, it was still far more than Meng Yinyin had living in the mountain area. He knew their parents were in a very remote and difficult place, and the key point was they probably didn't want him, their child, to see their current conditions. However, seeing how naive Meng Yinyin was, believing everything he said, Meng Xian decided not to tell her the truth. Luckily, Meng Yinyin was in a good mood because she had finally seen her brother. She quickly started chattering about other things. By the way, brother, why are you going to find the brigade leader? She wondered if he was going to ask the brigade leader whether she had been obedient in the brigade, and if she had caused trouble. Thinking about this made Meng Yinyin feel a little guilty. Although she really wasn't very good at doing tasks, it was still embarrassing for others to see those odd work points. Especially if her brother saw it, he would definitely take the chance to educate her. Meng Yinyin felt uneasy. It was clear she was overthinking, but Meng Xian didn't bother to respond to her question. He couldn't help but reflect on how miraculous it was that she hadn't been deceived on the journey from their home to the unfamiliar Nanjiao brigade. Just lead the way, Meng Xian said, snapping back to his thoughts. Okay. Meng Yinyin huffed, no longer wanting to speak to him. Silence led to them quickly finding the brigade leader. At that moment, the brigade leader was working in the field. When he saw Meng Yinyin waving at him from the shore and noticed a stranger in military uniform standing beside her, he quickly walked over. Educated youth Meng, this must be your relative? Someone had already informed him that a strange soldier was present, so he wasn't as surprised to see Meng Xian. Meng Yinyin nodded, still upset, but obediently introduced her brother. Yes, brigade leader, this is my brother Meng Xian. Her brother. Ah, comrade Meng Xian, hello. Are you here to ask about educated youth Meng? The brigade leader greeted him and assumed he was there to inquire about Meng Yinyin's situation in the brigade. However, Meng Xian shook his head and explained. Brigade leader, I'm not here for her. I'm here to ask about Lu Chen. Chapter 28. About Lu Chen? The brigade leader was stunned for a moment before he realized and then awkwardly glanced at Meng Yinyin. If he wasn't mistaken, Meng Xian must have come to ask about the relationship between Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen. The brigade leader, thinking he understood Meng Xian's intentions, quickly said, all right, comrade Meng Xian, please wait here. Let me finish up these tasks, and then we can talk somewhere quieter. Although everyone already knew about Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen, it was still inappropriate to discuss such matters in public, especially since Meng Yinyin was a young woman. It would be better to find a more private spot. Meng Xian nodded. Naturally, the fewer people knew about his investigation into Lu Chen's father, the better. As for Meng Yinyin, she also thought Meng Xian had come to ask the brigade leader about her and Lu Chen. She felt a little resentful. She had already explained everything clearly to her brother, but he didn't believe her and had to come and ask the brigade leader. Did he really think she was that unreliable? Though upset, she didn't dare say anything at that moment, fearing her brother might reprimand her in front of the brigade leader. So she quietly followed the brigade leader and her brother to a large tree in the distance. It was far enough from the workers, but still allowed the brigade leader to keep an eye on the situation, making it a perfect spot to talk. Once they stood under the tree, Meng Yinyin spoke. Brigade leader, how much do you remember about Lu Chen's father, Lu Chen, when he passed away? What? The brigade leader was completely shocked by Meng Yinnin's question, his eyes widening as he stood frozen for a while, unable to process it. Comrade Meng Yinyin, you are not here to ask about educated youth Meng, and Meng Yinnin's tone of denial was very clear. No, I have nothing to say about their matters. The implication was that he couldn't be bothered. After all, things had already reached this point. Meng Yinyin, this girl, was capable enough to handle everything herself. What else could he do? He couldn't just force them apart, could he? There was no need for that. Moreover, after thinking it over, letting Meng Yinyin stay with Lu Chen wasn't necessarily a bad idea. At least, the conditions at Lu Chen's home were far better than at the educated youth point, and it would spare her a lot of trouble. As for everything else, he would discuss it further with Lu Chen later in the afternoon. After Meng Yinyin denied it, the brigade leader was silent for a moment before he got serious. Lu Chen. As he spoke, the brigade leader's expression softened with nostalgia. In fact, if Lu Chen hadn't had the accident, he should have been the most promising person in their entire Nanjiao brigade. He had enlisted in the army at a young age, fought on the battlefield, earned honors, and was on the verge of being promoted. But then the unexpected happened. He died in battle, severely wounded and swept away by the rushing river. His body was never recovered. He was only 25 that year, in his 10th year of service. As for his wife, she was his childhood sweetheart from the same village who grew up with him. She had a rough life and was picked up by an old man in their village. The old and the young had depended on each other since childhood, but fortunately, the girl had a positive nature and was always smiling even when her life was miserable. She and Lu Chen had been close since childhood. When they were in their teens, they had already decided they would be together. Even after Lu Chen went away for several years, she never considered finding someone else. It wasn't until Lu Chen's first leave, when he came back to find her waiting for him, that he no longer hesitated. He applied for a marriage license and they wed. 3 years later they had Lu Chen. Just when they were about to have a perfect family, Lu Chen's death came days before Lu Chen's birth. The news struck Lu Chen's mother so hard that she went into premature labor and, overwhelmed by grief, passed away. This was all the same as the information Meng Yinyin had gotten from the organization. He didn't comment and was about to ask the brigade leader to elaborate more on Lu Chen's death when he heard a series of sobs. Turning around, Meng Yinyin saw his younger sister, Meng Yinyin, crying uncontrollably. Her sorrowful expression left Meng Yinyin momentarily stunned. It had been a long time since he had seen her so heartbroken. Meng Yinyin was indeed devastated. She had only heard bits and pieces of Lu Chen's family background from Yu Xiaoyu before, but she had no idea how tragic his mother's life had been, nor how deeply his parents had loved each other. To think such wonderful people, Lu Chen never even got to meet them. If his parents were alive, they would undoubtedly love and care for him, because Lu Chen was the fruit of their love. It was such a pity. In that moment, Meng Yinyin felt deeply the pain and despair Lu Chen must have experienced, growing up without his parents. As her older brother, Meng Yinyin couldn't bear to see her like this. He reached out and rubbed her head, feigning impatience. All right, let's talk business. If you want to cry, hold it in until we get back. Such a thing was impossible to control. Meng Yinyin glared at him, her eyes red, but she obediently quieted her sobs. She was curious about Lu Chen's family as well. The brigade leader, watching this, couldn't help but feel reassured. Previously, he had thought Meng Yinyin was just toying with Lu Chen and didn't take him seriously. But now, seeing her so moved by his family's tragic story, it seemed he might have misunderstood her. Perhaps she wasn't as cold-hearted as he had imagined. Brigade leader? Meng Yinnin's voice pulled the brigade leader out of his thoughts. The brigade leader shook himself and continued recalling the past. I remember that so many things happened to the Lu family at once. It was a mess and everyone in our village went to help, but during that period it was just a normal burial and welcoming of a newborn. Apart from that, there didn't seem to be anything special. What about the army? Didn't anyone come from there? Meng Yinyin prompted. Or any compensation from the army? At this, the brigade leader suddenly remembered something. Oh, now I remember. After Lu Chen's mother was buried, one of Lu Chen's comrades came to express condolences on behalf of the army, but as for compensation or pension, we don't know anything about it. This was a matter concerning money, so it wasn't something to be taken lightly. Even if there was any compensation, it was something the Lu family kept private so outsiders wouldn't know. This made sense, so Meng Yinyin continued to ask. Then what about the house of Lu Dashan? That, the brigade leader replied. Later some people asked Lu Dashan about it. He said the money was left by his ancestors, and his mother had found it. Here. His mother referred to Lu Chen's grandmother. Others were puzzled because, if the Lu family had been poor for generations, How could they have any money left by their ancestors? But since Lu Dashan's mother didn't deny it, and her reputation in the brigade was excellent, everyone just believed it. Perhaps the ancestors had indeed saved some money over the years. At that time, the policies on such matters weren't strictly enforced, so no one ever looked into how Lu Dashan's family came into the money to build the house. Eventually, people gradually accepted the reason behind how the money for the house construction was sourced. Lu Dashan was quite skilled, able to turn even black into white with his words. Meng Xian let out a light laugh, his gaze turning slightly cold. So, does this mean no one knew about the compensation payment the military gave to Comrade Lu Tian's family? The brigade leader's expression shifted slightly, and then he nodded, shaking his head in confirmation. We really didn't know about this. Had they known, they certainly would never have stood idly by and allowed Lu Dashan to treat Lu Chen the way he had over the years. After saying that, the brigade leader suppressed the shock he felt in his heart and asked Meng Xian, "Comrade Meng Xian, may I ask how much that compensation was back then?" It was clear now that Meng Xian was here representing the military, so his words should be truthful, not fabricated. In other words, the military really had given Lu Tian's wife compensation, but unfortunately, no one knew about it. Meng Xian didn't hide anything and answered softly, 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan. The brigade leader froze for a moment, his breath catching at the figure. Good heavens! That was a full 1,000 yuan, and it was over 20 years ago. That amount of money was a small fortune back then. He wasn't stupid. Hearing that figure and recalling how Lu Dashan had suddenly built a house, it seemed highly likely that Lu Dashan had taken the compensation money for himself, and that was how the grand courtyard had come about. This was serious. 1,000 yuan was a huge sum. The brigade leader took a deep breath and looked at Meng Xian with a solemn expression. Comrade Meng Xian, if you wish to investigate, I will fully cooperate. With this statement, Meng Xian felt much more at ease. However, so many years had passed that even if they tried to check who had withdrawn the money from the post office back then, there was no way to obtain concrete evidence now. To truly find out where the money had gone and how Lu Dashan's family had come to build their house, they would have to think of another way. Yes, if there are any further plans, I'll let you know, brigade leader. But for now, please keep this matter confidential. The brigade leader understood completely, and assured him that even his family would not be told. After Meng Xian finished with him, he asked a few more questions about Lu Dashan and his family. The brigade leader answered everything in detail, leaving no stone unturned. After hearing everything, Meng Xian had a general idea in his mind, but it wasn't urgent. He needed to gather more information. It was getting late and time for work was almost over. Meng Xian decided to take Meng Yinyin back to Lu Chen's house while the brigade leader went off to handle other tasks. On the way back to Lu Chen's house, Meng Yinyin's mood was still low as she couldn't stop thinking about Lu Chen's parents. Meng Xian, who was in good spirits, couldn't help but tease her. What's wrong? Feeling sorry for him. Meng Yinyin lowered her head, instinctively murmuring in agreement. Just as she responded, her brother's voice suddenly rang out. Meng Yinyin. She looked up in confusion, only to meet Meng Xian's thoughtful gaze. Brother, what's wrong? She had no idea why her brother was looking at her like that, which made her feel uncomfortable. Meng Xian hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't ask the question. Is there really nothing between you and Lu Chen? Instead he changed the subject. What's for dinner tonight? Meng Yinyin, relieved by the change of topic, went to the kitchen and asked in a bossy tone. What do you want to eat, brother? I'll ask Lu Chen to make it. Her words only made Meng Xian's feelings more complicated. It seemed his silly little sister didn't have any feelings for that young man at all. He couldn't decide if he should be happy or relieved, but he was definitely annoyed. Meng Xian snorted. Why should Lu Chen cook for you? Don't you have hands? From now on, you'll learn how to cook, so you don't starve to death in the future. Meng Yinyin blinked in surprise. Brother. What was going on with her brother? He had been fine a moment ago, so why did he suddenly look like someone had upset him? Meng Yinyin wanted to ask, but seeing her brother's cold expression, she meekly kept quiet and just said, Well, you have to help me cook too. Meng Xian shot her a helpless look. You'll start the fire, and I'll cook the rice. Reluctantly, Meng Yinyin went to light the fire at the stove. When Lu Chen rushed back from the field with a fish in his hand, he was greeted by the sight of his kitchen filled with thick smoke and the sound of screams. Brother, why is there a fire in the pot? I don't know. Hurry up and come help me put it out. Chapter 29. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen didn't hesitate for a second and rushed into the kitchen. His gaze immediately paused on the large flame coming from the pot. Calmly, he grabbed the lid from the side and slammed it onto the pot with a loud bang. With that, the culprit that had sent Meng Yinyin and Meng Xian into a panic was quickly and easily dealt with by Lu Chen. The fire was out, the smoke began to dissipate, And finally Meng Yinyin and Meng Xian appeared in the kitchen, looking slightly disheveled in front of Lu Chen. The two of them were standing in the kitchen. One was holding a bucket of water, seemingly ready to pour it into the pot, while the other had somehow found a fan and was trying to use its power to blow out the fire. Lu Chen. Despite telling himself over and over in his mind that it was Meng Yinyin and her brother, he couldn't help but feel speechless and move his lips in disbelief. After a brief moment, he forced himself to calmly speak 3 words. The fire's out. Meng Yinyin and Meng Xian. The two kitchen disasters awkwardly lowered the items they were holding. Then they exchanged a glare and spoke in unison. You're back. Lu Chen nodded, his expression calm though inside, he was already feeling a sense of dread. He was glad he had come back early today, otherwise the kitchen might have been destroyed. Seeing that the siblings were still standing in the kitchen, looking as if they didn't know how to handle the embarrassing situation, Lu Chen kindly suggested. The kitchen here is simple, and you're not used to it. How about I cook instead? Meng Xian, finally given an out, felt an unprecedented sense of gratitude toward Lu Chen. He cleared his throat dramatically. Well, this is the first time I've been in your kitchen, and I'm not quite used to it. I'll get the hang of it eventually. All right then, Comrade Lu Chen, I'll leave the cooking to you. I'll step outside. With that, Meng Xian turned and walked out of the kitchen, his back straight but his steps betraying a slight sense of urgency, as if he were fleeing the scene. Meng Yinyin couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction as she watched her brother leave. Though the outcome was thanks to Lu Chen, it was still a small victory for her. She glanced at Lu Chen, who was already cleaning up the mess in the kitchen. His movements were skilled and serious, and his expression showed no sign of complaint. Yet, even though he didn't utter a single word of blame, Meng Yinyin still felt a slight heat rising to her face. She couldn't help but apologize. I'm sorry. My brother and we didn't mean to turn your kitchen into this mess. Lu Chen paused his cleaning for a moment, then gave her a reassuring glance. It's fine. Seeing that Lu Chen really didn't seem angry about what happened today, Meng Yinyin breathed a small sigh of relief. She had been worried that Lu Chen might feel inconvenienced by her moving in. After all, it was only her first day here, and she had almost burned down his kitchen. She hoped he wouldn't be scared off and kick her out just because of this. With that thought, Meng Yinyin put on a serious expression and immediately turned the blame to her brother. This is all my brother's fault. If he hadn't insisted I cook, the kitchen wouldn't be in this state. My brother must have lost his mind insisting I cook. He knew full well I can't cook. While Meng Yinyin was complaining, Lu Chen couldn't help but notice the subtle implications in her words. At first, it seemed like Meng Xian was just trying to help his sister grow by encouraging her to cook. But after giving it more thought, Lu Chen realized that Meng Xian was probably just trying to reduce her contact with him. He wasn't angry about this move, as he had already expected that Meng Yinyin's family wouldn't easily accept him. Still, even though he had anticipated this, a feeling of disappointment lingered. But in front of Meng Yinyin he still hid his emotions, shook his head and said, Your brother is just looking out for you. His words were sincere. As an older brother, Meng Xian certainly wanted the best for Meng Yinyin, and hoped she would find someone better and more accomplished. However, Meng Yinyin simply took this as her brother wanting her to learn how to cook and grow up. Although it was for her own good, it was still quite difficult for her. Eventually, she reluctantly accepted her brother's concern. I understand. I'll learn slowly. Had Meng Xian not been there, Lu Chen would have directly told her that she didn't need to learn how to cook, just tell him what she wanted to eat. But now he kept that thought to himself and just nodded. You go stay with your brother. I'll take care of the kitchen. Meng Yinyin didn't refuse. After all, she didn't seem to be much help in the kitchen, so she left to talk to her brother. Once she was gone, only Lu Chen remained in the kitchen. Though his heart ached a little from Meng Xian's obvious effort to distance his sister from him, he didn't let it discourage him. Instead, he quickly shook off the feeling and regained his focus. He knew he wasn't good enough yet, but that only meant he had more time and opportunities to prove himself to Meng Xian, to make him feel at ease and satisfied. With that in mind, Lu Chen worked even harder on the meal. About an hour later, Lu Chen had finished preparing all the dishes. He set the table and called out to Meng Yinyin's room. Food's ready. During the time he had been cooking, Meng Yinyin and Meng Xian had stayed in their room, and Lu Chen assumed they were talking. But in fact, Meng Xian simply didn't know how to go out and face Lu Chen. After all, he almost burned down someone's kitchen the first time he came. How could he have the confidence to teach Lu Chen later? So Meng Xian could only stay in the room for a while to calm down and think about his words. As for why Meng Yinyin didn't go outside, it was simply because she was too lazy. It was both hot and boring outside, so it was better to lie in her room eating something. When Lu Chen called out, Meng Xian straightened himself up, feeling like he could now face Lu Chen calmly and even say a few stern words to him later. He then pushed open the door to Meng Yinin's room and was immediately struck by the delicious scent wafting in from outside. Following the smell, his eyes immediately landed on the table full of mouth-watering dishes. Braised fish, homemade sausages, stir-fried garlic shoots with cured meat, cold cucumber salad, and a tomato egg soup. The aroma was rich, and it seemed to fill the air for miles. The spread on the table was something you would rarely see in the countryside, and even in the city it could be considered top-notch. There was fish, meat, and everything looked and smelled amazing. It was definitely better than what you would find at a state-run restaurant. Meng Xian had been on the road for the past few days. He had eaten, but it was mostly dry food, just enough to fill his stomach. If he wanted something flavorful, that was out of the question. Although he didn't demand much in terms of taste, Meng Xian deep down was someone who loved good food. He just had more self-control than most. But at this moment, with such a big spread in front of him, he couldn't hold back. He swallowed hard. Then the next second he shot a glance at Lu Chen, secretly gritting his teeth. He didn't expect this guy to be so clever and use food as a strategy. It seemed Lu Chen was more difficult to handle than he thought, and Meng Xian decided he couldn't just fall into his trap so easily. While Meng Xian was quietly making this resolution, Meng Yinyin had already rushed out of the room with shining eyes. Wow, there's fish today. I haven't had it in so long. Meng Xian twitched his eyebrows. This girl was so weak to temptation. Seeing Meng Yinyin so happy, Lu Chen felt satisfied too. After handing her the chopsticks and bowl, he raised his head and looked at Meng Xian, who was slowly approaching. Comrade Meng, just some plain food. I don't know if it suits your taste. Hearing Lu Chen's humble words, Meng Xian felt even worse inside. He called this plain food? He had never eaten as well in the army. But then again, Meng Xian thought, this might just be Lu Chen trying to show off by spending all his savings, so he felt a little more at ease. Just as he was about to give Lu Chen some advice as an experienced person, telling him not to waste all his good stuff to save face, he heard Meng Yinyin chattering beside him. Lu Chen, didn't we just have dried meat yesterday? Why are you making it again today? Meng Xian froze for a moment. He didn't expect Meng Yinyin to show such concern for Lu Chen, trying to save him some trouble. But the next second she added, I'm not saying dried meat is bad, it's just that we've had it for several days in a row. I'm starting to get a little tired of it. Meng Xian. Had she really gotten tired of eating dried meat after just a few days? He held back his words and silently swallowed his desire to give a lecture. Lu Chen, on the other hand, replied in a good-natured tone. Well, I'll go to the mountain in a couple of days and bring back some fresh meat. His tone was so casual, as if eating meat was as easy as eating cabbage. Meng Xian. His face hurt a little. What was going on here? But after listening to their conversation, Meng Xian gained a better understanding of Lu Chen's life, at least in terms of food. It seemed that Lu Chen's family was well off in this regard. Especially after tasting the dishes Lu Chen had made. Meng Xian couldn't help but eat faster. He even felt a bit envious. How could this person's cooking be so good? This must be a sugar-coated trap, it must be. But even though he knew this, Meng Xian still couldn't resist and ate until he was stuffed, finishing everything on the table. In the end, he practically had to drag himself away from the table. After leaving, Meng Xian stood at the entrance of the Lu family house, looking into the distance with a dark expression. He was deeply disappointed in himself. He had let his guard down and fallen into the enemy's trap. This should not have happened. However, he hadn't expected Lu Chen to be such a good cook. In this day and age, it was rare to meet a young man who was not only skilled in his work but also had such good cooking skills. Because of this meal, Meng Xian's impression of Lu Chen unconsciously improved a little. After the meal, Lu Chen cleaned up the dishes, quickly washed the pot, and boiled hot water. After preparing the water for Meng Yinin's bath, he took it to the newly built bathroom. While Meng Yinyin was bathing, Lu Chen walked toward Meng Xian, who was standing outside, and called out to him. Comrade Meng. Upon hearing this, Meng Xian turned around and looked at Lu Chen, his gaze unusually complex. He no longer felt the same firmness he had earlier in the day. After all, it's hard to remain tough when you've eaten someone's food. Especially since he had just seen how carefully Lu Chen took care of Meng Yinyin, even carrying the bathwater to the door for her. The way he did everything so willingly, and how Meng Yinyin accepted it so naturally, made Meng Xian feel that he couldn't lecture Lu Chen harshly anymore. The two locked eyes for a moment, but in the end it was Lu Chen who spoke first. Comrade Meng, don't worry, I haven't and won't do anything to educated youth Meng. His tone was firm, and his expression was sincere to the point of being almost devout. Although I don't know why she's with me, and I know she doesn't like me right now, I am still willing to protect her and take care of her. I will never do anything to hurt her. If you don't believe me, I can swear, or you can make any request you want. Meng Xian. His emotions were complicated. He wanted to say to Lu Chen, "You've already said everything I was going to say. What else can I add?" However, he had to admit that Lu Chen's words had taken him by surprise. He hadn't expected that Lu Chen could already see that his silly little sister wasn't truly in love with him. The reason she suggested having a relationship with him might be due to something else. Despite this, Lu Chen accepted the situation, took care of her and treated her kindly. It was clear that Lu Chen was genuinely devoted to Meng Yinyin. On one side, there was someone full of calculations, and on the other, someone who, despite knowing there were other reasons, was still willing to cooperate and did so willingly. In comparison, even Meng Xian couldn't help but feel sorry for Lu Chen, thinking that he deserved better. Of course, this feeling of injustice was only temporary. Although Meng Xian was an honest person, he was still protective by nature. Since you understand everything, I won't say more. As for why Meng Yinyin asked you to be in a relationship, it's actually partly related to her family, he said. The specific details and why she chose you are things you might want to ask her directly later. Or perhaps she will come clean with you herself. From Meng Xian's understanding of his sister, although the idea of dating had come from their parents, if Meng Yinyin truly wasn't interested, she wouldn't have agreed to it, no matter what. So since she approached Lu Chen and suggested the relationship, it at least proved that she didn't dislike him. Maybe she even had feelings for him, though that was uncertain. However, Meng Xian could never bring himself to share these details with either of them. No matter how much he thought his sister was foolish, he couldn't push his only sister into a relationship against her will. So, pretending not to notice these details was the greatest concession Meng Xian could make. Lu Chen felt relieved after hearing this. After all, he never expected Meng Xian to accept him so easily. The fact that he didn't oppose the relationship was already a good outcome. As for why Meng Yinyin chose him and the reasons behind it, Lu Chen believed he would find out someday. Either he would figure it out himself or Meng Yinyin would eventually tell him. Thinking about the latter made Lu Chen's expression soften slightly. If that time really came, wouldn't it mean that his relationship with Meng Yinyin was truly different? After talking about Meng Yinyin, Meng Xian brought up another matter. He mentioned his visit to the brigade leader that afternoon and asked Lu Chen some questions. After learning that Lu Dashan and his wife had one son and one daughter, and that the son Lu Jinbao was the most important to them, Meng Xian had an idea. He looked at Lu Chen and said, "Tell me your oldest cousin's current address and her husband's situation." Lu Chen quickly shared the information Meng Xian wanted, while also guessing what his plans might be. However, seeing that Meng Xian wasn't yet ready to share his plans, Lu Chen didn't press the issue. He simply asked if he needed to accompany him, and if he wanted to go there soon. Once he got the answer, he didn't speak further. By the time they finished discussing these matters, it was getting late. Lu Chen then went to tidy up the room and prepared a bed for Meng Xian. Since it was too late to arrange a new room, and after confirming with Meng Xian, Lu Chen decided that they would share a room. Fortunately, both of them were men, so sharing a bed wasn't an issue. After both had washed up and gotten into bed, the day came to an end. Lu Chen's emotions had been somewhat tense throughout the day, especially with Meng Xian's arrival, so it was rare for him to fall asleep so easily. However, just before he drifted off, he suddenly heard Meng Xian's seemingly casual voice. "Ahem. Do you start work early tomorrow? Do you need me to wake up and make breakfast?" Lu Chen, who had almost fallen asleep, immediately woke up. Without thinking, he refused outright. No need. The scene in the kitchen that afternoon had left a deep impression on him. He really didn't want Meng Xian in the kitchen again. But after refusing, he began to worry that his tone might have sounded too dismissive, and might make Meng Xian feel uncomfortable. However, Lu Chen was clearly overthinking. Because soon after, he heard Meng Xian's voice, which seemed to contain both relief and a hint of anticipation. "Oh, alright then, you can make breakfast. How about just some noodles tomorrow? I think using the same flavor you used for the fish today would make good noodles." As he spoke, Meng Xian couldn't help but reminisce about the taste. Once he finished thinking about it, he realized his intentions might have been too obvious, so he quickly asked in a more serious tone. "By the way, do you have noodles at home? If not, we can just eat something else." Lu Chen didn't think much and answered honestly, "Yes, I do." In the darkness, Meng Xian couldn't hide his grin, although his voice remained cold as he spoke. "Okay, go to sleep." Chapter 30. The next morning, Meng Xian and his sister were both woken up by a tempting smell that made their stomachs growl. Meng Yinyin had no idea that her brother had shamelessly ordered breakfast before going to bed. When she smelled the aroma, even though she wanted to keep sleeping, she forced herself to sit up, quickly tidied herself up and ran outside. When she opened the door, she saw her brother already sitting at the table, eating a bowl of noodles. "Brother, why are you up so early?" Meng Yinyin asked, surprised. In her memory, her brother, although outstanding in the army and capable of enduring hardship, was always the type to sleep in until noon when at home. To put it bluntly, according to her mother's words, the personalities of the brother and sister were completely molded from the same mold. However, the older brother knew when to be flexible and knew what was appropriate for his status. He was very measured in his actions. As for the younger sister, well, she could only be described as someone who was consistent inside and out. And now, her older brother, who normally slept in, had gotten up early instead. What was going on? Just as Meng Yinyin was wondering whether her brother had changed, she heard Lu Chen's questioning voice coming from the kitchen. Educated youth Meng, is it okay if we have noodles for breakfast? Meng Yinyin quickly shifted her gaze from her brother, and immediately dashed to the kitchen when she heard it. When it came to breakfast, she was quick to respond. Sure. What kind of noodles are we having? As she spoke, her eyes scanned the counter, and when she saw the fried eggs nearby, a smile immediately appeared in her big, sparkling eyes. Wow, eggs! She exclaimed. At the sound of her joyful voice, Lu Chen's eyes softened with warmth. Yes, eggs, he said. Earlier, Lu Chen had waited for Meng Yinyin to wake up before cooking the noodles to avoid them getting overcooked. Now, with her coming over, he was about to put the noodles into the pot, but they still needed to wait a bit. Seeing this, Meng Yinyin decided to wash up first. By the time she finished, the noodles should be ready. Just as she was about to leave the kitchen, she heard Lu Chen speak again. Go get some food from the small room later, in case you get hungry during the journey later. Meng Yinyin paused and frowned in confusion. She didn't understand why Lu Chen suddenly said something like that. Lu Chen quickly explained, your brother might take you out later. Where to? Meng Yinyin asked. Before she could finish, she heard an impatient voice behind her. To the town. What's the matter? Do you not want to go? Well, you have to go anyway. There's no way around it. It was her brother Meng Xian. Meng Yinyin wasn't frightened by his tone. Instead, she was very curious. Brother, you're taking me to the town? Are you going to buy something for me? Her voice was full of excitement and surprise. Meng Xian gave a non-committal grunt. He neither confirmed nor denied it. To Meng Yinyin, this was enough to confirm her guess, and she immediately cheered. Wow, that's great. I'm going to change into a dress right now. After saying that, Meng Yinyin dashed off. She had been waiting so long to go with her brother, and she wasn't going to miss this opportunity to shop. Meanwhile, Lu Chen watched Meng Yinin's cheerful figure and felt a little worried. After all, he had a pretty good idea of why Meng Xian was taking Meng Yinyin to the town. Going shopping was just an excuse. The real reason was to gather information. Although Lu Chen wasn't sure whether Meng Xian would actually take her to shop or not, he couldn't bear to disappoint Meng Yinyin, so he spoke to Meng Xian. Comrade Meng, although the town is not big, the scenery is pretty good. If you have time, you can go for a walk. My business is not urgent. Meng Xian gave him a look, amused by his concern. Did Lu Chen really think he was only interested in completing his task and wouldn't take Meng Yinyin out for fun? He hadn't expected that Lu Chen actually cared about Meng Yinyin. But he didn't think too much of it. No matter how much he disliked Meng Yinyin, he couldn't be that heartless TSK. However, considering the bowl of noodles he had in the morning, Meng Xian did not argue with Lu Chen. Instead, he just nodded casually and prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he suddenly remembered something. He hesitated for a moment, then casually asked, Oh, do you have anything you want us to bring back? It's just on the way. Of course, Meng Xian didn't want to admit that he felt a bit guilty for eating the 2 meals Lu Chen had made, and wanted to reciprocate out of politeness. But Lu Chen quickly shook his head, saying that he didn't need anything. Meng Xian glanced at him but didn't ask further. He decided he would ask Meng Yinyin when they got to the town. After all, they had been together for so long. There was no way that girl didn't know Lu Chen well by now. Once he left, Meng Yinyin had already finished washing up and changed into a new dress. She quickly ate her noodles, and just as Lu Chen was getting ready to go to work, the three of them locked the door and went out together, though in opposite directions. Meng Yinyin and Meng Xian headed toward the village entrance, and they passed a few fellow villagers who were also on their way to work. As they walked, a few of the villagers couldn't help but glance at Meng Xian, who was walking beside Meng Yinyin, their faces full of curiosity. Luckily, Meng Xian and Meng Yinyin were both already used to being stared at due to their good looks. However, amidst these glances, Meng Xian keenly noticed 2 unkind stares. His sharp eyes immediately caught sight of the 2 people giving him the hostile look. Startled to be noticed, Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohak quickly averted their gazes and hurried toward the gathering point. However, they couldn't help but mutter to themselves. How did Meng Yinin's brother notice them so quickly? They had only stared at him for a moment, and yet he caught them? His eyes were way too sharp. Meng Xian didn't know what they were thinking, but that didn't stop him from asking Meng Yinyin about their identities. Meng Yinyin wrinkled her nose with dislike when she saw them. Those two are Lu Chen's uncle and aunt. They're terrible. So that was Lu Dashan and his wife. Meng Xian gave the couple another meaningful look, and his understanding of their personalities deepened. The road to the town wasn't far for Meng Xian, but for Meng Yinyin it was still quite a challenge. The last time she went with Lu Chen, she had to be carried for most of the way. But when it come to her brother, he simply turned cold and refused to help, insisting she walk by herself. Fine, if that's how it's going to be, she'd just wait for him and let him go to the town alone to enjoy all the delicious food and treats. Meng Yinyin, her brother. In the end, there was nothing else she could do but grit her teeth and push herself to walk all the way to the town with sheer willpower. It was then that Meng Yinyin realized just how wise Lu Chen's advice had been that morning to bring food with her. At first, she thought it was only a short trip of an hour or two, and she had just eaten breakfast. She didn't think she would get hungry so quickly. Besides, the last time she went to the town, she didn't feel hungry at all. Now, however, with her stomach empty after consuming all the food she had brought on the road, she finally understood how smart Lu Chen's decision had been. Thank goodness she brought food. As Meng Yinyin cast a resentful look at her brother, she took out some jerky to snack on and, after feeling a bit more satisfied, asked Meng Xian, "Brother, where do you want to go first?" Meng Yinyin didn't know about her brother's secret mission. She just thought he was bored and decided to come to the town to wander around. Meng Xian, tall and noticeable, looked around the street and finally said, "Let's go to the furniture factory's residential area." The unfamiliar location immediately made Meng Yinin's head spin with a big question mark. Furniture factory residential area? Where was that? Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Meng Xian didn't say anything but showed clear signs of disapproval. He then turned and asked a passerby for directions, quickly finding the exact location. "Follow me." Once he had the directions, Meng Xian told Meng Yinyin to follow him and headed straight toward the furniture factory residential area. It was only then that Meng Yinyin snapped out of her daze. She hurried to catch up while asking him questions. "Brother, why are we going there? Do you know anyone there?" Unfortunately, no matter how much she asked, Meng Xian remained silent. When she got more persistent, he finally replied, "You'll know later." That was as good as saying nothing at all. Meng Yinyin rolled her eyes and in the end stopped asking further. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the residential area. It wasn't too late, around 10 in the morning, but there were already quite a few people gathered at the entrance. Several retired aunties were sitting under a large tree, picking vegetables and chatting. Meng Yinyin and Meng Xian, both striking in appearance and stature, immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. Although they were strangers, their good looks were impossible to ignore. Soon, a friendly auntie greeted them enthusiastically. Well, are you two here to visit relatives or meet friends?" Since Meng Yinyin didn't know why they were there, she turned to Meng Xian for an answer. Fortunately, Meng Xian had it covered. He politely nodded at the auntie and asked, "Excuse me, do you know if Comrade Lu Shijuan lives here?" Lu Shijuan. Everyone paused for a moment, but it didn't take long for them to realize who he was talking about, the new bride from the Wang family. "She lives here, but you too." Before she could finish, Meng Xian quickly interrupted. "We're from the same brigade. We have some business with her." The group of aunties immediately understood and kindly informed him that Lu Shijuan had gone out, most likely to deliver lunch to her younger brother at the middle school. Hearing this, Meng Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. It seemed that luck was on his side. He thanked the aunties and quickly took Meng Yinyin away. As they walked away, the group of aunties, who had been a little late, hadn't even had a chance to ask whether Meng Xian and Meng Yinyin had partners yet. It wasn't until they were some distance away from the residential area that Meng Yinyin finally couldn't contain her curiosity and spoke up. "Brother, why are you looking for Lu Shijuan? Are you?" Her expression suddenly became very strange. Was her brother interested in Lu Shijuan? Meng Xian could tell from her odd look that Meng Yinyin was probably overthinking. He immediately shot her a disapproving look. "Stop letting your mind wander." "Really? Then why did you come to find her?" Meng Yinyin asked, her curiosity piqued. Although she didn't truly believe her brother could have feelings for someone he'd never even met, what other explanation could there be? All the other possibilities seemed far-fetched. Seeing her still confused and suspicious, Meng Xian couldn't hold back any longer and finally told her the truth. "I'm here to take care of something. It's related to Lu Chen." Meng Xian hadn't planned on telling Meng Yinyin because he knew her too well. She couldn't keep a secret, and if she knew his plan, she might inadvertently spoil it. It was better to keep her in the dark. But who would have thought that she would come up with such a ridiculous idea? It made him so angry he almost wanted to hit something. Related to Lu Chen? Meng Yinin's eyes widened in shock. Was he going to help Lu Chen get back at someone? Although she was surprised at how kind her brother had become, She couldn't deny that. In that moment, she actually felt a sense of happiness. Although she rarely spoke, Meng Yinyin always believed her brother was very capable. If he took action, he could definitely bring justice for Lu Chen. What can I do to help, brother? Meng Yinyin couldn't help but look at him with hopeful eyes. Meng Xian was about to dismiss her, thinking there was nothing she could do. But just as he was about to speak, a surprised voice calling out educated youth Meng came from behind. Both siblings turned around in confusion and saw Wang Chenggu standing there. The brother and sister both had expressions that clearly said, "Who are you?" They clearly didn't recognize Wang Chenggu. Seeing their reaction, Wang Chenggu, who had been excited, felt his enthusiasm instantly cool down. A sense of bitterness began to rise in his heart. But the look Meng Yinyin gave him, as if he was a stranger, made him decide to give up. "I'm Wang Chengwen's younger brother. My brother recently married someone from the brigade, Comrade Lu Shujuan." After composing himself, Wang Chenggu quickly explained who he was with a smile. "Oh, it's you. Hello, hello." When Meng Yinyin realized who he was, her expression became awkward for a moment. She remembered that Wang Chengwu's mother, Comrade Zhao Shufan, had once tried to matchmake her with him, although she had firmly rejected it. Still, it was a bit awkward meeting him again now. At that moment, Wang Chenggu also regretted calling out to Meng Yinyin, especially since there was a well-groomed man by her side. But didn't his mother say that Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen were together? Why, could it be that Meng Yinyin and Lu Chen had already broken up? While Wang Chenggu was pondering this, Meng Xian gave him a meaningful look, then took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello. I'm Meng Yinin's older brother Meng Xian." So this was her brother. Wang Chenggu felt ashamed of his earlier assumptions and became more enthusiastic when addressing Meng Xian. "Hello, hello." Meng Xian nodded but didn't say anything more. The reason he introduced himself wasn't just to clarify, but because he had noticed Wang Chengwu's astonished look as if he were thinking, Meng Yinyin has already moved on to someone else so quickly. Though his sister wasn't the brightest, Meng Xian didn't like people thinking badly of her, so he spoke up. Comrade Wang Chenggu, did you call me for something?" Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Meng Yinyin couldn't help but speak up. She thought if there's nothing urgent they could all just go their separate ways. Fortunately, Wang Chenggu snapped out of his thoughts. He was about to shake his head and say there was nothing, but then something occurred to him. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke up to Meng Yinyin. "Educated youth Meng, how's your relationship with Comrade Lu Chen? I have something to discuss." Meng Yinyin? What did that mean? Upon hearing his hesitant tone, Meng Yinyin was immediately surprised and couldn't help but think, could he be confessing to me? But she didn't like him at all. Realizing this, Meng Yinyin quickly and confidently replied, "I have a great relationship with him. We're living together already." The implication was clear. She wasn't considering Wang Chenggu at all. However, to her surprise, Wang Chenggu didn't get angry, nor did he show any disappointment or frustration. Instead, he seemed to breathe a small sigh of relief. Meng Yinyin was stunned. What kind of reaction was that? But before she could figure it out, Wang Chenggu spoke again. "Since that's the case, I'll just tell you directly. This matter actually involves Lu Chen." Chapter 31. Involving Lu Chen? Hearing this, both Meng Yinyin and Meng Xian immediately became serious. They both perked up, eager to listen closely to what Wang Chenggu had to say. Noticing their change in demeanor, Wang Chenggu stopped wasting time and quickly shared some of the details he had uncovered recently. It turned out this matter was somewhat related to Meng Yinyin, because if he hadn't taken the opportunity to visit Meng Yinyin while accompanying his sister-in-law, Lu Shujuan, back to her family, he might never have noticed the strange things about the Lu family. The oddest thing about the Lu family was that they had been poor farmers for 3 generations but suddenly had the money to build an extravagant courtyard. Wang Chenggu had casually asked Lu Shujuan about this and had noticed her nervous reaction, her eyes flickering as if guilty. That's when Wang Chenggu realized that the truth behind this matter was probably not simple. To avoid the Lu family's issues affecting his own, Wang Chenggu had spent the past few days trying to investigate further. Surprisingly, after some effort, he had actually uncovered some clues, and they came directly from his sister-in-law, Lu Shujuan. After marrying into their family, perhaps because of her character, Lu Shujuan had been especially cautious around Wang Chengwu's family. She seemed afraid that even the smallest mistake might get her scolded or rejected. But Wang Chengwu's family was actually very easygoing. Although his mother, Zhao Shufan, would occasionally complain, it was always lighthearted and never serious. However, Lu Shujuan's sensitivity and low self-esteem made it difficult for her to handle even the slightest criticism. Any comment she didn't like would make her cry and put on a hurt expression. At first, they all tried to console her, but as time went on, the tension became more obvious. It was clear they weren't getting along, and living together was becoming a problem. So Wang Chengwu's parents had started thinking about whether they should prepare another house for the eldest son and Lu Xiujuan to move into. This way, both families could avoid the friction caused by their personality differences. However, this would be unfair to the second son, considering they have two sons. Unfortunately, there is only one extra house. Ideally, the eldest son would be the one to support them in their old age. Now the bigger house would be more suitable for the eldest son and his wife to live in, while the second son would have to move into the smaller house once he gets married. But the current situation is certainly not what they expected. After thinking it over, the elderly couple realized that their second son hadn't found a suitable partner for such a long time. After finally meeting someone willing to give him a chance, the person ended up rejecting him. Could be years before he gets married. So they felt that perhaps they could let the eldest son and his wife move out first, and deal with the second son's situation once he got married. At least they could solve the current problem. The elderly couple decided to discuss it with both sons to see if they would agree. If they had no objections, they would proceed with this plan. The two sons of the Wang family were obedient and filial, and the brothers had always had a good relationship. Therefore, they had no hesitation or complaints, immediately agreeing to their parents' suggestion. However, they didn't expect that while the two of them had reached an agreement and made a decision, a problem arose with Lu Xiujuan. When the eldest son, Wang Chengguen, went to tell Lu Xiujuan about this arrangement, Lu Xiujuan first reacted with fear and panic. She couldn't help but wonder if she had done something wrong to be disliked by her in-laws, which led them to want her and Wang Chengguen to move out. Her heart was in turmoil. But after the panic, a wave of anger and resentment quickly followed. She had visited the other house that the Wang family owned. It was a small one-bedroom house. Actually, it was just right for the two of them to live in, even spacious. However, no matter how good that house was, it couldn't compare to the current three-bedroom house. What was worse was that Wang Chengguen, as the eldest son, was supposed to inherit the big house. But now they were being pushed by his parents to move into the small house. How could this be fair? This was totally unreasonable. Thinking of this, Lu Xiujuan felt angry. She believed that her in-laws were biased, favoring the younger son. Perhaps it was because of their favoritism toward him that they had treated her poorly, constantly nitpicking at her. Lu Xiujuan, with her narrow-mindedness and sensitive nature, felt that this incident seemed to confirm her suspicions. That night, the Wang family's eldest son's room erupted in a burst of crying. Between sobs, she seemed to be shouting words like biased, bullying, and hate me. This caused a dark expression to appear on the faces of Wang Chengguen's parents and Wang Changgu. The next day, Wang Chengguen, looking embarrassed and exhausted, told his parents and Wang Chenggu about what had happened. Wang Chengguen's parents, being elders and kind-hearted, didn't want to insist on anything since Lu Xiujuan was so unwilling to move out. They felt it wasn't right to push her into it. After all, if they forced Lu Xiujuan and their eldest son to move out, it wouldn't be fair. They decided to bear with it for now since this was the daughter-in-law they had chosen for their son. Just as they were about to continue tolerating the situation, Wang Chenggu, with a firm attitude, spoke up. "We'll find another way to handle this. If it doesn't work, I'll go talk to my sister-in-law." His personality was different from that of his parents and elder brother. He wasn't the type to suppress his feelings for the sake of others. He had a more assertive attitude and wasn't afraid to confront difficult situations. The parents and the eldest son had gotten used to Wang Changwu's strong-willed attitude, so they agreed to let him handle the conversation with Lu Xiujuan. When Wang Chenggu called Lu Xiujuan out to discuss the matter of moving, Lu Xiujuan was completely caught off guard. She thought that after her crying the night before, considering her husband and in-laws' personalities, this would blow over. Who knew that while things had been smoothed over on their end, her younger brother-in-law wasn't so easily softened. Especially over the past few days, Lu Xiujuan had realized that the most influential person in the family was Wang Chenggu. He was not only smart but also very determined, and in her eyes, he was the hardest to get along with. Lu Xiujuan felt nervous facing him. She wanted to continue crying and playing the victim, but Wang Chenggu didn't give her the chance. He directly asked her what she didn't like about the house. Lu Xiujuan was too afraid to tell the truth, about feeling that her in-laws were biased and didn't like her, which was why they were pushing her out. But seeing the determined look on Wang Chengwu's face, she finally had no choice but to rack her brain and try to say that she didn't want to be separated from the family, and wanted to stay and continue taking care of everyone. Before she could even finish her sentence, Wang Chenggu interrupted, saying, "Sister-in-law, are you unhappy with the small size of the house? To be honest, our family's living conditions are not as good as your family's in the countryside. Your house is big and spacious. If you're unhappy with this small house, we understand. But unfortunately, this is all we can offer. If you really can't accept it, maybe you should find someone else." Wang Chengwu's words were interrupted by a pale-faced Lu Xiujuan, who hurriedly cut him off. She understood what he was implying. He was suggesting that if she didn't like the house, maybe she should divorce and find someone with a bigger house. Was he trying to get Wang Chungguen to divorce her? There was no way she could agree to that. In a panic, Lu Xiaojuan could no longer hold back her emotions and quickly explained that she didn't mean that and didn't dislike the small house. But Wang Chungguen still looked at her with an expression of disbelief. Sister-in-law, I heard that you grew up in a big house. Your family's house is so grand. If you don't like our place, we can understand. No. Our family was very poor before. That house was built later. I didn't grow up in a big house. It was as if Lu Xiaojuan was afraid that Wang Chungguen might misunderstand, so she quickly spoke up to clarify. Wang Chunggwen's eyes flickered for a moment, and without revealing anything, he continued to ask. Then sister-in-law, seeing that your family was able to build such a large courtyard later, it's obvious your conditions were quite good. That house must have cost over 1,000, right? It's not like us. Although we appear to be workers and seem prosperous on the surface, in reality. At this point, Lu Xiaojuan was so overwhelmed with fear that she could no longer control her thoughts and emotions. She forgot all about the fact that she shouldn't casually reveal her family's secrets. Moreover, deep down she had been influenced by Lu Dashan and Zhang Hohot, who had ingrained certain principles in her, such as, a married daughter is like water poured out, and once you're married, you belong to your husband's family. So strictly speaking, she believed that after her marriage, her family was now her husband's, and her own family should come second. In the end, she directly told Wang Chungguen where the money for her family's house came from. Our family was really poor. The money to build that house actually came from my second uncle. Your second uncle lent you money? No. My parents used my second uncle's pension. Lu Xiaojuan's words stunned Wang Chungguen greatly, but he didn't show it. He calmly changed the subject, saying he would discuss living arrangements with his parents again, and then stopped pressing Lu Xiaojuan for more details. After hearing this secret, Wang Chungguen was no longer interested in anything else. What filled his mind now, aside from shock, was more panic. He wasn't stupid. Just from the way Lu Dashan and his wife treated Lu Chen last time, as well as the vast difference between their families, he could tell how badly they treated him. And Lu Chen was Lu Xiaojuan's second uncle's son, the only son, and should have been the heir to that pension. But now, that pension had been used by Lu Xiaojuan's parents. This wasn't just morally wrong. It was illegal. Now, Wang Chungguen was even more certain that Lu Xiaojuan's misuse of Lu Chen's father's pension would bring trouble to their family. His emotions had been complicated these past few days, and his appearance on the street during work hours today was because he had made up his mind to come clean to Lu Chen about this. Though he cared a lot about his own parents, the best course of action was to pretend not to know anything and say nothing, hoping they wouldn't be implicated. But if others found out about this, they would still be dragged into it. Moreover, now that he knew the secret, he felt guilty not telling Lu Chen, the victim. So, he had planned to ask for leave and go to the Nanjiao brigade to tell Lu Chen. However, before he reached the brigade, he bumped into Meng Yinyin and decided to let her tell Lu Chen first, as he didn't know how to face him himself. After all, Lu Xiaojuan was now married into the Wang family, and Lu Chen might not be happy to see him. After hearing this, Meng Yinyin and Meng Xian had very different reactions. Meng Yinyin was completely shocked. She hadn't expected that the house of Lu Dashan's family came from such a source. How could they do this? It was shameless and outrageous. Meanwhile, Meng Xian had an expression of, as expected, with a hint of pleasure. After all, now there was another clue and piece of evidence. Comrade Wang Chungguen, right? Alright, we'll tell Lu Chen about this when we get back, but I still need to remind you that Lu Dashan's actions are illegal. I hope you're mentally prepared. Although Lu Dashan wasn't very close to them, there was still Lu Xiaojuan. Who knew if she would ask them to get involved with the family in the future? For instance, by helping them make connections. Wang Chungguen was a smart man, and immediately understood what Meng Xian meant. He replied sternly, Comrade Meng Xian, don't worry. Our Wang family are law-abiding citizens. We will never break the law or stand by and assist others in wrongdoing. Meng Xian was pleased with his response. Smiling, he continued, Alright, I'll thank you on behalf of the organization, but there's one more thing that may require your help. Chapter 32. Wang Chungguen hesitated for a moment before agreeing to Meng Xian's request. He could tell that Meng Xian's request probably had something to do with the Lu family. Since he was already involved, he decided to see it through. After all, if this issue wasn't resolved properly, it could implicate his own family. It would be better to understand Lu Chen's situation and thoughts, so that he could help his own family distance themselves from Lu Xiaojuan if necessary. With Wang Chunggwen's help, the matter was easier to handle. Then Meng Xian told him what he needed help with, and Wang Chungguen nodded, assuring him he would do his best. Throughout the entire conversation, Meng Yinyin listened quietly. Once Wang Chungguen left, she turned to Meng Xian with a complicated expression. When Meng Xian looked her way, she took 2 steps back and made a defensive gesture. Meng Xian? Meng Xian raised his eyebrows in confusion as he looked at Meng Yinyin. He was about to say something about her strange behavior but was interrupted when she spoke first, her tone full of disdain. Brother, do Mom and Dad know that your mind is full of bad intentions? Meng Xian. But no matter how bad it was, it had to be said that the idea Meng Xian just proposed still made Meng Yinyin a little happy. After all, if Wang Chenggu could succeed, Lu Chen would be able to get his things back more smoothly. Thinking about this, Meng Yinyin couldn't help but laugh. Her mood swung from anger to laughter, like a little madwoman. Meng Xian was too lazy to deal with her and simply turned around, telling her to go home. Meng Yinyin responded with an "oh," and was about to follow him out of habit, but suddenly remembered something and called out. I don't want to. Brother, I want to buy something. I want to go to the state-run restaurant, and I also want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative, brother. Since they were already in the town, how could they just leave empty-handed? Plus, she had been looking forward to her brother's treats for a long time. After being pestered a few times by her, Meng Xian reluctantly agreed. It wasn't too early anymore, so they first went to the state-run restaurant. As soon as they entered, Meng Yinyin, like someone who hadn't eaten for decades, ordered several meat dishes. Meng Xian glanced at her indifferently but said nothing. If she couldn't finish it, he would just take it back and let her eat as much as she wanted. In the end, Meng Yinyin, as expected, couldn't finish the food she ordered, causing Meng Xian to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a food container and pack the untouched meat dishes from the table into it. While packing, Meng Xian couldn't help but lecture Meng Yinyin. When are you going to change this habit? Don't order so much if you can't finish it. Don't you know wasting food is shameful? In the past, when their family was well off, and with their parents being frugal, they would help finish the food she couldn't eat. But now the family situation was different. Besides, now that only Meng Yinyin was around, if she kept doing this, the food would really go to waste. Hearing her brother's scolding, it sounded as though he thought she was completely unreasonable. She hadn't planned on explaining, but in the end, she couldn't help but murmur in response. I didn't want to eat it all myself. I wanted to bring more back for Lu Chen to eat. She was just too embarrassed to tell her brother, so she ordered a few extra dishes. She guessed that Lu Chen had probably never been to a state-run restaurant, and since he had been making her food recently, she wanted to bring him some dishes from the state-run restaurant to try. But she knew that if she told the truth, her brother would lecture her again, and worst of all, he would probably make fun of her. That's why she didn't want to tell him the real reason. Sure enough, when Meng Xian found out that Meng Yinyin had ordered all that food just to bring some back for Lu Chen, his expression changed. Well, Meng Yinyin, I didn't know you could be so considerate. His tone was sarcastic, and he was clearly displeased. They weren't even really together yet, and she was already thinking about that guy. If she really came to her senses, he feared her whole heart would be given to him. This is what a sister is like. Meng Xian would never admit he was jealous, but it only made him more determined not to intervene between Lu Chen and Meng Yinyin. Let them figure it out on their own. Meng Yinyin, feeling embarrassed by her brother's words, still stubbornly defended herself. Isn't this the principle of reciprocity that Dad taught us? We've had so many meals at his place. What's wrong with returning the favor once? Meng Xian interrupted her expressionlessly. Hold on, I've only had 2 meals there. What's so many meals? Don't count what she owed on to him. Meng Yinyin puffed out her cheeks, finally unable to argue anymore, and simply said, if you won't pay, I'll just spend my own money. Seeing her get upset, Meng Xian glanced at her lightly and said, did I ever say I wouldn't pay? Meng Yinyin. She was nearly driven crazy. After giving Meng Yinyin a hard time, Meng Xian's mood finally improved. He packed up the food and left the state-run restaurant with Meng Yinyin, heading towards the supply and marketing cooperative. The supply and marketing cooperative in the town didn't have anything good, but that didn't stop Meng Yinyin from wanting to shop. Plus, she was still annoyed about how Meng Xian had deliberately teased her, so she didn't hold back when spending his money and bought a lot of things. Meng Xian didn't tease her any further and paid for the items without delay. Then he, mimicking their parents' usual habit, took Meng Yinyin to the clothing counter and asked her, want to buy a piece of clothing? In the past, whenever the family went to the department store, they would always buy Meng Yinyin a new outfit, and it had almost become a family tradition. Even though their family was going through tough times now, within Meng Xian's ability, he still wanted to provide his only sister with as much of her old life as possible. However, Meng Yinyin glanced at the clothes hanging on the wall but shook her head disinterestedly. Forget it. The clothes here weren't fashionable, and she didn't like them. Seeing that Meng Yinyin truly had no interest in buying clothes, Meng Xian gave up and asked if she needed anything else. When she gave a negative answer, he turned to leave, heading back to the Nanjiao brigade. Just as they were about to step out of the supply and marketing cooperative, a tall, stunning figure walked in. Meng Yinin's gaze lingered on the young lady's dress for a moment before she lowered her head and turned her face slightly, seemingly not wanting to be noticed by the other person. Meanwhile, Meng Xian, for the first time, glanced at the figure a few more times, then furrowed his brow, looking uncertain. After seeing the figure enter the supply and marketing cooperative, Meng Xian turned to ask Meng Yinyin, "That dress looks a bit familiar. Don't you have one like it?" Normally, considering Meng Xian's personality, he wouldn't remember the details of a young girl's dress. After all, Meng Yinyin had many dresses, and to him they all looked pretty much the same. He was too lazy to even take a second glance at them. But this particular dress was different. It had been bought by their father while he was on a business trip to another city. The style was rare, and since Meng Yinyin liked it so much, she often showed it off to them, even to the point of not wanting to wear it much. Because it was so cherished, it had left a strong impression on the family. So when Meng Xian saw that dress earlier, he stopped in his tracks because he recognized it. Meng Yinyin, upon hearing his question, could only answer vaguely. "That dress. It's actually the one I have. At that time I had no choice but to give it to that young lady." She wanted to lie and say it wasn't hers, but knowing her older brother so well, she figured that if she lied, he would probably go up to the young lady and ask her directly. It was better to just admit the truth. Upon hearing this, Meng Xian furrowed his brow, feeling a bit distressed. Despite his outward disdain for Meng Yinyin, the truth was she was his only sister. They had grown up together, and he certainly didn't want her to suffer any grievances. He never expected that, despite her spoiled nature, she would one day be willing to part with her beloved dress in exchange for something else. This made Meng Xian feel both relieved and heartbroken. He was relieved that she was growing up, but heartbroken that she had given up her cherished dress. "All right, next time, I'll buy you an even prettier dress," he said, finally pushing all his emotions aside. He patted Meng Yinin's head, intending to move on from the matter. But then he couldn't resist asking casually, "Did you use those fabric coupons? If not, I'll take you to the city tomorrow to have a look around." He had plenty of money and food coupons from his business trip, but he didn't have any fabric coupons since there were standard uniforms in the army, and they didn't issue extra coupons for business trips. Fortunately, Meng Yinyin had some skill and had exchanged for a few fabric coupons. Seeing how she looked down on the clothes in the town supply and marketing cooperative, Meng Xian figured that she probably hadn't used the coupons yet. So, he naturally thought about taking her to the city to buy some clothes she liked. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he asked, Meng Yinyin weakly replied, "I've used them." "Used them? What did you buy?" Meng Xian asked, puzzled. "Well, I bought some fabric and made a piece of clothing," Meng Yinyin replied, not daring to mention that the clothes were made for Lu Chen, as it was too embarrassing. After all, she hadn't even sent the finished clothes to him. Meng Xian didn't know the details. He was just stunned by the fact that Meng Yinyin had made the clothes herself. "Impressive, Meng Yinyin. You learned to make clothes? What does it look like? Show me, I promise I won't laugh." Meng Yinyin huffed in annoyance. "It's not like I made it for you, so why does it matter if you laugh?" Meng Xian didn't think much of it. He just assumed that Meng Yinyin had made the clothes for herself and continued teasing her for a while. Eventually, they moved on from the topic. The two quickly made their way to the Nanjiao Brigade and arrived at the brigade at 3 in the afternoon. Meng Yinyin had a key, so she went straight inside. Once inside, she noticed that there was a large watermelon hanging in the water well, and she exclaimed in surprise. Neither she nor her brother, Meng Xian, had bought the watermelon, so it must have been Lu Chen who brought it. She just didn't know where he had gotten it from. Meng Yinyin stared at the round, tempting watermelon for a while, then reluctantly placed it, along with the food she had brought back, into the water bucket before lowering it back down into the well. The weather had been getting hotter lately, and many things were difficult to preserve. Families with water wells would often store items in the well to keep them cool. While items like watermelon could be stored outside, they would taste crisper and fresher after being chilled in the well. Because of the watermelon, Meng Yinyin eagerly looked forward to Lu Chen coming home from work. Meng Xian was also looking forward to it, but he just wanted Lu Chen to come back and tell him what happened during the day. However, before they could wait for Lu Chen to come back, they were greeted by an unexpected visitor. When they heard the childish voice of Debeo outside the yard, Meng Yinyin thought she had misheard. Sister Yinyin." Meng Yinyin quickly stepped out of the room and saw Debeo hopping on his tiptoes, calling her name excitedly as he entered the yard. Seeing this, Meng Yinyin hurried over to him, opened the gate and curiously asked, "Debeo, what are you doing here?" The last time she had seen Debeo was when his mother had fallen ill, and Lu Chen had taken him to the commune's health center to get medicine for her. Several days had passed since that meeting, and during this time, Meng Yinyin had been busy moving and dealing with her brother's arrival, so she had completely forgotten about Debao's family situation. Now seeing Debao, she noticed that he had returned to his usual clean, tidy appearance. She guessed that his family situation had improved, or else he would probably still look as dirty and worried as before. Sure enough, when Debao saw Meng Yinyin coming out, he happily said to her, "Sister Yinyin, my mom is feeling better. My dad asked me to thank you and brother Lu Chen for helping last time. He told me to bring something to you." As he spoke, he carefully handed her the items he had been carrying all the way. Meng Yinyin looked down and saw that Debao was holding a basket of vegetables. She was momentarily unsure of what to do. Although vegetables weren't expensive, and nearly every family in the countryside grew their own to eat, Meng Yinyin was aware of Debao's family situation. Right now Debao's mother Lin Xiaoji was the only one working, and she had also been sick recently, so it was clear they might be lacking in other things. Now that Debao had brought over such a large basket of vegetables, did that mean his family still had enough to eat? Her first instinct was to refuse, but Debao seemed to have caught on to her hesitation. He quickly added, "Sister Yinyin, please accept them. If you don't, my dad will get upset." Debao blinked his eyes and looked at her eagerly. For a moment Meng Yinyin wasn't sure whether he was serious or not. Debao's father. To be honest, the only time she had met him was when Debao had been carried back in a coma, so she didn't really know what his temper was like. What if he was quick-tempered? If she refused the vegetables, would Debao get scolded? As Meng Yinyin hesitated, Debao suddenly turned his eyes and, without warning, set the vegetables in the basket at her feet and ran off. Meng Yinyin. She couldn't even call him back. In the end, Meng Yinyin had no choice but to accept the items for now, deciding to discuss it with Lu Chen when he returned. After all, in terms of helping out, Lu Chen had actually done the most for Debao's family. She waited anxiously, and when Lu Chen finally returned home, Meng Yinyin quickly told him about Debao bringing over the vegetables. Lu Chen paused, and a look of helplessness flashed across his face. He glanced at the basket of vegetables next to him, and to Meng Yinyin's surprise, he decided to keep them. However, the basket needed to be returned, and when returning it, they would also send 4 slices of watermelon. When it came time to distribute the watermelon, Lu Chen still asked Meng Yinyin, "Can we send some of the watermelon to them?" Meng Yinyin was always generous, especially to people she liked. Since Debao's family had brought so many vegetables, she wasn't about to be stingy with a few slices of watermelon. Besides, these watermelons had been brought back by Lu Chen. So Meng Yinyin readily agreed with a nod. Lu Chen then packed the watermelon and said they should first send it to Debao's house before leaving. Just then, Meng Yinyin suddenly thought of something and called him to wait. She quickly went inside to grab some candies and biscuits she had bought in town that day and said to Lu Chen, "Please take these with you and give them to Debao and his sister." Lu Chen gave her a quick look but didn't refuse. Soon his figure disappeared from view. Meng Xian walked over to the door, finally having time to ask Meng Yinyin about Debao's family and how they had met. Meng Yinyin briefly explained the situation with Debao's family, but when it came to Lu Chen, she couldn't help but think of Lin Xiaoji, and for some reason she felt a little irritated. "I'm not sure. It seems like he has a good relationship with Debao's mom," she said. Meng Xian calmly glanced at her and then replied, "If you want to know, why not just ask him directly?" Chapter 33. What's the point of asking him? I don't really want to know. Meng Yinyin purposely put on an indifferent expression, muttering, "Besides, it's Lu Chen's personal matter. It would be awkward for me to ask. We're not really in a relationship. We're just working together." Meng Xian. At this moment he couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Lu Chen. Really having to deal with his stubborn, unyielding and prideful sister, and still managing to do everything with patience, that's not something just anyone could handle. Thinking this way, Meng Xian's opinion of Lu Chen improved even more. Just goes to show you can't make comparisons. Once you do, things you never liked can suddenly seem much better. In the end, Meng Xian couldn't be bothered to try to persuade her. With an ambiguous hum, he turned and went back inside. It almost seemed like he was mocking her. Meng Yinyin glared at his back in frustration, then looked outside. She couldn't see Lu Chen anymore along the road. She wondered if he always walked that fast or if he was just eager to meet Debao's mother. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. But then she remembered how stubbornly she had just told her brother she wasn't curious about Lu Chen and Lin Xiaoji's past. If she went to Debao's house to check things out now, her brother would definitely mock her. After thinking for a moment, Meng Yinyin decided not to go out and instead sulkily returned to her room. Well, if there's ever a chance, I'll find out these things for myself. Meanwhile, at Debao's house, Lu Chen arrived with the watermelon and the snacks for the 2 children, and he immediately spotted Do Zhengrong struggling to move with the crutches. Lu Chen wasn't sure about the exact condition of Do Zhengrong's legs, but it was clear that his legs weren't functioning properly. He could only use his arms to support the crutches and barely managed to stand or move. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately approached. Do you need any help? He wasn't familiar with Do Zhengrong, but since he was Lin Xiuji's husband and the father of Debao and Erbao, Lu Dashan decided to help him as much as he could, considering these two connections. When Do Zhengrong heard the voice, he looked at Lu Dashan for a moment, and after a pause he finally recognized who he was. He then managed to force a polite smile. It's Lu Chen, right? Well, please, could you help me carry the water? He wanted to cook, but both of his hands were occupied with the crutches, and he couldn't spare a hand to carry the water bucket. In the past, he had been using a ladle to carry the water bit by bit to the pot, but perhaps he had grown tired of this method, or perhaps he was disappointed with his own incapacity, so he wanted to try carrying the water bucket while supporting himself with the crutches. In the end, it turned out that he had overestimated himself. He couldn't manage to carry the water while dragging his crippled legs. He had truly become useless. Seeing his despair, Lu Chen seemed to ignore it completely. Without showing any reaction, he simply carried the water bucket to the stove and even helped pour the water into the pot. Then, he turned and handed the basket and its contents to Do Zhengrong. Lu Chen explained, "Thank you for the vegetables." Lu Chen wasn't one to speak much to unfamiliar people, but these few words were enough for Do Zhengrong to understand his meaning. This was a gesture of reciprocity. Looking at Lu Chen's expression, Do Zhengrong hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the return gift. After all, neither he nor Lu Chen were the types of people who usually refused help. "Thank you. Debao and the others should like the things you brought," Do Zhengrong said, though his face involuntarily showed a tinge of bitterness and guilt. He hadn't returned home in so many years. As a father, he should have brought gifts for his children, but this time, not only did he fail to bring them anything they liked, he had even become a burden to them. Lu Chen could see the pain in Do Zhengrong's eyes, but didn't offer any words of comfort. He simply said, "It's nothing," and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from the house. It was Debao calling out excitedly, Dad, Mom is awake. She's awake again." Hearing this, Do Zhengrong didn't have time to explain anything further to Lu Chen. He hurriedly turned around, supporting himself with the cane, and rushed into the house. Lu Chen paused for a moment, but in the end he didn't leave. Instead, he stayed where he was, listening carefully to the sounds from inside. He heard Do Zhengrong, Debao, and Erbao talking inside. Xiuji, how are you? Are you okay? Mom, are you awake now? Mom, do you recognize me? It's Debao. What did this mean? Lu Chen furrowed his brow outside, a feeling of unease growing in his mind. Could it be that Lin Xiuji had lost her memory? Just as he was wondering, a burst of joyful laughter from Debao came through the door. "That's great, Mom. You finally remember me. Woo, I was so scared that you'd really forget about us. Mom, you don't know how scary it was when you woke up yesterday. You said you didn't recognize us. Woo. The voice of Lin Xiuji inside was faint, almost inaudible to Lu Chen. But from Debao's words, Lu Chen could roughly guess the situation. It seemed that Lin Xiuji had indeed woken up in the past couple of days. However, maybe she was still recovering from illness, or perhaps she had been in a daze from too much sleep, so when she first woke up, she didn't recognize Debao and the others. But judging by Debao's joyful tone now, it seemed that Lin Xiuji was completely awake. Lu Chen felt relieved and finally turned to leave. What he didn't know was that inside the house, Lin Xiuji had indeed woken up and was no longer confused. Everything seemed to be returning to normal. But the only one who knew the truth was Lin Xiuji herself. Everything had not really returned to normal. Or, to put it another way, nothing would ever return to normal. Because the Lin Xiuji from before was dead, and the current Lin Xiuji was a soul from the 21st century. The Lin Xiuji from the 21st century had no idea how she ended up in the body of another woman with the same name. She clearly had just taken a nap, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself under a shabby dark roof. Not only that, when she opened her eyes, she was surrounded by a strange man and two children she had never seen before, who kept calling her Mom. Lin Xiuji was greatly startled. She wasn't married, so where did these children come from? Naturally, she thought she was dreaming, and in her dream, she angrily said that she didn't know them. Even though the man looked worried and the children were crying, she still looked at them with disgust and caution. But soon she fainted again, thinking she would wake up soon and escape this strange dream. However, to her great disappointment, when she opened her eyes again, she was still in that broken house with the same strange man and children by her side. Lin Xiuji couldn't believe it. She closed her eyes again and pretended to sleep. This time, however, new memories that didn't belong to her appeared in her mind. She spent more than a day slowly accepting the fact that she had transmigrated into another woman's body. a woman with the same name, and that it was the 1970s. The conditions were poor, the family was impoverished, and she had a husband with a crippled leg and 2 burdensome children. After sorting through the memories of the original Lin Xiuji, she was even more shocked to find that the names of Lin Xiuji and Dou Zhengrong were very familiar. They seemed to match the protagonists of a novel she had read before. Although she couldn't remember the exact plot of the novel, she recalled that in the original story, the heroine and hero overcame all sorts of difficulties and hardships together, facing challenges such as in-laws' torment, family accidents, and finally struggling to build a business. It could be said that the heroine went through everything imaginable in the book. Rather than saying this was a sweet novel, it would be more accurate to call it a tragic story. Only in the final chapters did it barely manage to achieve a sense of resolution. Unfortunately, by then, the heroine was already in her 40s, having spent most of her life in suffering. Only in middle age did she experience a bit of happiness. Compared to the decades of hard work and struggle, that little bit of happiness seemed hardly worth it to Lin Xiuji. After all, there were not many years left to live. What good would more money do now? When she had read the novel before, she had thought the heroine was so foolish and naive. If it had been her, she would have never been so silly. After her husband's legs were injured, she would have left him and the burden of the family behind, starting a new life. Only someone with a masochistic tendency would have stayed. But now, she was shocked to find herself in the same position, having transmigrated into the role of the heroine she had once seen as a fool. Moreover, she had inherited her exact life. After experiencing the harsh reality firsthand, she realized how shallow the descriptions in the book were. The real world was far harder than she had imagined. For instance, the dark, narrow room with the strange smell, the bed, and 2 crying children who didn't understand anything. Most importantly, there was the husband who was disabled, unable to handle basic needs like eating, drinking, or going to the bathroom on his own. If she stayed here, she would become nothing more than a free servant for the whole family. She refused. But right now, her body still hadn't fully recovered. She felt weak and could barely get out of bed. So, she would have to wait before escaping. Before leaving, however, she needed to act as if nothing had changed. She absolutely couldn't let anyone know that the soul in this body was no longer the original owner's. Otherwise, it could cause trouble. Fortunately, she was still sick, and thanks to the original owner's memories, pretending to be her wasn't difficult. She just had to suppress the occasional expression of disdain and disgust. Luckily, the dim lighting in the room kept her from being too noticeable. "Xiuji, how are you feeling now?" While Lin Xiuji was lost in thought, Dou Zhengrong's voice interrupted, snapping her back to reality. She suppressed the impatience rising within her and weakly replied, "I don't have much strength, I probably need to rest a bit more." Her voice was faint, but the tone carried an unfamiliar stiffness, as if she was suppressing some emotion. Dou Zhengrong didn't think much of it. He assumed it was just because she was unwell. Moreover, they had been married for a few years, and due to work commitments, he hadn't been able to be by her side much. Lin Xiuji had to take care of the 2 children alone. It would be impossible for him not to feel guilty. Thinking this way, he believed the reason she was acting like this was because he had neglected her. With that, Dou Zhengrong softened his tone and said, "Are you hungry now? What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you." Lin Xiuji almost blurted out a sarcastic reply, thinking with his disability, what could he possibly cook? She would still need someone else's help. But luckily, she came to her senses just in time and swallowed her disgust. However, when she spoke again, her tone inevitably carried some annoyance. "Is there anything ready to eat? Just give me something to fill my stomach for now." She had been lying down for so long, and she was starving. Even coarse grain pancakes she would have to accept unwillingly. To her surprise, Dou Zhengrong hesitated only briefly before asking, "There's watermelon. Can you eat it?" "What? Watermelon?" Lin Xiuji couldn't help but widen her eyes when she heard this. She was both hungry and thirsty. What she wanted more than a meal was a sweet drink or something similar. But she knew that such luxuries didn't exist in this time. However, watermelon was something she never expected. "Yes." Seeing her so eager, Dou Zhengrong struggled to support himself on his crutches and brought in a basket. Luckily, the basket wasn't heavy, or he wouldn't have known how to carry it inside. Once inside, Lin Xiuji stared at the juicy, red watermelon and had to swallow before she could stop herself from drooling. The moment the basket was placed in front of her, she grabbed the biggest, ripest piece and began to eat. After swallowing a mouthful of sweet watermelon, Lin Xiuji suddenly realized something felt off. According to the original story, Dou Zhengrong's family would never have watermelon, which was practically a luxury at this time. So where did this watermelon come from? Or was it possible that Dou Zhengrong was more capable than she had imagined? Before Lin Xiuji could dwell on this, Dou Zhengrong answered her unspoken question. He explained, "This watermelon was brought over by Lu Chen just now. I had Debeo send him some vegetables earlier as a thank you for bringing you medicine last time. I didn't expect him to send watermelon. I wonder where he bought it. Hearing the somewhat familiar name Lu Chen, Lin Xiuji froze in surprise. Lu Chen? Lu Chen. Wasn't he the man in the original story who remained single for life for the heroine? Chapter 34. Lin Xiuji controlled her excited emotions, recalling the details about Lu Chen from the book in her mind. Lu Chen was a supporting character in the novel, but to many female readers, he was actually more attractive than the male lead. After all, he was good-looking. Although his family background wasn't great, he was extremely smart and capable, practically a self-made man. Moreover, he was quiet and aloof in nature, yet he was deeply devoted to the heroine. He even vowed never to marry anyone else for her sake. This deep affection was enough to make any woman fall madly in love with him. The relationship between Lu Chen and the heroine was written very subtly and ambiguously by the author. What had actually happened between them was never explicitly stated in the book. It only mentioned that whenever the heroine was in trouble, Lu Chen would step in to help her without expecting anything in return, always silently assisting her. Wasn't that the epitome of the deeply devoted second male lead role? Almost all the readers of the novel firmly believed that Lu Chen truly loved the heroine. When Lin Xiuji read the novel before, she had felt regret for the heroine. She thought the heroine was so foolish. She had a better option right in front of her, but she chose to throw away Lu Chen, who had so much potential, and stubbornly clung to her useless husband. If there was a person like Lu Chen in real life, someone who silently loved her, Lin Xiuji would have no hesitation. She would definitely choose him, run toward him and be happy with him, enjoying his unique love. Besides, Lu Chen was going to be a big shot in the future. He would be wealthy and influential, and being with him would make her a rich woman. However, Lin Xiuji had always seen him as a mere fictional character in a book. She regretted the heroine's choices, but she also knew she would never meet someone like Lu Chen in real life. She never expected that one day, she would actually be transported into the book, and even meet Lu Chen in person. This realization immediately made Lin Xiuji's previous dissatisfaction and frustration vanish. Even though the time was backward and the environment was harsh, she still had Lu Chen, who deeply cared for her. As long as she was with Lu Chen, would she really have to endure all this hardship? She just wasn't sure what Lu Chen's situation was at the moment, whether he had achieved success in his career. If he was still in the early stages of building his career, she might have to share in his struggles if she started a relationship with him now. So Lin Xiuji calmed herself down and decided to observe the situation for a while longer. At least she wanted to wait until Lu Chen's career showed some progress, so that after they were together, she wouldn't have to endure too much hardship. However, based on the fact that he could already bring her watermelon, she felt that the time for him to succeed in his career was probably not far off. She just needed to wait a little longer. During this time, she could take the opportunity to rest and get her health back, so she could present herself in the best possible light when meeting Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen already had special feelings for her, if she became more beautiful, he would surely like her even more. After coming to this conclusion, Lin Xiuji suddenly felt like she had a clear goal. While eating the watermelon, Lin Xiuji casually chatted with Do Zhengrong, focusing the conversation on Lu Chen. She asked about his current situation, and whether it was Lu Chen who helped her so much when she was sick recently. Do Zhengrong didn't think much of it and patiently told her what had happened over the past few days. When Lin Xiuji heard that Lu Chen had rushed to the commune's health center to get her medicine when she was unconscious, she lowered her head, hiding the determined and sweet expression in her eyes. Sure enough, if Lu Chen didn't care about her, how could he have rushed to help her so urgently? Lin Xiuji was even more certain of Lu Chen's feelings for her, and she firmly believed that she should stick to her plan. Since she would eventually be with Lu Chen, there was no need to continue pretending to be the perfect wife and mother at Do Zhengrong's home. They would soon be strangers, so there was no point in maintaining the illusion any longer. After eating a piece of watermelon, Lin Xiuji wasn't satisfied and boldly took another slice. Do Zhengrong noticed there were only 2 pieces of watermelon left in the basket, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he called Debeo and Erbao over and handed each of them a slice. Debeo, seeing that only his father, Do Zhengrong, didn't have any watermelon, couldn't help but ask, "Daddy, aren't you eating?" He glanced carefully at his mother, Lin Xiuji, with a big question mark in his eyes. Didn't Mom always teach them to share food as a family? Why wasn't she giving any watermelon to Dad today? However, Lin Xiuji kept eating her watermelon without pausing, and there was no sign of guilt on her face. In her mind, the watermelon had been brought by Lu Chen, and the rest of the family was only benefiting from her good fortune. So what was wrong with her eating 2 pieces by herself? Do Zhengrong simply smiled and ruffled Debeo's head. Dad doesn't like watermelon. You all enjoy it. Debeo, being young, was easily convinced by Do Zhengrong's words. As for Do Zhengrong, he interpreted Lin Xiuji not saving him any watermelon as her still holding a grudge for the years he had been absent. He felt guilty towards her. Since she wanted to eat the watermelon, he figured she might as well have an extra piece. Perhaps he could find a chance to ask Lu Chen where he got the watermelon from, and if there was more, he would get a few more pieces for Lin Xiuji. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had no idea about what was happening at the Do family. After hearing that Lin Xiuji had woken up and seemed to have no memory problems, he left early. Once home, he noticed it was getting late, so he hurried to prepare dinner. When Meng Yinyin saw Lu Chen return so quickly, she felt somewhat relieved. When she saw him preparing dinner, she remembered the dishes they had brought back from the state-run restaurant and quickly called out to him, asking him not to cook too much. Lu Chen then realized that Meng Yinyin and Meng Xian had brought him food when they went to town. His heart warmed. His expression softened and just stared at Meng Yinyin, as if he wanted to say something. Meng Yinyin couldn't bear his gaze and quickly averted her eyes, giving an explanation that seemed unnecessary. Don't overthink it. We just ordered too much food and couldn't finish it, so we brought it back. It's definitely not specially for you. Even after hearing this, Lu Chen was only momentarily stunned, but his gaze remained gentle. It's okay. After all, whether the food was leftover or specifically brought for him, the result was the same Meng Yinyin had thought of him, and that was enough. Meng Yinyin could tell from his tone that he wasn't bothered by eating leftovers. On the contrary, he seemed happy about it. Happy about eating leftovers? He really is a fool. She muttered to herself, but seeing that Lu Chen was in a good mood, she couldn't help but smile faintly. Standing by the door, Meng Xian watched the two of them with a blank expression, then scoffed. It was unbearable to watch. At dinner, Meng Xian was still a little annoyed that the two could flirt right in front of him, but he pushed his irritation aside. There were more important matters to discuss. He then told Lu Chen about meeting Wang Chengwu earlier that day, and the agreement they had reached. Wang Chengwu's willingness to help took Lu Chen by surprise. But seeing that Meng Xian seemed to trust him, Lu Chen chose to believe him as well. I've arranged to meet him in a few days. Of course, if he finishes his work earlier, he'll come find us, which would be even better. In fact, the task Meng Xian had assigned to Wang Chengwu was quite simple. From the current situation, it seemed that Lu Chen's cousin, Lu Xiujuan, had already distanced herself from her family. Moreover, now that she needed to remain in her husband's family, she had no choice but to cut ties with her own. After all, once the scandal about Lu Dashan and his wife came to light, they would face serious punishment from the authorities, and they might even be arrested and sentenced. How could Lu Xiujuan continue associating with her family? Instead, she might as well use this opportunity to redeem herself and gain a reward by reporting them. Of course, the most important thing was that she wouldn't be implicated. What Wang Chengwu had to do was get Lu Xiujuan to testify. Meng Xian didn't care how he did it as long as it worked. Fearing that Lu Chen might think the plan was ineffective, Meng Xian explained further. Based on what we know, we've confirmed that your uncle embezzled your father's pension, but it hasn't been officially verified yet. And since it's been so long, there's no physical evidence. So we have to try this method. He didn't believe that Lu Dashan hadn't left behind anything, but they couldn't just search without proper cause. Once Lu Xiujuan came forward and reported them, they could then report to the police, and that would give them the legal right to search. Lu Chen nodded. He understood that this was the best course of action. Seeing that he understood, Meng Xian felt reassured. Now they just had to wait for good news from Wang Chengwu. While they were discussing these matters, Meng Yinyin didn't interrupt but quietly listened from the side. She didn't understand much about these issues, so she naturally chose to trust her brother. However, as they sat, a cold breeze blew in, and Meng Yinyin couldn't help but shiver. She was about to go inside to grab something warmer when her brother suddenly spoke. Lu Chen, do you have any spare coats or something? I'm too hot in this weather. Meng Xian hadn't expected the weather in the Nanjiao brigade to be so hot. Even though he wore a short-sleeve shirt, he was still feeling uncomfortably hot. But seeing Lu Chen wearing a sleeveless coat, which seemed cool, he thought he might borrow one. After all, they were both men, so it didn't seem strange. Meng Yinyin, who had a cold constitution, felt both envious and resentful of her brother. But as soon as she heard his request, she suddenly remembered something. Without waiting for Lu Chen to speak, she quickly said, "Brother, wait a minute, I have clothes." Without waiting for Meng Xian to ask any questions, she hurried inside to grab the clothes. She had been worried that the cloth coat she had worked hard on would gather dust in the box, but now her brother was here, so it was perfect to give it to him. Anyway, she wasn't going to give it to Lu Chen after he rejected her back then. Though it had been some time, Meng Yinyin still felt a little heartache thinking about it. Outside, Lu Chen immediately realized what Meng Yinyin meant. His expression shifted slightly, and his lips moved, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He guessed the coat she referred to was the black cloth coat. That coat was originally meant for him, but when he had been too shocked to take it immediately, Meng Yinyin had pulled it back. However, in his heart that coat held special meaning. He didn't want to see Meng Yinyin giving that coat to someone else, even if it was her real brother Meng Xian. But he didn't know how to bring it up. He was afraid that if he spoke, both Meng Yinyin and Meng Xian would be upset. Just as he was growing anxious, Meng Yinyin came out holding the familiar black cloth coat. Seeing it, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively became more anxious. "Brother, here you go. See if it fits." Meng Yinyin didn't think too much about it, and immediately handed the cloth coat to her brother. As she did so, she thought that when she made the coat, she intentionally made it larger. Since her brother and Lu Chen had similar builds, it would definitely fit him. Meng Xian reached out to take the coat, felt it with his hands and looked at it. It didn't take long for him to realize that it was a brand new coat, unused and in pristine condition. But then, "Meng Yinyin, why is there a man's clothing in your room?" Meng Xian held the coat and looked at her expressionlessly. Chapter 35. Meng Xian immediately guessed that the clothes were definitely Lu Chen's, but he couldn't understand why they were in Meng Yinin's room. After all, they weren't involved in any intimate behavior. So why would there be Lu Chen's clothes in her room? Could it be that they were both trying to deceive him? Once this thought crossed his mind, Meng Xian's mood soured. His mind was filled with the image of his innocent little sister being taken advantage of. He couldn't help but turn around and glare at Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't doubt for a second that Meng Xian might act out in anger. Luckily, Meng Yinin's voice rang out just in time. Nervously, she explained, "The clothes I made them especially for you, brother." In this situation, she couldn't dare to say that she made the clothes to win over Lu Chen. Even though she wasn't that naive, she could tell her brother wouldn't accept that idea. Fearing being scolded, she could only tell a little lie. But, in a way, the clothes were originally meant for someone else. She had just decided to give them to her brother instead. Hearing her explanation, Meng Xian's anger subsided a bit, though not by much. He examined the clothes more carefully and noticed the stitching was quite rough. It was clear that the work was far from perfect, but at least they were wearable. Looking at the craftsmanship, it did seem like something Meng Yinyin might have made herself. As long as the clothes weren't left by some other man in her room, Meng Xian's anger faded a little. Once he confirmed that the clothes were made by his sister and not some strangers, he sighed and said casually, "It's okay, but you need to practice more. It could be better." Meng Yinyin. If she could beat her brother, she would have punched him right then. Finally, unable to keep her frustration in check, she straightened her face and demanded, "If you think it's ugly, then give it back to me." But Meng Xian raised his hand and easily held the clothes out of her reach. "You should be more modest. I'm encouraging your improvement. I can't even speak the truth now, huh?" Meng Yinyin. She was so angry. Seeing that he was really going to make her cry, Meng Xian coughed lightly. "All right, enough. It's getting late. Time to wash up and go to bed. I'm going to shower." With that, he grabbed the clothes and left. Meng Yinyin could only watch his retreating figure in frustration. She stomped her foot and turned, only to find Lu Chen standing quietly nearby. He had his lips pressed together, his gaze fixed on the clothes that Meng Xian had taken, deep in thought. As the sky darkened, Meng Yinyin couldn't quite tell, but it seemed like she saw a hint of regret in Lu Chen's eyes. Regret? What was he regretting? It couldn't be that he regretted not accepting those clothes back then, right? Though she wasn't entirely sure, the thought of it made Meng Yinyin feel oddly satisfied. Her brother was criticizing the clothes she made. But didn't he see that someone else actually wanted them? Moreover, did Lu Chen even realize what accepting those clothes would imply? If he had taken them, it would have changed the nature of their relationship entirely. From just a simple partnership to something else entirely. Meng Yinyin felt a bit awkward as she thought about it. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Lu Chen. He was facing away from her, with the moonlight casting a clear shadow of his side profile. His straight nose, sharp jawline, and long thick eyelashes were all illuminated. How could a man's eyelashes be so long and thick? Meng Yinyin muttered to herself and found herself staring at him a bit longer. The more she looked, the more handsome he seemed. Her heart started to race, and she blinked, trying to ignore the inexplicable nervousness she felt. Quickly, she said to him, "I'm going inside." With that, she almost ran back into the house, leaving Lu Chen to snap out of his thoughts. He turned toward her direction but only saw the closed door. Unable to see her expression, Lu Chen slowly withdrew his gaze and turned back toward Meng Xian's disappearing figure. Meanwhile, Meng Xian quickly finished preparing and headed for the shower room. His mood seemingly light as he whistled. The shower room was a small makeshift wooden building. Worried that his clean clothes might get wet, Meng Xian hung them on the doorframe before focusing on his shower. As he sang in the shower, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before walking toward the kitchen. He picked up a ladleful of water and walked out. Meng Xian took a longer shower than usual. After all, he was outside the army and was not in a hurry. In addition, the weather was hot, and it would be more comfortable to take a cold shower, so he stayed in the bathroom for a while longer. Eventually, realizing it was getting late and that he'd get sick if he stayed in the water any longer, Meng Xian stopped, dried off, and reached for the clothes he'd hung on the wooden beam to put them on. Just as he reached out, the sound of water splashing suddenly came from outside, followed by Lu Chen's apologetic voice. "Comrade Meng, I'm really sorry. When I was pouring the water, I accidentally spilled it on your clothes. What's going on?" Before Meng Xian could process what was happening, Lu Chen's voice came again from outside. "Your clothes got wet. I'll go get you one of my clothes. Don't worry, it's new and hasn't been worn." After he said that, Meng Xian noticed that the clothes hanging on the wooden board had disappeared in a flash, followed by the sound of Lu Chen's footsteps leaving without any hesitation. Meng Xian. He didn't even get a chance to say anything and was left with another set of clothes from Lu Chen. But Meng Xian wasn't angry, nor did he think too much about it. After all, the new clothes Lu Chen had brought were clearly much better than the ones Meng Yinyin had given him. The workmanship and material were far superior to the rough garment that Meng Yinyin had made. He just felt a little awkward. "These clothes are new. Doesn't feel right for me to wear them. How about I wear the one my sister gave me earlier? The weather is warm. It will dry soon enough." However, Lu Chen directly held up the clothes that had been soaked in the laundry basin, both inside and out, and said to him, "I've already washed your clothes." Meng Xian. This guy is being a bit too proactive. But since the clothes were wet and clearly unwearable, Meng Xian didn't argue. He just thanked Lu Chen and quickly went inside. His steps inside weren't any slower than when Lu Chen had entered earlier. In fact, they might have been even quicker. From Lu Chen's strange behavior that night, Meng Xian was seriously beginning to suspect that the guy was trying to curry favor with him. Otherwise, why would he be so considerate, so eager to wash his clothes? Wasn't it just to show off in front of him? Meng Xian couldn't help but sigh at how sneaky Lu Chen was, while also feeling a bit of admiration for his boldness. His emotions were rather complicated. Lost in thought, he completely forgot about the issue with the clothes. Meanwhile, in the yard, Lu Chen finally let out a quiet sigh of relief, his nervousness finally settling. Looking down at the black cloth coat in his hands, his emotions were also complicated. After all, only he himself knew that the so-called incident of accidentally pouring water and wetting Meng Xian's clothes was completely intentional on his part. He knew that what he was doing was despicable, but he still didn't want anyone else to wear the clothes. So it was fine. As long as he didn't say anything, no one would know about his hidden possessiveness. The next morning, when Meng Yinyin got up and saw that her brother hadn't worn the clothes she gave him the day before, she was confused. Later, she learned that her brother's clothes had gotten wet before he could even put them on, so he decided to wash them right away, and then it all made sense. She glanced up at the coat hanging in the yard, her brows furrowing slightly. Something didn't seem quite right. Why would Lu Chen pour water in the direction of the bathroom? The kitchen behind could have been used for that, right? But after thinking about it, she couldn't figure out any other reason for Lu Chen's actions, so she decided to let it go for now. The matter was left as it was, and soon it was time to leave for work. After Lu Chen heated up their breakfast, he left. By the time Meng Yinyin got up, she didn't see him. All she found was the warm porridge and the boiled eggs on the stove. Lu Chen had raised chickens at home, 3 in total, with 2 of them laying eggs. So every day he could collect 2 warm eggs. However, he didn't eat any of the eggs himself and gave them all to Meng Yinyin and her brother. While eating the eggs, Meng Yinyin felt a bit guilty. She realized that she had been staying at Lu Chen's for a few days now, and she thought it was time to give him some money. Otherwise, if she kept eating and living for free, she would feel really embarrassed. After breakfast, she decided to talk to her brother about how much money they should give to Lu Chen. Before they could reach a conclusion, they heard some noise from the neighboring Lu Dashan's house. "You wait here. I'll go to the fields and call them back." The voice was not loud but clear enough, and Meng Yinyin recognized it as Lu Xiujuan's. Lu Xiujuan is back? Did this mean that Wang Chenggu had settled the issue?